爷爷告诉我，世界就是个石屋，因此17岁以前，我一直待在不足100平的石屋中，未曾踏出家门半步。家里没有电器，我更不曾见过花草树木，感受风吹雨淋。我所有的认知都源自于爷爷的口述。从3岁开始，我在爷爷的教导下开始识字。自此后，每日5点钟起床，打熬筋骨，打坐吐纳浊气。早中晚饭、读书的时间全部都要按秒来严格要求，甚至吃饭时要嚼13下，才有利于肠胃吸收。这些规矩也是不能违反的。7岁通读易经，12岁我开始学习命理、风水、卜算。八玄派的大眼历、阳公派的镜中御寒、悬空派的审视悬空学等，我都能倒背如流。12岁生日那年，我曾问过爷爷，为什么要将我囚在石屋里，还追问什么时候能够离开。爷爷说，等我什么时候能够自己推演出原因，就任我离去。接下来的5年里，我越发刻苦钻研，推演风水命理。今年农历6月15是我17岁的生日，爷爷给我准备了鸡鸭鱼肉，还有一盘生切的猪肉和一只用红绳拴着腿的大红公鸡。饭菜上桌，爷爷问我，天赐，我曾让你推演，自己为何要被困在石屋中？你推演的如何？我说，石屋属金，金生水克木，据镜中御寒推的艮地少阳，五行属土，为荒山墓葬深处。爷爷又问，既然如此，我对自己的命理推算的如何？我肃然了神色说，凭我现在的本事，理应当能推算出世人10之8九的命理气运，却唯独推测不出我自己和爷爷的。爷爷微点了点头，你看我像什么？像一座山，磅礴巍峨，半截在地上，半截在云里。我站在山脚，一眼望不见边际。气运极强，修为极深的人，观其命数如观沧海。因此我看不透爷爷。你看自己呢？像黑洞，幽暗深邃，能吞吸人的神魂，里头藏匿着无法想象的庞然大物，我却无法窥探边角。很好，爷爷点了点头，欣慰的道，第2个问题，17年来我为何求你在此？我说，此处3面环山，1面环水，有青龙存气，白虎夺运，原本是葬帝王的大穴，却不知为何青龙断脊，白虎主杀伐凶，戾气过重，因此方圆100里寸草不生，掘木养水生金。大凶之穴遮蔽天机，因我本是天地不容之人，留在绝处方可有一线生机。浓郁黑色的气运通常是绝世凶物，如旱魃、1000年以上的厉鬼，一旦出世要遭雷击天谴。而我的气运远比旱魃和厉鬼要强悍得多。从不喝酒的爷爷今天却灌了一大口。我曾说过，你能测算出自己为何被囚在石屋，就放你离开。爷爷说话算话，今天你吃完这顿酒菜就下山去吧。其实我在半年之前就已经测算出自己的运势，只是舍不得爷爷。今天爷爷主动提出，我也是时候该离开了。我的眼圈泛红，鼻头发酸，爷爷您要保重。天赐，你此次下山要记住2件事。爷爷凝重地说，第1件事，你业障缠身，每年诞辰会被天机察觉，若没有气运加持，必遭雷击。18岁生日之前，你必须入世救人，从而获得气运，方能化解危机。第2件事，有2姓氏人你不许帮忙，第1姓莫，第2姓慕容。我迷茫问爷爷，我该去哪里？出门之后直往正东，会有一户姓秦的人家求你救命，你要救的第1人便姓秦。我跪在地上向爷爷叩了3个头，擦了把眼泪，转身离开出石屋后，是一条长长的石阶，约莫20几米深。我怀着期冀忐忑的心情踏出石洞，第1次呼吸到外界的新鲜空气，感受正午的阳光与熏暖微风。外界与我想象的一样，3面环山，1面环水，高耸的山脊如囚笼盘伏，正中央不知为何裂开， 断了龙脉。龙是断头龙，水是巨阴死水，后有白虎主杀伐，因此就变成了大凶之穴。我每日5点锻炼，身体异常坚韧，且第一次见识到外界，走走看看，不知不觉过去5个小时。山脚下，一条盘山公路旁停着一辆黑色汽车。汽车这东西，我从书上看到过，第一次看见实物，要比我想象中漂亮得多。离老远看到我，车上的中年男人就慌不迭跑过来，小兄弟可是李半山的后人。中年男人大腹便便，红光满面，浑身透着富贵逼人。我叫李天赐，李半山是我的爷爷。他好了。中年男人激动地握着我的手，我叫秦德文。18年，你爷爷曾救过我的命。当初你爷爷说，18年之后，我秦家仍有一道坎，届时会让孙辈替我化解劫难。不知小兄弟可有本领？我尚且17，生得稚嫩，秦德文不信我也属正常。我说，你印堂发黑，左上太阳穴子孙宫位置多了一颗血痣，说明子孙有血光之灾。李大师果然神机妙算。秦德文神色肃然了一些，只要李大师能救下我女儿，无论要多少钱，我绝不吝啬。我说，先了解情况，再谈钱。替人风水看相，驱邪避灾，都是从一定程度上改变了因果。只有收钱，才能了却因果，不受业报。路上，我见过太多新奇的东西，心绪激荡，喜伤心，怒伤肝。因此，我中途闭眼静心打坐，将心中杂念摒弃。我坐车子，辗转飞机，来到西安城区内富人区的豪华别墅。下车时，我询问说，你的女儿最近体弱气虚，食欲不振是睡，我说的可对？秦德文先是一愣，旋即激动地瞪圆了眼睛，李大师真乃神人也。您是怎么算出来的？我说，别墅两侧喷泉池中，左有青龙吸水，右有白虎啸天，本有镇宅生财之效。秦德文点头似小鸡啄米，没错，当初我请来的风水先生也这么说。我没说话，而是卷起裤脚，淌水进入喷泉池，从倒吸水的石雕龙嘴里掏出四四方方的木盒，木盒打开，是满满一盒的土。秦德文疑惑，这是什么？我说，青龙属水，5色土堵住龙口，算是废了这条龙。气运平衡打破，犯了白虎吃子煞，即使你财运不受影响，儿女也会遭灾。秦德文大惊失色，那把这东西拿出来，是不是我女儿就没事了？我摇了摇头，又指了指别墅朝向。大门朝西南，主卧朝东南，五鬼落在东南方巽宫。东南方巽宫，西南方坤宫互为五鬼，这是犯了典型的五鬼煞。你女儿体内积蓄煞气，阳气渐弱，便招来邪魅。秦德文一脸的欲哭无泪，大师，那该怎么办？我说，五鬼煞的事，回头再说，先去看你女儿。若大客厅内，一个穿卡通睡裙、披散着头发的女孩正躺在沙发上玩手机。女孩约莫18、19岁，身形高挑，却枯瘦见骨，面容精致不见血色，印堂黑气缭绕，已近油尽灯枯。秦德文笑呵呵地说，小兰，快来和李天赐大师打个招呼。去他的大师！爸，你再让这种骗钱的神棍进门，我就离家出走。我摇了摇头，风水命理，信则有，不信则无。你不信我，我无法救你。风水命理是讲缘分的，我与秦英便无缘。爷爷不会骗我，要我救一个姓秦的人，或许并非面前的秦英。我要继续往东走，寻觅需要我搭救的有缘人。秦德文赶忙拦住我，苦苦哀求道，李大师，我女儿性格倔强，但念在她还是个孩子份上，求您救她一命。当初您爷爷许诺过我，一定会救我子嗣一命，您总不能食言而肥。既然爷爷曾这么说过，我也只好留下。我盯着秦英看了一会儿，说，你是不是从1个月前开始四肢无力，头脑发昏，体重暴减？ Chapter 2 Severing Yin and Yang the malevolent spirit guides the way. Do not presume that by picking at my medical records, you can conjure illusions. Qin Yin cast a disdainful glance in my direction. Furthermore, let me clarify, my dear. This is a form of slender beauty, something you clearly do not grasp. What slender beauty? You've fainted 3 times this month alone. A voice as clear as mountain spring water echoed from the staircase. And I beheld a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yin. She was graceful and voluptuous, her complexion akin to peach blossoms. Her high ponytail and metallic glasses exuding an aura of competence. Her beauty surpassed that of any woman I had encountered in ancient paintings. As she approached, she spoke softly. Master, my sister is rather spoiled. I hope you can forgive her. I am Qin Long, the chairwoman of the Tianchang group. If you can cure my sister's ailment, I assure you, you shall be well compensated. Sister, how can you be so foolish? He is merely here to swindle our family. Silence. The woman frowned slightly. No hospital can cure you. We must cling to the belief that there is something to this. You will follow the master's instructions from now on. Do you understand? Qin Long nodded, somewhat dejectedly. All right, but let him hurry. I need to sleep soon. Suddenly, Qin Lan's expression shifted to one of alarm. I don't recognize him. I don't know who you are. I inquired further. If you do not recognize him, why then was she on your back? Panic-stricken, Qin Long rose abruptly, her face turning pale. Stop speaking nonsense. With a crackle, the lights in the living room extinguished, plunging the room into utter darkness. Having been confined in a stone house since childhood, I was accustomed to such gloom and could discern my surroundings with clarity. In the corner against the northern wall, there was a decorative fireplace adorned with a candlestick and small trinkets crafted from rhinoceros horn. I borrowed a lighter from Qin Dun, ignited the candlestick, and retrieved the rhinoceros horn ornament from the corner, using a small knife to scrape off some powder which I sprinkled onto the fire starter. Qin Dun, visibly anxious, asked, Master Li, what are you doing? Raw rhinoceros horn can connect with spirits and reveal the impurities lurking in this house. But why can't we see them? I replied. Every grievance has its owner. Only those who owe karmic debts can perceive them. Under the swirling scent of the rhinoceros horn, Qin Yin suddenly felt an itch at the nape of her neck. As she turned to examine it, she was horrified to discover a woman. The woman's dress was drenched in blood. Her fleshly fingers, twisted and clawed, clutched Qin Yin's shoulder tightly, and her bloodshot eyes were filled with malice. Ah! Qin Yin leaped from the sofa in a panic, clawing at the air behind her, rolling on the floor in distress. Get off my back! I didn't harm you. Perhaps due to her frailty, she soon succumbed, collapsing either from exhaustion or fright. Qin Dun hurriedly lifted the unconscious Qin Yin. Quick, call an ambulance. Panic-stricken, Qin Long fumbled to dial, and I cautioned, the hospital is filled with negative energy. If she goes there, she will undoubtedly perish. Tears streaming down his face, Qin Dun knelt before me. Master, this is a matter of life and death. Please, do not withhold your knowledge. If you can save my daughter, I would willingly give my life. Without further ado, I picked up a goblet from the table and instructed Qin Long, please turn your body away. Before she could fully comprehend, I unfastened my belt and poured a small measure of liquid into the goblet. Once I had completed my task, Qin Long's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze. I administered the liquid to Qin Yin, trickling it down the corner of her mouth. Her once pallid face gradually regained some color, though she remained unconscious. Within Qin Yin's body, a visible red light flickered, ultimately drifting toward the doorway and vanishing from sight. The malevolent spirit exuded such intense negative energy that even Qin Dun and Qin Long could perceive it clearly. Qin Long's face drained of color as she shrank behind Qin Dun. With concern etched on his face, Qin Dun asked, "Master Li, you possess profound skills. Can you not simply eliminate the spirit?" "I cannot," I replied firmly. "There are two types of malevolent spirits, those who were wicked in life and continue their malice in death, thriving on the suffering of others. If I prevent the spirit from enacting revenge, allowing the perpetrator to escape, I would only invite karmic retribution upon myself." Qin Long's face paled with urgency. "Master, do you believe our compensation is insufficient?" I chose not to elaborate, instead interjecting, "You will accompany me tonight, it may save your sister." The Qin family lacked understanding of feng shui and esoteric techniques, and explaining would only waste precious time. Fortunately, they placed their trust in me and followed my instructions without hesitation. Around 11 o'clock that night, Qin Dun returned with a small vial of bull's tears, a pouch of new seasoned glutinous rice, and a red cloth soaked in rooster blood. I instructed Qin Long, "If you encounter anything foul, do not make a sound or flee." "Can you manage that?" Trembling, Qin Long asked, "What will I see?" "I do not know." Though terrified, she steeled herself and declared, "I can do it." I dripped the bull's tears onto Qin Long's eyes and wrapped the rooster blood-soaked cloth around them. "Now, what can you see?" With a quivering voice, Qin Long replied, "I see a layer of cold mist enveloping the surroundings, and outside the door stands a white tiger, staring at me with blood-red eyes." The bull's tears allowed her to perceive spirits, while the rooster blood could connect with the living, together. They enabled Qin Long to witness entities that should not exist in the human realm. The white tiger she saw was a remnant of the white tiger malevolence. I reassured her, "Do not gaze directly into its eyes. Look closely at the ground. There is a faint yellow aura extending far out toward the door. The entrance is shrouded in thick fog. From a distance, I can see nothing." As she spoke, Qin Long scanned her surroundings, panic rising in her voice. "I can no longer see you or father." I sprinkled the 5-colored earth I had collected from the dragon's mouth over her head and shoulders. Suddenly, Qin Long exclaimed, "How did you appear beside me?" I explained, "The 5-colored earth belongs to the realm of shadows. It can cloak your shoulders and the 3 flames of light above your head. With the light obscured, you can traverse the shadows. The aura you see is what Qin Yin has left behind. Being blood relatives, only you can perceive it. Follow that aura, no matter what you encounter along the way. Do not acknowledge it, and do not panic." "Understood," Qin Long replied, feigning calm, though her face was devoid of color, her fingers, like tender green shoots, gripping my arm with a chilling touch. As we pushed open the door, a strange wind swept through, stirring the dense mist and revealing a path ahead. To Qin Dun's eyes, the moment we stepped outside, we completely vanished. Further ahead lay a world uninhabited by human beings. After traversing a desolate path for about 10 minutes, Qin Long suddenly leaned against me, her delicate hands clinging tightly to my arm, trembling with fear. "Master, ahead! There is a headless man crouching at the crossroads, picking out money." I whispered, "Do not look at him. Just walk straight past." As we cautiously passed, Qin Long suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. A month ago, someone was decapitated at the crossroads. I recalled seeing it in the news. judging by his appearance. It was indeed the same individual. Do not be afraid. Those coins are offerings from his family, and once he collects them, he will depart. After walking for over half an hour, the faint yellow aura halted before the 4th Municipal High School, prompting us to stop as well. Qin Long remarked, "This is my sister at school. She has been back since she fell ill." Suddenly, the piercing sound of the school bell rang, and groups of students began to emerge, making their way toward us. Instinctively, Qin Long attempted to evade the crowd, but I grasped her arm. I explained, as expected. The female ghost is manifesting a domain to recreate this scene, hoping to convey something to us. Before her words faded, Qin Yin, pushing her bicycle, stepped out of the door with a charming girl, approximately 1.50 m tall, possessing a tear-shaped beauty mark at the corner of her eye, sharing laughter and conversation. This girl was, in fact, the female ghost previously encountered. I urged Qin Long, whose legs trembled in fear, to follow closely behind the girl, maintaining a cautious distance. Chapter 3: Fortune and Misfortune are self-invoked. Qin Yin and the girl laughed merrily as they leaned on their bicycles, gradually veering off course until they arrived near a dilapidated tenement building. The girl glanced around anxiously and said, "Qin Yin, I don't think your house is in this direction. Did we take a wrong turn?" Inside the tenement, the faint sound of footsteps echoed. 3 youths clad in tight pants and colorful shoes emerged, their hair a riot of colors. Qin Yin, with a playful grin, said, "Wenli, my good buddy has liked you for a long time and wants to confess his feelings. You two can chat at your leisure." With that, she pedaled away on her bicycle. The girl named Wenli looked fearfully at the 3 boys before her, clutching the hem of her white dress and biting her lip in silence. Amidst the jeering of the others, a tall, slender youth with green-dyed hair was pushed forward, clutching a crystal ball music box. "Lu Wenli, I've liked you for ages," he exclaimed. "I'm sorry, I want to focus on my studies and have never considered these things." Lu Wenli responded in a faint voice, her gaze lowered as she hurried to escape. Behind her, the other 2 mocked, "ALIN, you can't even handle such an ugly girl. What a disgrace. Just kiss her directly, don't give her a chance to refuse. How romantic." The youth called ALIN turned a shade of red and purple, feeling quite embarrassed. Qin Long furrowed her brows, pondering how her sister could associate with such individuals. I gestured for silence and continued observing. ALIN, furious and humiliated, pressed Lu Wenli against the wall, declaring, "I've given you face. If you don't agree today, I'll block you every day at the alley entrance. Let me go." Lu Wenli cried out in panic, pushing against ALIN's arm, accidentally knocking the crystal ball from his hands, which struck him on the forehead, opening a gash. "You dare to hit me!" ALIN instinctively retaliated, slapping Lu Wenli to the ground, blood streaming from her nose. "Damn it, you hit my brother." The other 2 youths pinned Lu Wenli's arms and legs, urging ALIN, "If you dare to go further, she's yours. If you're a coward, just scram." ALIN touched his forehead, feeling the blood, and in a fit of rage, unbuckled his belt, shouting, "I'm going to have her today." The remaining 2 were taken aback. They intended for ALIN to kiss her, not to resort to such violence. They instinctively loosened their grip, and a terrified Lu Wenli fled towards a crumbling tenement. Unbeknownst to her, the load-bearing wall had been shattered, and the stairs below were empty. As she stepped onto the stairs, a sudden crack echoed, and the staircase collapsed beneath her. Concrete and broken rebar pierced Lu Wenli's body. and in that moment, blood erupted forth, accompanied by her heart-wrenching scream. When the dust settled, the three youths saw the aftermath and fled in terror, leaving behind a girl in a blood-stained white dress, her body mangled, crying out in despair beneath the debris. I remarked, "Your sister is not the instigator. Yet she is an accomplice, hence she is haunted by vengeful spirits. Today, if you provide me with 1 million, I will ensure the ghost is dispelled." Qin Lan's expression grew serious, and after much hesitation, she said, "This incident was Qin Yin's fault. If possible, I hope to compensate Lu Wenli and help her resolve her grievances." I replied, "With that statement, I assure you of your safety." Qin Lang, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "Master, if I had agreed just now, would you have ceased to assist me?" "Yes," I replied. "My grandfather sent me down the mountain to gather fortune for myself to ward off impending calamities. The concept of fortune is profoundly mysterious. For instance, many who delve into the secrets of the heavens suffer from misfortune due to their disregard for principles, assisting the wicked in amassing wealth, slaying vengeful spirits, or exploiting feng shui for harm or tarnish one's fortune. Thus, I only aid the righteous and virtuous, such as yourself, Qin Lang." Qin Lang regarded me with a knowing glance, saying, "Master, you are a rare and honorable person." I smiled softly but offered no explanation. I prepared to enter the tenement, but Qin Lang anxiously grasped my arm. "Are you really going in there?" I took out a pouch of glutinous rice and circled it around Qin Lang, explaining, "With this, the wandering spirits will not dare approach. And you, a person of righteousness, is impervious to malevolent spirits." With that, I stepped inside. The air was thick with a chilling wind, the wails of vengeful spirits echoed, and a pair of crimson eyes glared at me. "I will not kill her. I only desire her tongue." Lu Wenli's voice was hoarse and filled with unbridled rage. I considered Qin Yin a friend, yet she deceived me into coming here. She must personally sever her tongue to quell my wrath. Outside, Qin Lang trembled as she pleaded, "Master, please intercede for me. If Lu Wenli can spare my sister, I am willing to do anything." I sighed and offered 3 conditions. Firstly, your family is in dire straits, and your mother is gravely ill. I will ensure Qin Lang heals your mother and that your family thrives. Secondly, I will have Qin Yin kneel at your grave for an entire day and night, bowing 300 times, and observe 3 years of fasting and prayer for you. Thirdly, I will require Qin Yin to bring the 3 individuals who harmed you here to await your judgment. Lu Wenli hesitated before declaring, "Tomorrow night at midnight. I will wait for you here. If you dare deceive me, I will ensure Qin Yin's demise." Her voice faded, and she vanished without a trace. The alley fell silent, devoid of any sound. I stepped outside and covered Qin Lan's eyes with my hands. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes in confusion, witnessing the fog dissipate and a full moon hanging in the sky. "Yes." Instantly, Qin Lan's tense form relaxed, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls from a broken stream. I comfortingly patted her shoulder, only to find her leaning against me, sobbing uncontrollably. The fragrance of orchids and musk enveloped me, and the warmth of her presence stirred emotions within me. To navigate this situation, I gently pushed Qin Lang away and calmly said, "You must compose yourself. We have urgent matters at hand." Her face flushed with a faint hue. She shot me a lingering glance filled with sorrow before wiping her tears in silence. I re-entered the collapsed building. The reality was that Lu Wenli's body had been removed, and a perimeter was marked with police tape. in the northwest corner. A small section had collapsed, and I began to clear the debris. Qin Long assisted me in the excavation. After a few minutes, I unearthed a decaying sheep's head, startling Qin Long into a sharp gasp. "How did you know something like this was hidden in the rubble?" she asked. "From the moment I entered the alley, I sensed an unusual aura. Considering the directional orientation, the area associated with the wood element corresponds to the fire element, as wood fuels fire. Consequently, this vicinity is dry, and prolonged residence would lead to excessive liver heat and irritability. Moreover, it is rare for youths of 18 or 19 to engage in such extreme behavior, despite their rebelliousness." I pried open the sheep's mouth, extracting a bloody mass resembling kelp. The nature of sheep is inherently lewd, and the sheep placenta is a high in substance that can incite desire. Placing this item in the northwest corner has inadvertently catalyzed the feng shui here. Thus, Lu Wenli's death is partly attributable to the individual who placed the sheep's head. Qin Long hesitated before asking, "So, someone intended to harm Lu Wenli?" "Not quite. I explained that due to the disruption of your home's feng shui, Qin Yin's constitution is susceptible to attracting malevolent spirits, and Lu Wenli would first take residence within her. After causing Qin Yin's demise, Lu Wenli would then turn her malevolent intentions towards your entire family." No sooner had I spoken than the rusted rolling shutter outside crashed down with a thunderous roar, plunging the surroundings into an impenetrable darkness, with only a narrow window allowing a faint glimmer of light to seep through. From the collapsed rooftop, a blazing barrel of gasoline plummeted, enveloping the ground in a thick cloud of smoke, and ignited all almost instantaneously. Qin Long, choking, covered her nose and coughed violently, unable to even stand. The rusted shutter was locked tight, sealing the interior of a closed warehouse, while the sole staircase had completely collapsed, leaving a gap of approximately 4 meters to the upper floor. I lifted Qin Long and made my way to the base of the collapsed staircase, raising my gaze towards the opening of the extended passageway on the second floor. Chapter 4: Reversal of Yin and Yang. Qian sensed the 5 spirits' petrol was rapidly spreading beneath my feet, and Qin Lan's delicate figure slumped against me, unable to ascend. "You should escape alone," she urged. "Cough. Master, my family business is vast, and I have made many enemies in the commercial world. I sincerely apologize for inadvertently dragging you into this." From the aura emanating from her celestial palace, it was clear that Qin Long was a woman of few words, yet she acted decisively. Today, her heartfelt confession stemmed from trust in my character and the revelation of something that shattered her worldview. In her state of extreme panic and anxiety, I became her sole lifeline. I reassured her, "Do not worry, I will not abandon you." Qin Long seemed touched by my words, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. Yet she choked back her words. I had no time to admire her tearful, bashful visage as the flames grew fiercer. I grasped her right arm with one hand and executed a graceful shoulder throw, propelling her up the staircase's collapse to the second floor. Immediately afterward, I leaped, using my hands to brace myself at the entrance. In my haste, I miscalculated the force, and she landed on her right cheek. Rising from the ground, her right cheek was swollen, yet she bore no other injuries. I could not attend to her. I dashed to the second floor window and beheld a shadow fleeing swiftly at the alley's end. That figure seemed somewhat familiar. Qin Lan's delicate face was grave as she fixated on the fleeing figure. It was too late to jump down and pursue. The surroundings were barren, devoid of anything. In desperation, I crouched and seized one of Qin Lan's sharp high-heeled shoes. Ah! She exclaimed, startled and bewildered. With a flick of my wrist, the high heel soared out the window, striking the back of the fleeing man's head with precision. Regrettably, the trajectory of the shoe was difficult to control. It merely grazed his scalp before he vanished around the corner. The second-floor balcony had descending steps, and I quickly descended to the location where the shoe had landed. Dipping my fingertips into the blood on the heel, I then opened the rusted door, retrieved a decaying sheep's head from the flames, and inserted the blooded high heel into it. Yin is death, yang is life. One yin and one yang give birth to existence. The innate body is for use in the acquired realm. As the words fell, the blood on the high heel erupted in a crimson glow, then evaporated, leaving only desiccated stains. Qin Lang, limping as she approached, asked, "What are you doing?" The fleeing man is a geomancer. I am using the secret method of returning the dead to extract his blood and place it in the malevolent artifact he left behind. The artifact will eventually turn against its master. This individual lacks deep cultivation. Should he seek to survive, he will soon come to me willingly, confessing everything. After completing this, I removed the shoe and handed it back to Qin Lang. "Here, it's yours." Qin Lang recoiled, her face pale. "Quickly, throw that disgusting thing away." On the way back, Qin Lang walked barefoot, her swollen face dark with gloom, seemingly sulking. "Master, what should we do next?" I replied, "This calamity is aimed at your family. Blocking the dragon's mouth with the five-colored earth is merely the first move. The ghost of Lu Wenli is just the second move against you. As for other hidden dangers, further investigation is necessary. But the primary task is to allow Lu Wenli to rest in peace." On the sofa, the unconscious Qin Yin had sat up. However, her complexion was sallow, her expression dejected, as though she had just escaped from a refugee camp. Upon seeing me, Qin Duan rushed forward, anxious as fire. "Master, my daughter just had a nightmare, shouting and saying she wants to kill for the female ghost. It's not about killing, it's about resolving the karma." I gazed into Qin Yin's eyes for a moment. They were bloodshot, her pupils concealing deep-seated rage. This fury did not belong to her. Having absorbed too much of the female ghost's essence, Qin Yin, in her days, could resonate with the ghost's emotions. She had witnessed everything that transpired between Qin Lang and me with clarity. Curled up at the foot of the sofa, her eyes reddened, she hugged her shoulders, trembling. I asked, "Can you fulfill the promise made to Lu Wenli?" After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yin, with a hoarse and dry voice, asked tremulously, "If I do this, will she let me go?" "Yes." "All right, I will call Zhao Erlong and the others to go out." After blowing her nose and swallowing a large bowl of warm water, Qin Yin cleared her throat and dialed a phone number. When the call connected, Qin Yin feigned a flippant tone. "Erlong, gather your two brothers. Let's go out and have some fun." It was already past 1 in the morning when a groggy male voice came from the other end. "Shao Yin. What nonsense are you up to so late? There are no shops open on the street. Stop pretending. Didn't you plead with me last time to take you to that kind of place to have a good time?" Qin Yin laughed. "I found a great spot recently, and I guarantee you all will shed your virgin status after tonight. No need to trouble ourselves. Shao Yin, you can entertain us for a day. It's way better than looking for something outside." The phone was on speaker, and Qin Yin's expression turned disgusted, yet she forced a smile. "Tonight, the nightclub just happens to have 3 of my beautiful friends, and they have quite the appetite. Are you sure you don't want to come and satisfy them? Wow! Such a good thing. Where are you? I'll call those two idiots over right now. At the unfinished building across from the school, the place we often gather. Let's not miss each other. However, on the other end of the line, Zhao Erlong seemed hesitant. Are you coming or not? If not, we'll go play ourselves. I'll go. Wait a moment. After hanging up, Qing Yin slumped, looking pitifully at Qinlong. Sister, I was wrong. I promise I won't hang out with those unsavory people anymore. Qinlong sighed, saying nothing more. I glanced at the time and said, Qing Yin, it's about time. You must come with me. I won't go. Qing Yin shook her head like a rattling drum. I never want to see that ghost's face again. You must go. To sincerely repent and fulfill your promise to Lu Wenli is the only way for you to remain safe. Reluctantly, Qing Yin nodded in agreement. With the villa's feng shui disrupted, both Qing Dun and Qinlong were particularly susceptible to yin energy. Moreover, the investigation into the hidden dangers targeting the Qing family was not yet complete. To prevent further calamities, I instructed Qinlong to fetch a dressing mirror, a piece of gold jewelry, a brush, and sandpaper from the bedroom. Once the items were prepared, Qinlong asked, What do you need this for? To help me grind gold powder. Biting her lip, Qinlong could only lower her head and comply. After about a minute, she finally produced a small amount of powder. I dipped the brush into it and wrote the words, Zhen, Sun, Guizang, Qian, on the mirror. There are individuals knowledgeable in feng shui targeting your family. Moreover, this person, sensing my threat, will hasten their actions against you. The copper mirror can reverse fortunes. Place it directly opposite the main door to temporarily ward off the 5 ghosts. Before I arrive, do not open the door for anyone who knocks. This will ensure your safety. Qing Dun quickly took the mirror and placed it at the door, joyfully exclaiming, Thank you, Master. After completing everything, I took Qing Yin and headed toward the dilapidated building across from the school. On the way, Qing Yin nervously clutched my arm, her legs trembling like noodles. She was petite, yet surprisingly strong, leaving dark purple fingerprints on my arm. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, Qing Yin's body would soon be filled with yin energy, ultimately becoming a vessel for Lu Wenli's vengeful spirit. Was Lu Wenli's death truly my fault? In her hoarse voice, Qing Yin conveyed guilt and confusion. Her beautiful eyes filled with endless terror. I did not comfort her. Instead, I nodded and said, Yes. However, I had assumed that Erlong merely wished to confess his feelings to her, unaware that they would resort to such egregious actions. Qing Yin wept softly, and I gently patted her shoulder, offering words of comfort, reminding her that in the future, she ought to think more critically before acting, lest she brings harm to herself and others. Qing Yin shot me a glare but remained silent. In the stillness of the night, the street corner felt particularly dark and foreboding. Qing Yin clung tightly to my arm, casting anxious glances around, seemingly fearful of what might emerge from the shadowy recesses. With a few crisp crackles of electric discharge, the streetlight ahead abruptly illuminated, revealing 3 indistinct figures approaching us. The silhouettes were elusive, but I discerned that one of them wore a blue vest and walked with a noticeable limp, favoring his right leg. Xiao Yin, come here, a sinister voice called out, reminiscent of the flickering flames that danced nearby. Accompanied by an ominous cloud of smoke, the shadows surged toward us with alarming speed, their shoulders unnaturally still. heads drooping as though they were marionettes drifting through the air. Qing Yin, recognizing that Lu Erlong had a limp, opened her mouth to call out, "Lu Er." But I, my expression darkening, interrupted her, urging, "Don't speak. Run quickly." Chapter 5, Sudden Ambush and the Deceptive Human Skin. Why? Qing Yin exclaimed anxiously, "If we miss today, it will be exceedingly difficult to summon them again." I gestured towards the three figures under the streetlight, urging her to observe their shadows closely. At that moment, Lu Erlong and his companions were a mere 10 meters away from us. Clad in vibrant red and green garments, the smoke curling from their mouths flickered ominously. Their faces a pallid gray, and their expressions unnaturally stiff. It was then that Qing Yin discerned the truth. These three individuals were gliding through the air, their feet barely touching the ground, and conspicuously, they cast no shadows. Their flamboyant attire resembled traditional funeral garments, and what they held in their mouths was not cigarettes, but ritual incense. Qing Yin's face turned ashen, her eyes rolling back in terror as she collapsed backward. I hurriedly lifted her onto my back and sprinted away from the scene. The Qing family villa faced directly west, and at this hour, the western winds were heavy with malevolence, the earth pregnant with darkness. The spirits of Lu Erlong grew stronger the further west they ventured. I veered eastward, and as anticipated, I soon distanced myself from Lu Erlong and his cohorts. Though I harbored no fear of them, I lacked the ability to protect Lu Wenli in such desolate surroundings. Fleeing was my only option. At the eastern street corner, I spotted a black, unlicensed car overturned against the guardrail, engulfed in flames. The vehicle had evidently been traveling at excessive speed, with its hood crumpled and the three occupants inside reduced to a bloody mess, already lifeless. A three-pronged steel spike was embedded in the front tire, a clear indication of foul play. This was dire. Logically, Lu Erlong and his companions had met an untimely demise. And even if they bore grievances, they should not have transformed into malevolent spirits. The vivid red funeral garments, coupled with the burning incense, suggested that someone had summoned and empowered them. Lured out by Qing Yin's deception, Lu Erlong and his companions were now consumed by their obsessions, transformed into insatiable wraiths, vowing to seek out Qing Yin until their desires were satiated. Their premature demise had thwarted their agreement with Lu Wenli, and in her fury, she would undoubtedly pursue Qing Yin relentlessly. Should Qing Yin perish, the White Tiger's vengeful spirit would be unleashed, leaving no chance for salvation. The Qing family stood on the brink of ruin. Upon entering, I found Qin Long emerging from her bath, wrapped in a towel as she ascended the stairs. Surprised, she exclaimed, "Li Tianxi, were you not upstairs? How did you suddenly appear here?" My expression shifted immediately. "Who instructed you to open the living room door? Wasn't it you who told me to?" Qin Long replied, bewildered. "You have been deceived," I warned, casting a vigilant glance toward the upstairs, lowering my voice to inquire. "Did you feel anything amiss when I entered?" "Well," Qin Long pondered for a moment before awkwardly admitting, "from the moment you walked in, you were staring at my body, urging me to take a bath. Also, you insisted that Father moved the mirror covered in talismans from the living room to the basement before you would enter." "That was not me who came in," I stated gravely, laying Qing Yin on the sofa. "Lu Erlong and his companions were ambushed on the road. It must have been him who transformed into my likeness and deceived you." "What?" Qin Lan's face drained of color. "What should I do now?" "Do not fear. Lu Erlong is a spirit consumed by desire, he seeks only to vent his frustrations and does not harm the living. You. Something in my words seemed to infuriate Qinlong, as she appeared ungrateful for my reassurances. I continued, now that I am here, I shall ensure your safety. Please retrieve your recently changed intimate garments from the bathroom, and also cut off a lock of your hair. Instantly, her gaze shifted from gratitude to suspicion. What do you need my worn garments for? To wear, I replied succinctly. Before I could finish, she swiftly retrieved glutinous rice from the pocket of her bathrobe and hurled it at my head. I do not care what kind of demon you are. Leave my house, or I shall not be merciful. Qinlong attempted to appear fierce, yet her voice trembled. I recognized her misunderstanding but chose not to clarify. Instead, I bit my finger, tracing a swastika in the air. The swastika, a symbol shared by both Buddhism and Taoism, possesses the power to repel evil and avert disaster. Only those with a pure heart can inscribe it, hence I could protect Qinlong with this symbol, but not Qinyin. The swastika shimmered as it hovered in the air before landing on Qinlan's left arm. Having recently encountered a spirit, she should now feel a heavy fatigue. But with the swastika's protection, her weariness would dissipate. As anticipated, the moment the talisman touched her, her pallid complexion regained some color. Clearly, the earlier events had left her shaken, her nerves frayed. I explained, Lu Erlong has just perished, and his power is weak. He can only discern individuals by their aura. I wish to don your garments to mask my presence from them. Should they detect my aura prematurely and escape, it would lead to insurmountable troubles. Qinlong finally relaxed her guard, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. I apologize. I misunderstood. I will fetch the items for you right away. She hurried into the bathroom, returning with an embarrassed expression and placing a black bralette and camisole on the table. I frowned. Just a fitted shirt and trousers will suffice. What do you need these for? Her face flushed crimson. Why did you not clarify earlier? I clarified. I require intimate garments solely to preserve your aura, not for their scent. Thus, the stronger the scent, the less effective they are. Scent? Qinlong shot me a glare, saying nothing more. Instead, she retrieved a freshly changed white shirt and trousers from the laundry basket. Once I donned them, I knocked on the door to the second-floor bedroom. Come in. A voice indistinguishable from mine echoed from within. As I pushed the door open, Lu Erlong and his two companions lunged at me with gleaming eyes. I stood rigid, awaiting their advance. Upon contact, their bodies met me like hot oil splashing into cold water, enveloped in black smoke as they writhed in agony on the floor. I retrieved the red cloth strips previously soaked in rooster blood and bound their hands and feet. Once secured, I dared not touch them again. According to my grandfather, I possessed an energy within me that could restrain spirits and was impervious to the supernatural. Consequently, he taught me only the arts of exorcism and protection, while my knowledge of capturing spirits was scant. Had Lu Erlong and his friends not recklessly lunged at me, rendering them significantly weakened and unable to escape, I would have found it impossible to easily capture beings capable of ethereal transformation. I drew the curtains and secured the door tightly, ensuring that no sunlight penetrated, thus rendering them half-conscious. Once I located Lu Wenli, I envisioned delivering these 3 weakened souls to her, which would likely alleviate their grievances. Having completed these tasks, the dawn broke, and a collective sigh of relief filled the air. After a day and night of exertion, I stifled a yawn. With the gossiping mirror on guard, No vile entities could breach the threshold. You shall remain in the villa and refrain from venturing out until we devise a more comprehensive plan tonight. With that, I leaned back on the sofa, ready to steal a few moments of rest. Qing Dun remained uneasy, his voice trembling with concern. But Xiao Ying is still in deep slumber. Will this not affect her health? Fear not. Lu Wanli will come to seek her tonight, and I will intervene to resolve this enmity once and for all. With that, I closed my eyes entirely. After a day and night without sleep, my slumber was profoundly deep. I lost track of time, but amidst the haze of dreams, I heard the faint sound of a woman softly weeping nearby. Chapter 6. The Deceptive Disguise. As I abruptly opened my eyes, I found Qing Ying sitting beside me, weeping softly. Logically, given the substantial amount of essence she had lost, she should not have awakened tonight. Yet, her rosy complexion and fuller figure were truly bewildering. Upon noticing my wakefulness, Qing Ying nestled against me, exclaiming, "Tianxi, I always have nightmares. Could you stay with me for a while?" The affectionate name she used only added to my confusion. I replied, "Keep your distance, and I will accompany you." Qing Ying shot me a playful glare and retorted, "I have never been this close to any other boy. You are taking advantage of me and pretending to be virtuous." I could ascertain with complete certainty that something was amiss with Qing Ying. However, I refrained from voicing my concerns and followed her to the bedroom on the second floor as she wished. "I will sit cross-legged in the center of the room. You may rest," I assured her, attempting to be selfless. Qing Ying puffed her cheeks in indignation, declaring, "I called you here to sleep with me. The sofa is cold and hard. What is the point of that? If you don't join me in bed, I will cry." I hesitated momentarily, yet found myself lying beside her. She had no intention of sleeping, dressed in a sheer nightgown, propped up on the bed, and observing me with curious eyes. "What are you staring at? Are you a virgin?" she asked. "Yes," I replied. "Would you like me to help you with your first time?" she inquired. "No, I would not." I quickly shut my eyes and turned away in an attempt to sleep. Qing Ying, nestled under the covers, rustled about, and suddenly threw the blanket aside, launching herself onto me. "Dad, sister, help! Li Tianxi is trying to assault me." As she screamed, I swiftly stuffed the prepared glutinous rice into her mouth. I suspected that Qing Ying had been possessed by Lu Wanli. I had a method to expel her, but I feared Lu Wanli might resort to self-harm if she became aware. Thus, I needed to devise a plan to subdue Lu Wanli without harming Qing Ying. As Lu Wanli attacked me, it would undoubtedly be when she was at her most vulnerable. In that fleeting moment, with Qing Ying's mouth stuffed with glutinous rice, Qing Da-wan and Qing Long burst into the room. "What is going on?" Qing Da-wan's eyes widened in fury at the sight of Qing Ying entangled with me in such a compromising position. "Li Tianxi, you vile creature! Get off my daughter!" Qing Long wrapped Qing Ying in a bedsheet, her beautiful eyes warily fixed on me. At that moment, Qing Ying swallowed the glutinous rice I had forced into her mouth and turned to me with a cold smile. "Dad, I am going to report this bastard to the police." I ignored the three of them and stepped outside to check the Bagua mirror positioned at the door. The mirror was intact. How had Lu Wanli managed to possess Qing Ying? Then I noticed that the door to the room that had previously held the spirits of Lu Erlong and others was wide open. I rushed in to find only a faint trace of Lu Erlong and his companions, along with a more potent lingering malevolence. It dawned on me. Qing-yin must have been possessed by Lu Wenli while she was unconscious on the way here. After I dealt with Lu Erlong and the others, Lu Wenli had taken the opportunity to devour their souls. Consequently, her power had significantly increased, and now that she occupied Qing-yin's body, she was unafraid of ordinary exorcistic items. Qing-yin's essence had not dissipated. They must be a dual existence, cohabiting with Lu Wenli. This was why I had been deceived. Yet, I had lost the trust of the Qing family. I did not know how I could stay any longer. Before long, the 3 members of the Qing family descended the stairs amidst a cacophony of arguments. Sister, I was almost victimized. Why are you still siding with that scoundrel? Qing De-wen said hesitantly, I think, perhaps there is some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding could there be? He is nothing but a charlatan, a con artist. Our family is free from any malevolent entities. It is all just his trickery. At that moment, Lu Wenli had completely taken over Qing-yin's body, radiating her own wicked aura. She looked at me with a triumphant glint in her eyes. I questioned, You have avenged your grievances. Why do you still cling to Qing-yin's body? I cannot comprehend what you, a charlatan, are babbling about. Qing-yin, hiding behind Qing De-wen, pointed an accusatory finger at me. Dad, even if you do not call the police, you must make this guy leave, otherwise, who knows what else he might do to harm me? Very well, I shall have him removed, Qing De-wen said, affectionately ruffling Qing-yin's hair before turning his face cold. Xiaolong, show him the door. I managed to protest. Qing-yin is possessed by an evil spirit. She merely needs to drink some virgin urine to get out. Qing De-wen glared at me. I should have known you were a charlatan using my daughter to satisfy your perverse desires. If you do not leave immediately, I will call the police. With a resigned sigh, I turned to leave. Qin Long hesitated for a moment but ultimately caught up to me, saying, Wait, I will see you out. At the entrance of the villa, Qin Long glanced back into the house, and when she saw no one was following, she slipped me a small note along with a stack of money. Take this money for a taxi and stay at the hotel listed on the address. I will come find you tomorrow. I asked, Do you trust me? I trust your character. You would never engage in anything despicable. Qin Long revealed the swastika charm on her wrist, softly stating, With this protecting me, I feel much more at ease. It was already past 9 o'clock at night, and no taxis were available around the villa. After walking for some time, a white car finally pulled up beside me. Where to, young man? Inside the car sat a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, wearing sunglasses. His sparse stubble hinted at a night of drinking. I was hesitant to ride with him but feared losing contact with Qin Long, so I reluctantly climbed in. Driver, please take me to this address. Flat rate of 800. Do you want to go? I counted the money. Qin Long had given me exactly 800, and I handed it all to the driver. With a press of the accelerator, the scenery whizzed by, and I felt the cool night breeze for the first time, realizing I was truly alive. In the past, I had lived in a narrow, confined stone cave, day after day, devoid of joy or sorrow, only endlessly exploring the natural order of the universe. 18 years felt as long as a millennium. Young man, we have arrived. The car screeched to a halt, and my head nearly collided with the windshield. Thank you, driver. Dazed, I stepped out of the car and found myself before a dilapidated dormitory building, illuminated by a crimson light sign indicating lodging. This was presumably where Qin Long had arranged for me to stay. As I stepped onto the thin mist, about to enter the old dormitory, I suddenly caught sight of a figure lurking in the shadowy corner. Though she bore Qing Yin's likeness, I could see through her facade to the spirit of Lu Wenli concealed within. Lu Wenli was only 18. Yet her youthful visage was marred by an inappropriate malice and bitterness. Li Tianxia, I warn you, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Someone intends to eradicate the Qing family. Your involvement will only lead to your own demise. I refuse to die, I retorted. Why should someone as hardworking and exceptional as I am suffer from a poor background, while someone like Qing Yin, who is utterly uneducated, is born with a golden key? From now on, I will become Qing Yin. Once the Qing family is gone, all their wealth will belong to me. Lu Wenli glared at me with a fierce intensity, a stark contrast to the innocent and endearing girl I had encountered in my dreams. In conclusion, I warn you once more, meddle in the affairs of the Qing family, and you shall accompany them to the grave. With that, Lu Wenli turned and departed. At this moment, Lu Wenli, her resentment dissipated, had regained her composure. Her bitterness was etched into her very bones, only now beginning to surface as she acquired power. As I indirectly aided Lu Wenli in eliminating Lu Erlong and his cohorts, I increasingly questioned the righteousness of my actions. The distinction between good and evil, once clearly defined, now eluded me. A strange wind swept through, stirring up the dust and debris, while the crimson sign of the old residential building became ever more striking. Chapter 7: The Oil Lamp of the Corpse, a sinister demand for life. The situation surrounding Lu Wenli has become increasingly precarious. Fortunately, her intention is merely to borrow a body for rebirth, rather than to extinguish Lu Yin's life. There remains a glimmer of hope for resolution, thus, I must exercise patience and await my meeting with Lu Long to deliberate further. Upon arriving at the building with the accommodation sign, I tapped on the glass door of the stairwell, announcing, "Hello, I wish to check in. The 7th floor, room 704. Inside the glass door, a pink light flickered on, accompanied by a hoarse voice so aged that I could not discern its gender. "Thank you." Not far from the door, a white taxi lingered, seemingly waiting for something. Sensing an oddity, I chose to disregard it and ascended directly to room 704 on the 7th floor. According to Feng Shui, the numbers 7 and 4 are associated with the yin, often attracting malevolent spirits. Consequently, many residences deliberately avoid these numbers, skipping directly from the 6th to the 8th floor. The corridor was lined with decaying wooden boards. Wood nurtures earth, and earth breeds the sinister. Rodents and cockroaches thrived, marking the birthplace of all things foul. I pushed open the ajar wooden door, revealing an orange oil lamp adorned with a greenish shade, the air permeated with a faint, sweet metallic scent. The bed was reasonably tidy, so I closed the door and sat cross-legged at its center. I could only hope that the malevolent entities here would not disturb me. In the dead of night, the room grew increasingly frigid, and my feet tingled with cold. I burrowed beneath the covers, preparing to sleep when a series of urgent knocks interrupted my drowsiness. I blinked awake. Who is it? Delivery of rice. Once again, the indistinguishable deep, hoarse voice resonated from outside. I opened the door to find the corridor empty, save for a bowl of steaming rice placed at my doorstep, with a pair of chopsticks standing upright within it. Conveniently, I had not dined that evening, so I brought the bowl inside and savored the meal slowly. As the clock struck 4, the urgent knocks returned. I inquired, "Is it the delivery of meat?" The person outside seemed momentarily taken aback, and after a few breaths, I heard footsteps retreating into the distance. I opened the door again to discover a serving of boiled pork belly, still adorned with a pair of chopsticks. This time, I did not hesitate to bring it inside and began to eat. After satisfying my hunger, I set the bowl aside and resumed my cross-legged meditation on the bed. As dawn approached, I instinctively opened my eyes, only to hear the creaking door swing open. At the end of the corridor, footsteps approached, their eerie sound causing my scalp to prickle. Suddenly, the chandelier plummeted from above, and I was horrified to see a human finger floating in the burning oil. This was indeed the oil of the deceased. Even with prior mental preparation, having just eaten, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Nevertheless, I remained motionless, awaiting the arrival of the figure at my door. The footsteps halted before the entrance, abruptly ceasing. A chilling, disjointed laughter echoed, casting a slanted shadow into the room under the glow of the emergency lights. Dark red blood seeped through the door crack, and a pale, wrinkled hand clawed at the gap, extending inward. With a sigh, I queried, having delivered rice and meat, "Is it now time for my life?" The eerie laughter continued, infused with an unmistakable malignancy. Suddenly, that gnarled, severed arm began to scrape against the floor, reaching swiftly toward me. I remained still, and the moment the hand grasped my thigh, it was as if boiling oil met cold water, sizzling and emitting a viscous, tar-like liquid. I had anticipated this. The location of this hotel was saturated with yin energy, a site that nourishes malevolent spirits. The souls trapped here, like water ghosts, seek a substitute to usher them into the next realm. In ancient times, executioners would provide prisoners with a final meal of white rice and pork to prevent vengeful spirits from clinging to them and to ensure a smooth passage to the afterlife. Outside, a series of agonizing groans and whispers filled the air, sending chills down my spine. I declared, "Having consumed your offerings, I shall not harm you tonight. I am merely a guest. Should you be obstinate, do not blame my lack of mercy." The footsteps gradually receded, and the surrounding malevolence began to dissipate. I continued my meditation with eyes closed, awaiting Qinlong while simultaneously anticipating the arrival of that entity. As dawn broke, footsteps of varying weights echoed outside, and the ajar door was pushed open. A blood-soaked figure in a mask collapsed onto the floor. I attempted to assist, but in a hoarse, frantic voice. The masked individual exclaimed, "Do not touch me." After uttering this, the figure struggled to rise. They were diminutive, their face obscured by a black veil, making it impossible for me to discern their gender. I asked, "The wicked sorcery of the goat, was it you who orchestrated it?" "Yes." "Was it also you who sought to harm me by throwing a gasoline container?" "Yes." I pressed further, "You have repeatedly attempted to end my life. Yet now you boldly seek me out. Do you not fear that I shall kill you?" Despite being gravely injured and facing the specter of death, the figure remained calm, responding instead, "Do you not wish to know how Lu Wenli stumbled upon that abandoned building, and how I had foreseen it, laying my trap in advance? Furthermore, who truly seeks to annihilate the Qin family? If we can unravel these two mysteries, the plight of the Qin family shall be resolved. Come closer, and I shall gradually reveal the truth to you." The figure beckoned me with a hand, and as I leaned in, their limbs suddenly contorted in a grotesque manner, ensnaring my arms and legs like iron clamps. A chain erupted from their mouth, tightening around my throat. My body was rendered immobile, the iron chain constricting ever more tightly. I struggled feebly, but found myself utterly powerless. How peculiar! This individual had entered exuding a morbid, lifeless aura, akin to a near-expired elder. How could a dying person possess such strength? Regrettably, I had little time left to ponder this. My vision darkened as I began to suffocate from lack of oxygen. In my waning moments, I faintly glimpsed the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit who had driven me here. He approached, cigarette in mouth, and with a gentle tug, wrenched the masked figure's head from its body. With a sickening crunch, the head fell, and the limbs slumped lifelessly. At last, I was freed. Collapsing to the ground as I clutched my neck, gasping for breath. My grandfather's warnings had proven true. The world beyond was fraught with peril. And even with my profound understanding of feng shui and destiny, carelessness could lead to dire consequences. After decapitating the figure, the Zhongshan-suited man swiftly tore away the black cloth, revealing that beneath it lay not a living being, but rather a grotesque assemblage of body parts bound together with chains and wood. Chapter 8: The Puppet Corpse. The Walking Dead. The corpse appeared to be that of an adult male, yet its limbs were replaced with wooden substitutes, and its head and extremities were secured to the wood with iron chains, resembling a marionette. Initially, I presumed this individual had succumbed to severe injuries, as he was profusely bleeding from severed limbs. Judging by the amount of blood, he had not been dead long and was transformed into a puppet through dark sorcery. The dying man still retained the essence of life, allowing him to evade my discerning gaze. My constitution typically repels spirits, yet against a soulless corpse, I was utterly powerless. This suggests that the orchestrator behind this was acutely aware of my capabilities and meticulously plotted my demise. Who could it be? Upon my first descent from the mountain, I had only encountered the Qing family. The only adversary I could think of was Lu Wenli. As an ordinary high school student, even if Lu Wenli were to rise as a vengeful ghost, she would not possess the knowledge of such arcane practices. Stop looking, the gentleman in the Zhongshan suit said as he retrieved a judge's pen, the thickness of a small arm, from his chest pocket and tapped it on the corpse's forehead. Suddenly, a frail man's phantom emerged from the head. Humans are said to possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, for those who have just passed. Their souls have yet to depart entirely, with 1 soul and 1 spirit lingering in the forehead. My grandfather once mentioned that only the judges of the underworld wield such pens. Could this man in the Zhongshan suit be one of them? Observing his aura, he bore no resemblance to a common person, lacking any trace of an otherworldly presence. I had prided myself on my extensive knowledge of the I Ching and my mastery of feng shui, yet today I felt profoundly inadequate. As the spirit drifted forth, the man in the Zhongshan suit solemnly inquired, "Who killed you?" The spirit weakly responded with a pained gesture toward its throat. And I then noticed that its tongue had been severed and its throat stuffed with a dark substance. The mastermind behind this was indeed meticulous. First rendering the puppet mute before striking at us, the man in the Zhongshan suit stepped closer, pointing a finger at the spirit's forehead while wielding the judge's pen. Sketching in the air, the pen conjured an image of a woman's head, and I instantly recognized her as Qing Yin without a doubt. Strangely, instead of drawing a body, the pen depicted a large, corpulent, greenish-blue worm. I instinctively blurted out, "What does this mean?" Regrettably, the spirit merely glanced at me before dissipating into countless glimmers of light. The man in the Zhongshan suit remarked that he had just communicated with me through thought, exhausting the remnants of the spirit's power. The only certainty now was that this worm-like woman was the murderer. I asked, "Who are you?" "I am your savior," he replied, his tone slightly displeased. Realizing my faux pas, I quickly clasped my hands in gratitude, thanking him for his life-saving intervention. "I am not a judge. I merely found this pen." "Who is your master?" "Li Banxiang is my grandfather." Suddenly, the man in the Zhongshan suit regarded me with an expression filled with an unsettling mix of greed and desire. Akin to a parched soul spotting water in the desert, or a starving ghost encountering a stunning beauty. I instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. He seized my wrist with astonishing speed, and I felt an unusual energy enveloping my body, as if attempting to peer through me. Before the energy had a chance to penetrate, my body acted like an abyss, swiftly consuming it. The man in the Longshan suit recoiled in shock, his face turning pale as he stammered, pointing at me in terror, "What are you?" I surmised that while he was not a judge, he was at least an official from the underworld. Due to my unique constitution, any attempt to wield spectral energy against me would be entirely futile. I reiterated, "I am not an entity. I am a feng shui master." Seeing that I bore no hostility, the man in the Zhongshan suit scrutinized me for a moment before finally uttering, "Releasing you down the mountain, I truly wonder what that old fellow is scheming." "Do you know my grandfather?" He shook his head vigorously, "No." Noting my increasingly wary demeanor, he quickly introduced himself. "My name is Liu Hemming, the head of this jurisdiction. In simpler terms, I am an inn officer." I was puzzled. Do inn officers also work as taxi drivers? Liu Hemming scratched his head and chuckled. "Recently, the underworld has been tightening its grip, and I am driven by necessity. Last night, I was driving my taxi nearby when a girl offered me 1,000 yuan to bring you to this desolate inn." I asked urgently, "What girl?" "The one whose likeness I just sketched, though her lower half was human." Fuming, I glared at him, yet I was powerless against the inn officer before me. Though he had deceived me, he had also saved my life. Liu Hemming waved his hand and said, "While it's still dark, let me take you to the real location." "Thank you." Once we descended to the first floor, the crimson accommodation sign was still illuminated, and under the greenish glow, I could discern the shadow of a corpulent figure. "Wait a moment, I have some official business to attend to." With that, Liu Hemming grabbed a rusty iron rod piled in the corner and retrieved an aged talisman from his inner pocket, affixing it to the rod's end. Prepared, he kicked the glass door, shattering it, revealing a decrepit old woman seated at a rickety desk inside. In the sweltering summer heat, over 40 degrees Celsius, the old woman donned a gray cotton coat, her wrinkled face marred with corpse-like splotches, oozing a foul-smelling substance from her chin. The stench filled my nostrils, prompting me to retreat outside. With a fierce glint in her murky eyes, the old woman suddenly lunged at Liu Hemming with a savage snarl. Without hesitation, he swung the rod at her head. The disparity in their strength was glaring. After a few piercing screams, the old woman lay motionless in a pool of her own putrid green blood. Liu Hemming produced another talisman, affixing it to her forehead. The old woman's form shrank continuously until she transformed into a silhouette on the talisman, which Liu Hemming secured in his embrace. Elated at capturing a ghost, Liu Hemming beamed. Yet I noticed a faint black aura swirling around his forehead and his left earlobe reddening, prompting me to warn, "Your fate is troubled. You may face unforeseen calamities. So be cautious." "Less chatter, get in the car," Liu Hemming replied nonchalantly. your feng shui tricks won't work on us in officers. As we drove, I sat in the passenger seat, observing Liu Hemming closely. Logically, in officers are typically spirits, yet he exhibited no signs of death. If he were a living being, he possessed not a single soul or spirit, resembling a mere walking corpse. Liu Hemming's identity must possess some significance. He remained tight-lipped, and I had no desire to pry further, for my grandfather had warned me that the more one knows, the more susceptible one becomes to karmic entanglements, inviting disaster upon oneself. As the vehicle approached an intersection, a traffic officer signaled for Liu Hemming to stop. Presenting a ticket, Liu Hemming adjusted his glasses and nonchalantly remarked, "I have money. I'm not concerned about a few hundred." The officer frowned and reached for Liu Hemming's glasses, removing them. Upon seeing his face, I was momentarily taken aback, and the officer fell back, terrified. Beneath the sunglasses, his eye sockets were hollow and sunken, devoid of eyeballs. Are you human or blind?" Liu Hemming replaced his sunglasses, stating matter-of-factly, "What? Do you discriminate against blind people driving taxis? Immediately turn off the engine and cooperate with the investigation." While the officer managed the traffic, he also called for a tow truck to remove Liu Hemming's car, which bore a forged license plate, and imposed a 7-day detention along with a fine of 2,000 yuan. After signing the citation, Liu Hemming gave me a thumbs up. Truly worthy of being that old fellow's disciple, the divination was remarkably accurate. Please accompany me to the police station for an investigation. The traffic officers behind us are urging us on, and Liu Hemming gestured for them to wait, saying he needed to exchange a few words with me. Proceed straight down this road for 300 meters, then turn left until you see the illuminated sign of Green Tree Inn. You will find it there. Furthermore, the young girl harbors a malevolent spirit within her. By placing this talisman on her forehead, you will be able to absorb the malevolence. Once the task is accomplished, bring the talisman back to our usual meeting place to find me. Chapter 9. The inn spirit delivers the talisman. Water spirit locks the soul. Liu Hemming appeared to have more to say, yet he was restrained by 2 individuals and ushered into a patrol car, whisked away. As I gazed in the direction of his departure, I fell into a reverie. The girl possessed by malevolent energy, as mentioned by Liu Hemming, must certainly be Lu Wenli. At this critical juncture, possessing a talisman capable of subduing spirits undoubtedly alleviated my immediate concerns. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that the circumstances were too coincidental. According to Liu Hemming, he had accepted payment from Lu Wenli, leading me into the bizarre hotel. If he had previously encountered Qing Yin, why did he not personally confront the ghost, opting instead to delegate the task to me? Lu Wenli was merely a recently deceased spirit, not particularly formidable, and her trouble stemmed from inhabiting Qing Yin's body. If Liu Hemming did not fear Lu Wenli's strength, then what exactly was he afraid of? "Hello. I would like to check in. Please present your identification." Identification. I attempted to hand the note that Qin Long had given me to the front desk, but the clerk merely regarded me with confusion and reiterated, "Please provide your identification." I stood awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. At the elevator, a tall woman in a uniform skirt and high heels approached me with delicate steps, politely saying, "Mr. Li, please follow me." Nodding numbly, I followed her into the elevator. Ascending to the VIP suite on the 18th floor. On the genuine leather sofa, Qin Long lay draped in a blanket, her delicate face marked by exhaustion as she slumbered. Upon hearing the door open, she rubbed her sleepy eyes, quickly straightened her posture, and managed a faint smile, saying, "Mr. Chen, please take a seat." I inquired, "Did Qin Ying exhibit any unusual behavior last night?" Qin Long tightly clasped her slender hands, her slight frame trembling as she feigned calmness, responding, "After you left." Qin Ying began to eat voraciously. Initially, my father believed she was recovering from a serious illness and that her appetite was a good sign. So he instructed the servants to prepare food. I roughly estimated that she consumed about 10 kilograms of food, yet her abdomen showed no sign of distension. Even after finishing, she was still unsatisfied, demanding that we prepare more live livestock for her to replenish her strength. As she spoke, her tone became choked with emotion, her voice taking on an unnatural cadence, her eyes and gestures betraying an unsettling abnormality. I was certain that the being inhabiting that body was anything but my sister. I remarked, when a malevolent spirit occupies a human body, it requires flesh and blood to sustain its spiritual energy. Once it has gained sufficient power, it can usurp the host, expelling the true Qin Yin's soul. Tears streamed down the corners of Qin Lan's eyes as she pleaded, "Master, please save my sister. Take me to her now. There may still be time." Qin Lang quickly arranged for transportation, but upon our arrival at the villa area, we found the house eerily deserted. "Dad! Qin Ying!" After calling out several times with no response, panic began to set in for Qin Lang as she fumbled for her phone. I observed her expression intently for a moment, stating, "You won't be able to reach him." Sure enough, when Qin Lang heard the automated message indicating that the number was out of service, her face turned as pale as a slice of bread. She pressed her forehead, breathing rapidly, her complexion a ghastly white while her lips took on an unnatural crimson hue. She swayed unsteadily, almost fainting, displaying classic symptoms of exhaustion and frailty. "Immediately take me to a place near water. Your father may be there and in danger." As I supported Qin Lan's shoulders, my fingertips discreetly pressed against her jade pill point, providing temporary relief from her anxiety and fear. I had noticed earlier that Qin Lan's left eye was bloodshot, while her right eye showed no signs of distress, and her entire being was enveloped in a watery aura of death. Among human features, the eyes belong to water. The left is the superior eye, and the presence of death energy surrounding her portended that a blood relative of Qin Lang would encounter misfortune in the water. With her mother long deceased, the only possible victim would be her father. To keep her calm, I refrained from disclosing this information. "There is a large natural lake behind the villa. I will take you there." Qin Lang discarded her high heels and grasped my arm, rushing toward the back door of the villa. After a light rain the previous night, the mountain paths were muddy and slick, and Qin Lan's pant legs were caked with filth. Her heels bloodied, yet she continued to run relentlessly. After approximately 4 miles, she leaned against her knees, gasping for breath before the lake. To the south lay rolling hills, while the north was dotted with garden villas, a picturesque scene that should have been serene. Yet the vast lake was shrouded in a dense, noxious mist, and as we approached the shore, a chill crept up from the ground beneath our feet. I could confidently assert that something foul lurked beneath the water. Qin Lang scanned the surroundings, her voice anxious and breathless. "Master, did we come to the wrong place?" She looked at me, bewildered. "Who are you speaking to?" Suddenly, she seemed to notice something, pointing towards a dark spot in the center of the water, exclaiming, "That looks like a person." I quickly covered Qin Lan's eyes, speaking sternly, "Close your eyes and do not speak." Startled, Qin Lang momentarily froze, instinctively obeying my command. Waiting with her eyes shut, the shadow barely appeared for a few seconds before sinking back beneath the water. Soon after, a tremendous splash erupted at the water's edge, and Qing Dui's body suddenly surfaced. Quick, lend a hand. The water's surface was more than a meter above the smooth river bank, and Qing Dui was notably corpulent. His belly swollen with water, making him exceedingly heavy. Qin Long was too weak to assist. I struggled, my veins bulging, finally managing to drag him ashore. Judging by the stiffness of the corpse, he had drowned at least half an hour prior. Qin Long checked for breath, then panic-stricken, pressed her hand against his carotid artery, and suddenly collapsed onto the body, weeping uncontrollably. I immediately bit into my fingertip, using my blood to inscribe incantations upon the water's surface. There is no mutual birth, nor is incompletion. The separation of self and matter, united in pure essence. The heavens and earth are boundless, all things are one. Falling flowers and drifting leaves. Humility in the void. 1,000 worries, finally laid to rest. This was not a spell to subdue demons but rather a simple calming chant. Its efficacy against malevolent forces minimal, while the true power to harm the spirit lay within my blood mingling with the water. Qing Dui's soul had been taken by a water ghost, and the entity's essence had merged with this lake. I harbored a vague concern that my blood, now diluted, might no longer be potent enough to harm the water ghost. Suddenly, the spot where I had dripped my blood began to boil. A creature with iron blue skin and long black fur, resembling a monkey, leapt from the water. Qin Long was startled, quickly hiding behind me. The water monkey rolled on the ground, its fur emitting black smoke, writhing in agony, and before long, it was engulfed in shimmering green flames, vanishing completely. In the spot where the water monkey had disappeared lay a small, green gourd. I unscrewed the gourd's cap and saw a translucent spirit ascend, diving into Qing Dui's body. Cough, cough. Dad, you scared me to death. Qin Long gently patted Qing Dui's back, tears rolling down her cheeks. She bit her lip to stifle her sobs, her composure hanging by a thread. Regardless of how powerful a corporate president might be, facing such profound life and death in a short span would be immensely challenging. Awakening. Qing Dui leaned against a tree by the lake, weakly asking, "What happened to me? Was that strange monkey a water ghost?" Qin Long exclaimed in astonishment. To be precise, it was an in-spirit born from the depths of a water cave, resembling 3 parts human and 7 parts monkey, standing about a meter tall, yet possessing immense strength. Feeding on fish, shrimp, or the flesh of those who had drowned. Anyone who locks eyes with the water ghost shall find themselves entranced, inevitably drawn into the depths. Thus, I urged you to keep your eyes tightly shut. Qin Long, trembling with fear, choked back a sob and said, "Master, you have saved the lives of my entire family. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Even if you demand the entirety of the Qing family's financial assets, I would not flinch." "It is not yet the time for such discussions," I replied, waving my hand dismissively. I then turned to Qing Dui, my voice steady as I inquired, "How did you come to the lakeside?" Chapter 10. A change in the wind, guiding towards goodness. Qing Dui, still shaken, stammered, "Early this morning, Xiaoyin suddenly wanted to take a stroll by the lake. When I reached the lakeside, I vaguely saw a dark figure at the center of the lake. And then I lost consciousness. The overcast sky began to drizzle, the early summer air chillingly unusual. The villa was shrouded in darkness. Qin Long had flicked the lights on multiple occasions to no avail and was preparing to check the circuit breaker. I advised, do not waste your efforts. When malevolent spirits are present, they generate a formidable magnetic field that disrupts the electrical system. Qin Long, puzzled, inquired, do you understand electricity and magnetic fields? I replied, I have perused various texts related to the supernatural. I took down the fire axe from the wall and swiftly chopped the peachwood bookshelf into pieces, igniting it with a candle. The firelight warmed the living room, while a trembling Qin Dun moved a chair closer to the flames, exhaling a sigh of relief. I feel much better now. The peachwood could dispel the inner energy. They could sit closer, but should refrain from moving about. Having lingered too long with Lu Wenli's spirit, the father and daughter had accumulated excessive energy, which was now being expelled by the peachwood fire. As the flames flickered brightly, their complexion improved significantly. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive, nearly stagnant, as Qin Dun anxiously asked, Master, how confident are you in saving my daughter? I replied, I do not know. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, I closed my eyes, holding a talisman, patiently awaiting Qin Yin's arrival. After a quarter of an hour, light footsteps approached, and the heavy wooden door was pushed open by a delicate, pale hand. Qin Yin stood before us, smiling amidst the fearful gazes of everyone. At the moment she appeared, a howling wind rushed into the room, causing the ornate chandelier to sway and shatter into countless sparkling fragments, while the tables and chairs were thrown into disarray. Only the area enveloped by the peachwood fire remained undisturbed, the flames not flickering an inch. Qin Long, frightened, trembled in Qin Dun's embrace, casting anxious glances at Qin Yin. I just want to survive in this house. You all forced me. Qin Yin's once smooth visage twisted grotesquely, her flesh tearing apart. Her body became contorted and disfigured, resembling the tragic state Lu Wenli was in at her death. The horrifying scene elicited a scream from Qin Long, while Qin Dun shut his eyes, pulling his daughter's head into his embrace, and they huddled together, shaking. Thankfully, the protection of the peachwood fire shielded them. Otherwise, the terrified father and daughter would have fallen victim to malevolent forces. I was killed by that wretched woman. I deserve to enjoy everything she possessed. No one can stop me. Lu Wenli shrieked as she lunged towards me, yet her malevolent energy felt like a mere breeze to me. The more fear one harbors towards a spirit, the stronger it becomes. Regardless of Lu Wenli's horrifying appearance, she was merely a tattered shell. As she approached, I retrieved a pre-prepared piece of peachwood and stuffed it into her mouth, firmly gripping her arm. This prevented Lu Wenli from harming Qin Yin's body through self-destruction. However, the malevolent spirit, fueled by her energy, was not entirely subdued. I could only control her for a brief moment. Even in restraint, Lu Wenli remained defiant, a sinister grin stretching across her face as she raved, If you have the power, kill me and that wretched woman together. I produced a talisman given to me by Lu Haiping and asked, Do you recognize this? Although Lu Wenli had never seen a soul-collecting talisman, the aura emanating from it instilled a sense of dread in her, causing her wild expression to gradually solidify into one of terror. This talisman specifically targets malevolent spirits. A ghost messenger entrusts me to use it to capture you. Should you fall into their hands, you will endure torment in hell for a century before you qualify for reincarnation. Noticing the ferocity fade from Lu Wenli's eyes, I removed the peachwood from her mouth. I suspect your death was the result of a conspiracy. Do you have any insights on this matter? I was killed by that wretched Qin Yin. Spare her your excuses. I sighed and shook my head. Lu Wenli's heart was too consumed by resentment, blinding her from the truth. On the surface, Lu Wenli was Qin Yin's friend. Yet jealousy had festered within her. Rather than uncovering the truth, she was more concerned with exacting revenge on Qin Yin. Suddenly, Lu Wenli's eyes glinted with malice, and she seized the opportunity to bite my arm. As her teeth met my skin, a thick black smoke erupted from the point of contact, causing Lu Wenli to release her charred mouth and moan in agony. Lu Wenli's mind was already corroded by malice. Extracting useful information from her was impossible. Reluctantly, I took out the talisman and pressed it against her forehead. Accompanied by Lu Wenli's piercing scream, a black light surged into the talisman, transforming into a blurred silhouette before fading into silence. When I removed the talisman, Qin Yin's appearance returned to normal, and she slumped limply into my embrace. Qin Long anxiously inquired, "Master, my sister." I supported the half-conscious Qin Yin and placed her in Qin Lan's arms, reassuring them that Lu Wenli's spirit had been subdued, allowing them to feel some sense of relief, though her body had been controlled by Lu Wenli. Qin Yin's consciousness remained intact, thus she was fully aware of everything that transpired. Qin Yin cautiously moved her arms and legs, and upon realizing she regained control of her body, she pouted and began to cry. "Sister, these days scared me to death." After the fright, Qin Long also embraced Qin Yin, unable to contain her tears. Qin Dun, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt before me, exclaiming, "Master Li, your immense kindness is beyond repayment. You have saved my entire family. Whatever compensation you desire, I shall not hesitate." I sighed, "There is no rush for compensation. Let us first ensure your survival. Lu Wenli has been dealt with, but I suspect those lurking in the shadows, plotting against you, are far more terrifying." I spoke solemnly. The events surrounding Lu Wenli were not mere coincidences. A more powerful force is intricately orchestrating them. Furthermore, the feng shui of this villa harbors significant dangers that require prolonged attention. Before I could finish, Qin Yin timidly interjected, "Master, I believe the situation may not be as dire. As for any future threats from malevolent spirits, there is no need for concern. As long as our family remains united and engages in virtuous deeds, even the most persistent flies cannot land on an impenetrable shell." I pondered Qin Yin's words and suddenly found them profoundly insightful. A saying goes, "Evil spirits fear the righteous. With ferocity, one can suppress malevolence. Ghosts fear the virtuous, who possess integrity and righteous spirit. Ghosts fear fame, blessed by the purple star and protected by the divine." Having endured the ordeal with Lu Wenli, Qin Yin's mind had matured, no longer the willful and headstrong girl she once was. With her gaze lowered and her tone melancholic, she confessed, "I bear some responsibility for Lu Wenli's death. I will observe 100 days of fasting and recite the rebirth mantra for her daily." I nodded in approval. All evil is extinguished by the arising of goodness within. Since you possess such awareness, perhaps the calamity can be resolved. In that moment, I seemed to grasp my grandfather's intentions. Just as I rescued Qin Yin, it was not solely my intervention that would save her, but also the benevolence within her heart. A change in the wind, guiding towards goodness, accumulating merit to evade calamities, was indeed my grandfather's true purpose for sending me down the mountain. As I prepared to depart, Qin Long presented me with a bank card worth $1 million, a mobile phone containing her contact number, and utilized the Qin family's resources to arrange a temporary residency identification. The rain intensified, and I held an umbrella, standing at the villa's entrance, bidding farewell to the Qin family. As I was about to enter a taxi, Qin abruptly discarded her umbrella and hurried towards me. The moment her damp lips brushed against my earlobe, I experienced a sensation unlike any I had felt over the years. With a sense of pride, I recounted to my grandfather the events that transpired at the Qin residence after leaving the cave. However, to my surprise, he erupted in an unprecedented fury. He commanded me to kneel on the ground, sternly questioning, all those years of studying feng shui and destiny, have they gone to waste? Promoting virtue, accumulating merit. How dare you, a mere fledgling, utter such phrases? Deceived to the brink of death, and yet you remain unrepentant. This slap should serve as a wake-up call. Chapter 11. The Fate Palace faces calamity. A certain death trap. A sharp slap from my grandfather's rough hand struck my left cheek, jolting me awake with a searing pain. Was it a dream? I leaned closer to the phone screen, noticing that my left cheek had swollen from the earlobe, radiating a fiery ache and accompanied by a slight ringing in my ear. Could it be that my grandfather was using the dream realm to impart a lesson? Despite my thorough reading of the I Ching and its hexagrams, I had never encountered the notion of being taught through dreams, leaving me in a state of perplexity. The taxi halted on a desolate roadside, with dilapidated tenement buildings from the 1970s scattered ahead. This was the very location of my first encounter with Liu Hemming. The last time he was apprehended, we had agreed to meet again the following day in room 704 to return the talisman that contained Lu Wenli's soul. Supporting my woozy forehead, I ascended the steps with meticulous care and pushed open the weathered wooden door, settling down cross-legged to rest. For the first time in 17 years, I felt an unsettling lightness in my head, my body seemingly out of my control. My grandfather's slap could not have been so severe. I must be unwell. Liu Hemming had been detained for 2 months. I wondered if he would ever be released. During my time in the cave, I had perused the history of human technological advancement and gained some understanding of search engines. What I did not anticipate was that my mere physical discomfort could potentially indicate an incurable cancer. A cold sweat broke out across my body as I delved deeper into this thought, which grew increasingly absurd, causing my heart to race and blood to rush to my head, making my breathing labored. Could it be that I truly had cancer? Suddenly, a viscous liquid began to trickle down my chin. I touched it and discovered that blackish-red blood was oozing from my left ear. The ringing in my ears intensified, and the sensation of dizziness grew stronger, as if a creature were stirring within my brain. I could no longer withstand it and lost consciousness. Hey, wake up! Someone shook my shoulder, and I was met with a nauseating scent of alcohol and smoke. Upon opening my eyes, I saw Liu Hemming's face magnified before me. I returned the talisman to him, and he gleefully stroked it, grinning widely. I just made $1,000 thanks to you. You truly are a lucky charm. Later, let me treat you to barbecue and draft beer as a personal favor. As he spoke, Liu Hemming lightly tapped the talisman, and a dark light burst forth, transforming into the figure of Lu Wenli. However, in an instant, she was swept away by a gust of wind, dissipating into nothingness. Damn it! It was merely a trace of her soul. Liu Hemming exclaimed in fury, grabbing me by the neck. You better confess, did you sell her vengeful spirit to a black market dealer? A soul trace, also known as a remnant soul, is what remains when one's spirit is shattered. As Liu Hemming held me, my breathing became even more labored, and I could only stammer. I followed your instructions and placed the talisman on Qin Yin's forehead. Unless the talisman lacked sufficient power, it should not have merely captured a trace of her soul. The talisman is standardized by the underworld and is more than adequate for dealing with Lu Wenli. Finally, Liu Hemming released his grip on my neck, muttering irritably, "I suppose you wouldn't deceive me, but there must be a more potent malevolent force lurking in the shadows, devouring Lu Wenli's soul the moment it was taken." "Devouring souls?" I echoed incredulously. "Indeed," Liu Hemming replied seriously. "A soul-devouring creature has emerged in this area, and its strength is formidable. I've been investigating its movements lately. Lu Wenli's soul was likely consumed by it. With such a dangerous entity roaming within my jurisdiction, I must devise a plan." To my surprise, despite Liu Hemming's dubious character, he exhibited a strong sense of justice. I inquired, "What measures do you have against this creature?" He regarded me with a look of disdain, retorting, "Have you lost your mind? I need to think quickly and request a transfer. Only a fool would confront such a creature head-on." Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonated, and I felt my left brain throb violently, as if every nerve were being twisted into a chaotic mess. The pain caused beads of cold sweat to pour from me as I curled up on the ground in agony. Liu Hemming looked at me in bewilderment and asked, "What have you done to feel this way? Are you truly that frightened by a thunderclap?" I gritted my teeth against the pain and began to chant a spell. "Supreme Celestial Star, unceasingly adept. Exorcise evil and bind spirits, protect life and body. Wisdom clear. Heart and spirit at peace. 3 souls remain, the spirit shall not be lost." After reciting the Taoist purification incantation for a while, my consciousness sank into my brain. In a void world, I saw a jade-green worm nestled in the left side of my brain, slowly siphoning off nutrients. It seemed to fear thunder, writhing in agitation with each clap, tormenting me to the brink of despair. A worm! Witchcraft! When was I cursed? I involuntarily recalled the image of a creature with Qing Yin's head atop a worm's body, and the suspicious circumstances surrounding Lu Wenli's death, where she was transformed into a wooden puppet by a geomancer. Everything swirled in my mind, and the truth seemed tantalizingly close yet remained obscured by a final veil of mystery. However, all discussions were futile until I dealt with the worm in my brain. The thunder finally paused, and I wearily opened my eyes to ask Liu Hemming, "Do you have any knowledge of witchcraft?" "Witchcraft?" Liu Hemming gazed at me in confusion for a moment, then placed his hand on my pulse and closed his eyes to examine me closely. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. "Damn, you've been cursed." He recoiled several steps, as if fearing contamination. I asked, "How do I break the curse?" He loosened his belt and tossed it in front of me from a distance, expressing a hint of regret as he said, "You've got a worm in your brain, there's no cure. Given our acquaintance, I suggest you end this yourself." Another thunderclap erupted, and I dug my nails into my palms, enduring the pain as I fixed my gaze on Liu Hemming for what felt like an eternity before slowly speaking, "Your complexion is dark. Your fate palace is fraught with calamity, with ominous signs in your brow, a sign of imminent death. Only I can save you. Stop spouting nonsense. I'm a mere underworld messenger. How could I possibly die again?" He gritted his teeth defiantly, yet I persisted. "A living person can die and be reborn, but for an underworld messenger, death means the complete scattering of one's soul. If you do not assist me, you will undoubtedly perish. I don't believe you. This is merely a desperate struggle," Liu Hemming retorted, though his eyes flickered with uncertainty. I continued, in 10 breaths, you will feel a chill in your neck, and your body will be drenched in sweat. As if submerged in an icy abyss, unable to move. This sensation will last for 3 breaths, a warning from the universe that your life is in grave danger. As I spoke those words, 10 breaths passed. Liu Hemming's expression shifted dramatically, and he flung open the door, seemingly ready to flee. A dire omen, a certain death trap. The 12 gates of the universe are sealed without my help. You will die today. My final cry, laced with agony, coincided with the thunder, finally halting Liu Hemming in his tracks. His face turned pale, and his legs trembled as he asked, "Little brother, who seeks to kill me, and how should I escape?" "First, carry me outside." However, Liu Hemming did not carry me. Instead, he placed me in an old-fashioned wheelchair and, disregarding my well-being amid the jostling, hurried down from the 4th floor to the ground level. The torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, obscuring the twilight. I wiped the rain from my face and asked bravely, "Tell me your birth date." After a moment of hesitation, Liu Hemming replied, "In the year of Jiazi, the month of Zhenglu, at the hour of high. Your fate palace and body palace both belong to fire, with a significant inclination towards the east. However, today is beset by the water of Kuei, compounded by relentless rain and a certain death trap. You must proceed through the Kun 8 gates, placing yourself in a life-or-death situation to survive." As I spoke, my gaze wandered around, observing the surroundings. A heavy miasma seeped through the crevices of the rocks, while ominous black clouds above faintly shimmered with a hint of red, signaling the emergence of malevolent forces in this world. I surmised that the arrival of these evil entities was closely intertwined with the ominous signs predicting the inevitable demise of Liu Hemming. As a ghostly envoy, Liu Hemming too took note of the shifting celestial patterns, his voice tinged with desperation as he exclaimed, "I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Just tell me where to run. Head southwest for 20 miles, reach the designated place, and I shall instruct you further on your path." Chapter 12. Desperation and Survival Amidst the Howling Winds and Torrential Rain. The once smooth road had transformed into a small stream, flooding up to my calves. The power infrastructure lay nearly obliterated, and the desolate waters stretched endlessly beneath the sky, resembling a ghost town. Distant rumblings of thunder echoed ominously, causing my head to throb painfully as I curled up in my wheelchair, clutching my temples. Liu Hemming, an emissary of the underworld, possessed an inexhaustible strength. Bolstered by his otherworldly powers, he dashed forward with remarkable speed, the splattering raindrops on my face barely helping me maintain my consciousness. Earlier, I had consulted the oracle for guidance. The Kun 8 gates represented a path to death for Liu Hemming but a chance for survival for me. He could seize a glimmer of hope, as could I. However, I refrained from disclosing the direction to him, fearing he might abandon me in his rush to escape. After what felt like half an hour, we reached the Wujiang Bridge in the city. Due to the downpour, the river swelled, and the currents beneath the elevated bridge roared dangerously, making one dizzy just by glancing at it. "Hey, I feel as if I've run 30 miles. Should we turn or not? Speak up." Suddenly, I was thrown from my wheelchair, crashing into the muddy waters. "Who the hell is tossing ropes around here?" Liu Hemming cursed, struggling to free his feet from whatever was entangled around them, but to no avail. The rainwater, now knee-deep, obscured his view of the ropes, prompting him to call out for help. "Come over and lend a hand." As I reached into the water, my fingers brushed against something slippery and cold. Pulling it out, I was horrified to discover it was a water snake, entirely dark blue. Damn! Lou Hemming, having just regained his footing, stumbled again. And a multitude of water snakes surged toward him from the depths below the bridge. Hey, aren't you supposed to be able to foresee this? Save me! Lou Hemming, now enveloped in a writhing mass of snakes, rolled on the ground in a panic. I ignored his pleas and scanned the surroundings for the one controlling these serpents. Manipulating such creatures and casting curses was a skill unique to the tribes of the southern border. The sheer number of snakes indicated the formidable power of the individual seeking Lou Hemming's demise, and they were alarmingly close. I suspected that the mysterious sorcerer behind this calamity was indeed the same one who had secretly ensnared my mind. Meanwhile, Lou Hemming continued to shout, "You traitor! Here I am, a dignified emissary of the underworld, reduced to being your human rickshaw, and now you abandon me in my hour of need." I disregarded his outbursts, knowing that if the sorcerer truly intended to kill him, the snakes would easily invade his body, wreaking havoc within. The mere act of trapping Lou Hemming with serpents suggested that the sorcerer had questions for us. Sure enough, after a brief moment, a colossal eagle, 2 meters in length with wings glinting like steel, landed atop the towering iron bridge. Upon its back stood a petite woman, exquisitely adorned in a myriad of silver accessories. Dressed in a dark blue embroidered gown, unmistakably representative of the male culture, she cast a fleeting glance at me before fixing her gaze on Lou Hemming. "You are the emissary responsible for this territory." Feigning bravado, Lou Hemming bellowed, "Indeed, I am a public servant of the underworld. If you dare to harm me, the underworld shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. And my brother here is the renowned heir of Li Banxiang. A mere whisper of my feng shui can bring ruin to your entire lineage." His boastful tirade inadvertently ensnared me in his reckless bravado, extinguishing any hope I had for a peaceful resolution with the southern border tribesmen. The woman's voice was soft yet laced with an icy chill. "With your level of incompetence, I could easily slay you by the hundreds. Prepare to die." With that, the swarm of snakes lunged ferociously at Lou Hemming. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly shouted, "Demon vanquishing staff." A golden metal baseball bat emerged from his clothing, summoning an unexpected strength. Lou Hemming broke free from the serpent's grasp and brandished the staff wildly, its power formidable against malevolent spirits, yet regrettably ineffective against the snakes. Panic-stricken, Lou Hemming's expression shifted as he hastily discarded the bat, jumping around in distress while clutching his mouth. During his frenzied antics, the woman scrutinized me intently before finally speaking. "You are Li Banxiang's grandson." Surprised that my grandfather's name had reached the southern border, I seized the opportunity to plead, "I implore you, esteemed lady of the southern border, for the sake of my grandfather, spare Lou Hemming's life. Your grandfather holds a connection to my ancestral master. I shall not harm you. However, a lowly emissary such as he, who dares to speak disrespectfully, must perish today." It seemed Lou Hemming's regret had reached its peak. He had hoped to intimidate the woman with the underworld's authority, but had only exacerbated his predicament. Remarkably resilient, even ensnared by serpents, he continued to leap about, his left hand clinging tightly to a snake's tail, fearful of its further intrusion. "Li Tianxi, do not forget how I once saved you," he cried. "When I was nearly killed by Mu Kuei, it was Lou Hemming who rescued me. Now, faced with his peril, I felt compelled to risk my own safety for his sake." Struggling against the pain in my head, I met the woman as gaze steadily, declaring, "In the name of Li Banshan's heir, I demand that you spare Lu Hemming's life. What say you?" As my last hope slipped away, Lu Hemming's eyes widened in despair, his voice frantic. "Demoness, if you have the guts, stop using snakes and come down to fight me with real weapons. I will end you." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, casting everything in brilliant light. In that moment, I noticed the woman's forehead darkened, her lips turning blue, and her eyes unusually dim, resembling a dying elder. The male lineage practiced the art of nurturing life. Seeing her fate so precarious foretold impending doom. To evade calamity, one must remain grounded. I immediately asserted, "Let me rephrase. I offer Lu Hemming's life in exchange for yours. Will you accept?" Upon hearing this, the woman retrieved a delicate bamboo flute from her sleeve, playing a haunting melody that caused the snakes surrounding Lu Hemming to scatter. Exhausted, he pulled half a snake from his backside, leaning against the bridge railing, gasping for breath. The woman then spoke coldly. "I have heard of Li Banshan's remarkable prowess in feng shui. Since you possess this legacy, why not reveal where my impending disaster lies? If your divination fails, both of you shall perish here." With a subtle wave of her hand, a vividly colored small snake darted like lightning towards Lu Hemming, biting his lips fiercely. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, hastily throwing the creature aside, but his lips had already swollen to the size of sausages. "Speak again, and I shall poison your mouth." The woman threatened, her eyes flashing dangerously. Lu Hemming hurriedly covered his mouth, obediently remaining behind me. Gradually, her tone softened. "I, Murong Changqing, am known for my unwavering word. I am not one to break my promises." I was taken aback. This woman bore the surname Murong. Before descending the mountain, my grandfather had repeatedly warned me against aiding those with two family names, one being Mo, the other Murong. Assisting Murong Changqing would mean defying my grandfather's admonitions, jeopardizing my fate. Yet, refusing to help would likely lead to my own demise, no better than Lu Hemming's. I secretly lamented, had I known, I should not have taken the initiative to assist Lu Hemming. Chapter 13. The Gu clan of the southern region and the assault of 10,000 snakes. Even in the midst of my perilous predicament, a purple electric snake sliced through the sky, as if tearing open the heavens. The deafening thunder roused the venomous insects in my mind, and a moment of excruciating pain caused me to collapse to the ground. The massive iron bridge formed a natural electric field, and Murong Changqing stood at its pinnacle, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning. In that instant of explosion, the majestic eagle was reduced to charcoal and fell, with Murong Changqing following suit, crashing into the rain-soaked ground. Fortunately, the water on the bridge did not rise above her waist, providing a good cushion. Otherwise, at that height, her demise would have been certain. Heaven truly has eyes. What a relief! Lu Hemming, shaking off his earlier despondency, laughed heartily and picked up a metal baseball bat. "That vile woman dares to unleash snakes. Let me smash her skull into pieces." I hurriedly intervened. "Hold on. You can't act recklessly. Brother, you must not be merciful." Lu Hemming, with utmost seriousness, explained, "If we do not end her now, she will surely kill us when she awakens." My earlier act of risking my life to save him had evidently garnered Lu Hemming's favor. His tone was unusually cordial as he spoke to me. I replied, "Your impending doom has merely been postponed, not averted. The deadlock is related to Murong Changqing, but not entirely. The so-called rebirth from a desperate situation might very well depend on her." Moreover, the venom within me could only be deciphered by her. Liu Hemming scratched his head for quite some time, conceding, "All right then, your knowledge is impressive. Your words are a cloud of confusion." Ignoring his banter, I quickly stepped forward and rescued the nearly drowning Murong Changqing from the water. The southern tribes excel in controlling insects and venom, yet their physical constitution is rather average. I supported Murong Changqing against the railing, ensuring she did not tumble from the high bridge, with half of her body resting against me. Coughing out water, Murong Changqing weakly remarked, "The heir of Li Banxiong indeed possesses an astute eye. Stop flattering me. My brother is impressive without your praise," Liu Hemming retorted, before fishing out a water snake from the depths and ominously stating, "My brother has been infested by venomous insects and urgently requires someone knowledgeable in Miujiang school techniques to resolve this. If you cannot settle it, I won't hesitate to let you experience the sensation of a venomous snake entering your body." Murong Changqing's delicate face flushed crimson. Her eyes filled with determination as she angrily retorted, "You shameless wretch! If you dare insult me, I shall let you experience the torment of countless insects devouring your heart." At this point, Liu Hemming's temper flared. "Who are you to call me shameless? Was it not you who sent snakes to invade my backside? Once I regain my strength, I will surely kill you, you lecher. Brother, did you hear that? She hasn't even recovered yet and is already plotting my demise. Keep your distance. If I swing this bat, your brains will splatter everywhere." As the two bickered, I shot Liu Hemming a glance. "You still wish to break this deadly impasse?" Reluctantly, Liu Hemming turned his head away and fell silent. Murong Changqing softened her tone. "The heir of Li Banxiong, you saved me from the water, making you my benefactor. I was struck by lightning and shall be unable to move for at least 7 days. I hope you will see this through and care for me during that time. In return, I will assist you in resolving the insect issue. Words can deceive, but one as gaze cannot." From the look Murong Changqing cast my way, I sensed no hostility. Caring for her for a mere 7 days seemed a trivial inconvenience, so I nodded in agreement. Murong Changqing let out a sigh of relief. "Since I cannot move, you must press your forehead against mine. I will help you discern the type of venomous insects, and we shall devise a solution." Gazing at her exquisite face so close to mine, I felt my cheeks flush and hesitated slightly. Liu Hemming patted my shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Don't be afraid, my friend. If she dares to harm you, I will smash her skull first." I muttered that it was unnecessary and complied with her request, pressing my forehead to hers. The fragrance wafting from her was intoxicating, causing my face to redden further, while Murong Changqing appeared somewhat uncomfortable as well. A few fleeting seconds passed, and Murong Changqing parted her lips, releasing a cloud of pink mist toward me. Caught off guard, I inhaled the sweet and pungent gas. "Damn it! You truly dared to scheme against my brother." Liu Hemming swung his bat, ready to strike, but I swiftly stopped him. In that moment, the restless insects within me gradually quieted, eventually becoming still as if in slumber. The headache subsided, and I felt reborn, sincerely thanking Murong Changqing. After a night of turmoil, dawn broke, though in the midst of the heavy rain and dark clouds, the distinction between day and night was not so apparent. The elevated bridge was at least 20 kilometers from the city. After a night of chaos, I was both exhausted and famished, dragging along an immobilized Murong Changqing. Reluctantly, I sat in a wheelchair, cradling her in my arms. Liu Hemming pulled the wheelchair from the front, racing like a rickshaw driver. Following this incident, Liu Hemming had completely accepted me as one of his own. Seizing the opportunity, I inquired about a lingering doubt. Initially, you encountered Qin Yin and discerned the presence of a malicious spirit within her. Why did you not take action yourself but instead entrusted me with the talisman? Liu Hemming's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly replied, "The truth is, I couldn't fathom that girl's background and feared she was connected to the string of murders in Zhuzhou. Thus, I used you as a probing stone. I could not help but question, what is there to fear from a mere unremarkable evil spirit? Furthermore, the Zhuzhou murder case should pertain to the constables. What does it have to do with you, an envoy?" Liu Hemming chuckled wryly. If it were merely murder, I wouldn't be in such a state of fright. Over the past month, a series of heinous murders have occurred across Zhuzhou, with hundreds of victims. The first to die were ordinary civilians, followed by geomancers, spirit mediums, and even fortune tellers. Strangely, the souls of these individuals have vanished without a trace. The underworld has dispatched 3 envoys to investigate the matter. Yet even their souls have disappeared. At this point, Liu Hemming's expression grew more sorrowful than that of a mourner. "Brother, I am the 4th envoy. Do you think I can remain unafraid?" Suddenly, Murong Changqing, who had been silent, spoke up. "Their souls have not gone missing. Rather, they are being cultivated, forced to devour and battle each other to nurture the most powerful vengeful spirit. This heinous act is perpetrated by defectors from the lineage of witchcraft and goo. One of my purposes for coming to Zhuzhou is to identify and eliminate the traitors." I pressed, "The one who placed the venomous insects in my mind. Could it be the traitor you speak of?" Indeed. Just as Murong Changqing was about to elaborate, she suddenly fell silent, her beautiful eyes regarding me with a peculiar expression. I instinctively averted my gaze, awkwardly muttering an apology. Since inhaling the pink, sweet mist, I had felt an overwhelming heat surging through me, as if a fire burned in my lower abdomen, possibly having inadvertently pressed against Murong Changqing. Regaining her composure, Murong Changqing reassured me, "You cannot blame yourself entirely. What I sprayed into your mouth was a drug to aid the insects in reproduction, allowing them to rest and gather strength for the impending birth. This substance is equally effective on humans. Without a means to release, it may damage your meridians, so you may need to find a private way to relieve yourself." Liu Hemming took some time to process this, then smacked his forehead, disdainfully remarking, "I thought you were saying something profound. You used a drug to ignite my brother's passion, and now you're telling him to extinguish the flames while sitting in his lap. How shameless!" Murong Changqing retorted sharply. "The 10,000 snakes devouring heart technique I just performed conveniently helps to widen your intestines. If you are concerned about my intentions, why not offer yourself up directly? You are truly the epitome of shamelessness." As I closed my eyes and recited the Huanan Sutra amidst the commotion of their quarrel. After what felt like the duration of a tea ceremony, we finally arrived at a nearby hotel. Upon entering, Liu Hemming exclaimed for 2 adjacent deluxe double rooms, proclaiming that money was of no concern. After receiving the room keys, Liu Hemming patted my shoulder and earnestly advised, "Brother, I have journeyed far and wide, and when I lie down on the bed, I shall be oblivious to any tumultuous sounds. This is a splendid opportunity to turn foes into friends and to fully win over this woman. You must seize this moment with utmost seriousness." Chapter 14. The Infiltration of the Worms. The true culprit emerges. I paid no heed to her words. Cradling Murong Changqing into the room and laying her gently upon the central bed, Her beautiful eyes were tinged with caution as she threateningly declared, "As disciples of the Southern Jiang clan, we harbor our life-bound worms within. If you dare to force yourself upon me, the venomous creature will invade your body, and you shall perish in a pool of your own blood." I replied, "When a person lies, their breath becomes erratic, and such deceit cannot escape the discerning eye of a geomancer. Fear not, a gentleman may admire beauty without succumbing to lust. I shall not exploit your vulnerability." With that, I found a blanket and spread it upon the balcony floor, settling into a meditative position with my eyes closed to gather my thoughts. The traitor that Murong Changqing sought was the same individual who had cursed me with the worm. Upon my arrival in Zhuzhou, the only person I had offended was the shadowy figure behind the attempts on Qin Yin's family. To untie the knot of my affliction, I must unearth the mastermind. The sole lead I possessed was the portrait drawn by Lu Hemming, rendered from the killer's memory. The likeness bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yin. Thus, she was the key to resolving the poison within me. I resolved to visit the Qin family villa at dawn once the rain subsided, in hopes of uncovering new clues. "Hey!" Murong Changqing's weak, soft voice broke through my reverie. I turned to see her drenched and shivering, her lips tinged with blue. I calmly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Her cheeks flushed slightly as she sighed. "Is it not apparent? You've wet the bed. You." Murong Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon me for a long moment before helplessly stating, "Please assist me in removing my wet clothes and replacing them with a hotel bathrobe. It would be inappropriate for a man and woman to be so intimate. In light of the current crisis, I will not hold it against you," I replied, frowning. "I do mind. A woman's form disrupts a man's thoughts, introducing unwelcome distractions. I have activated the dehumidifier. Bear with it a while, and your clothes shall dry." With that, I closed my eyes once more, resuming my meditation. 15 minutes later, as I rose to pour some water, I noticed Murong Changqing's gaze fixed intensely upon me, her expression dark and brooding. Achoo! A stream of mucus was expelled from her nose, and I kindly offered her a tissue, but she ignored my gesture, continuing to glare at me with a resentful expression. Suddenly, I recalled that her arms were immobile. Thus, I folded the tissue and pinched her nostrils, saying, "Now, exhale forcefully. You need not meddle." She snapped. "Consider this a friendly reminder," I cautioned. "If you persist, the mucus will flow into your mouth." At last, she acquiesced. After I helped her clean up, I was perplexed by her despondent demeanor, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling, exhibiting a profound sense of despair. After a prolonged silence, Murong Changqing weakly requested, "Assist me to the restroom." Very well. Given that she was wearing a skirt, I merely helped her lift the hem as I guided her to sit upon the toilet, ensuring it was not inappropriate. However, she lacked strength and was at risk of falling, so I steadied her shoulders, waiting for her to finish. In the cramped restroom, our eyes met, creating an awkward atmosphere. After 5 minutes had passed, I attempted to break the silence, asking, "Why do you not relieve yourself?" Before I could finish my sentence, the sound of rushing water filled the air, and Murong Changqing's face turned crimson, her breathing heavy and her lips trembling. It seemed she had been holding it in, and perhaps her gratitude towards me had overwhelmed her composure. Suddenly, the toilet emitted a cacophony of buzzing insects. Murong Changqing's face blanched in terror as she screamed, "There is something in the toilet. Run!" I quickly scooped her up, and at that moment, a swarm of wasps erupted from the toilet's opening, causing me to feel her body swell significantly. I burst through the bathroom door only to find the bedroom teeming with wasps and poisonous insects. Outside, Lou Hemming's voice called out, "Brother, there's an emergency. Quick! Put on your pants and flee." Without a moment to lose, I rushed out with Murong Changqing in my arms. The corridor was even more crowded with insects, and tiny blood-sucking leeches, locusts, and even rats and snakes seemed to invade every crevice. Lou Hemming, wrapped in thick bedding with only his eyes visible, hurriedly pulled a wheelchair. No time to explain. "Get in." I placed Murong Changqing back into the wheelchair, and Lou Hemming expertly sped towards the exit. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour, obstructing nearly all the flying insects, but just as we began to breathe easier, a horde of enraged rats and water snakes surged toward us. Lou Hemming faced away from me as he propelled the chair, his head wrapped in bedding as he ran for his life, while I faced the oncoming swarm of insects, my scalp prickling with unease. Fortunately, Lou Hemming was faster than the insects. Just as a snake lunged toward my feet, we managed to distance ourselves slightly. "You are breathing erratically, and there is vitality lingering between your brows. Feigning unconsciousness is futile." Murong Changqing lifted her eyelids, her expression resolute as she slowly replied, "If you dare utter another word, I will see to it that we are enemies for life. I merely wished to inquire how these insects came to be here." Seeing that I did not press further, Murong Changqing relaxed slightly, revealing, "My purpose in Zhuzhou is to eliminate the traitors of the witchcraft lineage. She is aware of my arrival and will surely strike first. Had I not been injured, even 10 of her would not pose a threat. Alas, I am currently incapacitated." Murong Changqing spoke gravely, "It is too late to distance ourselves now. The traitor has already perceived you both as my allies, to prevent any leaks. She will certainly eliminate you. With me at your side, you at least have knowledge of how to deal with the worms." Lou Hemming, exasperated, retorted, "If you have a solution, for heaven's sake, share it. My legs are trembling. Do you think I am a beast to be toyed with? Seek a place akin to a great burial ground or a grave mound, a location steeped in extreme yin. The miasma and soil tainted by the dead will render the worms uncontrollable." "Excellent." Lou Hemming seemed to recognize the area and veered off toward the outskirts, racing ahead. Through the downpour, I caught a glimpse of a figure cloaked in black, standing atop a serpent as thick as a water barrel, advancing toward us with fervor. Murong Changqing's eyes gleamed with a cold light as she gazed into the distance, finally stating, "Rest assured. In 7 days, once I have regained my strength, I shall capture this person and compel her to assist you in dispelling the worms." "Thank you." As we proceeded further, the number of desolate hills and graves increased, and the road became increasingly remote. A heavy aura of yin lingered in the air, and the rainwater seemed to carry the scent of decay, indicating that this place had once been a massive burial pit. "This should suffice." Murong Changqing inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, then gracefully leaped from my arms. "The aura here is sufficiently dense. There is no need to fear the approach of poisonous insects." True to her words, we waited for a while without any insects drawing near. A multitude of rats and snakes merely lurked 100 meters away, watching us with predatory eyes. I felt a modicum of relief, yet Lou Hemming remained tense, clutching a baseball bat that he had drawn from who knows where, glaring at Murong Changqing with suspicion. "There is no need for such anxiety," Murong Changqing said coldly. My body is merely recovering from paralysis. To regain my strength will take at least 7 days. And considering Li Tianxi's soke, even upon recovery, I shall spare your life. Liu Hemming snorted derisively, but did not respond. Approximately 500 meters away, at the center of the swarm of insects, the figure clad in black remained facing our direction, seemingly waiting for something. Liu Hemming picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully towards the man in black. Regrettably, the distance was too great, and the stone merely rolled to his feet. Damn it! There isn't a single good soul among those who practice witchcraft. Murong Changqing shot Liu Hemming a glare filled with fury, but refrained from provoking him further. We remained in our position, locked in a standoff with the man in black. Chapter 15. The tomb of the general and the path of the spectral soldiers. Approximately half an hour had passed when the baleful energy in the heavens and earth reached its zenith, heralding the midnight hour. The oppressive aura from the subterranean graves surged into the sky, merging with the dense clouds, causing the raindrops to carry an eerie chill. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by twin bolts of lightning that cleaved the sky, illuminating the world around us. The thunder seemed to rend the clouds asunder, revealing a sinister moonlight that spilled across the desolate hilltops. The mountains on either side began to tremble, with occasional rocks and soil cascading down, as if something from the depths of the earth sought to emerge. In that moment, the venomous creatures that had been poised to strike us scattered in a frenzy, including the figures clad in black who vanished in mere breaths. Liu Hemming scoffed, "Are you practitioners of poison afraid of thunder? Speak another word, and I shall silence your tongue." Came the retort, "I could easily end your life right now, you venomous witch." As the tension between Murong Changqing and Liu Hemming escalated, I chose to ignore it, swiftly climbing up a towering ancient pine to survey the surroundings. To the south, 10 miles away, flowed a roaring river. To the north stood 3 peaks, 2 towering and 1 diminutive, vaguely forming the character for mountain. A sense of dread washed over me as I leapt from the tree, finally grasping the reason behind the sudden flight of the black-clad figures that had previously blocked our path. Liu Hemming, sensing the unease, asked anxiously, "Is it my decaying presence that has revealed itself again?" With a heavy sigh, I replied, "It is too late for that." Liu Hemming's face turned pale with fear. "Brother, do not frighten me. I do not speak of you, but of the geomancy of this place," I said, gazing towards the northern peaks with resignation. With mountains cradling the head and a river beneath the feet, surrounded by fertile plains, this is indeed a rare imperial tomb. From my arrival, I had sensed the overwhelming baleful energy here, the malice buried within the earth, particularly pure, hinting at the remains of an army that had claimed thousands of lives. Liu Hemming appeared to have an epiphany. No wonder the few desolate graves here exude such dense energy. But what do the buried have to do with us? On a stormy night, with thunder crashing and rocks falling, the spectral soldiers traversing the realm was signified by the first 3 words I had spoken. Seemingly oblivious to my words, Liu Hemming remained perplexed, while Murong Changqing recognized the gravity of the situation, her delicate face paling. "We must flee." I shook my head. "It is too late." As my words hung in the air, countless phantoms emerged from the desolate wilderness, aligning into numerous formations, their numbers reaching into the thousands. As their forms solidified, I discerned that they were clad in tattered, rusted armor and wielding weapons, emanating an aura of death that pierced the heavens. Liu Hemming's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground, trembling as he stammered, "Brother, had I known earlier about the spectral soldiers, I would have fled." You always prefer to embellish your words at critical moments. Even if I had warned you earlier, it would have been futile. The spectral soldiers appeared from all directions in mere breaths. If we run amok, we might provoke them and seal our fates. We found ourselves trapped between two formations of spectral soldiers, surrounded by an oppressive atmosphere of death. The rusted armor glimmered under the moonlight like dried bloodstains, with only the blades reflecting a cold, piercing light. They stood motionless, seemingly awaiting something. With a serious expression, I instructed, "Stay behind me and do not move or speak. Perhaps I can negotiate with the lord of this domain." Liu Hemming whispered, "Brother, do not boast. The path of the spectral soldiers is an ancient omen. Even if the 10 Yoma kings were to clash, it would be a matter of life and death. Do not think of negotiating. We may be reduced to mere blood and mud upon meeting them. If we slip away now, we might retain a 1% chance of survival. If you do not trust me, you may leave," I replied. After a moment of internal struggle, Liu Hemming ultimately chose to stand behind me alongside Murong Changqing. As the spectral soldiers assembled, a chariot drawn by 8 armored steeds emerged from a crevice in the northern mountain. Beneath the ornate canopy sat a formidable figure. 2 meters tall, shrouded in armor, with only a pair of crimson eyes visible through the gaps in the metal. The palpable baleful energy surged as the gallant steeds pulled the chariot swiftly toward us. Liu Hemming appeared paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide, mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. Even the usually composed Murong Changqing turned pale, instinctively gripping my garment. I inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, then suddenly opened my eyes wide, locking gazes with the commander of the spectral soldiers. The iron hoofs of the warhorse were but a step away, my heart racing, yet I did not retreat. With a clang, the commander unsheathed a long blade, his expression twisted in fury as he aimed a fierce strike at my head. The blade, imbued with ethereal power, bore down upon me, tightening my scalp. Liu Hemming instinctively turned his head away, bracing for death. Yet, at the moment the blade touched my body, both the commander and the chariot began to dissolve like quicksand, whisked away by a gust of wind. Without their leader, the 1,000 spectral soldiers gradually sank into the earth, the magnificent scene vanishing without a trace. Liu Hemming, still in shock, approached and touched my forehead. "You truly are unharmed," I explained. "My grandfather once said that my lineage is extraordinary, impervious to malevolent forces. Spectral soldiers, being a form of spirits, would suffer consequences for confronting me directly. Indeed, the descendant of Li Banxiong is impressive. I have never seen one withstand the passage of spectral soldiers so boldly," Murong Changqing praised, though I sensed a hint of hostility in her tone. As I gazed into her eyes, attempting to discern her thoughts through observation, I suddenly felt dizzy. Darkness enveloping me as I collapsed to the ground. I do not know how much time passed, but when I groggily opened my eyes, I was astonished to find myself in a dim, narrow room. The atmosphere was thick with a heavy energy, indicating I was in a basement. Above me, a white incandescent light shone, and I lay within an ice coffin. Startled, I quickly sat up, just as the door swung open, revealing Murong Changqing and Liu Hemming entering one after the other. Seeing me awake, Liu Hemming approached with excitement. "Brother, you finally regained consciousness. If you hadn't opened your eyes, I would have suspected this woman had done something to you. Be silent." Murong Changqing shot him a glare before continuing. "The poison you were afflicted with is more severe than I had anticipated. it cannot merely anesthetize for long. The last time you fainted was a sign of the insects beginning to devour your body. I have done my best to control them. But today marks the end of their dormancy. This is the hospital's morgue. Placing you in the ice coffin was to slow the insect's activity. To delay for just one more day. In your current state, you cannot survive until I regain my strength in 4 days, but I will avenge you. Murong Changqing turned her face away, her tone tinged with regret. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I will do my utmost to help you achieve them. I rubbed my throbbing head, aware of the insects stirring within, yet they moved sluggishly in the cold. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I hurriedly inquired. If low temperatures can reduce the activity of the insects, then would completely freezing my body not also freeze the insects? Murong Changqing looked puzzled. That is indeed the case. However, if you freeze to death, what would be the point? The insects began to stir wildly in my mind. I gradually felt less pain. But my thoughts grew increasingly muddled. This signifies the depletion of life's essence, a harbinger of impending demise. Without time to elucidate, I swiftly adjusted the ice coffin's knob to sub-zero, then closed my eyes, lying in stillness. As my body gradually succumbed to frost, I heard the anguished cries of Lu Hemming beside me, lamenting, "My brother, how tragically you perish." I endeavored to disregard his voice. Silently reciting the Taishan Tinshin mantra, "The Great Way is formless, nurturing heaven and earth. The Great Way is unfailing, guiding the sun and moon. The Great Way is nameless, fostering all beings. There exists clarity and turbidity, motion and stillness." With the chanting of these verses, my soul utterly detached from its corporeal vessel. Stepping forth from the ice coffin. Chapter 16. Return to the Qin family. Upon witnessing my soul's departure from my body, Lu Hemming ceased his mournful expression and chuckled, inquiring, "Brother, does it bring you comfort to know that someone weeps at your demise?" "Not at all," I replied. "My lifespan is not yet exhausted. As long as I preserve my physical form, I can await the day when I capture the true culprit, dispel the curse, and return my soul to its rightful vessel." However, I was acutely aware that the longer a living soul remained detached from its body, the more frail it would become, potentially leading to its dissolution. Thus, my foremost priority was to locate a recently deceased corpse to inhabit temporarily. The incantation for detaching the soul from the body was a variant of the Supreme Tranquility Mantra, which I had inadvertently learned while perusing my grandfather's library. Little did I know it would prove invaluable today. Murong Changqing murmured an incomprehensible spell, and when she reopened her eyes, her pupils were veiled with a thin layer of shadowy energy indicative of the unique necromantic incantations practiced by the Miao people's shamanistic traditions. Sure enough, after chanting the spell, Murong Changqing's gaze fell upon my spirit. "Do you seek to borrow a corpse to return to life?" she asked. "Indeed," I confirmed. We stood in the morgue of the People's Hospital in Zhuzhou. If fortune favored us, I might find a suitable vessel today. Under Murong Changqing's guidance, I approached the first morgue room near the stairwell. 2 days ago, when you were admitted, I conducted an investigation, she informed me. The freshness of the corpses here is organized numerically. There may be what you desire. With that, she plucked a hair from her head and inserted it into the keyhole. The moment the hair penetrated, it transformed into a swarm of tiny black insects, and with a few crackling sounds, the door swung open. "Enter," she instructed. I cast a doubtful glance at Murong Changqing before my soul effortlessly passed through the door into the dimly lit morgue. Inside the narrow chamber stood 12 iron-framed beds. With 5 corpses laid out unfortunately, they were all elderly. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door, as 2 nurses wheeled in a gurney. What a tragedy! A young man. Just in a car accident. They say he was a foreign student, the adopted son of the illustrious Qin family, one nurse lamented. He had just disembarked from his flight when he was struck by falling debris, causing cardiac arrest. Truly, every life has its fate. As the nurses chatted, I lay down on the gurney, merging with the corpse beneath the white sheet. From the photograph affixed at the head of the bed, I discerned that the deceased was a young man, whose heart had stopped without external injuries, and due to his recent death, his body retained a vibrant vitality, making him an ideal host. After 3 breaths, I opened my eyes anew, lifting the sheet from my face to sit upright. After a moment of silence, a young nurse, startled, fainted backward. Fortunately, I managed to catch her in time. The older nurse, trembling, collapsed to the ground, screaming, "A ghost!" The commotion in the morgue quickly attracted security and the attending physician from upstairs, a crowd gathering at the stairway, yet none dared to enter. The security guard stood at the entrance, horrified, gazing at me, marked by the death tag hanging from my chest. It was the elderly doctor who bravely stepped into the morgue. He pinched my arm, checked my carotid artery, and murmured, "What a miracle! In all my years of practice, this is the first time I've seen someone revive after 6 hours of cardiac arrest." Immediately arrange for a full body examination and contact the patient's family. "I'm fine." "No need for an examination," I protested. "Nonsense. Do you wish to die once more?" The old doctor was particularly stern, and I could only comply as I was ushered onto various machines for a full body scan. Even after all the tests, they refused to discharge me, insisting on waiting for my family to arrive. Murong Changqing and Lu Hemming were also present in the ward, waiting alongside me. Lu Hemming munched on an apple left behind by someone, mumbling, "Brother, you are now inhabiting the body of a super-rich tycoon. Honestly, you might as well settle into this body. It's far better than being a penniless feng shui master." I ignored Lu Hemming's comment and examined my reflection in the mirror, flipping through the medical records in search of useful information regarding the deceased. Before I could fully comprehend the records, the ward door swung open, and Qin Dun, tears streaming down his face, rushed to embrace me. "Child, I knew you were blessed and would not perish easily." Qin Yin stood at the doorway, staring at me with wide eyes, a faint smile tugging at her lips. I glanced back at the entrance, realizing that Qin Long had not followed. Before I could speak, Lu Hemming pointed at Qin Dun, exclaiming, "I recognize you. You're the elderly chairman of the Qin conglomerate, worth billions." I interjected, "They are my friends from abroad, who traveled across the ocean to seek me out." Qin Dun, beaming with joy, declared, "Well, since they have come to seek Bogle, they are now part of the Qin family. Tonight, in honor of Bogle's miraculous revival, I shall host a banquet. You must both join us." "That sounds splendid." Lu Hemming grinned, leaning closer. "Chairman Qin, I'm a bit tight on cash lately. Could you?" "Absolutely not." "Silence." Murong Changqing shot him a fierce glare before stepping forward gently. "Mr. Qin, we would like to request a place to stay for a few days. If it's not too much trouble." "Not at all. You are most welcome." After completing the discharge formalities, Qin Dun sent a car emblazoned with a Dongfork emblem to pick me up from the hospital. As I attempted to enter the vehicle, Qin Duan halted me, placing a hand on my shoulder with a serious expression. Bao, you haven't seen Xiaolan in 6 years. This is your opportunity to spend time together and nurture your bond. With that, Qin Duan ushered the others into the car and departed, leaving me standing alone. After a short while, a familiar black sedan pulled up before me. A tall woman in an OL uniform rolled down the window. Her face clouded with gloom yet forcing a semblance of a smile. Get in. The woman was Qin Long, yet the aura she emanated felt utterly foreign to me. Anxiety, tension, fear, hatred, and a murderous intent enveloped her, with traces of blood visible at her hairline. The air around her head was suffused with a mottled dark red energy, typically associated with butchers and murderers. I abruptly asked, "Did you kill someone?" Startled, Qin Long jerked, and the car swerved onto the grass verge. Thankfully, she managed to brake in time, avoiding an accident. What nonsense are you spouting? Her breath was erratic, revealing her distress, although her demeanor appeared unnaturally composed. Do you think I deliberately caused the falling debris? Only you know the truth, I replied. Earlier, a man who looked exactly like me emerged from the morgue. He dares not leave the hospital during the day, yet his gaze is fixed on you with malevolence. If you truly are responsible for his death, he will seek vengeance by night, repaying you for your wrongs. If you confide in me, perhaps I can assist you. I had once planted a symbol of purity within Qin Long, affirming her virtuous nature and her reluctance to harm others. Her character warranted my trust. Hence I sought her honesty. Qin Long initially appeared taken aback, then, puzzled, replied, Your tone resembles that of a friend of mine. Have you been knocked silly? You're not mistaken, I am Li Tianxi. With a blend of uncertainty, I led Qin Long to the morgue where my ice coffin lay. Recounting the series of events that transpired since my departure from the Qin household. To prevent inciting panic in Qin Long, I deliberately concealed the part concerning Qin Yin's head insect form. Due to my profound understanding of Taoist and Buddhist scriptures, I consider myself a practitioner of sorts, possessing an aura that is exceedingly potent. Consequently, the spirit of Qin Bago, having just departed this mortal coil, dares not approach me. Otherwise, the moment Qin Long manifests in the mortuary, and exceedingly in domain, he would likely fall victim to Qin Bago, who could exploit the terrain to bring about his demise. The notion of borrowing a corpse to revive a soul? Such an idea is utterly preposterous. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Qin Long finally managed to reconcile with the unsettling reality of my resurrection of Qin Bago's body. I inquired once more, Qin Bago, was it you who committed the act? Indeed, he affirmed. Chapter 17, The Murder Mystery and the Arrival of the True Culprit, Qin Long firmly asserted, her slender eyes flashing with a ferocity that belied her usual demeanor. Through my investigation, I have uncovered that Qin Bago has bribed foreign fugitives with the intent to annihilate my entire family. Her father held an unwavering trust in Qin Bago, having even arranged a union for us 6 years ago, aiming for us to jointly inherit the Qin family legacy. Lacking irrefutable evidence, I found myself compelled to eliminate him for my own protection. I expressed a tinge of regret, suggesting that perhaps there existed a more amicable solution. Within the confines of a powerful family, the intricacies of strife are manifold. Were you to view matters from my perspective, you would refrain from uttering such sentiments. The venomous undertone in Qin Lan's voice revealed her deep-seated hatred for Qin Bago, and she bore no remorse for contemplating his demise. The tension in the air became palpable. As I recognized that the grievances of others were beyond my jurisdiction, Qin Long adjusted her glasses, discreetly wiping away the traces of tears from her eyes. Once she had regained her composure, she gently stated, "Master Li, you have once saved my entire family. In your time of distress, I will not remain a passive observer. You shall reside here under the guise of Qinbaogu for as long as you wish." I sincerely replied, "Thank you. As for your remains, I will instruct my associates to preserve them in a designated chamber. This hospital has ties to the Qin family, which will facilitate the process." Qin Long promptly contacted the hospital administrator, and soon the head of the morgue arrived at the scene. "Miss Qin, how may I assist you? This body belongs to a very important friend of mine. Please dress him appropriately and ensure he is stored in the finest ice coffin at sub-zero temperatures. It is imperative that there is no disruption of power." "Understood. We will arrange for it immediately. I require you to do this at once, before my very eyes." "Yes." Although Qin Lan's demeanor was somewhat frosty, she had consistently displayed a gentle side towards me. Witnessing her decisive command was indeed a first. Nevertheless, her arrangements effectively alleviated my concerns. Before long, the morgue staff wheeled in a high-performance ice coffin and presented a suit adorned with foreign text, presumably of considerable value. In the presence of Qin Long, the mortuary personnel began to cut away my clothing, preparing to cleanse and groom me with alcohol. At the moment they sliced through my undergarments, astonishment swept through the room. Qin Lan's beautiful eyes widened, her face a mask of disbelief. I felt an acute embarrassment. Recalling how Murong Changqing had previously tasked me with hypnotizing a goo insect using an aphrodisiac powder, which had similar effects on humans. Thus, upon my spirit's departure from my body, I remained in a state of arousal, frozen in an upright position. Qin Long cast me a peculiar glance, clearing her throat before saying, "Change his clothes." The mortuary staff feigned ignorance and proceeded with the task. As they fastened the waist belt, the unusual bulge made it impossible to secure. With a forceful tug, a sound akin to tearing echoed as a frozen appendage punctured the fabric, standing defiantly. After a brief, stunned silence, Qin Long turned away, pretending not to notice. The staff retrieved a hammer, asking, "Miss Qin, does your friend require any softening treatment?" Qin Long suppressed a smile, looking at me with an inquiring gaze. I hastily waved my hand. "No need, this will suffice." On our return journey, Qin Long remained silent, her expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. I presumed her concern stemmed from the vengeful spirit of Qinbaogu, and thus I offered reassurance. Qinbaogu met a violent end. While he may harbor resentment, it will not linger, nor would he dare approach me. Within 3 days, ensure that you sleep in a place with heavy yin energy, within 3 meters of me at night, and all will be well. Thank you. Qin Long managed a strange smile, adding, "What troubles me more is that girl, Qin Yin. Since your departure, she has often cried out in the night, claiming a ghost sits at her bedside, demanding we find someone to exorcise it. I could not reach you by phone. A series of monks and priests have come and gone, yet to no avail." I reassured her, "Do not fret. With my talisman in place, we shall remain entirely safe." Qin Lan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she softly replied, "Thank you." The car halted before the Qin family villa, and I observed a thick, dark cloud of malevolence gathering above the estate, more pronounced than before. This confirmed my suspicion that Qin Yin's promise to engage in virtuous deeds reciting scriptures and praying had gone unfulfilled. Furthermore, during her visit to the hospital, she had uttered not a word but instead wore an exceedingly peculiar smile that eluded my understanding. I found myself acquiescing to her whims. Sensing her aura, she appeared to be an ordinary girl, yet her behavior was undeniably perplexing. As I pondered these matters, the door suddenly swung open, and Lu Hemming stealthily approached, clutching a small notebook and beckoning me with an air of mystery. "Brother, you won't believe what I have discovered." Taking the small volume from him, I examined the cover inscribed with the word ledger. Several pages had been deliberately folded, revealing entries such as June 1st, engaged Master Lu Qinling for exorcism. Expenditure of 30,000. June 5th, persistent hauntings at home. Summoned Dongjun to chant the rebirth incantation. Expenditure of 10,000. June 8th, Master Zhou from Longhu Mountain visited voluntarily for exorcism. Charge 100,000. June 13. There were a total of 47 such entries, indicating that the Qin family had successively sought the aid of 48 individuals for exorcism, including myself, yielding a total of 49. "What do you wish to show me this for?" I inquired. "I have something else for you." Lu Hemming produced a yellowed sheepskin scroll from his pocket. Its surface chilling to the touch, exuding a potent aura of darkness, inscribed in ancient small seal script. Missing soul's senses from the underworld. June 1st, Master Lu Qinling was bitten by a venomous insect and perished. The body remains, yet the soul has not reported to the underworld and is recorded as missing. June 5th, Exorcist Zhang Zheng was strangled to death. The soul is missing. June 8th, Master Zhou from Longhu Mountain is unaccounted for. June 13. Lu Hemming's expression turned grave. This is a wanted notice for lost souls from the underworld, part of the series of mysterious murders in Zhuzhou. Coincidentally, every individual who has come to the Qin villa for exorcism has met a tragic end on the same day, with their souls completely vanishing. I suspected that within this house lay a malevolent entity of unparalleled danger. After a moment's contemplation, I stated gravely, "You must immediately investigate the birth dates of these deceased individuals. It may yield significant revelations." "I refuse." Lu Hemming shook his head vehemently, a look of distress crossing his face. "Brother, why risk our lives for this? I came to warn you this house is perilous. Quickly, convince Qin Dun to part with some funds, and let us make our escape." I replied sternly, "If you are afraid, you may leave at once. I must uncover the shaman who can break this curse." After considerable agitation, Lu Hemming finally conceded, "Let us not speak of our friendship. I shall assist you in the investigation." With that, Lu Hemming hurriedly departed with the scroll, just as my phone began to ring. To be precise, it was Qin Baogu's phone. Upon answering, a deep, raspy voice emerged from the other end. "Qin Baogu, come meet me at the back mountain of the Qin villa immediately." "Who are you? Stop pretending. Should you dare to renege, do not forget how those exorcists perished." As the call ended, I had already drawn my conclusions. The deaths of the exorcists were linked to the mysterious caller, who held a debt with Qin Baogu. This implied that Qin Baogu had sought the caller's assistance to introduce a malignant force, intending to eradicate the Qin family. Could it be that this individual was the one who had cursed me? Time was of the essence. I must hasten to the back mountain to uncover the nature of the dealings between him and Qin Baogu, to avoid alarming the Qin family. I climbed out of the window on the 3rd floor and hurried along the back door, running swiftly for about 10 minutes until I arrived at the expansive lake. There, an emaciated, diminutive old woman with wispy white hair and wrinkled skin stood in the pavilion, her murky, aged eyes fixed upon me with a piercing gaze. As I approached, she cracked a smile, her voice chilling as she proclaimed, "I have already delivered that thing into the villa. Their family shall not survive the night. And the 10 million you promised me should be arriving shortly. First, what is that thing? Second, what agreement did we ever make? And why must I pay you 10 million? Chapter 18. The Imperial Tomb. Luring the dragon into the sea. What you have done is clear to you. The old woman, her expression shrouded in malice, spoke in a hoarse voice laced with venom. For the sake of the Qin family, I have sacrificed a meticulously nurtured water spirit. If the 10 million does not arrive today, you will meet a fate far worse than that of the Qin family. I inquired, what kind of fate? The old woman grinned, revealing her blackened, yellowed teeth, her gaze sweeping over me with an unsettling intensity. Do you not feel a heaviness in your right leg? A bit, I replied. It lies upon your leg. If the money does not arrive tonight, it will detach your left leg at the hip for a feast. Her chilling tone sent shivers down my spine. I reached down and pulled off a lizard the size of a cat from my left leg, its skin a murky green. Is this what you referred to? Ordinary geomancers lack the ability to see spirits, to commune with the underworld. They resort to raising spiritual creatures such as lizards, spiders, and snakes. Some even nurture small ghosts. This large gray-green lizard bore human-like features, undoubtedly housing a lingering soul. The old woman was taken aback. How can you see my spiritual creature? Geomancy is a technique that harnesses the energies of heaven and earth to seize fortune from all things. Yet you have employed it to wreak havoc. How pitiful. I casually tossed the shrieking lizard to the ground and stepped on its head. With a soft pop, the spirit trapped within the lizard escaped, bowing deeply to me before dissipating into the ether. As her spirit was released, the old woman spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed, drained of vitality. I stood before her, continuing to press. Can you answer the 2 questions I posed earlier? In terror, she gasped. You are not Qin Baogu. Who are you really? Yes, I can answer, she wheezed, clutching her chest. Qin Baogu paid handsomely for me to ruin the Qin family's geomancy and to employ malevolent spirits against them. I asked again, aside from you, has Qin Baogu sought out any other geomancers? No. Qin Baogu found me through domestic contacts. He lacks connections within the geomancy community. Using my skill of aura observation, I discerned she was not lying, but her abilities were too meager. She barely qualified as a novice without the ability to perceive the dualities of existence. I pressed further. Did you manipulate the 5-colored earth as curse? What 5-colored earth? The old woman looked utterly bewildered, and it was clear she was not feigning ignorance. Given her age, having shattered her innate spirit, she would not survive for long, and I had no need to kill her. Just as I was about to let her go, a slight tremor beneath my feet caught my attention, followed by a surge of overwhelming negative energy. Suddenly, from her position, a soil dragon erupted, biting into her waist. Blood gushed forth before she could even scream, and she was dragged into the earth. The soil dragon's body, marked with rock-like patterns and stained with dark red, held a tremendous power that sent a shiver through me. Moments of silence passed before another tremor reverberated beneath me, the negative energy rapidly approaching and threatening to break through. Though I harbored no fear of malevolent entities, the dragon was a mythical creature of ancient bloodline, and I had never before confronted a being of such caliber. Leaving me uncertain. In the instant the dragon emerged, I swiftly stomped my foot onto its snout. With a pained roar, silence returned to the ground, and I exhaled quietly. Relieved. My grandfather had indeed spoken the truth. In the face of malevolent entities, one must be fearless. Yet, at that moment, an old fear buried deep within me began to unfurl. The cave I resided in was a den of great misfortune, obscuring the celestial secrets of the imperial burial grounds. If an ordinary person were to dwell here, they would be drained of vitality within a month, succumbing to the oppressive energies. If the negative aura of the imperial tomb could not suppress the infant me, what was I? In the distance, Murong Changqing approached me. I sensed an unusual aura here. Are you all right? It was a soil dragon, but it could not harm me. I surveyed the surrounding dense forest obstructing my view and asked, could you take me to a higher vantage point? Certainly. Murong Changqing produced a bamboo flute and played an enchanting melody. Shortly, a giant eagle descended from the sky. Climb on and hold tight. It will carry you for a spin in the air. Come with me, I insisted. Murong Changqing did not refuse, and as we stood upon the eagle's back, I tightly embraced her waist. The eagle's wings unfurled, creating gusts of wind, and the trees below shrank into green dots. Clouds drifted beside us, and the sun overhead shone blindingly bright. I could not help but feel envy. Being a shaman was quite advantageous, saving on transportation costs. Murong Changqing seemed slightly embarrassed. Her tone cool as she remarked, the eagle flies steadily at high altitude. You need not hold on so tightly. Are you afraid of heights? I replied earnestly, no. If you decide to throw me off, I will die with you. With such youthful cunning, Murong Changqing snorted softly and continued to guide the eagle in flight. What do you see? I see the imperial tomb. The astonishing sight compelled me to rub my eyes, scarcely able to believe it. Such a remarkable geomantic formation, a naturally blessed land, could indeed give rise to soil dragons, and it was no mere coincidence. Murong Changqing inquired, puzzled, what is the imperial tomb? I pointed below at the terrain, explaining, the last time we encountered the underworld soldiers, their leader was situated to the northwest. The villa lies to the north, with gentle hills appearing ordinary, yet the 13 hills resonate with the White Tiger constellation. The dual stars illuminate, creating an atmosphere of imperial slaughter. To the southeast is the Zhuzhou Bridge, leading to the estuary. A single reed spans the chasm, and the malevolent dragon breaks the water to transform into a dragon. There are geomantic masters who can nurture malevolent dragons from the imperial tombs, leveraging the auspicious energies of the Zhuzhou Bridge to ascend to dominance in this region. In that moment, as I comprehended the terrain, everything fell into place: the Zhuzhou murder case, the 48 deceased spiritualists, the poison within me, the monstrous creature with a human head and insect body, and even Lu Wenli's mysterious death could be intertwined. Murong Changqing gazed at me intently for a while. Can you speak in terms I can understand? In resignation, I noted, if you do not believe me, feel free to consult other texts. Their word count is certainly less than mine. For now, I will update daily with 8,000 words, with a fixed release at 9:30 every morning, totaling 4 updates. To encourage updates, 1. Add the author on QQ 30296721. When 20 people accumulate, I will add an update. This is the quickest and most convenient method, and it is free. 2. When new collections reach 300, I will add more updates. Please lend a hand and click to collect. I will provide more updates without charge. 3. Donations do not result in additional updates. For those wishing for more updates, consider methods 1 and 2. It's enjoyable to chat with the author. Lastly, dear readers, do not scorn me. I am truly in dire straits. It has been 2 months since I graduated college, and my family does not support my writing. I am renting in a village within the city. I work 4 hours at a nearby restaurant every day at 11 in the morning and 7 in the evening. Earning $1,500 a month, with rent and utilities costing $800. I eat a simple meal at noon and buy steamed buns in the afternoon, 2 for 1 yuan. Enough to fill me up. This is not truly tragic, it is merely a struggle, and I can survive. The most unfortunate aspect is that on the 14th, the editor requested I send the contract. On the 15th, I received my salary, but I had no money on me and felt embarrassed to tell my family or friends. I could not even muster 20 yuan. How could I face others? As for why I speak of this now, it is in the spirit of our forebears, who believed that revealing one's shameful moments renders them no longer shameful. I inquired with the editor if I could have an additional day, but the response was negative. Likely due to the assumption that I was merely procrastinating. Ultimately, I transferred the funds from my previous account with the Dida ride-hailing app to my bank account before sending off the contract. In conclusion, regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I am resolute in my commitment to continue writing this book. Over the past few days, I have received considerable encouragement and support from friends on QQ. I have gone without sleep for 3 consecutive nights, only allowing myself a brief nap at noon. One reader inquired about when I would provide an update, and I explained that my lack of sleep has slowed my progress. Nevertheless, I managed to update an hour later. That individual urged me to take care of my health, emphasizing its importance, which truly touched me. To love a craft is to dedicate oneself to it. My wife's name is Yixing. Writing is my original vocation, and I will not relinquish it. I sincerely hope for your continued support. This lamentation comes to a close. If my misfortunes evoke your ire, I implore you to subscribe first before casting judgment, as I genuinely seek your initial support. Lastly, I shamelessly declare, dear friends, support me, for I aspire not only to earn a living but also to achieve recognition. Chapter 19. The Guiding Spirits and the Sealed Evil Dragon. I carefully articulated my thoughts, revealing that beneath the Qing family villa lay an imperial tomb. It was said that someone had committed murder here to cultivate vengeful spirits, providing nourishment for a malevolent dragon. One day, when the dragon was well fed, it would plunge into the Pearl River, cross the bridge, and venture into the sea, becoming a scourge upon the land. Murong Changqing cleared her throat, and the situation aligned with my expectations. Why did you not mention this earlier? I inquired. Murong Changqing disregarded my question, continuing on her own. This matter could only be orchestrated by that traitor. She has amalgamated the techniques of the Mo family and the southern tribes, excelling in puppet control and disguise. The extent of her concealment is such that even face to face, it is challenging to discern the truth. I was puzzled and asked, if this traitor is so powerful and is among us, why has she not made her move? If she had the opportunity, she would not allow me to live. Murong Changqing replied solemnly, "Firstly, our southern clan's good control can manipulate all things, but the stronger the opponent, the weaker the control chain becomes. And there lies the risk of backlash. The traitor's control over the evil dragon is already at its limit. Before the dragon plunges into the sea to transform, her power is particularly restricted. Secondly, during our time in the hospital yesterday, I absorbed some of the yin energy for my own use, partially restoring my strength. Hence, she dares not act recklessly. Upon returning to the villa, I sketched a rough outline of the nearby mountains and rivers from memory. Using the terrain to deduce the flow of fortune, and combining it with astrological insights, the dragon had just consumed an elderly woman, gathering the souls of 49 spiritual individuals. It was likely to leap over the Dragon Gate in the near future. In 3 days, it would be the height of summer, with heat and humidity at their peak, aligning with the Emperor's celestial vigor. At that time, the dragon would consume the 49 hidden souls and charge through the Zhuzhou Bridge into the sea. We must find that traitor within 3 days and subdue her decisively. The door swung open, and Liu Hemming rushed in, panting, tossing a sheet of paper to me. "Damn it, I put in a great effort to gather this for you," he exclaimed. "I only asked you to investigate one person. Why did you collect so many?" In his astonished gaze, I withdrew a single piece and, using a brush dipped in vermilion, inscribed the birth date of one individual on yellow paper. Heaven and earth are natural. The foul qi dissipates. Within the cave of mysteries, the essence of Taiyuan shines. As the incantation concluded, the yellow paper spontaneously ignited with a soft pop, transforming into curling azure smoke that slipped through the door's crack. We hurriedly followed. As we raced from the 3rd floor to the 1st, we found Qin Dun and the others absent. The smoke led us into the kitchen, ultimately vanishing into the crevice of the refrigerator. The refrigerator? Accompanying Qin Dun were 6 chefs in uniforms, pushing a small cart filled with ingredients. "You 3 should wait upstairs. The meal will be ready shortly," Qin Dun said with a smile. "Today, I've invited the chef from Tianyi Building to prepare a nourishing feast you won't forget." I scrutinized one of the carts, asking, "Can I take a look at the ingredients?" The 6 chefs exchanged strange glances, hesitant to lift the cotton cloth covering the ingredients. Qin Dun gestured to the chefs, and they ignored my inquiry, continuing to push the cart into the kitchen. "Bogo, the ingredients are a secret of Tianyi Building. You just need to taste them later." Without further discussion, Qin Dun ushered the 4 of us out of the kitchen and closed the door. Back in the room, on the 3rd floor, Liu Hemming frowned. "I feel an eerily familiar aura from that pile of ingredients, but I can't quite place it." "It's a highly pure yin energy," I replied gravely. "The items in that basket likely conceal some hidden truths. We must be cautious during dinner, avoid the meat dishes at all costs. Besides Qin Long, Qin Yin, and Qin Dun, any of them could be the mastermind behind this. We must not let our guard down." Murong Changqing suddenly interjected, "Qin Long is not to be underestimated. Do not forget, she has killed before." Her calm words stirred a tempest within me. When I conversed with Qin Long, Murong Changqing was not present. How could she know of our discussion? Murong Changqing noticed my change in expression but offered no explanation, leaving the atmosphere tense. Liu Hemming scratched his head. Why complicate things? All 3 of them might not be trustworthy. We should take them down first and interrogate them one by one. "No!" Murong Changqing immediately countered. "If I were fully restored, I could deal with the traitor, but if we turn hostile now, it could lead to mutual destruction. The two reached an impasse, and their gazes unexpectedly fell upon me. I stated, there is no need for mutual destruction. While we refrain from acting against her, she also dares not strike openly. We have 3 days left. Tomorrow, I will seal the water veins of the Pearl River to prevent the evil dragon from entering the sea. In these 3 days, the mastermind will undoubtedly seek ways to unseal the water veins I've sealed. We merely need to observe and wait for them to reveal their true intentions. After a moment of silence, Murong Changqing nodded slightly, affirming my thoughts. Liu Hemming rolled his eyes. This idea is something my brother would never have thought of. Do you even have any shame? Before the two could continue their bickering, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Qin Long, her voice laced with a hint of urgency, asked, "May I come in?" Murong Changqing and Liu Hemming immediately tensed, exchanging wary glances. I inquired, "Do you need something?" "Master, did you not say that after dark I must stay within 3 meters of you?" It dawned on me that when leaving the hospital, I had warned Qin Long not to stray too far due to the potential threat of Qin Bogu as malevolent spirit. However, reflecting now, I had unwittingly dug a grave for myself. Murong Changqing was correct. Although Qin Long had a kind heart, she had indeed taken a life. Moreover, the mastermind could easily alter their aura. Even if she were to disguise herself, it would be difficult for me to discern the truth. If Qin Long were truly the mastermind, being this close to her could put me in grave danger. Just as I hesitated, Qin Long's voice carried a hint of disappointment as she asked, "Is it quite inconvenient for me to be this close?" As she spoke, she cast a casual glance at Murong Changqing. Murong Changqing remarked, "I will not intrude upon you," before exiting the room. Liu Hemming looked at me for confirmation, and when I waved my hand, he followed suit and left, closing the door behind him. The room fell into silence, leaving just Qin Long and me. I remained highly vigilant, while Qin Long appeared anxious, glancing toward the darkened window, seemingly fearful that a vengeful spirit might slip in unnoticed. Chapter 20. The Deception Unveiled. Testing the reality, an idea struck me like a lightning bolt. I suddenly conceived a method to probe Qin Long. I proposed a way to swiftly capture the spirit of Qin Bogu, contingent upon her cooperation. "Do not hesitate to speak, I shall comply," the master assured. Qin Long agreed with remarkable alacrity, casting a flicker of doubt upon my suspicion of her connection to the puppeteer behind the scenes. Nevertheless, the stakes were high, and I dared not be negligent. I instructed Qin Long to promptly fetch a bowl of raw rice from the kitchen. Placing a slice of uncooked pork atop it and inserting 3 incense sticks into the meat. Upon completion, she was to return to my chamber. Following my directives, Qin Long prepared the offerings while I pricked my finger, allowing a droplet of crimson blood to adorn the tip of a steel pen, which I discreetly concealed within my sleeve. "What? Are you afraid?" she inquired, her pearly teeth clenching as her beautiful eyes shimmered with resolve. "As long as the master is by my side, I fear nothing," she declared. "Excellent." The earthy scent would cloak my masculine energy, preventing Qin Bogu's spirit from being frightened away. Upon returning to the room, I extinguished the lights and crouched in a corner, instructing Qin Long to close her eyes and repeatedly chant the name of Qin Bogu. Standing by the windowsill, she cradled the bowl, murmuring incessantly. The living offering of raw rice and pork would be a significant allure for the spirit, especially given the deep-seated enmity between Qin Bogu and Qin Long, which would undoubtedly summon his ghost. Should Qinlong be the mastermind, she would undoubtedly reveal her true prowess when faced with Qinbogo's menace. Conversely, if she were merely an ordinary girl, she would be overtaken by panic in the face of the supernatural. My sole task was to subdue the malevolent spirit at the precise moment it threatened Qinlong, ensuring neither my performance appeared too contrived nor that she faced true peril. Mere minutes passed before an inexplicable whirlwind erupted outside, howling as it wrenched at the branches in the courtyard, while the streetlights emitted a hissing sound before plunging into darkness. By the pallid moonlight, I discerned a shadow advancing from afar, gradually entering through the door. Seemingly sensing a shift, Qinlong shuddered and, in a tremulous voice, asked, "Master, may I open my eyes now?" "Yes, he has entered," I whispered. "Remember my words. Whatever danger unfolds, remain rooted to the spot and do not move." Her calves trembled, and her delicate face turned as pale as freshly sliced bread, yet she nodded in acknowledgement, though I felt a pang of guilt for frightening her. I hoped to eliminate her from suspicion and redirect my focus toward Qin Yin and Qin Dun, making the situation considerably simpler. I wished for Qinlong to be worthy of my trust. The oppressive aura in the corridor drew nearer, compelling me to hold my breath to conceal my presence. With a creak, the ajar door swung open, revealing Qinbogo clad in a white hospital gown, his body rigid, head drooping, and face a ghastly shade of blue, his long, sharp fingernails a vivid scarlet. He advanced with knees straightened, as if tiptoeing on his toes. "Return my life." His voice rasped, chillingly piercing the air as he glared with his blood-red eyes, his sharp claws lunging toward Qinlan's neck. I remained hidden in the corner, a mere spectator to the unfolding horror, paralyzed. "Ah!" Qinlong cried out, her hands trembling as she accidentally knocked the meat from the bowl. One of the incense sticks tumbled into the crevice of her high-heeled shoes, searing her flesh with the acrid scent of burned skin. Despite this, she adhered to my instructions, remaining utterly still. The distance between Qinbogo's claws and Qinlan's neck dwindled to mere inches, while I gripped the steel pen, poised for action. My gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qinlan's expression. In that moment of life and death, she inexplicably closed her eyes in despair, seemingly surrendering all resistance. At that instant, I was utterly convinced of her trustworthiness. With a swift motion, I thrust the pen forward, the bloodied tip plunging into Qinbogo's nape. It was as though cold water had been poured into boiling oil. The malevolent energy within him shattered instantaneously, dissipating into a gust of wind that vanished in an instant. Typically resilient, Qinlong sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. I removed my raincoat, leaning down to assist her, but she brushed my hand away, indignantly retorting, "Is my panic truly that amusing?" Having resolved that Qinlong was an ally, I laid bare my previous doubts. Her eyes widened in shock. "You mean the culprit lies among my father and sister?" "Indeed. This is impossible," Qinlong exclaimed, losing her usual composure. "You know they nearly fell victim to the ghost." Before I could elaborate, the partially open bedroom door was knocked twice, and Qin Dun's jovial voice rang out, "You two lovebirds can reminisce later. Come down for dinner first." Before departing, I leaned in, speaking gravely to Qinlong, "No matter what, keep this matter to yourself. Do not expose it." Her lips moved as if to argue, but she ultimately nodded in resignation. At the dining table, a sumptuous feast was laid out before us. Before I could settle down, Lu Hapin tore into a large pork elbow with his bare hands, devouring it as if he were a famished beast, completely disregarding my earlier warning. I discreetly kicked him under the table, whispering, "Don't eat so hastily. Be careful." Lu Haiping paused, as if suddenly realizing something. Staring helplessly at the meat in his hands with a face full of distress, he glared at Murong Changqing, seemingly blaming her for not warning him. Yet, Murong Changqing calmly picked at the vegetables, paying him no mind. I tentatively sampled the pork, relieved to find it devoid of any malevolent energy, which allowed me to nod slightly, easing Lu Haiping's tense demeanor. "Please, make yourselves at home, as if you were in your own residence," Qin Dun warmly encouraged. While Qin Lang wore an expression heavy with concern, foreboding an unpleasant meal. However, Qin Ying appeared oblivious to the awkwardness at the table. She poured a full glass of wine for me, teasing, "Brother-in-law, at 30, you're practically an elderly parent. My sister is already 28. When do you plan to marry? Children should not meddle in adult affairs." Qin Lang chided, her cheeks flushed, though her gaze darted toward me. "You young ones should be mindful. Marriage is your concern. But I am eager for grandchildren," Qin Dun remarked, placing a succulent piece of kidney onto my plate. "Young man, you must strive harder." I felt a surge of caution. Gently biting into the kidney, relieved that it too bore no trace of malevolent energy. Yet, I pondered the source of the dense aura I had sensed from the ingredients earlier. Chapter 21: The Birth of the Spirit Baby. Transformation of the primordial young. The kitchen door swung open, revealing two robust chefs who carefully balanced a white porcelain basin on a shoulder pole, placing it gingerly at the center of the table. "Mr. Qin, the eaglet soup you requested is ready." With the final dish presented, the chefs departed, and Qin Duan personally lifted the lid of the pot, releasing an enchanting aroma that wafted through the air. Within the basin nestled a plump, meaty orb the size of a basin, with broth that shimmered in shades of red and white, resembling diluted chili oil, exuding an eerie allure. Strangely, this soup seemed to harbor pure primordial energy, a symbol of auspiciousness known only to those deeply versed in Buddhist or Taoist practices. Its essence promised longevity. Lu Haiping had learned his lesson. Before I could pick out my chopsticks, he merely swallowed nervously, his eyes fixed on the dish. "What is this eaglet soup made from?" I inquired. "Don't he ask, asking ruins the flavor," Qin Duan replied, cautiously slurping a spoonful of the soup, his face glowing with delight as he exclaimed, "It is simply a delicacy of the mortal realm." Qin Ying, perhaps satiated, had engrossed herself in her mobile device, while Qin Lang, curious, reached for the dish with her chopsticks. I intercepted her, saying, "Wait, I have an unsettling feeling about this soup." "Oh, you're being overly dramatic," Qin Duan retorted. "In my business days, a prominent boss treated me to this exquisite dish. Initially, it felt odd, but as I continued to eat, I found myself utterly captivated. As if addicted." With that, Qin Duan seized a knife, his expression betraying a greedy anticipation as he carefully sliced the meaty orb. As the knife broke through, the overhead light flickered ominously, signaling an unusual energy presence. Qin Lang sat beside me, and as the energy field emerged, I gestured for her to draw closer. To my astonishment, the moment the knife penetrated the meatball, a baby's cry echoed through the air. Qin Duan froze, gripped by terror. As the infant within the broth writhed in distress, its cries intensifying the malevolent energy within. Realizing something was amiss, I urgently shouted at Qin Duan, "Run!" But he stood paralyzed, terror-stricken. As the infant accumulated enough dark energy, its face contorted to a ghastly shade of green, and with a sudden lunge, it pounced onto Qing Duan's face. The newborn, appearing innocent yet possessing razor-sharp teeth, swiftly tore flesh from his visage. I rushed forward, seizing the infant by its legs and flinging it into a corner. If I wished to end its life, a mere stomp would silence its cries. However, Lu Himing blocked my path, gravely stating, "Brother, I believe I know what this creature is. It is indeed a genuine infant. Should you crush it, your vitality would be compromised." Qing Duan, clutching his face in agony, cried out as Qin Long hurriedly tore a tablecloth to staunch his bleeding. 2 bites had left his cheeks mangled, exposing his molars beneath, while blood streamed from his forehead, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Qin Yin had mysteriously slipped away, and Lu Rongchangqing hid behind me, her expression one of bewilderment, seemingly unable to assist. The infant, fueled by its cries, amassed more dark energy, and upon reaching a critical point, it would lose its sanity, transforming into a vengeful ghostly child, intent on attacking Qing Duan. Oddly, this spirit seemed fixated solely on him. Ignoring the rest of us, I attempted to approach, placing my palm against the ghostly child's forehead. With my power, the malevolent energy within dissipated within moments, its skin shifting from a ghastly gray to a soft pink. The infant even grasped my pinky finger, suckling gently, eventually succumbing to slumber. Lu Himing gave me a thumbs up, sincerely exclaiming, "Brother, your constitution is extraordinary, truly impressive." Qin Long, applying pressure to Qing Duan's gory wound, frantically shouted, "Call for an ambulance. An ambulance won't save your father." Lu Himing retorted coldly, producing a packet of gray powder wrapped in yellow paper from his Zhongshan suit pocket and scattering it over Qing Duan's face. As the powder settled, the dark energy at his wound vanished, and the bleeding ceased immediately. "Hey, why doesn't it hurt anymore?" Qing Duan muttered, rubbing his cheek, confirming the absence of pain. He approached the mirror by the door, only to be struck with horror. My face! The disfigured Qing Duan resembled a grotesque creature, with a patch of scalp torn from his forehead, exposing his cheekbone and jaw, saliva dripping grotesquely down his face. Lu Himing took the ghostly child from my arms, placing it in Qing Duan's embrace, and with a smirk, asked, "Tell me, who does the child resemble?" Qing Duan noticed that the ghostly infant's features began to shift, its contours and facial characteristics mirroring his own. "Do not be astonished, this is your son." Qing Duan retrieved a yellowed notebook from his suit pocket, revealing accounts of missing infants dating back to June 2014 in Zhuzhou district, where only fragments of bones had been found, suspected to have been consumed by demons. In September 2015, 3 deceased infants vanished from the Zhuzhou Municipal Hospital, later discovered to have been taken by humans, their whereabouts unknown. On August 1, 2020, a disabled infant was abandoned at the same hospital, marked for a prize, destined to be transformed into the so-called restorative eaglet soup Qin Long. Glancing from the pot of red and white broth to the infant in Qing Duan's arms, was suddenly overwhelmed, clutching the wall as she retched violently. Qing Duan stammered, "Regardless. The infants are already dead. I paid a high price for this." Lu Himing's expression darkened, his tone grave as he admonished, "Do you not realize that the souls of newborns linger within their physical forms, too frail to escape?" Lu Himing, embodying righteous indignation, spoke with a resonance that commanded attention. It was the first time I had witnessed such a serious side of him. I finally understood what the elderly woman had meant when she spoke of an object placed within the Qin family estate that could lead to their utter destruction. Should the vengeful infant kill Qin Duan, its malevolence would escalate, endangering Qin Long and Qin Yin, potentially culminating in a massacre. I grasped the situation. Recognizing that I could not save Qin Duan, and could only exhale, they arrived in this world filled with hope after enduring great suffering, yet found themselves trapped in flesh, at the mercy of gluttonous beings. What should have been a pure existence became tainted by dark energy, unable to reincarnate, transforming into vengeful infants yearning to be your sons. Whether you acknowledge it or not, Lu Himing coldly declared, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. I can dispel the vengeful spirit's malice. Now, you must avoid provoking the spirit and nurture it carefully. In 3 to 5 months, once its resentment dissipates, it will reincarnate on its own. Qin Duan, now in a state of shock, trembled as he held the infant, unable to utter a word. Just as I thought the ordeal had ended, a bee silently entered through the window, landing on the infant's forehead. Chapter 22, Reversal of the Bagua and the Great Mechanism. By the time I regained my senses to shout, it was already too late. A wasp, roughly the size of a thumb, plunged its dark blue stinger into the infant's brow. The piercing cries erupted once more, as malevolent energy surged towards the infant's forehead. The child's complexion turned a ghastly shade of purple, sharp teeth protruding from its lips, and its pupils shifted from black to crimson, emanating a chilling aura of ferocity. I hastily shouted, "Throw the baby away." The ghostly infant lunged at Qin Duan, sinking its teeth into his throat. The sound of his trachea and cervical vertebrae cracking echoed in my ears, and I knew it was too late. Qin Duan could not utter a single cry before his gaze dimmed rapidly, and he collapsed to the ground. To prevent Qin Long from becoming overly distraught, I quickly pulled her into my embrace, covering her eyes. To my surprise, Qin Long appeared remarkably calm, gazing at me with a look of bewilderment. The ghostly infant gnawed at its victim, and soon, all that remained on the floor was a pool of blood. This time, the ghostly infant had avenged its grudge and could finally reincarnate. Lu Heming quietly approached the ghostly infant from behind. Retrieving an iron hook the length of an arm and a burlap sack from his inner pocket, when the two were mere inches apart, Lu Heming used the hook to snag the ghostly infant's neck, swiftly placing it into the sack and sealing it with yellow thread. Inside, the ghostly infant writhed and squealed. Yet it could not escape the thin burlap. Moments later, its struggles weakened, and when Lu Heming opened the sack again, it had vanished without a trace. Qin Duan was dead, and Qin Long was worthy of our trust. Now, only Qin Yin remained, undoubtedly the mastermind behind it all. In retrospect, all the doubts seemed to unravel seamlessly. Qin Yin's actions were increasingly conspicuous, and the pattern became clearer. From the very beginning, she had manipulated feng shui and destiny, inviting ghosts into the home, luring a multitude of spiritual practitioners with high profits, only to murder and imprison them. Simultaneously, she orchestrated a series of murders throughout Zhuzhou over several years. To my knowledge, Lu Wenli had been killed and transformed into a vengeful spirit, devouring the souls of her two murderers. Cultivating malevolent spirits to consume one another echoed the methods employed in Miujiang for raising poisonous insects. I had 3 lingering questions. First, if Lu Wenli's death was accidental, how could a feng shui master arrive in advance, as if foreseeing the event? Second, why had the talisman Lu Heming provided me to capture Lu Wenli's soul suddenly gone missing? Now, everything could be explained. Lu Wenli's demise was not an accident. It was meticulously planned by Qin Yin, aimed at nurturing vengeful spirits to be devoured by the malevolent creature. When I attempted to collect Lu Wenli's soul, Qin Yin had already preemptively claimed it, rendering the talisman void. The greatest enigma remained the insect in my mind. I could not fathom when it had been implanted. Qin Yin was riddled with flaws, yet I had been utterly oblivious, naively believing I was guiding her toward righteousness, a virtuous act. Reflecting on it now, I felt a wave of shame wash over me. However, with only 3 days until the malevolent creature transformed, Qin Yin was at a crucial stage of control over it and posed no threat to us. Once we left the residence, I merely needed to seal the water vein to thwart Qin Yin's plans. Poor Qin Long was still unaware of everything. I was at a loss for how to console her, but she gently extricated herself from my embrace, smoothing her disheveled hair. Her cheeks flushed yet feigning composure as she said, "What are you doing?" I was taken aback. Did her father's death not sadden her in the slightest? My father? Qin Long knitted her delicate brows, puzzled. I lost my father at a young age. It has always been just my sister and me. Then, who was that just now? I pointed toward the pool of blood on the ground, but as my gaze followed my fingertip, I was astonished to discover that the spot where Qin Dun had fallen was now utterly empty. How could this be? The table, once set with Qin Dun's dishes, had inexplicably vanished. On the wall of the main hall, the family portrait that had featured Qin Dun now only displayed Qin Long and Qin Yin. Within this household, every trace of Qin Dun had vanished without a trace. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, and the curtains were drawn in a swift motion, plunging the room into darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. I pulled out my phone, intending to activate the flashlight, only to find that it flickered twice before shutting down automatically. Murong Changqing cupped his hands, murmuring incantations I could not comprehend. Soon, fireflies swarmed from all directions, gathering above us in a luminous cluster. The glow of the fireflies illuminated our surroundings sufficiently, and Qin Long looked around in curiosity. Is this magic? I furrowed my brow in contemplation, yet I found myself at a loss. Death is commonplace, but the total erasure of all remnants left in this world was indeed perplexing. Murong Changqing retrieved a ceramic flute from his robes and played a strange melody. A horde of snakes and rats emerged from the corners, greedily gnawing at the door. However, before they could make much progress, each creature fell lifeless to the ground. Murong Changqing bent down and examined the remnants of the chewed wood, his expression grave. It contains ink soil, specifically designed to counteract the insects. We are trapped. Lu Hemming lamented. We thought we could catch someone here, but instead, we fell into their trap. We're done for. Don't panic, let me think. I sat cross-legged on the floor, focused on my breathing and clearing my mind to sense the surrounding space. The atmosphere in this villa felt stagnant, permeated with a strong odor of earth. I tried to determine my bearings, but the divination symbols were chaotic and constantly shifting. Suddenly, I opened my eyes. This was an illusion, created by rearranging the positions of the 8 trigrams to induce a false perception, a technique of feng shui. Lu Hemming exclaimed with delight, "Brother, this is your forte. Can't you just chant a couple of spells to open the door?" "No." Murong Changqing, puzzled, asked. "You learned from Li Banshong. Surely, you can outsmart a novice girl in feng shui." I replied, if it were merely a feng shui issue, I could easily unravel it. However, This house is also infused with mechanisms, perpetually in a state of flux. To dispel the illusion, we must identify the core of the mechanisms. Yet without breaking the illusion, we cannot see the core. Feng Shui practitioners rely heavily on their sight. This includes destiny and physiognomy practitioners, who cleanse their bodies of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, particularly through their eyes. Thus, they can discern Feng Shui, the flow of life, and perceive the illusory. Unfortunately, I am currently using Qin Bagugu's body, which possesses mortal eyes that cannot penetrate the essence of the illusion or the shifting patterns of the formation. Murong Changqing seemed increasingly agitated, resuming his flute playing. This time, even more serpents and rodents poured forth from the villa's corners, fervently gnawing at a corner of the door. Only when the corpses piled high, leaving no living creature, did Murong Changqing darkly abandon hope. I noticed that while playing the flute, Murong Changqing's demeanor harmonized with the natural world, an embodiment of the Taoist principle of returning to simplicity. Moreover, his expertise in controlling insects was formidable. Perhaps if my soul were to merge into her body, I could unravel the formation here. I asked, in this urgent situation, could I borrow your body for a moment? Murong Changqing's expression turned icy. What are you thinking at a time like this? Her demeanor softened slightly. Oh, is that what you meant? What else could it be? I had assumed she would reject the idea, as the notion of my soul entering Murong Changqing's body would leave her with no privacy before me, a reasonable objection. I shook my head and said, after 18 years of arduous training, I have finally mastered the art of dispelling illusions. No one can take my place beside me. Liu Hemming urged, Sister, this is a matter of life and death for all three of us. Just sacrifice your body for a moment, and let my brother enter once. Silence! Murong Changqing shot a fierce glare at Liu Hemming, while I stood helplessly to the side, awaiting Murong Changqing's response. After a short while, Liu Hemming murmured, Brother, why not use my corporeal form instead? I replied, You are a spirit, possessing only an ethereal body, devoid of physical form. Moreover, the energy within you is too chaotic to be of any use. Liu Hemming sighed and remarked, somewhat sarcastically, If there were such a splendid method to escape, I would willingly assist without hesitation. Alas, certain individuals are overly sentimental, insisting that we remain trapped here. Silence, do you hear me? Murong Changqing's fair face darkened. Her eyes filled with fury. Liu Hemming snorted dismissively, ignoring her. After a long pause, Murong Changqing sighed heavily and asked, What must I do? You agree? I replied. For the sake of survival, I could overlook much. Upon hearing this, my anxious heart finally eased a little. If Murong Changqing had stubbornly refused to help, I would have been at a loss. I instructed, lie flat and relax your entire body. When you sense something foreign within you, do not resist, otherwise it will be difficult for me to enter. Murong Changqing's face flushed deeply as she held her breath for a long time, ultimately gritting her teeth to utter a single word, Fine. Chapter 23, The Enchantment of Blessing, the 3-layered maze today, 4 updates, a little later. Murong Changqing closed her eyes and lay flat on the ground. I lay beside her, silently reciting the incantation, unity of heart and mind, breath in harmony, interwoven yet abundant. Unperturbed by change, free from attachment and desire, without abandonment or regret, without action or self. Once my thoughts reached clarity, I felt as though I were floating. and when I suddenly sat up, my spirit had already departed from my body. Since Murong Changqing's soul still resided within her form, I had no choice but to collide forcefully with her body. After waiting for a considerable time, Murong Changqing impatiently opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Are you done yet?" At this moment, I had already taken control of her body and stood up. In her beautiful eyes, I first saw shock, which quickly transformed into anger as she reprimanded. "When using my body, you must refrain from inappropriate touches. Maintain some decorum." I nodded in agreement. On the side, Liu Hemming, reveling in the spectacle, grinned widely and remarked, "Even if you don't touch her, my brother can clearly feel everything." "Shut up," I retorted. "What can you do if I don't?" Liu Hemming cast a disdainful glance at Murong Changqing, reminding her, "Don't forget, you're just a spirit now. I can dispose of you anytime." Murong Changqing's delicate face darkened, her teeth clenched in anger. I furrowed my brows and surveyed the surroundings. "Everyone quiet down. Don't disrupt my observation of the formation." Liu Hemming snorted arrogantly, then leaned closer to me and whispered, "Brother, what does it feel like to be a woman? Is it heavy?" I could no longer restrain myself and replied, "Do you still want to get out?" "Of course," he replied. "Then don't speak." Liu Hemming paused for a moment, then awkwardly stood aside, casting a mournful glance at me, as if he had suffered great injustice. I sat cross-legged, closed my eyes, and began to chant the Ice Heart incantation. Once I adapted to Murong Changqing's body and my mind became clear and unclouded, I opened my eyes again. In my view, the entire villa transformed into a dreamlike realm, brimming with splendid and mysterious colors. The villa, rooted deep beneath the ground, derived its support from a stream of purple energy emanating from the imperial tomb, setting the massive formation into motion. Below the villa lay the imperial mausoleum, which obstructed the entrance. The northern expanse was anchored by the White Tiger Mountain, the southern flowed into the sea, and directly to the west stood the Grand Commander's tomb. This imperial mausoleum, embodying countless wonders, served as the optimal energy source for the villa's formation. The imperial tomb absorbed the purple energy from the heavens, activating at dawn and ceasing at noon, subsequently returning to its original position. The walls were crafted from coffins and the decay of corpses, while the interior was filled with mechanisms made of iron chains and wood, glowing with golden light. The northernmost wall was replaced by a concave mirror, inscribed with the words, "I have heard that ancient healing is merely the transmutation of essence and energy. It can only be blessed through this." I stepped forward, pinched some paint used for writing scriptures, and inhaled its scent. Indeed, it was an element of the 13 blessings. The 13 blessings can be traced back to the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, capable of healing and harming. It consisted of a blend of agarwood, vermilion, sandalwood, and mandrake flower powder, used to inscribe hallucinatory incantations. Directly across from the mirror was an artificially created pond, capable of gathering human essence, dissolving it in water to nurture the dwelling and counteract it against others. Liu Hemming, trailing beside me, continued to chatter, "Brother, what are you doing touching the wall?" I replied, "Lend me your stick for a moment." Liu Hemming produced a golden baseball bat adorned with talismans from his pocket and handed it to me, warning, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Using this to smash the wall is utterly futile." I just tried. It broke 3 fire extinguishers and bent 2 steel plates, and the wall didn't budge. Liu Hemming, not understanding the essence of the illusion, would be thwarted by the protective mechanism within the formation whenever he struck with brute force. However, having discerned the essence of the illusion, I could easily shatter it. Taking the baseball bat, I swung it vigorously, striking the center of the northern wall. After a series of crisp cracking sounds, the entire wall collapsed with a resounding crash, scattering shards of glass everywhere. Both Murong Changqing and Lu Hemming widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. The wall that created the illusion had shattered, revealing its true nature to all. Murong Changqing appeared stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. After a long pause, she murmured, "I never expected that after leaving me she would learn so many peculiar and extraordinary things." It was no wonder Murong Changqing was astonished. The level of this spellcraft, puppet art, and the application of feng shui had reached an exceptionally high standard. Moreover, this person was a master of controlling puppets, adept at mastering so many esoteric arts simultaneously, which could only be described as a prodigy. When Lu Hemming beheld the entirety of the formation, he immediately rolled up his sleeves, lifting an iron cabinet taller than a person from the living room. "Watch me," he declared. With that, Lu Hemming charged forward, slamming the cabinet against the most luminous point of the northern formation nexus. The sound of metal clashing resonated painfully in my ears. The cabinet caved in halfway, and Lu Hemming was propelled backwards by the immense recoil, crashing into a bookshelf and becoming entangled in wooden frames and piles of books. Emerging awkwardly, Lu Hemming dusted himself off and exclaimed, "Damn, this thing is sturdy. Wait for me to get something bigger to try again." Brute force could never break the formation. I ignored Lu Hemming and focused on studying the structure of the formation. The entire formation was composed of 3 parts. The first was the illusion, which I had already unraveled. The second was to halt the movement of the formation, otherwise, the array would shift, making it impossible to breach. Only by completing these 2 steps could one truly access the core of the formation. While I was immersed in my research, Lu Hemming emerged from the storage room, carrying a steel safe taller than himself, weighing at least several tons. His face flushed and neck thickened as he walked, causing the floor to tremble with each step. "Brother, you get out of the way." I quickly sidestepped. Lu Hemming took a few running steps and slammed the safe against the northern formation nexus. With a thunderous crack, the protective formation blazed with brilliant light before extinguishing in an instant. Lu Hemming's strike had drained the formation's energy for several seconds. Such raw strength was indeed terrifying. With the formation's energy depleted, it could no longer move, and the last flicker of light that vanished was certainly the source of power. The heart of the formation. In the midst of the darkness, I noticed a faint glow emanating from the artificial fish pond at the entrance. I immediately plunged into the water, which was deeper than I had anticipated. After swimming for about a minute, I finally spotted a swirling bagua disc. The bagua disc was as thick as my waist, its breadth surface covered in a thick layer of green patina, seeming quite ancient. In the center, a column of energy pierced through, serving as the nexus for the formation's energy supply. Seizing the moment when the formation was momentarily immobilized, I swiftly inserted the metal baseball bat into it and began to swim upwards. To my surprise, as the energy transmission of the formation was interrupted, the entire room began to shake violently, and I was tossed around in the narrow pond, nearly choking on water. Chapter 24. A leaf obscures the eye. Pushing open the door to the mountain after nearly choking to death and having my stomach filled with aquarium water, I finally surfaced. Lu Hemming had intended to lend me a hand, but Murong Changqing shot him a cold glare, commanding him to step aside and refrain from touching my body. Humph. If it weren't for saving my brother, would I even care to touch you? Murong Changqing tugged at my arm, but her strength was insufficient, causing me to gag on a few more mouthfuls of water. Once I managed to sit on the ground, my stomach felt as if it had swollen to the size of a balloon, and I leaned against the floor, retching uncontrollably. Murong Changqing furrowed her brows in disgust. You actually used my body to drink fish tank water. My brother was trying to save our lives. If you keep causing trouble, do you believe my brother would perform a striptease for you right now? You are utterly shameless. The two began to argue, but I felt a twinge of concern. Murong Changqing, with her noble demeanor and graceful posture, had a hint of purple aura in her eyes. The energy emanating from the crown of her head fluctuated between a vast ocean and an almost imperceptible whisper, signifying her esteemed status and formidable power. It was only because she had been struck by a heavenly thunderbolt that we had managed to capture her. If she regained her strength and targeted Liu Hemming, I would truly be unable to intervene. In order to quell Liu Hemming's provocations, I interjected, "Hand me the judge's pen and gather some vermin from the wall." "All right." Liu Hemming carefully scraped off the material from the wall, which had originally inscribed the incantations of the 13 schools of wishes, using a small bowl. He mixed in some water and handed it to me along with the judge's pen. After assessing our surroundings, I measured the center point, inscribed the reverse 5 elements incantation, and dripped a drop of blood onto the center. At the moment my blood fell, the house began to tremble violently, and a fierce wind whipped up the crumbling earth and stones, swirling around us. "Get down, brother." Liu Hemming clutched his head tightly, resembling a bear surrounded by bees. "These are mere illusions. You need not be alarmed." Murong Changqing gazed intently at the disintegrating formation, her voice steady as she asked, "Though I do not understand the mechanisms of the MO family, I know that breaking a formation requires energy. The traitor relies on the Imperial Tomb's dragon vein as the foundation for the formation. What energy do you possess to counter him?" I replied, "A drop of my blood." "Is that all?" "Just that." As Murong Changqing's astonished gaze remained fixed on me, the howling wind gradually ceased, and the surrounding scenery dissipated into an abyss of darkness and void. Before us, a luminous formation gate appeared, as if tearing a rift in the emptiness. "Finally, we've broken the formation." The 3 of us immediately passed through the formation gate, and with a flash of blinding white light, our bodies felt as if they were floating on clouds. As I looked around in confusion, I realized we were in a room on the 3rd floor of the villa. I closed my eyes to attune my senses, and when I opened them, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over me. Something was amiss. Liu Hemming glanced beneath me, a sly grin spreading across his face as he said, "What? Is this chick on her period?" "What period?" I asked, perplexed. "Shut up." Murong Changqing's exquisite features twisted in disgust as she glared at Liu Hemming, her eyes ablaze. I stated, "The flow of time here is peculiar. Have you all noticed that our time seems to have sped up considerably?" "This..." Murong Changqing hesitated momentarily, then plucked a strand of hair from my head and examined it closely in her palm. The hair, once removed, began to curl and twist like a tiny worm. After about 5 breaths, it disintegrated into powder and vanished without a trace. Murong Changqing's expression turned grave as she remarked, "Originally, it would take 10 breaths to disappear. Now it only took 5. This indicates that the flow of time here is twice as fast as in the outside world. Having practiced Taoism since childhood, I had developed keen senses and could perceive that the time flow in this place was distorted, yet I could not quantify it. According to Murong Changqing's calculations, we had spent over a day in the villa, equating to 2.5 days outside. The malevolent dragon could reach the sea in just 3 days, leaving us with little time. Just then, a knock echoed from the slightly ajar door, and Qing Dun's voice called out, "Bogo, you and your 2 friends should tidy up. It's almost time for dinner." I opened the door to find Qing Bogo standing there with a cheerful smile. From downstairs, the clattering of pots and pans could be heard as the chef prepared the meal. As I descended the stairs, I spotted Qing Yin sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. As I leaned over the staircase to watch her, she turned to look at me as well. A strange smile graced her lovely face, and her voice suddenly echoed in my mind, "The heir of Li Banxiong is nothing extraordinary." With that, she vanished from the sofa as if she had never been there. Her provocation left me feeling humiliated. I had thought I had broken the formation, only to find myself still ensnared within it, manipulated by Qing Yin as if I were a mere puppet. I covered Liu Hemming's mouth and calmly stated, "We should head over now. Bogo, you must hurry. Good food should be enjoyed while it's hot." After Qing Dun finished speaking, he descended the stairs on his own accord, appearing completely at ease as if he had never left the world. But how did Qing Dun discern that my soul was hidden within Murong Changqing's body? The only explanation for everything happening before us was that Qing Yin was orchestrating it all from behind the scenes, deliberately confusing us. The wooden puppet mingled with illusions, making it impossible for us to distinguish between reality and deception, eternally trapped in the villa's formation space. Most terrifyingly, everything that transpired while we sought to break the formation was likely a ruse devised by Qing Yin to toy with us. Murong Changqing's expression grew increasingly cold, her tone indifferent as she addressed me. "Surely you do not mean to suggest that after all this effort, we remain ensnared within the formation? You stand there and speak without feeling the burden." Liu Hemming could not help but retort, "My brother has also done his utmost to break the formation. Can't you see that?" Their bickering buzzed in my ears. Qing Yin's taunt, "The heir of Li Banxiong is nothing extraordinary," only served to intensify my anxiety and fury. Throughout this ordeal, my judgments, analysis, and understanding of the formation had felt thorough. I believed breaking it was merely a matter of time. Yet, I had not anticipated being toyed with by Qing Yin, like a cat playing with a mouse, at her whim. This burning frustration gradually swelled within me, filling my mind with a tumultuous rage that made me want to shatter everything in my path to release my pent-up emotions. Chapter 25. Amidst Mountains and Waters. A glimpse of hope at the third watch of the night. Just as my heart was ablaze with anxiety, a melodious sound of a ceramic flute graced my ears. The notes flowed like a gentle breeze, as if they painted a landscape of mountains and waters before my eyes, ethereal and otherworldly, illuminated by the moonlight and the flickering of fireflies, dissolving the stillness with a delicate dance. When my tumultuous emotions finally settled, I noticed Murong Changqing standing beside me, playing the flute. I sincerely expressed my gratitude, to which she replied, "There is no need for thanks. You alone comprehend the formation. I merely wish to borrow your strength to escape." Liu Hemming chimed in, "Brother, you needn't thank this woman. She has really been of much help." "Silence!" I commanded. The sound of the flute seemed to possess a tranquilizing effect. Even as Murong Changqing and Lu Hemming bickered beside me, I remained undisturbed, allowing my thoughts to flow freely. In moments of urgency, maintaining composure is paramount. I once again settled into a meditative position, relying on my intuition to ascertain my surroundings. With all 8 trigrams correctly aligned, it was evident that I had already dismantled one aspect of the illusionary array. The continued existence of the formation indicated that there were 2 foundational bases, and I had only destroyed one. The dragon vein of the Imperial Mausoleum was one such base. I merely needed to identify and obliterate the second, and Qin Yin's meticulously crafted array would be utterly vanquished. Qin Yin, fearing that I might break the array in one decisive blow, intentionally provoked me to instill panic, rather than genuinely mock me. To confirm my suspicion, I tossed a metal baseball bat to Lu Hemming, instructing, "Come with me, and follow my commands." "All right," Lu Hemming responded, resembling a bodyguard as he clutched the bat and trailed behind me. Upon descending the stairs, I pointed at Qing Dun and the 6 chefs bustling in the kitchen, commanding, "Go and eliminate them." "What?" Lu Hemming's expression was one of disbelief. "Don't ask too many questions, just act." "Understood, I'll take care of it." Lu Hemming, seemingly unable to contain his fury, swung the bat with reckless abandon. The first victims were the chefs within the room. After a series of sickening cracks, several collapsed, incapacitated. Qing Dun cowered in a corner, exclaiming, "Bogu, have you lost your mind?" I drew the judge's pen that Lu Hemming had previously handed to me and, with a swift motion, thrust it into Qing Dun's throat. Contrary to expectations, there was no gushing of blood. Instead, mechanical sounds of grinding emerged, and his body crumbled into a heap of wood and parts, much like the feng shui master I had encountered at the dilapidated hotel. It turned out that besides his head and limbs, Qing Dun was merely a puppet composed of wooden components. Before long, Lu Hemming emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pile of wood, and sincerely gave me a thumbs up. "Brother, you're truly impressive. How could you tell these were wooden puppets?" "Just a guess," I replied calmly. The last time Qing Dun died, his corpse vanished, indicating it was an illusion. Furthermore, the illusion set by Qing Yin was exceptionally sophisticated, capable of adapting to external changes, making it seem lifelike. This time, however, Qing Dun's gaze was rigid, his speech disjointed, resembling a subpar imitation hastily crafted in panic hands. My suspicion of him being a wooden puppet, if my conjecture was accurate, upon my destruction of the first array Qing Yin had activated the second one as a contingency. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Changqing, with a hint of dissent, remarked, "In Ju City, only the Imperial Mausoleum could sustain such a vast array." "No, there is another," I asserted confidently. "What?" "The 72 spirits that consume hundreds of vengeful souls," I declared. The years Qing Yin devoted to providing sustenance for the malevolent serpent constituted a substantial energy source, sufficient to uphold the array without question. My words struck Murong Changqing like a revelation, and after a brief pause, he murmured, "Indeed, the situation aligns with my assumptions." "You have no shame," Lu Hemming interjected. But this time, Murong Changqing did not hit his taunt. Instead, he gravely stated, "There is no time to waste. Please break the array swiftly." I hesitated, my expression troubled. "I fear I may need to wait a moment. I drank too much water earlier, and my stomach feels somewhat bloated." Murong Changqing's face flushed crimson. And he retorted, "Hold it. After breaking the array, I shall personally attend to your needs. After all, there exists a distinction between the sexes. Should I endure, I would not impose difficulties upon Murong Changqing. For now, I could only honestly admit that I had been holding it in since earlier, and now I felt a trickle of urgency. Brother, it's not your body anyway. If you wet yourself, no one will care," Lu Haiming teased. "Let us see if you dare to be picky around the lady." Murong Changqing's face turned an angry shade of purple, and after a moment of gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "When you go to the restroom, do not lower your head to look." "Certainly." After promising, I hurried to the restroom at the end of the corridor. After a torrential downpour, I suddenly sensed something amiss. Glancing at my dripping hem, I realized with dawning horror that I should have squatted. To avoid unnecessary complications, I pushed open the bathroom door, intending to discreetly clean up. However, the moment I opened the door, I froze in astonishment. In the bathtub lay Qinlong, unclothed. Noticing the wet hem of my clothing, she likely deduced what had transpired and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Miss Murong, if you don't mind, you may wear my bathrobe first." Clearing my throat, I infused my voice with spiritual energy, speaking in my original tone. "I am Li Tianxi. Due to certain special circumstances, I am temporarily utilizing Murong Changqing as body." "Li Tianxi?" Qinlong initially gasped, then scrambled out of the bathtub, hastily wrapping herself in a towel. "You mustn't look." I chuckled softly, yet did not turn away. "Take your time getting dressed. There's no rush." After a flurry of rustling, Qinlong, clad in a damp silk gown that clung to her form, glared at me with a flushed face. "You've entered Miss Murong's body and yet dared to peek while I bathe. What are your intentions?" I replied, "I merely wished to gaze upon you a moment longer, without any lewd thoughts or ill intentions." When did you start speaking such flattery? If you truly require a woman's form, you may use mine." Though I had never experienced romantic feelings, I disowned that Qinlong harbored an affection for me. To avoid any lingering regrets, I directly inquired, "Do you like me?" Chapter 26. If There is a Next Life. Let us continue our fate. Qinlong was momentarily taken aback, and soon, her delicate face was streaked with tears. "Do you know what I have done?" "What do you mean?" Qinlong clung tightly to my arm, her voice choked with sobs. "I'm sorry. I instructed the funeral home to cremate your body in 3 days." I was utterly stunned. "Why? You once told me that once the curse within you was cured, you would leave," Qinlong said, her voice trembling. "Throughout my life, I have always protected others, but it was only after meeting you that I felt the warmth of being protected, of having someone to rely on. I wish to keep you forever within Qin Bogu's body, to marry me in his identity. This way, it would provide an explanation for my father and for myself. As long as you do not reject it, I will ensure you live a life far better than that of a geomancer. So, I implore you, do not leave." Facing the tearful Qinlong, I embraced her, whispering softly in her ear, "I do not blame you. Close your eyes and rest well in my arms." In my embrace, Qinlong seemed to calm down considerably. After a long while, she murmured, "Thank you." At that moment, I quietly took out the judge's pen and pierced it into Qinlan's heart. A thick, dark aura surged from the spot where her heart lay, transforming into countless souls that soared into the sky, shrieking in despair as they scattered in every direction. I counted, and there were a total of 49. The souls of the practitioners imprisoned by Qin Yin. However, these souls had become corrupted, having devoured too many dark spirits in their struggles. Qin Long looked at me in bewilderment, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why did you kill me?" I replied, "I have not killed you. I merely freed you from this shell. Think carefully, apart from the false memories this body provided, who are you?" I am Qin Long. She clutched her head, curling up in pain. I asked again, "Who is Qin Long?" Qin Long is the daughter of Qin Dun, the sister of Qin Yin, but I can't seem to remember. With tear-streaked cheeks, Qin Long gazed at me in panic. I bit my fingertip, pressing a drop of blood onto her forehead, softly saying, "You need not think of anything, nor be afraid. You are neither Qin Long nor anyone else." Originally, Qin Lan's soul, on the verge of dissipating, quickly revitalized under the nourishment of my blood. Her form grew increasingly ethereal, as if she might vanish at any moment. She looked around in confusion, reaching out to touch me, but her delicate fingers merely passed through my body. "Where are you? It's so dark here. I am so scared." "Do not fear. Listen to my voice and walk forward until you see a door in the darkness." I then began to chant the incantation for the afterlife, supreme decree. "Release your lonely soul, all spirits, blessed from the four realms. Kneel before my platform, the Bagua radiates light, stand at the threshold, transcend to another realm." I was once a soul imprisoned in darkness. A woman fabricated memories for me and assigned me the identity of Qin Long. She crafted a vessel of wood and flesh, ensnaring me in an illusion from which I could not extricate myself. Qin Lan's eyes turned ashen, her smile melancholic. "So, everything is a lie. 3 flowers gathered at the crown are but illusions. The clouds beneath your feet are not real. A grand dream must eventually awaken, the rootless and boundless return to dust." I said, "Life is but a fleeting journey. Even if only for a few days, you have existed in my heart as Qin Long. This drop of soul blood will assist you in reincarnation. If there are lingering regrets, we shall meet again in the next life." Qin Long seemed to relinquish her obsession, her face gradually calming. "Your existence has given my life meaning. In the next life, I will seek you again." Her voice grew ever fainter, and Qin Long completely vanished into the ether. I should have realized sooner, since Qin Yin was the mastermind and Qin Dun was a product of illusion and puppetry. Then Qin Long. Qin Long was created as a second focal point, rooted in the souls of 49 powerful beings, drawing upon puppetry and enhanced by illusion. Their existence, along with that of Qin Dun, was merely a tool to obscure Qin Yin's transgressions. As Qin Long disappeared, the villa began to tremble. This time, it was the foundation crumbling, the puppetry failing, leading to the imminent collapse of the structure. If I did not escape soon, I would truly be crushed within. Yet, having nourished Qin Lan's soul with a drop of soul blood, my legs grew weak, and I felt dizzy, unable to stand steadily. Just as the supporting wall was about to collapse, Liu Haiping kicked the door open and dragged me outside. "Brother, stop dawdling. Hurry and run." I mastered every ounce of strength to find my way through the swaying building, and finally, at the moment of collapse, the 3 of us broke through the glass of the balcony, tumbling onto the lawn outside. The sky was dark and pouring rain, and I was splattered with mud from the fallen structure, but at least I had not been crushed. As I awkwardly got to my feet, Murong Changqing was staring at me intently. all right. Thankfully, the heavy rain outside kept us soaked, and Murong Chongqing did not notice anything amiss with my attire. Liu Haiping glanced at his phone. It was now 8 in the evening, and there were 4 hours until the vile serpent entered the water. We needed to hasten our pace. At this critical moment, however, I hesitated. Qin Lang had intended to have my body cremated in 3 days for her own selfish desires. 4 hours remained until that 3rd day. Murong Chongqing took out his ocarina and began to play an enchanting melody. Even as a dark eagle swooped down from the stormy sky. What are you waiting for? Get up here. I said, there are 3 hours left. My body will be cremated, and someone needs to go to the hospital to stop it. Liu Haiping was instantly enraged. That woman Qin Lang, why is she so untrustworthy? I dashed forward, realizing time was running out. One of either Murong Chongqing or Liu Haiping needed to go in my stead. After a moment of thought, Murong Chongqing said, if that fool Liu Haiping goes, he might not even make it through the hospital doors. I will go instead. As for sealing off the river mouth, I'll leave that to you. I was taken aback. You trust me to go alone to the Zhujiang Bridge. If I trust you, then you can trust me. With that, Murong Chongqing leaped into the air, the eagle soaring into the night sky. Chapter 27, The 5 Elements in Opposition, the seal of water veins amidst the relentless downpour. Transportation remained in a state of paralysis. Liu Haiping pushed a dilapidated human-powered tricycle from the collapsed gardener's house. Brother, hurry on. Once aboard, Liu Haiping stood and pedaled. His legs moving with the speed of a whirlwind, splashing through the flooded roads and creating a plume of white mist. Midway, the old tricycle suffered a flat tire, and we had no time to repair it, riding on with sparks flying from the steel rim. What should have taken 3 to 4 hours of driving, we accomplished in under 2, arriving at the banks of the Pearl River. The Zhuzhou Bridge stood as the final barrier before the sea. To set up a formation to prevent the vile dragon from entering the ocean, we could only start from here. Concerned, Liu Haiping inquired, Brother, with this heavy rain, will it affect the formation? After hastily departing, I sat cross-legged in the center of Zhuzhou Bridge, calming my mind in meditation. Once my thoughts were clear, I began to chant the incantation. Upon finishing the incantation, I noticed Liu Haiping had been standing behind me for some time, dragging a mountain of firewood. He scratched his head, worry evident in his voice. Brother, can you really clear the weather with just a couple of incantations? I bit my tongue and spat a drop of essence blood towards the sky. The blood transformed into countless cryptic symbols, rising to merge with the clouds. Within a radius of 1 mile around me, the thick black clouds began to dissipate. Despite the torrential rain surrounding us, we stood within a dry circle. Liu Haiping's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, you're even more impressive than the Dragon King. I had merely recited a common rain-stopping incantation. Only with a clear heart and mind could one summon celestial power. Unfortunately, I was bound to the physical body of Qin, or I could have pushed the clouds back for miles. The vile dragon belonged to the earth element, while wood conquers earth. I needed to harness the wood energy within these logs to construct the formation, adjusting the local feng shui to prevent the vile dragon from reaching the sea. Working alone would be too slow, so I instructed Liu Haiping to help me position the wood in designated locations. Leave it to me. Following my directions, Liu Haiping gradually built a bogwall formation on the bridge's wide surface. I sealed the position of the cantrogram with earth, ensuring no moisture lingered above. If we could endure until midnight, the vile dragon would be unable to transform into a dragon for decades, as we busily constructed the formation with the wood. A graceful figure approached from afar, startling me upon closer inspection. Qin Yin, the contemporary young geomancer, the only one likely capable of breaking my formation, was here. Qin Yin approached slowly, shedding her pretended innocence. Her deep gaze occasionally sparkled with mischief, creating a stark contrast to her 17-year-old form. Liu Hemming, sensing danger, pulled a baseball bat from his pocket, exuding a fierce demeanor. Brother, if I take her out with one swing, will the poison within you be cured? I shook my head. She is merely a puppet created by Qin Yin. Today is a critical moment for the vile dragon's transformation. She must find a safe place to prevent any backlash from the dragon and would T dare come here to confront us. Truly, she was the descendant of Li Banxiang. Seeing things with remarkable clarity, Qin Yin had no intention of attacking. She merely sat beside me, observing as I directed Liu Hemming in arranging the grand formation. If my guess was correct, Qin Yin could no longer remain passive and had come to negotiate. At this moment, I held the advantage and saw no need to engage with her. Qin Yin leaned closer, grinning slyly. What does it feel like to have killed Qin Long? A strong gust of wind swept through, rapidly diminishing the previously clear space in the air, as rainwater pressed toward me. The rain-stopping incantation required a clear heart. If my thoughts became chaotic, the spell would fail. The death of Qin Long was a thorn in my heart, which stirred emotions as she mentioned it. However, after 17 years of cultivation, my resolve was not so easily shaken. After a brief breeze, with my support, the clouds retreated once more, and the rain-stopping incantation regained its potency. Remarkably composed for one so young, Qin Yin remarked, her lips curling in disdain, as the sweat-drenched Liu Hemming shouted, Brother, do you need me to knock her out? I replied, she poses no threat apart from her words. Focus on completing the formation as I instructed. 3 wooden beams across the top and bottom, with 3 on the left and 4 on the right, fire, earth, thunder, and lightning, 3 short, 1 long. Understood. Qin Yin continued to fan the flames of discord, latency. Think carefully. We share no deep-seated hatred. I merely planted poison within you. Perhaps we could even consider this a chance meeting. I could help you remove the poison. I calmly asked, if I dismantle the formation, would you assist me in removing the poison? Qin Yin responded with excitement, you are indeed clever. Not only that, if you help me, we could rule all of Zhuzhou together. Not a chance. I retorted coldly. If the vile dragon enters the sea and transforms, the Zhuzhou bridge and dam will inevitably collapse, unleashing a torrent that will lead to devastation across the region. How could I trust a sorceress like you? Qin Yin's expression darkened as she seemed poised to see more. Just then, Liu Hemming waved at me. Brother, the last piece of wood is in place. What else do you need? Step outside the formation. The atmosphere thickened with energy as midnight approached, and I finally completed the formation. I bit my fingertip, letting my blood drip into the center of the formation. Then whispered the incantation. I summoned the command of my ancestors, hastening to the realm of Penlai, swift as the immortals of Penlai, racing to the altar. For any delay would offend the divine. Oem Hao No Pao. As the incantation concluded, a green light shot up from the center of the formation, piercing the heavens. The wood elemental exorcism incantation activated, eradicating the dense moisture in the area and absorbing all earth energy. Qin Yin's face twisted in fury. You dare to destroy my life-giving dragon? Even in death, I will ensure your body is consumed by the poison. Her threats, though initially persuasive, were too naive for me to take seriously. Seeing my indifference, Qin Yin changed her approach, attempting to seduce me with gentler words. Li Tianxi, do you wish for Qinlang to return? She is but a living person, merely. Before she could finish, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed from above. Suddenly, a haunting melody resonated, and fiery moths surged forth from the ring, crashing onto Qin Yin. Her wooden puppet-like body was incinerated in an instant. Meanwhile, the formation I had meticulously constructed over the past hour was also consumed by the raging flames. Chapter 28: Sacrificing oneself to achieve sanctity. A single sword to slay the dragon. After the flames had subsided, Murong Changqing gently descended onto the back of the azure eagle, discarding the lifeless body at my feet. Fortunately, I had arrived just in time. How did it go? Did that traitor inflict any harm upon you? I gazed at the charred ground, bewildered, and replied, no. You merely incinerated a puppet. That's a relief, Murong Changqing exhaled, visibly relieved. Your corpse was meant to be cremated 2 hours ago, but luckily, 3 elderly caretakers delayed the process for you. Elderly caretakers? Indeed. Although I was unaware of the circumstances, when I arrived, they were gathered around your body. And one was adjusting her trousers. Adjusting her trousers? Liu Haiming's startled exclamation snapped me out of my stupor. With a face full of anguish, he pointed at my corpse and exclaimed, Brother, this is disastrous. You were once upright, yet now you lie flat. Murong Changqing scrutinized my body for a moment before stroking his chin and speculating, it's possible that during the transfer, an accident might have caused this. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and my heart felt as though it had been ruthlessly squeezed, causing cold sweat to break forth. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar echoed from the distant mountains. The disturbance in my state of mind summoned a torrential downpour, washing away the remnants of the formation scattered on the ground. As midnight approached, the malevolent energies and humidity in the air reached their zenith, marking the critical moment for the vile serpent to transform into a dragon. Murong Changqing asked gravely, how prepared is your formation? It is fully prepared, absolutely foolproof. And the formation? Murong Changqing observed the scorched earth and my pallid countenance, seemingly grasping the situation. From the northwestern stronghold, flashes of lightning accompanied by thunder heralded the emergence of a monstrous serpent, its body adorned with dark red scales, measuring over 10 meters in length and as thick as 3 men combined. It surged forth from the storm, following the waterway towards the Zhu Prefecture bridge with alarming speed. On the back of the serpent, the true form of Qin Yin sat poised, hovering just before the Zhu Prefecture bridge. Not yet at the peak of the earth's aquatic essence, she remained unhurried. Her gaze towards Murong Changqing was filled with derision. Master, how well have you utilized the skills I learned from you? Merely trivial skills, akin to turning a dragon into a snake, hardly worthy of mention. Despite his mocking words, the somber expression on Murong Changqing's face revealed his deep apprehension towards the looming serpent. Ha ha, stubborn old fool. Once my true dragon is fully realized, you shall be the first to be devoured. Facing the arrogant Qin Yin, we found ourselves utterly helpless. Just as I believed all hope was lost, Liu Haiming retrieved a rusted longsword from his pocket. Brother, this seems to be called the dragon-slaying sword. I have no idea how to use it. Do you think it might be useful? He scratched his head, his tone tinged with uncertainty. He likely thought that this corroded sword could hardly stand against the serpent dragon. 4 dragons are the epitome of supremacy, making all serpents and beasts cower before them. Thus, Murong Changqing's profound mastery of sorcery would be ineffective. Moreover, its immense size bore not only the essence of darkness, but also a trace of divinity prior to its transformation. It was precisely this divine nature that rendered me incapable of fully subduing it. Yet, I took hold of the dragon-slaying sword and stood tall at the center of the Zhu Prefecture bridge, my gaze calm as I regarded the colossal creature before me. The serpent's breath billowed around me, stirring my garments as its crimson triangular eyes fixated upon me, as if ready to engulf me whole. Yet, from the depths of its pupils, I perceived its fear. Qing Yin scoffed, "With that pitiful sword in your hand, you can barely chop wood. And you dare to obstruct my ascent to the Dragon Gate." I replied with tranquility, "While it may not suffice for wood, it is adequate for slaying dragons. The serpent that crosses rivers to enter the sea and becomes a true dragon is referred to as the walking serpent. Wherever it traverses, floods ensue, causing untold devastation. To alleviate the suffering of the populace, a sage has spent years refining an unparalleled formation, anointing the sword with blood, and suspending it beneath the bridge. When the serpent passes, its body shall be cleaved, thus thwarting its advance. The sword I wield is a sacred artifact, the dragon-slaying sword." Liu Hanming was overjoyed, exclaiming, "I had no idea this seemingly random item would prove so formidable." Qing Yin, clutching her stomach, laughed uncontrollably. "Oh, this is simply delightful. Has Li Banshan's lifelong mastery been swallowed whole by you?" Indeed, the dragon-slaying sword could subdue the serpent dragon. However, Liu Hanming, in his folly, had plucked the sword from a different bridge, intending to use it on the Zhu Prefecture bridge, oblivious to the potential incompatibility of the dragon-slaying sword with this location. Liu Hanming brandished a baseball bat. "What nonsense are you spouting, woman? Do you wish to be struck?" I said, "If the dragon-slaying sword is removed from the bridge, it will immediately lose its efficacy. However, the blood of the ancient sage remains intact. Should a sage wield the sword here, it can indeed tame the malevolent dragon." Qing Yin dismissively mocked, "It is said that sages emerge from the Yellow River, but who has ever witnessed the Yellow River running clear? Sages who have not appeared for centuries are not as common as cabbages, you know." At this moment, the density of malevolent energy in the air had reached its peak. The serpent let out a long howl, its body taut like a drum ball, seemingly poised to strike. I took a deep breath, slowly exhaling as my gaze remained fixed on the rusted longsword, gently caressing its blade. "You and I are of one heart, standing between heaven and earth, destined to establish the foundation for the people's lives and usher in an era of peace. If this is so, why do you not assist me?" As I spoke, an extraordinary force began to emanate from the sword, coursing into my being. It was afraid of me. Murong Changqing stared in disbelief for a long moment, murmuring incredulously, "Even those ancient fellows are leagues away from becoming sages. How could someone so young possibly achieve sanctity?" I was unaware of what was transpiring. Yet my brother kept giving me a thumbs up, proclaiming, "My brother is truly magnificent." Qing Yin's expression shifted drastically as she urgently shouted, "Hurry, cross the Dragon Gate." The serpent, struggling against its fear, gathered all its strength and lunged towards me, its momentum akin to a mountain torrent, inducing a sense of weakness in all who beheld it. Chapter 29. Cooking in the pot, filling the stomach, and shattering the pot as the malevolent dragon collided with the bridge surface. It intentionally sought to evade me. Yet, the dragon-slaying sword inexplicably elongated by several inches, plunging deeply into its belly. No! Qin Yin's anguished wail, accompanied by the dragon's mournful cry, finally marked the end. The malevolent creature's belly was torn open, and from within it emerged 19 spectral entities, spiraling around me thrice in what seemed like a gesture of gratitude before dissolving into fleeting light. Rescuing so many spirits could be deemed a meritorious deed. Qin Yin, seated upon the severely weakened dragon's back, appeared dazed for a considerable time before suddenly unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. With her life-bound parasitic insect destroyed, she too suffered grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of extinction. Grasping the dragon-slaying sword, I approached her slowly. I harbor no desire for bloodshed. Yet I am not averse to taking a life. You release me from this curse, and I shall spare you. Qin Yin's delicate visage was shrouded in gloom as she cast a wary glance at Murong Changqing. Even if you spare me, will she? Your enmity is irrelevant to me. Refuse to lift the curse, and I shall slay you now. The sword was poised at Qin Yin's throat, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Ultimately, she rose slowly, approaching me, and bent down. As our lips met, I could distinctly perceive her disdain. Moments later, a vibrant green insect crawled from the corner of my mouth and was consumed by her. Are you satisfied now? I nodded, withdrawing the dragon-slaying sword from her neck. The sword, having expended its power, transformed into a lump of iron mud, leaving only a grayish-brown stain in my palm after being soaked by the rain. I had no intention of extinguishing the life of the injured dragon. A snake transforms into a python over the course of 10 years, then into a boa after 50. And finally, after a century, becomes a dragon. It is a creature born of nature, corrupted only by its wielder's malevolence. At present, Qin Yin had lost her ability to control the dragon, and once its wounds healed, it would burrow underground to undergo further cultivation. In a moment of distraction, I heard the dragon's lament. Its previously waning presence vanished entirely. A pure white rat emerged from its maw, cradling a pearl the size of a dragon's eye. This pearl was the dragon's core, cultivated over a century, containing pure primordial energy, regarded as a treasure by practitioners. In a flash, the rat darted into Murong Changqing's palm. She tilted her head back and swallowed the dragon's core. Her vitality, previously diminished by lightning strikes, rapidly surged back within moments, her complexion shifting from pallid to rosy. Goodness! Lu Hemming stammered, hastily addressing me. Brother, I must retreat and lay low for a while. May we meet again by chance? With that, Lu Hemming retrieved a judge's pen from his back and swiftly sketched a formation in the air. Murong Changqing had already produced a ceramic flute, gently playing a high-pitched, rapid melody that pierced through the torrential rain, causing my eardrums to throb painfully. As the flute's notes ascended, the forest behind us erupted with a sound akin to crashing waves, with countless venomous snakes entwining to form a massive python, dozens of meters long and thick enough for 10 men to embrace. The malevolent energy within the python was incomparably greater than that of the previous dragon. Before Qin Yin could regain her senses, the giant serpent lunged forward, devouring her and the reinforced concrete beneath her in one swift motion. Following the sickening crunch of muscle and bone, the python regurgitated debris and remnants of limbs, splattering Lu Hemming with blood. Trembling, he finally completed the formation. Through the incantation, the intricate design coalesced into an ancient bronze door, saturated with a dense aura of malevolence. As the texts indicate, Every spectral envoy can communicate with the underworld and open the portal between realms. This was my first encounter with the physical manifestation of the underworld state. Brother, this woman truly dares to kill me. I must escape and lay low. Take care. With that, Liu Hemming opened the great door, shrinking his head and slipping inside. The python nearly brushed past him, crashing into the bronze door, its immense force propelling me away. In that moment, I finally caught a glimpse of Murong Changqing's formidable prowess. I recalled the first time I met her, when Qin Yin referred to her as master. Qin Yin, a prodigy in the arts of curses, formations, and geomancy, had nearly ensnared me within her intricate three-tiered formation. The capacity to nurture such a genius speaks volumes of the terror inherent in her own strength. As the serpentine horde dispersed, the torrential rain washed away the remnants of battle. On the now desolate bridge, only Murong Changqing and I remained, restored to her full strength. Murong Changqing's exquisite features were cloaked in frost, her eyes gleaming with a coldness that belied her previously gentle demeanor. Her teeth clenched audibly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon me as she advanced step by step. We need to settle the score for what transpired earlier. Feeling slightly bashful, I scratched my head. Let us just call it even. Although I assisted you, it ultimately served my own interests. Bang! Her delicate fist struck my left cheek with a forceful impact. This blow was retribution for our initial encounter. You could have saved me but hesitated, causing me to suffer from the lightning. This punch was vengeance for your borrowing my body, rendering me immobile, and humiliating me with your words. Murong Changqing, being a woman, possessed relatively weaker physical capabilities and a slower speed, allowing me to easily evade her strike. You dare to dodge? Then it won't be me who strikes. Murong Changqing's eyes grew ever colder, and lurking not far behind her in the forest was that enormous python. Reluctantly, I bore another blow. This kick is for you taking over my body and making me wet myself. Just because I don't mention it doesn't mean I'm unaware. Despite Murong Changqing's lack of martial training, her cultivation granted her physical prowess far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The force of her kick sent me flying 2 meters away. Clutching my chest, I stood up, somewhat helplessly remarking, "You yourself have had accidents before. Dare to speak again?" Murong Changqing's face flushed crimson, and with a fierce shout, she summoned the giant python, which swiftly coiled behind her, raising its head to glare at me menacingly. Reluctantly, I fell silent. Murong Changqing cast a cold glare my way, then seized my body, declaring, "Your body is useful to me. I shall return it to you in due time." With that, she stood upon the python's back, vanishing into the forest like a dart of lightning. I rubbed my swollen cheek, feeling a deep sense of melancholy, on the verge of tears without the means to express them. I could never fathom what grievance I had caused Murong Changqing that led her to unleash such a beating upon me after her triumph. Having wielded my sword against the dragon and toiled through several days and nights, Qin Bogo's physical form could hardly withstand the strain. Exhausted, my legs felt weak, and my mind was clouded. I could hardly stand without the risk of dozing off. In the torrential rain, succumbing to slumber could easily lead to drowning. Dragging my weary limbs, I made my way to a bus stop constructed of iron and glass, collapsing upon the bench and sinking into a deep sleep. Chapter 30. Reunited with an old friend, things have changed in a haze. I lost track of time, my body burning with fever yet trembling uncontrollably. After the torrential rain, the sun shone brilliantly, and the hurried pedestrians around me cast barely a glance in my direction. Struggling to sit up, my gnawing hunger rendered me nearly immobile. Without the strength of my corporeal form, my spirit would grow increasingly frail in the earthly realm, with the slightest injury threatening to shatter my essence. To preserve this vessel of Chimbogo and avoid succumbing to weakness and starvation, I had no choice but to seek sustenance. At that moment, a bus pulled up, and the girl munching on a handheld pancake hastily discarded it into a trash bin before boarding. Overcome by desperation, I prepared to reach into the refuse, disregarding the strange looks from the crowd. But just as my hand extended, I was unexpectedly handed a steaming meat bun. My hunger was so intense that I scarcely considered the giver, shoving the bun into my mouth. As it settled in my stomach, I felt a surge of strength, and when I looked up, I was momentarily struck dumb. Before me stood none other than Qing Ying. You're not dead. If I could be so easily dispatched by an old woman, there would be no need for her to be called the thousand-faced demoness. Qing Ying flashed a grin, revealing a pair of adorable little fangs. My little dragon has perished, the decades-long formation has been broken, yet here we are, perhaps we can be friends? I do not associate with the wicked, I replied firmly. Qing Ying frowned. Then why are you eating my bun? Should I just regurgitate it for you? She blocked my hand as I prepared to gag. Hey, how disgusting. Who said I'm wicked? Open your eyes and see clearly. With that, Qing Ying took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and lifted her chin, her entire being relaxing. In this state, a faint aura enveloped her, gradually dissipating. Previously, this protective layer made her presence appear vague, but now, with clarity, I could discern her soul with precision. To my astonishment, the energy within Qing Ying was ethereal and translucent, akin to that of a celestial being, devoid of malevolence. Once I lowered my guard, I noted her well-rounded forehead and a barely perceptible scar between her brows, indicating remarkable talent yet a tumultuous fate. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and depth, hinting at a profound wisdom, a sign of a sage capable of turning misfortune into fortune. Qing Ying's willingness to drop her defenses before me was a testament to her lack of ill intent. I inquired, You have slain many. Yet why do you carry no aura of malice, and your soul remains untainted? With a beaming smile, she responded, Sometimes, good and evil, and the act of killing, are not inherently linked. It is akin to us tending to a garden. You water and fertilize, nurturing growth, while I uproot the weeds and eliminate pests. Though our methods differ, our ultimate goal is the same. After pondering her words carefully, I clasped my hands in respect, acknowledging her wisdom. However, I still cannot be your friend. Sounds as though you cherish my company, she shrugged nonchalantly. I seek you out for a transaction. Within 2 months, the Imperial Tomb will resurface, and various factions will flock to claim it. My original intent was to raise earth dragons to access the tomb and seize treasures from others. Now that the earth dragon has been slain by that old woman, I must request your assistance. Before me, Qing Ying displayed no pretense, and through my observation, I could easily ascertain her sincerity. What does this have to do with my body? She explained, within the tomb lies an object that Murong Chongqing must possess. If you and I collaborate to secure that treasure, she will undoubtedly return your body to you. After much hesitation, I finally nodded in agreement. Though Murong Chongqing had borrowed my body, it was akin to an act of forceful seizure. I needed to seize leverage over her to ensure my peace of mind. Shortly, someone will meet you. Just say you are an archaeologist introduced by Qin Yin. Understood. Understood. I paused, curiosity piqued. Who will I be meeting? He. It is someone you are most eager to see. Qin Yin departed in haste, leaving me alone at the bus stop, anxiously awaiting my contact. It was already noon, and with only a single bun to sustain me, my stomach growled insistently. Previously, the 100,000 yuan salary card and other valuables Qin Yin had given me were all lost. Now I understood why Lu Hanming had been so ecstatic over a mere 1,000 yuan reward from the underworld. In this concrete jungle, one cannot move a step without money. Creaking to a halt, an SUV pulled up in front of the bus stop. Which one of you is Professor Li Tianxi? A tall woman emerged from the vehicle, clad in a familiar uniform, holding a black umbrella, her hair elegantly styled, and her metallic-framed glasses glinting with a cold sheen. Her aura felt strikingly familiar. I snatched the thick umbrella from her grasp, and when I beheld her fair visage, a tumultuous wave surged within me. Qin Lang. In the slanting sunlight, Qin Lan's face suddenly drained of color. She awkwardly snatched the umbrella back, placing a hand over her heart to steady herself before stammering, I have a condition that prevents me from being in the light. Please, let us discuss this in the car. Once inside, Qin Lang occupied the front passenger seat while I sat in the back. Qin Lang had been reincarnated. Who was this person before me? From her aura, I could ascertain that she was not Qin Lang, but merely someone who bore an uncanny resemblance. Moreover, she was a living being, not a puppet conjured by Qin Yin. My mind swirled with chaotic thoughts, and for the first time, I felt that there existed phenomena beyond the grasp of feng shui and destiny. In a luxurious Western restaurant, I donned disposable gloves and, after devouring my seventh steak, let out a satisfied belch. I studied Qin Lang for a long time, noticing no superficial signs of illness, and inquired, Please share your birth date, perhaps I can assist you. Birth date? Qin Lan's expression was peculiar, yet she reluctantly replied, I was born on July 19th, 1995. After a moment of calculation, I discerned that her fate was predominantly earth-based, with her day master being metal, necessitating water for balance, but too much wood was detrimental, indicating a predominantly young constitution. However, Qin Lan's constitution was overwhelmingly yin, lacking young energy, and she could not be exposed to sunlight, resembling a severely ill person who could not benefit from nourishment. Due to utilizing Qin Bogu's body, I could not deduce her fate through the observation of energy. So I grabbed a handful of toothpicks from the table and casually scattered them. The toothpicks flew in all directions, seemingly chaotic yet subtly indicating the presence of trigrams. In Qin Lan's fate, there were 2 trigrams of qian above and below. The upper qian represented the aspect revealed by her birth date, while the lower qian reflected what was apparent in her aura. Why would a single body exhibit 2 trigrams? After much contemplation, a possibility dawned on me, and I asked, Do you perhaps have a twin sister who did not survive childbirth? Qin Lang eyed me, observing my greasy hands and disheveled appearance, her brow furrowing slightly. Mr. Li, I have heard that you are a classmate of Miss Qin Yin, which is why I engaged your services as an archaeological consultant. From the moment we met, your actions have been quite extraordinary, almost as if you were mad. Archaeological consultant. I was momentarily taken aback, but I soon grasped Qin Yin's intent. She aimed to locate the entrance to the imperial tomb within 2 months, and the Qin Lang before me was a member of the excavation team. as for the Qinlong I had once guided to the afterlife, it was highly likely that her image was constructed using this Qin lens likeness, combined with wooden puppets and spirits, to create a false entity. Thus, the two were identical in appearance, even sharing the same name. Upon realizing this, I felt no special affection towards the Qinlong before me. I remarked that prior to the archaeological excavation, I might be able to assist you with your issue of being unable to be exposed to light. The inability to be exposed to light is a congenital skin affliction, incurable. Qinlong, her delicate visage frosty, declared that if I persisted in my trivial distractions, she would not hesitate to inform Miss Qin Yin and request a change of referral. I disregarded Qinlong and proceeded directly to the incense burner in the hall. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, I grabbed a handful of incense ash and returned to stand before Qinlong. After reciting the incantation, I gently sprinkled the ash around the crown of her head. Qinlan's face turned a deep shade of anger, her hand trembling as she clutched her teacup. Upon concluding the incantation, she could no longer contain herself and splashed the steaming tea directly onto my face, exclaiming in exasperation that she had had enough, questioning why she should waste her time dealing with such madness. As Qinlong approached the front desk to settle the bill, she brushed the ash from her hair and stormed toward the door. I followed silently behind her, just as we were to step outside and board the vehicle. A sudden gust of wind swept through, snatching away her heavy sunshade. In an instant, her charming face changed color, and she instinctively crouched, shielding her head. I reassured her, stating there was no need to hide, that she was now safe. After a few moments of silence, she seemed to sense a change in her body, rising curiously to survey her surroundings. Ultimately, summoning her courage, she gazed up at the blazing sun. Ordinary individuals would seldom gaze directly at the blinding sun on such a bright day, yet Qinlong continued to stare until her eyes ached and tears flowed. Only then did she lower her head in satisfaction. I can truly see the sun," she whispered, tears of relief spilling forth. I nodded slightly and informed her that henceforth, she should circle her head with incense ash 3 times before venturing out each day to bask in sunlight. "Assisting you with your ailment serves as my way of repaying your earlier kindness. Should you insist on my departure, I shall take my leave at once." Wiping away a tear, Qinlong excitedly proclaimed that she had been blind to the truth, affirming that a friend of Miss Qin Yin was certainly no ordinary person. Chapter 31. The Mysterious Secretary of Xiankang. The golden water emerges as Qinlong tearfully offered her apologies. I responded absent-mindedly. From her demeanor, I could discern none of the previous essence of Qinlong. While I felt a tinge of disappointment, I also experienced a sense of relief. Once inside the vehicle, Qinlong joined me in the back seat. After calming her emotions, she inquired with a hint of skepticism, "Professor Li, how did you deduce the root of my ailment? And how did you manage to heal it?" I replied, "You possess a singular soul yet exhibit the characteristics of 2 bodies. From this, I surmised that during your mother's pregnancy, there were originally 2 fetuses. During their development, one inadvertently absorbed the other for nourishment, resulting in a fragment of its ethereal presence residing within you, which explains your aversion to light. The ash from incense nourishes the ethereal spirit, granting it the ability to withstand light after it absorbs sufficient essence." Qinlong lowered her head, appearing contemplative, though it was evident she did not entirely believe my words. After an hour and a half of driving through the outskirts, We finally arrived at an old-style courtyard situated halfway up a hill. Professor Lee, this is my studio. It is somewhat secluded, but at least it is tranquil. If you require any daily necessities, please instruct the servants to procure them, she said. No need for trouble. 2 sets of clean clothing will suffice, I responded. As we pushed open the courtyard gate, the interior was adorned with exquisite furnishings. The main building was flanked by auxiliary rooms, and a decorative arch adorned the eastern entrance, with a viewing platform on the 2nd floor. Above us, the courtyard was square, and the eaves were tiled as closely as fish scales. At the center, a pond nurtured lotus flowers, following the principles of Xiankang Feng Shui, where the convergence of 4 waters symbolizes the gathering of energy and wealth, showcasing an intricate design. However, there was an anomaly. The south, governed by the celestial number 9, is said to harbor the essence of water, for metal gives rise to water. Thus, the water from the northern celestial number 1 should be utilized for nourishment. Yet, the presence of metal was conspicuously absent here. Consequently, the air was stifling and stagnant, teeming with mosquitoes, and the perpetual humidity could easily lead to illness. Indeed, upon entering, Qin Long frowned and instructed the worker tending to the weeds at the entrance, "Please open all the doors and windows shortly to ventilate the house." "Very well," I remarked. "But even if you dismantle all the doors and windows, there will still be no breeze." Qin Long appeared somewhat embarrassed, acknowledging that the house was indeed somewhat dilapidated, with poor airflow. "If Professor Li is dissatisfied, you may choose another residence in Zhu Prefecture. I will cover the expenses." Qin Long misunderstood my intent, and I refrained from further clarification, instead asking, "From where did you acquire this courtyard?" "I purchased it from an old man. The surrounding scenery is pleasant, so I acquired it for a studio." I did not expect it to be so hot and humid, with such poor ventilation, she softly lamented. "No, regardless of the cost. This courtyard is worth every penny," I asserted, scanning the area and pointing to the main hall's entrance. Was there not a plaque hanging here before? There was a gilded plaque, but I found the style too outdated, so I had it removed. "Hang it back up immediately." "But do as I say." Qin Long, somewhat resigned, did not press further, and she instructed the staff to retrieve a dark golden plaque from the storage room. 4 burly men exerted considerable effort to rehang the plaque. At the moment it was secured, the energy of metal-yielding water began to circulate, and a refreshing breeze swept away the stifling heat, bringing an invigorating coolness to the entire courtyard. How is this possible?" Qin Lan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Where shall I reside?" I inquired. Qin Long hastily responded, "There are many rooms upstairs. Choose whichever you prefer, and I will have someone prepare it immediately." "Very well." I strolled around the courtyard and ultimately selected a room in the northwest corner of the 1st floor, shaded from sunlight. This room faced away from the sun, with narrow windows, and the air felt somewhat oppressive, carrying a damp, moldy scent hardly suitable for habitation. Qin Long furrowed her brow. "Professor Li, are you certain you wish to stay in this room?" "Yes." "Very well, I will make the arrangements." Before long, Qin Long instructed her staff to clean the room thoroughly, equipping it with various modern furnishings and a comfortable mattress. Once they departed, I discarded the clutter into the adjacent room, leaving only a straw mat and a porcelain cup for drinking. Qin Baodu's body was feeble, after all this commotion, with fever and stomach pain. Had my spirit not been robust, I would have collapsed. Once everyone had left, I struggled to sit cross-legged on the straw mat, silently reciting the heart-calming incantation, harmonizing my essence with the universe to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, alleviating my ailments. The quiet, dimly lit room resembled the underground cave where I had resided for 17 years. During those dark days, though devoid of sunlight, my heart brimmed with fulfillment, and I often yearned to witness a more vibrant world. Little did I know that the amalgamation of vibrant colors would only yield darkness. With great anticipation, I descended the mountain, only to find I had not aided anyone and had lost my physical form, ensnared in a web of deceit. A wave of melancholy washed over me, and I longed for the countless days and nights spent in the underground stone cave, missing my grandfather. After resting for an entire day, by the next morning, my body had nearly recovered. Qin Long, accompanied by a servant, knocked on the door and entered, setting a sumptuous breakfast spread before me. Alongside Qin Long was a young man dressed in a suit, his features somewhat effeminate. Professor Lee, we have unearthed some items at an archaeological site. Do you have the time to accompany us? I replied, I can agree to visit the site, but as for assisting, I cannot guarantee that. Items excavated from archaeological sites are often deeply buried, highly in objects, even the most sinister burial artifacts. Such items, if carelessly handled, can bring misfortune or, in severe cases, lead to illness or death. The effeminate man appeared displeased and deliberately raised his voice. Qin Long, what kind of expert have you found? He has yet to grow up and already behaves so pretentiously. I ignored the man, focusing instead on my breakfast. Qin Long discreetly shot him a warning glance, signaling him to remain silent. With their attention upon me, I quietly continued my meal, employing the method of chewing that had nurtured my spleen and stomach for 17 years. However, the effeminate man seemed quite displeased with my approach. Have you finished eating? The effeminate man reached for my plate, to which I calmly remarked, you possess a fiery temper yet are frail and often suffer from chest tightness, shortness of breath, and bodily weakness. Your excessive indulgence in intimate affairs suggests a typical yin deficiency. Additionally, you bear a malevolent mark on your brow today, as you venture forth with a robust young energy, heading to a place of extreme yin. It is highly likely that you will encounter a calamity of bloodshed. Chapter 32: The Bloodshed on the Southern Slope and the Enigma Within the Bottle. You utter nonsense. The effeminate man, inflamed with rage, seized my plate and, with trembling fingers, jabbed at my nose. His eyes reddened as he addressed Qin Long. In all my years, I have never been humiliated like this. In this team, it's either me or him. You must choose between believing an inexplicable charlatan or your old classmate. With that, he stamped his foot, turned his head away, and discreetly wiped away a tear. Qin Long, attempting to mediate, remarked, Professor Lee is not particularly skilled in social interactions. His words can be quite heavy-handed. We have been partners for many years, and it would be unnecessary to let such trivial matters damage our camaraderie. However, Professor Lee's recent comments were indeed inappropriate. For my sake, could you perhaps extend an apology to my friend? I rose, dabbed my mouth, and calmly inquired, when do we depart? The vehicle is right outside. Very well. I made my way to the door, followed closely by the effeminate man, who, while cursing under his breath, pointed at my back. Had it not been for your sake, I would have knocked him flat on the ground. The SUV had 3 rows of seats, and I settled into the last row, hoping for some peace. To my surprise, Qin-Long chose to sit beside me. The effeminate man, initially occupying the 2nd row, shot me a resentful glare upon seeing Qin-Long next to me and followed suit, taking a seat next to her. As the journey unfolded, I closed my eyes to rest. After what seemed like an eternity, Qin-Long, seemingly unable to contain himself any longer, finally asked, "Professor Li, the treatment you provided me yesterday and your diagnosis of the feng shui today in the courtyard, was it all mere trickery? Such charlatans spit nonsense." Zhao Jinwang, please remain silent while I converse with Professor Li. Qin Lan's sharp reprimand left Zhao Jinwang momentarily speechless, before he shot me a venomous glare and sulked in silence. I countered Qin-Long, "And what do you think?" With a serious demeanor, Qin-Long replied, "We are both atheists, and Professor Li is a renowned figure in archaeology. He could never deceive us with mystical arts. I suspect you possess knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, perhaps using medicinal powders mixed with incense ash to heal me." Attributing the success to feng shui to avoid complications, it was evident that Qin-Long did not believe in my abilities. I pressed on, "And what of the courtyard incident? How do you explain that?" After a brief pause, Qin-Long casually remarked, "The sweltering heat has passed, and autumn is approaching. A cooler climate is to be expected. Surely you understand climate phenomena well enough to jest about the plague." Recognizing that further discussion would be futile, I closed my eyes once more to meditate. After a little over half an hour, I sensed a distinct earthy odor permeating the air, accompanied by an unusually heavy presence of yin energy drawing closer, sending a chill from my feet that foreshadowed ominous tidings. I advised against descending. You would do well to heed my warning. I fixed my gaze on Zhao Jinwen's forehead for a moment before slowly stating, "If you proceed, your demise is all but certain." Not far ahead, the stench of blood and earth was particularly potent, indicative of malevolent entities. Zhao Jinwang, frail and steeped in yin energy, would be akin to a delectable morsel for such entities, which perhaps explained the ominous aura that lingered above him before our departure. It was a warning, rather than a death sentence, likely due to my presence. If Zhao Jinwang heeded my counsel, he might evade death. How he chose to act was beyond my control. "Qin-Long, do not restrain me. I intend to confront this cowardly fool," Zhao Jinwang declared, hands on his hips, his face flushed with anger, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Qin-Long did not intervene, nor did he exhibit any intention of stepping forward. The atmosphere grew tense. Seeing me motionless in the vehicle, Zhao Jinwang spat at the window. "Someone like you, a coward, would be an affront to my dignity. Qin-Long, since he doesn't even dare to exit the vehicle, let us go together," Zhao Jinwang urged. However, Qin-Long ignored him. Pulling out a tissue to wipe the grime from the window, his tone laced with desperation, "Professor Li, we are merely 10 minutes from the excavation site. Could you, for the sake of Qin-Yin, assist me just this once? Of course, I can offer additional compensation." With a resigned sigh, I said, "Extend your hand." Qin-Long, bewildered, extended his hand, and I softly chanted an incantation. "Heaven and earth, the source of all energies, vast is the calamity. May the gods shield us." As I recited the incantation, my fingertips inscribed symbols in his palm. Without uttering a word of thanks, she turned and left. Although Qin-Long was skeptical of mystical arts, Her pure heart devoid of malice allowed her to be protected by the golden light of the spell. I was not perturbed by her lack of gratitude. As the two departed, Zhao Jinwang continued to grumble, "Qinlong, I have warned you this coward is nothing but a blatant charlatan. Do not associate with his kind in the future." Once they were gone, I climbed atop the vehicle, perching on the luggage rack, gazing at the surrounding mountains and forests. Qin Yin had once mentioned that the imperial tomb would emerge within 2 months. At Qin Yin's villa, I had observed that the area within a 50-mile radius of the villa would house the tomb, though the precise location and scale remained unclear. Moreover, excavating such a grand tomb without locating the correct entrance could potentially unearth malevolent guardians. While surveying the landscape, a sudden scream from a woman pierced the air, followed by a man's anguished howl. Reacting swiftly, I leapt from the vehicle, hurriedly opened the driver's door, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. I was unafraid of spirits, but should a puppet beast appear, retreat would be the wisest course. Qinlong dashed towards me, having lost a shoe. Her face pale and tear-streaked, she flung open the door and nestled into my embrace, firmly shutting the door behind her. "What did you see?" I inquired warily. "Corpses. And so much blood. Everyone is dead. Even Zhao Jinwang fell down the southern slope, and there is no trace of him. Call the rescue team immediately. If any danger arises, I will drive away at once." In my grandfather's cave, I had studied various principles of transportation and driving techniques. Following the principles, I should have no trouble operating this simple vehicle. Trembling, Qinlong retrieved her phone and dialed the number. As we awaited a response, I frowned and asked, "Could you please get off me?" With a pained expression, she stammered, I am afraid." I lifted Qinlong, placing her in the passenger seat. "Better to be afraid than dead. Your presence in my lap hinders my ability to drive." Qinlong cast me a resentful glance, then sobbed as she relayed the situation to the rescue team. The anticipated crisis never materialized, and we remained in place, waiting for the rescue team to arrive. After some time, Qinlong regained her composure and timidly asked, "Professor Li, we still do not know Zhao Jinwen's condition from the southern slope. Could you accompany me to check on him? Perhaps we can save him." "Not going," I replied firmly. "His fate is of no concern to me. But it is a life we are discussing. If we turn our backs on him..." Ignoring her persistent chatter, I continued to sit quietly, waiting. Humanity is divided between good and evil. Thus, saving a life does not always equate to accruing merit. Rescuing an evildoer may only serve to increase one's karmic burdens. Approximately half an hour later, 4 rescue vehicles arrived, deploying over 20 fully armed security personnel. A robust man clad in earth-toned camouflage and adorned with a steel helmet stood before the vehicle, respectfully addressing, "Team Leader Qin, please guide us to the location." Upon disembarking, Qinlong, her eyes glistening with tears, trembled as she prepared to return to the crime scene. A group of over 20 strong men gathered, and at this hour of noon, the radiant energy was potent enough to drive away all malevolence. After a moment of contemplation, I acquiesced, "Very well." Qinlong, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly broke into tears, stammering her gratitude, "Thank you, Professor Li." Supporting her, I navigated the rugged mountain path for about 10 minutes. Stopping at the summit of a steep embankment, rising over 10 meters at an almost vertical angle. Nearby, several excavated pits were visible, accompanied by camping tents and tools. Strangely, There were no signs of bodies or blood, nor any indication of a struggle. The tools lay meticulously arranged alongside an unfinished meal in a half-open box. How could this be? Qin Long exclaimed in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. I distinctly saw the dead, with blood everywhere. Please, search more thoroughly. Under her direction, the security personnel began a widespread search for the missing individuals, including Zhao Jinwang, who had vanished after falling down the southern slope. I settled upon a smooth stone, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the search. Qin Long sat closely beside me, tearfully insisting, I truly saw them. Could it be that I was too anxious and imagined it? I replied, I too witnessed the scene. There were 6 men and 2 women, all met their untimely demise. Startled, Qin Long inquired, indeed, my archaeological team consisted of 6 men and 2 women. Where did you see them? I shall dispatch the rescue team at once. I gestured. The bodies lie at your feet, though they remain unseen by you. Ah! Qin Long gasped, startled by my revelation, as she surveyed her surroundings in confusion. Her delicate face bore a hint of reproach. Professor Li, this is hardly the time for such jest. You are being quite excessive. Chapter 33, The Soul-Calming Incantation. The bone ash vase, I inquired, do you wish to see? Qin Long gazed at me for an extended moment, and only when she perceived the gravity of my expression, devoid of jest, did she stammer in terrified inquiry, is it really true? Heaven and earth, the profound origin of all things, vast and tumultuous, affirm my spirit. I prepared to recite the incantation to momentarily allow Qin Long to commune with the spirits. Without her trust, the investigation of the imperial tomb would falter. Suddenly, 2 security personnel interrupted my recitation, carrying a blue and white porcelain vase. Director, we have not located the missing archaeological researcher, but we discovered this object within the excavated cave. Deploy more personnel to continue the search, and have all unearthed artifacts sent to my studio for examination. Understood. Wait. I halted the 2 security guards, instructing them to place the vase on the ground while I maintained a distance of 3 meters, carefully observing from the heavy aura emanating from the vase. I surmised it was crafted during the late Ming to early Qing dynasty, albeit with a narrow neck and a broad body. The blue and white inscription on the vase translated to a soul-calming incantation, resembling a receptacle for the ashes of the deceased. But who would transform an urn into a vase? Despite not sensing any malevolent energy emanating from the vase, an ominous feeling lingered in my heart. Qin Long suggested, Professor Qin, you may approach it more closely. I shot her a glance and replied coolly, what if the contents harm me? The 2 security guards could not suppress their laughter, while Qin Lan's countenance remained serious. After all that had transpired, Qin Long, although not entirely convinced of my words, had begun to take them seriously. Having scrutinized the vase for quite some time without discerning any clarity, I shook my head and stated, I cannot ascertain the nature of this object. One thing is certain, it either contains ashes or a corpse. Ha, young brother, that's quite the jest. One of the security guards chuckled, patting my shoulder. Do you mean to suggest that people in the past had a penchant for displaying their ancestors' ashes or corpses in vases for daily admiration? Professor? More like a beastly scholar. With someone starting the mockery, others chimed in with banter, while I remained composed, distancing myself from the vase. Qin Long, feeling awkward, remarked, Professor Qin, this is a national treasure. My role is to ascertain its corresponding era and enrich historical documentation. I lack the authority to dispose of artifacts. I replied. Do as you wish. Perhaps due to the recent rain and the subsequent scorching sun, the air felt oppressively humid, as if one were ensconced in a vast steamer. I said the feng shui of the courtyard was arranged by a master. Even the slightest alteration to a brick or stone cannot be made lightly. On days like this, the courtyard will not feel stifling. You shall see. Before Qin Long could retort, the off-road vehicle had already parked at the entrance of the courtyard. As I stepped out, a refreshing sensation dispelled my weariness. The breeze that swept through the doorway was a comfort unattainable by any air conditioning. Qin Long lingered at the entrance for a considerable time, and her perplexed expression indicated a profound doubt about the education she had received over the past 2 decades. I paid her no mind and proceeded to the living room to brew a cup of tea, seeking tranquility. On the table lay a printed resume of Qin Long, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to peruse it. Qin Long, aged 25, hailing from Wall Mountain in Sichuan, had inherited her grandfather's research institute, specializing in archaeological excavations and the gathering of literature to fill historical gaps, with her research yielding significant international impact. It was no wonder that she could mobilize so many security personnel and professional mechanical research facilities. She was indeed a person of true capability, youthful and accomplished. Holding a position of power and possessing beauty, it was rare to encounter someone of her caliber who displayed no arrogance and treated me with such respect. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qin Long emerged from the research room, holding a printed document. Qin Long handed me the document, respectfully stating, "Professor Li, could you please review it to ensure my findings are accurate?" I glanced at the document, which contained a scanned image of the vase, annotated with dimensions, dates, and even the rather obscure soul-calming incantation, which Qin Long had translated. I remarked, "Your scholarship is commendable, but there are inaccuracies in your translation of the soul-calming incantation. The inscription on the vase derives from a late Ming text, nearly lost to time. Aside from myself, it is unlikely anyone else could decipher its cryptic characters." I took out my pen, striking through Qin Lan's erroneous characters and inscribing the correct annotations. "Remarkable!" Qin Long gazed at me with unabashed admiration. "Today, at the archaeological site, your ability to ascertain the vase's era from 3 meters away was already astonishing. I could only translate a portion of the text. The rest was merely my interpretation. I never anticipated that all the errors you pointed out were solely from my personal conjectures. In terms of coherence and essence, they align perfectly with the original text." I replied, "I have perused the original work. It pertains to obscure and esoteric practices. I ultimately advise you to dispose of the vase." Qin Long appeared somewhat troubled. "The artifacts belong to the nation. My responsibility lies in research and preservation alone. I lack the authority to dispose of them. Perhaps we can set it aside for tonight, and I shall arrange for someone to take it to the museum tomorrow. Do as you wish." The vase harbored no more than malevolent entities. I was inherently unafraid of such spirits, but Qin Long was the one truly in peril. There was little more I could counsel. The rest was up to her fate. To ensure that the artifacts unearthed could be submitted the following day, Qin Long needed to work late into the night in the living room. I retreated to the small room in the southwestern corner, lying on the bed to shed my fatigue, and soon fell into a deep slumber. At midnight, the oppressive aura of yin energy thickened, and something dormant began to stir. A cacophony of gongs and drums erupted, accompanied by low, melodic chants, resonating with longing and lamentation. The singing bore resemblance to Peking opera, yet lacked refinement. The exuberance resembled a lively festival. Curious, I pushed open the door and was astonished to find the living room at the end of the corridor had transformed entirely. The originally dignified and orderly furnishings had vanished completely. Beneath the semicircular stage in the north, an array of makeshift tables and chairs lay scattered, adorned with fruits and snacks. The stage itself was equally rudimentary, constructed from a few wooden planks stripped with tattered, faded red cloth. At one corner of the stage, an elderly man donned in coarse linen, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, pounded the gongs and drums, stirring the atmosphere. Scattered below sat farmers holding hoes and village women cradling infants. Qin Long was seated at one of the tables, her petite frame trembling, her complexion pale, upon seeing me. Her eyes brimmed with tears. I gestured for silence and took a seat beside her. After a flurry of musical performance, the curtain was drawn, and amidst applause and cheers, a martial performer somersaulted onto the stage. The performer's face was painted with white clay and soot, creating a rather crude visage. The audience watched with rapt attention, their applause resounding, and I joined in the clapping. In a calm voice, I articulated, "This is a manifestation of a powerful malevolent entity, conjured from the realm of the mind. The spirits trapped within this energy field are doomed to reenact the events of the past day after day. In layman's terms, it is akin to a ghostly labyrinth. This is impossible." The education and status of Qin Long preclude her from believing my words. Yet, as her voice escalated several decibels, the onlookers around us turned in unison, glaring at us with palpable hostility. Among them was an elderly woman, her complexion dark and foreboding, with cheekbones that seemed to stretch the skin taut, her bloodshot eyes glimmering with a semblance of menace. In her arms, her grandson, a mere skeleton cloaked in decay, grinned at us with an unnerving glee. I nudged Qin Lan's shoulder and whispered for her to mimic my actions, as the martial artist on stage concluded his final bow. I led the applause, exclaiming, "Excellent!" Qin Long, startled, closed her eyes and clapped vigorously along. It was then that the once hostile faces around us transformed into sinister smiles. I inquired of Qin Long, "Do you now believe what I said?" She nodded fervently, as if wishing to disappear into my embrace. "Professor Lee, is it still possible for us to escape?" she stammered. I replied, "It is too late. The vase you brought today bears significant weight, binding us within this energy field with no hope of escape. Moreover, with so many spirits present, inciting their ire would invite a collective assault. Then what shall we do?" Qin Lan's pale face betrayed her fear, her trembling intensifying. "We wait," I replied. "Wait for these spirits to finish their performance before they decide to feast upon us." Qin Long pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she dared not sob aloud. She muttered apologetically, "If only I had heeded your advice and discarded that cursed vase, this calamity would not have befallen us." Upon hearing her words, I finally felt a sense of reassurance. Qin Yin had tasked me with collaborating with Qin Long to uncover the whereabouts of the imperial tomb. However, her strong-willed nature often led her to disregard instructions, resulting in chaos. If I did not manage to instill some fear in her this time, future explorations would certainly be fraught with difficulty. Chapter 34. The Golden Light Incantation. Banishment of all evils. Once Qin Long had wept her fill, I spoke, stating, "This time, I can rescue you, but you must agree to one condition." "I agree." Qin-Lang hastily swore, her voice rising in her fervor, inadvertently drawing attention. A middle-aged man beside us, his face marred with corpse-like spots, suddenly rose with a menacing glare. Advancing toward Qin-Lang. Startled, she shrank into my embrace, forgetting to flee. As the man approached, I lifted my teacup, took a sip, and promptly sprayed the liquid onto his face. The man was merely a remnant of a deceased spirit, a mingling of negative energy. As my saliva mingled with the tea, the moment it touched him, he vanished in a wisp of green smoke before he could utter a sound. The remaining spirits merely observed us warily, unwilling to act. Qin-Lang stared in astonishment at the man, who had vanished into thin air, then turned to me, her voice trembling as she asked, "Professor Li, who exactly are you?" In a sense, I was indeed an archaeology professor. Yet, my more significant identity was that of a feng shui master. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Qin-Lang, and she expressed her gratitude. No wonder Zhao Jing was seen bewitched when he leaped from the southern slope upon seeing the corpses today. I too felt momentarily stunned, but a warmth in my hand roused me, granting me the chance to escape. "Your talisman saved my life. My grandfather had instructed me to descend the mountain to save someone with the surname Qin. However, I had lost the ability to discern whether it was Qin-Ying or Qin-Lang, or perhaps neither. It mattered not, I would leave it to fate." Seeing me lost in thought, Qin-Lang cautiously poked my arm, asking, "Professor Li, when shall we leave?" "There is no rush. Since you wish to learn about the origin of the vase, we shall wait a little longer." As the curtain lifted, an elderly man clad in a satin robe, his face adorned with makeup, took the stage, clearing his throat to announce, "What we present to you now is our troup's piece de assistance, the Vase Beauty." Accompanied by the rhythmic clang of gongs, two men carried a red cloth-covered object to the center of the stage, placing it on the table. When the cloth was lifted, it revealed the very blue and white porcelain vase. However, protruding from it was the head of a woman, her gaunt features pressed against her cheekbones, her bulging eyes reminiscent of a frog, her pallid complexion suggesting a terminal illness. At the sight of the woman, gasps erupted from the crowd, and they surged toward the stage, surrounding the woman trapped within the vase. The elderly man chuckled, "Come closer, everyone. The scene of the Vase Beauty has weakened. You must hold your breath to listen closely." I squeezed through the throng, with Qin-Lang clinging to my sleeve in trepidation. A feeble, croaking sound emerged from the woman's parched throat. Rather than singing, it resembled a painful moan. The indistinct voice barely discernible as human, yet the curious onlookers listened intently, driven by fascination. When I finally beheld the true visage of the Vase Beauty, my heart lurched. So it was. Without hesitation, I struck the elderly man atop his head with the palm of my hand. In an instant, his body dissipated into a gust of ominous wind, leaving no trace behind. The surrounding malevolent spirits bared their teeth at me, while performers from backstage lunged forward, claws outstretched. As they descended upon me, I sat cross-legged on the ground, closed my eyes, and silently recite it a myriad of times. Let there be light, guardians of the three realms, the 5 emperors in attendance. All deities pay reverence. Wielding thunder, striking fear into demons and spirits alike. A radiant golden light emanated from my being, enveloping the vicinity, where faint purple lightning flickered. The audience below appeared as mere phantoms, while those in the troop were true spirits, long bound to this space. They could only watch helplessly as they vanished within the golden light. As the tumult subsided, Qin-Long stood frozen, speechless for a long while. I picked up a drumstick from the ground and struck it against the vase, shattering it. From within rode a misshapen woman. Her body contorted into the shape of the vessel, her form grotesquely small compared to her head. I said, "You are free now. May you be reborn into a better life." Unfortunately, the deformed woman could not comprehend, merely gazing at me with a bewildered and terrified expression, reciting the sutras of liberation. Enveloped in a gentle aura, the spirit of the misshapen woman ascended into the air, passing through a portal, disappearing entirely. Simultaneously, the surroundings began to warp and shift. When I regained my senses, I found myself standing in the center of the living room. "Yes. Excellent. Can you accompany me to the restroom?" "Go by yourself." Qin-Lan's delicate face registered shock. She had not anticipated my refusal. I quickly added, "If you cannot withstand such minor tribulations, you might as well hand over your power to me. I shall investigate the subsequent matters for you." Qin-Long did not argue but steadied her trembling legs as she made her way to the restroom to wash away her tears. She then retrieved paper and pen, leaning over the coffee table to write something. Curious, I watched as she began annotating the vase as history. The vase beauty, originating from the early Qing dynasty, is documented in miscellaneous writings as a product of a local troupe that abducted 7 or 8-year-old girls, amputating their limbs and placing them into a narrow vase. As the girls aged, their bones and organs became contorted within the vessel, resulting in a head the size of an adult, hence the name Vase Beauty. The base of the vase features an opening for waste disposal, and the body is inscribed with soul-soothing incantations, likely intended to enhance the girl's chances of survival. Presently, physical evidence confirms its authenticity and should be included in the archival records. After finishing, Qin-Long exhaled deeply, placing the document within a concealed safe beneath the coffee table. I realized that this troupe had been tormenting women, yet I was unaware of the profound history behind it. I inquired with curiosity, "Where did you learn all this?" Whether from official history or miscellaneous accounts, I can recall nearly half of what spans the past 5 years, and the rest resides in our family's repository of knowledge. Otherwise, the state would not have entrusted me with the task of surveying the imperial tombs. I nodded, acknowledging, "It appears you possess some utility after all." Chapter 35, The Imperial Tombs Passage. The ancient map emerges. Qin-Long cast a resentful glance at me. "Professor Li, with your remarkable skills, why not simply draw the topographical map of the Imperial Tomb and locate the entrance? It would save us a great deal of trouble. It's impossible to find it. Besides, the passage is fraught with dangers, filled with numerous traps and deceitful treasures designed to mislead tomb raiders. Therefore, to uncover the tomb, one must risk their life." Qin-Lan's expression turned grave, and suddenly a thought seemed to strike her. "Professor Li, if you accompany the archaeological team, wouldn't that significantly reduce the casualties?" "Indeed," I interjected before Qin-Long could speak further, "but I will never place myself in danger. I can offer a substantial reward. I do not lack for money. I only value my life." Before I could recline, the door swung open, and Qin-Yin, with a sly smile, gazed directly at me. "Your attitude seems rather inflated." "It's acceptable," I replied. "What do you mean by acceptable?" Qin-Yin's brows knitted in irritation. "I summoned you to assist, not to act like a lord. The archaeological team has discovered the entrance to the imperial tomb. You must go tomorrow, whether you wish to or not. I rose, my expression unyielding. Even if I owe you some small kindness, I can repay that through Qinlang. We are now even. I am not obliged to follow your orders. You. Qin gritted her teeth, yet she found herself at an impasse. At present, I had borrowed the shell of Qin, my physical body lost. Though Qin wielded immense power, she could not threaten me with my life. In my spiritual form, I was immune to all evils. No one could hinder my departure. I shall not require your assistance, I declared, turning my back on Qin to prepare to leave. As I reached the living room, Qin Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached me with several images. Professor Li, you arrived at the perfect moment. Our researchers in the Shizuishan area discovered a collapsed passage. These are photos taken from within, though regrettably, I cannot decipher them. I glanced at the first image and was instantly transfixed. It depicted a dark stone cave, captured under a spotlight in a blurry photograph. I leaned in for a better view, discerning a few symbols representing text, yet I could not piece them together into a coherent message. One line, however, was particularly striking. Inscribed in bold simplified characters, Li Banxiong visited here. This inscription was evidently carved later, and the handwriting bore an uncanny resemblance to my grandfather's. Yet, his name was Li Banxiong. Why had half of it been altered to Ban, meaning to transport? Since my earliest memories, my grandfather had remained in the cave, never venturing outside. I flipped to the second image. This one depicted a chaotic pile of corpses, approximately a dozen individuals, their bodies decayed to mere skeletons. Signs of a struggle were evident, with broken limbs indicating death by heavy blows. The garments they wore displayed faint, vibrant patterns, reminiscent of ethnic minority attire, somewhat akin to Murong Changqing style. The third image showed a skeleton leaning against the wall, clutching a small knife, having etched a crooked line of symbols into the surface. I had never encountered this sequence in any ancient texts, but I could only surmise it was a message left in his final moments. Upon reading this line, the reason Murong Changqing sought to kill Lu Heming became clear to me. Yet, one question remained: if Murong Changqing had seen this message, why did he refrain from taking my life during our initial encounter? No, that judgment was overly subjective. Although Qin had acted first, it was Murong Changqing who had stolen my physical form. His claim of merely borrowing my body was but a delaying tactic. His true intention was to ensnare me in a manner that would lead to my demise. Yet these remained mere conjectures. To unveil the truth, I would need to journey to the imperial tomb, as Qin belonged to the male ethnic group. To prevent her from acting against me upon seeing this image, I clutched the third photo tightly, discreetly stashing it in my pocket, while signaling Qinlang to be quiet. Qinlang, puzzled, hesitantly nodded. Qin seized the two images from my hand, perusing them with keen interest before dismissively tossing them onto the table. Qinlang, what is written here? It's all nonsense, and I can't make sense of it. The inscriptions on the walls are unclear in the photographs. I need to conduct an on-site investigation to translate them. As for this Li Banxiong, he must be a tomb raider who hastily scribbled this before leaving. Qin inquired. Are there any other clues? Knowing the nature of the relationship between Qinlang and Qin, I felt a bit of cold sweat trickle down my back. To my surprise, Qin Yin hesitated only briefly before stating, "No other discoveries for now." "Very well," Qin Yin remarked, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "As for research funding, do not worry. If you need more, just call me." "Absolutely. Given our sisterly bond, even if funds run low, I will ensure we uncover the truth." I remained uncertain whether that old coot, Li Banxiong, had released you to lead you to your demise. But if you wish to survive, collaborating with me is your wisest option. For only I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. In the face of Qin Yin's hysteria, I maintained an extraordinary calm. After the recent events involving the Qin family, I was reluctant to place my trust in anyone, especially not in someone as unfamiliar as Qin Yin. Wealth is a trivial matter to me. My interest lies elsewhere. I presented this request with two purposes. First, to secure the upper hand in negotiations with Qin Yin, and second, to obscure the true objective of my collaboration with her. I needed to uncover precisely what my grandfather had done years ago and why various forces were so eager to see me dead. Qin Yin let out a light laugh, her scorn evident. "I truly thought you were an enlightened sage untouched by worldly concerns. Turns out you're merely a money-loving child. Here are 30 million. Spend it as you wish, and ask for more if it's insufficient." Once Qin Yin had departed, I turned to Qin Long and inquired, "How did you come to know her?" "About a year ago, I met Qin Yin at an archaeological conference. She possesses a wealth of obscure yet fascinating knowledge, and we gradually became close friends." "Is it really that simple?" Later, Qin Yin provided funding and asked me to investigate a matter concerning the imperial tomb. Coincidentally, my superior assigned me to the investigation of the tomb, leading to more frequent interactions. "What did she ask you to investigate?" Qin Long smiled lightly. "Just as you have matters to conceal from Qin Yin, she too has things to hide from you. I shall divulge no secrets from either side. If you wish to understand, you may inquire directly." Upon hearing this, I felt a slight sense of relief. At least the relationship between Qin Yin and Qin Long was not as unbreakable as I had imagined, and Qin Long was not a gossip. I could tentatively place my trust in her. "I will assist with matters regarding the imperial tomb to the end. In exchange, you must ensure that any first-hand information you receive bypasses Qin Yin and reaches me directly." Qin Long, with a glimmer of excitement, assured me, "No problem." Chapter 36. The Green Ox Speaks. Secrets hidden in the cave. Qin Long exhibited remarkable efficiency in her tasks. Early the next morning, shortly after 4 o'clock, a convoy of off-road vehicles appeared before the courtyard. Given the gravity of the situation, I refrained from maintaining any pretenses and grabbed some breakfast, boarding the middle vehicle. To my surprise, the driver turned out to be Zhao Jinhua. I was astonished to see him alive. Upon our encounter, Zhao Jinhua displayed a noticeable air of reverence towards me. He smiled wryly and confessed, "Professor Li, to be precise, I am a man who has died once." He recounted an incident on the southern slope where he was inexplicably beset by a multitude of grotesque spirits. In a moment of desperation, he leaped from a height of over 10 meters, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. In his hazy recollection, he saw a woman in a white dress, who sprinkled a few drops of dew from a jade bottle upon him, after which he lost all awareness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate area several miles away, with his ancestral Guanyin jade pendant cracked at the brow. I then noticed a red cord around Zhao Jinhua's neck. presumably the pendant string. However, it was peculiar that he had appeared to be on the brink of death when he left that day, devoid of any auspicious signs. Yet now possessed a life-preserving jade pendant. I inquired, "May I take a look at your family heirloom jade pendant?" Zhao Jinhua's expression turned strange. His eyes rolled in an odd manner, and he awkwardly smiled. "I apologize, Professor Li, but this piece is a treasured possession of my family. Not even my wife is allowed to handle it." Qinlong, puzzled, remarked, "You don't even have a girlfriend. How do you have a wife?" Zhao Jinhua merely chuckled without responding. I found his demeanor somewhat unsettling. He had previously appeared lecherous and sinister, especially towards Qinlong. But today he emanated an enigmatic aura that eluded my understanding. As the vehicle traversed the treacherous terrain, I lowered my voice and said to Qinlong, "Though I possess no evidence, I sense something amiss with Zhao Jinhua. You should keep your distance." Qinlong evidently misconstrued my intent. With Zhao Jinhua seated in front of us, I could not elaborate further, and would have to seek another opportunity to clarify. It was the season of summer solstice, a time prone to sudden downpours. The sun had yet to rise when the heavens turned ominous once more. Thunder rumbled from shortly after 5 in the morning, followed by howling winds and torrential rain, rendering the view from the off-road vehicle a blinding white haze. For safety, we crawled along the perilous mountain roads, requiring the driver's full concentration. Initially, we encountered paved roads, but soon we were met with a chaotic expanse of muddy trails. Fortunately, the off-road vehicle's capabilities were robust. Even when half submerged in water, it continued forward. After enduring 6 hours in the vehicle, I began to feel drowsy when Qinlong suddenly pointed excitedly towards a nearby mountain tunnel, exclaiming, "This is ALIN-ku. Within an hour's drive, we shall reach our destination, Panshigu." I gazed at the dark, towering mountains, which resembled a bull with its mouth agape, a form that, according to feng shui, symbolizes auspiciousness. Legend has it that when Laozi journeyed westward through Hangu Pass to attain enlightenment, he rode upon a green ox. Yet, the mountain before us was a deep, dark hue. Surrounded by lush vegetation, save for this barren peak, which was almost devoid of any flora. The heavy rain cloaked the surrounding mountains in mist. But this bull-like formation remained clear, exhaling thin wisps of fog from its mouth. Sensing the unusual, I cautioned, "Let us halt the vehicle and proceed on foot with flashlights." "All right," Qinlong replied, activating her walkie-talkie, but it emitted a jarring noise, rendering it useless. "The vehicle ahead, stop!" Qinlong shouted through the window. But the cacophony of wind and rain drowned her out, and the vehicle barreled into the inky darkness of the tunnel. Beyond the tunnel lay a bend. And once the vehicle entered, we could no longer track our journey. We parked the vehicle by the roadside and awaited silently. Approximately 30 minutes later, Qinlong, with her phone devoid of signal, paced anxiously, expressing her frustration. "What are those security personnel doing? They should be clearing the path. They haven't even noticed that the vehicles behind have fallen behind." Suddenly, I felt an indistinct chill emanating from the tranquil ALIN-ku, accompanied by a faint metallic scent. I stated, "Stay still in the vehicle. I shall investigate." "Professor Li, I am uneasy about you going in alone. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer." Qinlong voiced her concerns. Conversely, Zhao Jinhua remained composed, suggesting, "It's merely a cave. If you're truly uneasy, I will accompany Professor Li." "Very well. Then you come with me." My concern was not for my own safety, but rather for Qinlong, fearing that Zhao Jinhua, with his strange behavior, might pose a threat to her once I departed. The usually timid Zhao Jinhua, however, did not hesitate to follow me into the tunnel. Could it be that the first two vehicles had already reached the destination? She had only one bar of signal on her phone, receiving a recent message stating that 7 scientific expedition personnel from Shizuishan had sent out an emergency distress signal at 4 in the morning, after which there had been no further communication. Another message, received 10 minutes prior, warned that the 2 escort vehicles had issued an urgent signal indicating that ALIN-ku posed an unknown danger, advising others to evacuate swiftly and await further investigation from the main team. Qinlong trembled as she said, "The road behind has collapsed. We have no idea when rescue vehicles will arrive. What shall we do now?" I replied, observing the weather. The rain is likely to persist for several days and nights. We must seek refuge in a nearby village. However, before I could persuade her further, Zhao Jinhua interjected with a smile, "With the 2 of us men here, you need not fear." Qinlong regarded Zhao Jinhua with a peculiar expression for a while before giving a reluctant nod. She likely sensed that Zhao Jinhua was acting unusually today. Zhao Jinhua, maintaining his composure, started the vehicle and slowly drove into the tunnel. The tunnel twisted and turned, and even with the vehicle's headlights, it was difficult to illuminate much of the path, compelling us to proceed at a cautious pace. In the eerie tunnel, startled bats occasionally flitted toward the windows, causing Qinlong to shrink against my shoulder in fright. I urged her, "Calm yourself. If danger truly arises, panic will only hinder me." "I'm sorry," she murmured, casting a forlorn glance at me before adjusting her posture. Just as I became momentarily distracted, Zhao Jinhua suddenly pointed ahead in the tunnel, exclaiming, "What is that?" 10 meters ahead, I glimpsed a group clad in vibrant funeral garments, their heads adorned with grotesque masks. However, the vision was fleeting, as a tire burst with a loud bang, and despite Zhao Jinhua's frantic maneuvering, we crashed against the rocky wall. "Ghosts!" Qinlong screamed, crouching beneath her seat, paralyzed with fear. Zhao Jinhua leapt from the shattered window, retrieving a military shovel from the trunk and handing me a crowbar. "Professor Li, if we encounter anything, I hope you can protect yourself." Zhao Jinhua flashed me a radiant smile, while I, with intent, aimed the crowbar toward his head. We remained in a standoff for a moment, realizing that those masked figures had not emerged, allowing us to exhale in relief. Qinlong exited the vehicle, her voice trembling as she asked, "Where did those ghosts go?" Chapter 37, Narrow Escape from the Bull's Mouth. Abduction by the mountain goblins. I sensed the absence of any sinister energy around me, prompting me to lower my gaze and examine the vehicle's tire. From the left front wheel, I extracted a peculiar triangular steel nail. Zhao Jinwang produced a flashlight to survey the vicinity, pointing to 2 friction marks on the ground and the impact marks on the stone wall, declaring that it was evident someone was up to no good. The sound of footsteps echoed in the desolate tunnel, sharp and jarring. Zhao Jinwang reacted swiftly, directing the beam of the flashlight toward the corner ahead. A group of figures clad in green silk robes and black-purple skirts, their heads adorned with grotesque wooden masks depicting fierce faces, approached us menacingly, brandishing gleaming long knives and steel forks. Strangely, I sensed no trace of malevolence emanating from these creatures, since they were not denizens of the underworld. Confronting them would be no simple task. There were at least a dozen of these monsters, and my fists alone could not contend with their numbers. Escape was our only option. Run! Xiao Jinwang exclaimed, discarding his backpack and fleeing. Just as I was about to follow, I noticed Qinlang seated in the back of the vehicle, her face pale and trembling as she cried out, "Help, help me! My legs are weak, I can't run." Damn it! I was currently trapped in Qin Baogu's body, which was far from agile. I couldn't leave Qinlang behind. So I gritted my teeth and rushed over to carry her, sprinting toward the far end of the tunnel. Before I had taken more than a few steps, 2 hissing iron balls, emitting thick smoke, were hurled from around the corner. After inhaling only a couple of breaths, my body grew weak, and I collapsed to the ground, unable to move. How careless! Having practiced the mystical arts since childhood, I was impervious to poisons, but Qin Baogu's mortal body could not withstand such torment. Overwhelmed by the gas, my head felt heavy as if embedded in stone, and I could only squint through a narrow slit, witnessing countless wooden-clawed feet encircling me all. Don't come any closer. I lost track of time until I suddenly heard Qinlan's piercing scream. I jolted upright from a wooden bed, finding Qinlang beside me, rubbing her bleary eyes and looking utterly bewildered, as if she had just awoken from a nightmare. "Where is this? Why are you lying in the same bed as me?" Qinlan's face flushed crimson as she frantically checked her clothing. I ignored her, quickly rising from the bed. After ensuring that I bore no injuries, I began to assess my surroundings. The old elm-wood bed was cushioned with straw mats, topped with a thick yet coarsely made quilt. The room had a roof made of wooden beams and bamboo strips, while the walls were constructed from a mixture of yellow earth and wheat chaff, appearing exceedingly rudimentary. The only semblance of modernity was a radio perched atop an old wooden cabinet. Upon realizing that her clothing bore no signs of tampering, Qinlang sat on the bed, holding her forehead and murmuring, "I remember seeing a group of people wearing ghost masks in the tunnel, and then I don't recall anything else." Footsteps approached from outside, and Qinlang leapt up from the bed, pulling a dagger from a hidden compartment in her boot and concealing it in her sleeve. I remarked, "If the person who brought us here truly intended to harm you, they would not have waited until now. It would be best for you to conserve your energy." The figure that entered through the curtain was an elderly man clad in a gray cloth gown and a melon-shaped hat, his white hair cascading down to his neck as he leaned on a cane. Judging by his complexion, he appeared healthy, with rosy cheeks and thick earlobes, suggesting a life of wealth and prosperity. The old man chuckled, "Children, you certainly possess great courage to venture into the old bull's mouth on a rainy night. Had it not been for the nearby villagers, you would have likely become a feast for the beasts by now." Qinlang, still on guard, asked, "Did you save us?" The old man sighed. Yesterday's torrential rain compelled every household in Panstone Valley to send laborers to patrol the village, preventing the ditches from overflowing and destroying the homes. While passing by the old bull's mouth, we suddenly heard commotion inside. A dozen strong men, torches in hand, bravely ventured in to investigate. From a distance, I saw a group of mountain goblins dragging you both, attempting to ascend the mountain. These creatures possess human-like intelligence and immense strength, easily overpowering ordinary men. Many outsiders have fallen victim to the mountain goblins. Fortunately, they fear fire. Upon seeing our torches, they all fled, and you were spared." The old man gestured toward the door, and a slender woman dressed in coarse cloth entered, carrying a tray of tea. With her head bowed, she quickly placed the tea down and exited. Qinlang held the steaming cup of tea, and before she could take a sip, Tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "Thank you for saving my life." I discreetly grasped Qin Lan's delicate hand, pressing the teacup down, and inquired, "May I ask the name of our benefactor?" "I am Lin-Anka, honored to serve as the village head of Penstone Valley, thanks to the villagers' kindness." The old man's kind eyes and gentle demeanor instilled a sense of trust. I asked, "Village head Lin, we feel a bit dizzy and nauseous after just waking up. Might we rest a while longer? Given that you have narrowly escaped death, if you do not mind, please rest a bit longer in my humble abode." "I shall have my wife prepare breakfast for you," he replied before stepping out and closing the curtain behind him. Once I heard Lin-Anka's footsteps fade away, I turned to Qin Lang, my expression serious. "The situation remains unclear. Do not consume anything until I give the word." I had an unsettling feeling about this place. It exuded an inexplicable aura. "Above all, remain vigilant." Qin Lang nodded like a chick pecking at rice and then whispered, "What do we do now?" "We wait. Wait for the rescue team to arrive. If Lin-Anka truly rescued us out of goodwill, we shall compensate him later. However, if he has ulterior motives and expects us to do his bidding, do not make any decisions without my instructions." I understand," Qin Lang replied. Her expression a mixture of comprehension and confusion, which deepened my concern. Lin-Anka appeared honest and kind-hearted, yet his demeanor suggested wealth and privilege. His rosy complexion and robust presence indicated a life of ease. I could ascertain that he was pretending to be poor. But the question remained, why perform such a charade for us? Was he merely a humble man enjoying pastoral life, or did he harbor a more sinister secret? In the distance, the first light of dawn began to break, and the aroma of cooking wafted in from outside. Lin-Anka called from the doorway, "If you two have rested enough, please join us for breakfast." Peering through the paper window, I observed a large pot boiling with eggs and water noodles, with 2 spicy peppers simmering at the bottom. An elderly woman was crushing a few garlic cloves in a mortar, placing them on a dish. The noodles were arranged in a large basin, with a stack of bowls haphazardly placed nearby, making it unlikely that they were poisoned. Having been unconscious for a day and a night, I felt slightly dizzy, so after expressing my gratitude, I sat down to breakfast with Lin-Anka and his wife. The first bite revealed chewy noodles in a rich broth, without any strange aftertaste. Once I began to eat, Qin Lang felt reassured enough to join in. After finishing a bowl of noodle soup, Qin Lang sighed in relief, but suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked, "Have you discovered any other newcomers to the village besides us?" "None," Lin-Anka replied, recounting. "It is said that the mountain goblins are the offspring of the mountain god, also known as mountain demons. They possess immense strength and agility, and they emerge during storms, feasting on human flesh, often raising their captives to consume them slowly." Qin Lan's face turned ashen, her chopsticks clattering to the ground as she gasped, "Are the mountain goblins you speak of dressed in green tops and black-purple skirts, with red faces, 2 horns on their heads, and sharp fangs? Your description is spot on. Even I, at this age, have only encountered mountain goblins once or twice. Thus, when the mountain god's wrath descends, it leads to the tragic abductions by the mountain goblins." At that moment, Qin Lan's complexion turned ghostly pale, her chopsticks falling from her hand with a clatter. Chapter 38, The White Tiger Embraces the Hill. The mountain demon deception. Perhaps my soul has long resided within the lifeless body of Qin Bogo, which should have perished, leading to an adverse reaction. Consequently, I have not sensed any heavy malevolence emanating from that group of mountain demons. At this rate, within a month, Qin Baogu's corpse will be utterly unusable. I must swiftly locate the imperial tomb to retrieve something that can restrain Murong Changqing. Otherwise, I shall be doomed to wander as a lost spirit. Currently, the only potential breakthrough lies in the cave unearthed by Qinlong. Before I could speak, Qinlong, with fervent eyes, implored me, Village Chief Lin. Please tell me where the excavation site of the research team is. They are all my comrades. If we hurry, even if we cannot save them all, saving just one would make it worthwhile. This. Lin Anka appeared troubled, seemingly hesitating. I added, if it is indeed the mountain demons at work, I possess a means to confront them, ensuring no further casualties. The mountain demon is of the utmost in essence, associated with the earth and wood elements, and is fearful of thunder and fire. Should we encounter one, I can recite incantations to repel them, if not vanquish them. Lin Anka shook his head, young man. Even 3 or 5 adults would not stand a chance against a mountain demon, let alone a group. It's commendable to have the courage to save friends. But do not throw away your life in vain. Qinlong insisted, my friend here is exceptionally capable. He can certainly handle the mountain demons. If you are willing to guide us, I promise a substantial reward, regardless of the outcome. After much deliberation, Lin Anka finally relented, albeit reluctantly, since you are so insistent. Once the rain subsides a bit, I will show you the way. I observed the celestial phenomena. The earth's energy began to rise, and the sky appeared thin, suggesting the rain would cease shortly. Around 10 in the morning, after a continuous downpour for a day and night, we set out towards Panshur Mountain, following Lin Anka's directions along Panshur Gorge. Before parting, Lin Anka generously filled a bath with steamed buns and fresh water. And despite our resistance to his kindness, we accepted it. As we glanced back at Lin Anka, who lingered to see us off, I could not help but question my own judgment. Perhaps Lin Anka truly only sought to rescue us from the mountain demons, harboring no ill intent. Could it be that Xiao Jinwang, in his panic while fleeing, inadvertently caused us to faint in an attempt to thwart the mountain demon's pursuit? All was shrouded in uncertainty. We could only advance step by step. Panshur Mountain was barren, strewn with rubble, marked by deep tire tracks left by previous researchers in off-road vehicles, making the path easy to follow. We traveled northward for over 2 hours, and soon, a few off-road motorcycles came into view, awkwardly parked not far ahead. Beside the motorcycles, a downward-sloping cave appeared. However, from our distance, its interior remained obscured. Qinlong pointed toward the off-road vehicles, exclaiming, "Those are our investigation team's supplies. Don't rush. Let me take a look first." I climbed a nearby tall rock to observe the activity around the cave from a distance. The so-called mountain demons did not appear, nor was there any trace of malevolent energy. Scanning the surroundings, the lush green mountains contrasted sharply with the desolate hill, which bore no vegetation. The towering mountains on either side framed the scene, with the majestic peaks to the north and the old ox mouth connecting to the plains to the south. In geomancy, this configuration is known as the white tiger embracing the hill, indicating a burial site for individuals with heavy malevolence, requiring the white tiger to suppress their souls to prevent them from wreaking havoc upon the world. According to historical lore, the war god Baiqi executed 400,000 soldiers from Jiao, and to seal these vengeful spirits, he employed the burial method of the white tiger embracing the hill. I then leaped down from the boulder, grasped a handful of soil, and inhaled deeply. Indeed, the earth's energy was imbued with a sharp metallic essence. To construct a white tiger embracing the hill tomb, a significant amount of gold must accompany the burial, as gold represents weaponry and complements the white tiger, forming a perfect unity. Moreover, the presence of the white tiger embracing the hill at the foot of the imperial tomb aligns with logic. It is possible that this emperor had slain countless prisoners of war, and now, utilizing the energy of the imperial tomb alongside the influence of the white tiger embracing the hill, he completely suppresses their souls. This also suggests that this white tiger embracing the hill tomb may still harbor a passage leading to the imperial tomb. As I became lost in thought, Qin Long nudged my arm, anxiously asking, "Professor Li, are you truly confident in dealing with the mountain demons?" "Of course," I replied. "Then why were we both captured when we last encountered the mountain demons?" "Because what we faced was not a mountain demon, but something else entirely." I gestured toward the dark cave ahead, adding, "Moreover, this cave is not the den of mountain demons, it is the entrance to a burial passage." "Lin Anka's words are not to be trusted," Qin Long exclaimed. "That can't be. I found that old man to be quite amiable. He even provided us with so much food and water. Perhaps he is merely repeating hearsay, passing on misinformation," I contemplated briefly before asserting. "Regardless, we must exercise caution. Aside from you and me, there is no one else here who can be trusted. Additionally, the disappearance of Xiao Jinwang is suspicious. If we encounter him, you must be careful and never approach him rashly." I understand." We stood still, consuming 2 boxes of steamed buns and drinking some water to regain our strength before preparing to explore the cave. As I opened the sack containing the buns, I was astonished to find a small package hidden within, containing flint, torches, and a finely crafted dagger. Now, I found it even more challenging to determine whether Lin Anka was a friend or foe. His provision of food was already a significant kindness, but I hadn't anticipated such thoughtful gifts. With Qin Lan's off-road vehicle lost and even his backpack missing, the small flint, torches, and this outdoor dagger were precisely what we needed in our dire situation. Could it be that Lin Anka is truly a paragon of goodwill? Yet, the peculiar feeling I had upon first encountering him lingered, refusing to dissipate. Those who possess insight can be unerringly perceptive, even in my current state of mere spirit. I can discern the good and evil in a person. Even if Lin Anka were to act perfectly, I must remain vigilant. After all, there are too many inconsistencies surrounding him, and some of his statements are hard to reconcile. For instance, he claimed to have personally led the rescue from the mountain demons. Yet why did Qin Lan's off-road vehicle vanish without a trace? Furthermore, I am well aware of the characteristics of mountain demons. The creatures approaching us seemed less like mountain demons and more akin to individuals wearing masks. The reason I refrained from exposing this earlier was that I feared directly confronting Lin Anka might lead to hostility towards us. As we walked halfway up the mountain, the tire tracks abruptly ceased. Qin Long remarked, "The off-road vehicle must have stopped here, unable to ascend the slope, which is why they switched to lighter motorcycles." The motorcycles remained, but where had the off-road vehicle gone? Even if mountain demons were to kill, they would not drive off-road vehicles. My conviction that someone was scheming behind the scenes only grew stronger. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Qin Long inspected the off-road motorcycles and noted signs of damage on their bodies. "This is truly strange," Qin Long furrowed his brow. If these motorcycles were intact, we could seek help. How could they be in such disrepair? I traced my fingers over the motorcycle scars and discovered marks where the fuel tank had been cut by a sharp object. Moreover, all the vehicles shared a common trait. Their keys had been removed. Suddenly, a howling wind swept up dust and stones, blinding me, as dark clouds once again gathered above, and raindrops began to pelt down. The pitch-black, narrow stone cave, the eerie faces of the creatures within, their gleaming weapons, and the countless feet surrounding me when I collapsed. In that instant, a terrifying thought struck me. No wonder things felt amiss, if my assumptions were correct. Everything that transpired after arriving at the old ox mouth could be explained. There is no time for explanation now. I grasped Qin Lan's arm and plunged into the curtain of rain, urging her to run swiftly, for time was of the essence. Yet, before we could take more than a couple of steps, the surroundings suddenly illuminated with the fierce glow of torches. A menacing group of 50 or 60 figures, their faces grotesquely adorned with red masks, began to advance towards us with deliberate intent. The gleaming pitchforks and long knives in their hands clanged ominously as they were pelted by the raindrops. Qin Long, frightened, curled up against my shoulder, her voice trembling as she murmured, "The mountain demons, they have come to seek vengeance upon us." Chapter 39, The Tianshan Lineage. Everlasting green, the torches cast an eerie crimson glow upon their grotesque masks, rendering these figures even more fearsome. My gaze swept across their visages, ultimately resting upon the motionless figure of the mountain demon on a nearby hill. He was stout, leaning on a wooden staff, accompanied by a subordinate-like creature. The scene before me increasingly validated my suspicions. The circle of the mountain demon was narrowing, forcing Qin Long and me to retreat step by step toward the cave's mouth. Alas! In the course of our retreat, Qin Long inadvertently stepped into empty space and tumbled headfirst into a deep pit. I leapt backward, catching her head mid-air and adjusting our descent, ultimately ensuring a gentle landing that spared her neck from harm. At the cave's entrance, a multitude of torches illuminated the darkness, while several figures adorned with crimson masks peered curiously. Qin Long trembled violently. They were coming after us. What should we do? I calmly reassured her that they would not pursue us further, as they had other intentions. Indeed, the figures outside united their strength to push a massive boulder, sealing the entrance with unyielding resolve. Upon realizing we were trapped within, Qin Long exhaled a sigh of relief. At least we were safe for the moment. I explained that we were ensconced within a passage of the imperial tomb, crafted by skilled artisans and geomancers, replete with numerous traps designed to ensnare even the most adept tomb raiders. Their purpose in confining us here was to compel us to discover another exit from the passage in our dire situation. Such peril, and you dare call it safety? Qin Long picked up the torch that had fallen, her heart still racing, declaring that she would rather be trapped in the cave than pursued by the mountain demon. Their faces were terrifying to behold. Disregarding Qin Lan's peculiar remarks, I ignited another torch from my backpack and began to examine the inscriptions on the walls. The flame burned steadily, indicating an ample supply of oxygen within the cavern, and the provisions in my backpack would suffice for several days. As I cautiously advanced along the wall, I issued a stern warning: stay behind me, and under no circumstances should you take a step forward. Qin Long nodded and then retrieved a crumpled notebook from her pocket, pressing it against the wall with the torch, laboriously recording her observations. Taking a deep breath, I exhaled slowly, sharpening my senses to prepare for any unforeseen dangers. The cave's entrance was narrow, expanding into a broader expanse as we proceeded. After traversing approximately 20 steps, I beheld the site previously captured in photographs by the scientific expedition team. Scattered upon the ground were a dozen corpses, decayed to mere skeletons. Their garments and possessions still intact. I had assumed Qinlong would be fearful of the remains, but to my surprise, she gazed intently at the skeletons, asking if she could touch them. I replied, of course, like a magician. Qinlong produced a pair of rubber gloves from her pocket and handed me her notebook and pen. Professor Li, could you assist me with some notes? She inquired. Certainly. Upon touching the remains, her demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. I could sense her energy coalescing at her brow, fully absorbed in her task. This state of concentration mirrored the unity of heaven and man sought in cultivation, and with such poise, it was no wonder she excelled in the field of archaeology. From the level of decomposition and the surrounding geological conditions, it was evident that the deceased belonged to an era 50 years prior, their burial shrouded in ominous circumstances, possibly linked to tomb robbers. The majority were male, adorned in diverse attire, once embellished with silver ornaments now removed, suggesting a subsequent wave of tomb raiders had entered. The patterns on their garments indicated they were of male descent, with headbands featuring flame motifs reminiscent of certain tribal totems from the southern regions. In a matter of minutes, Qinlong elucidated the origin and time frame of the corpses with remarkable precision. The flame motifs on the remains struck me as familiar. Upon reflection, I recalled that when I first encountered Murong Chongqing, she wore a similar pattern on her belt. Moreover, Murong Chongqing had mentioned that Qing Yin was a traitor from the southern tribe. During our last encounter, Qing Yin had mockingly referred to Murong Chongqing as master, suggesting that her ties were significant. Regarding the southern tribe, I had only heard fragmented tales from my grandfather, hinting at a sorcery organization, with little else known. If I could unravel the identities of Murong Chongqing and Qing Yin, it would greatly aid me in dealing with them. I inquired, "What do you know about the southern tribe's totems?" Li Banxiong has conspired with the underworld to strike at my southern tribe. Any descendant witnessing this must seek vengeance and annihilate Li Banxiong's entire lineage. Should they encounter a ghostly envoy, they must slay it. Similarly, the inscription on the wall, stating Li Banxiong visited here, seemed to indicate the cause of this individual's demise. Qinlong remarked, "This Li Banxiong must be quite formidable. 19 corpses, all slain by direct blows." Noticing my changing expression, Qinlong suddenly laughed. "What's wrong? Do you share a connection with this Li Banxiong?" I fell silent, but Qinlong pressed on. "If you share what you know about Li Banxiong, I will divulge everything about the southern sorcery tribe." I hesitated before reluctantly stating, "Li Banxiong is an ethereal figure, powerful yet never engaging in wrongdoing, preferring solitude. Is it possible for one man to slay 20 or more and not be deemed wicked?" Qinlong frowned, then pressed, "What else do you know?" I was displeased and remained silent. Even if I desired knowledge about the southern sorcery tribe, I would not trade my grandfather's secrets for it. Qinlong chuckled, "Professor Li, it's the first time I've seen you angry. It's quite amusing." I maintained a stern expression, refusing to respond. "Don't be so stingy. I will tell you." Her words conveyed that the southern sorcery had its roots in the ancient wilderness era. Fire, capable of driving away pests and wild beasts, became their totem as they explored its mysteries, eventually evolving into a distinct practice. I frowned. Her explanation was rather vague. Qin Lang continued, the inscriptions are carved on a mountain, and the content is extensive, so I will be succinct. During the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, amidst vast lands and chaotic patterns, a woman revitalizing the Murong clan, trained in the southern sorcery tribe, rose to prominence amidst the turmoil, gathering disciples on Tianshan's Tomar Peak, gradually overtaking the old southern sorcery tribe. This led to the saying the Tianshan lineage, everlasting green. The woman of the Murong clan was renamed Murong Changqing. While her true name remains a mystery, the mention of Murong Changqing's name sent a jolt through me. Murong Changqing was a figure from the late Yuan and early Ming periods, the leader of the southern sorcery lineage. Upon reflection, the grandeur of her performance with the ocarina, commanding the creatures of the earth and sky, was indeed beyond that of a mere 20-something youth. Furthermore, Qin Yin had once jested about her being an old hag, indicating that Murong Changqing was no longer young. I speculated that she was likely the successor of the sorcery lineage, and each successor bore this name, which would explain the continuity. Noticing my prolonged silence, Qin Lang cautiously asked, "Have you heard of this Murong Changqing?" "No. It's merely a coincidental similarity to a friend's name," I replied dismissively, resuming my advance. Within the imperial tomb, danger lurked at every turn. Every second spent inside was fraught with peril. To proceed further required both audacity and meticulous attention. At the passage's entrance, chaos reigned, littered with rubble and bad droppings. As we advanced, the floor transitioned to blue stone bricks, with walls constructed of stacked rock, and a sturdy vaulted ceiling overhead, filling the solid roof. Qin Lang exhaled in relief, remarking, "Thank goodness, the bricks and stones are quite robust." The geological structure of this mountain poses a significant risk of sandification. With the presence of this arched tile, we are at least spared from the peril of being buried by the yellow sands. However, one must exercise utmost caution while moving. The sandy terrain resembles an avalanche, and even the slightest sound could potentially trigger a sand collapse. Chapter 40: The Blade That Guards the Souls. The earth that hatches evil spirits. I nodded solemnly, my hand pressed against the wall as I cautiously moved forward, covering approximately 120 steps. When I encountered rough murals on both sides of the corridor, Qin Lang once again produced paper and pen, recording the scenes with astonishing speed. The murals bore no words, merely depicting various battle scenes with crude lines reminiscent of knife and axe strokes. I inquired, "What do these murals illustrate?" Qin Lang, engrossed in her rapid documentation, frowned and reprimanded, "Be quiet." She then ignored my question and resumed her recording. The mural corridor extended a total of 49 steps, seemingly detailing a combat scene, though I struggled to comprehend its meaning. The final mural depicted a gallant man, surrounded by a throng of soldiers, valiantly fighting alone. At the end of the mural, the name Hu Zhongyuan was inscribed. After examining the last mural, Qin Lang finally closed her eyes, massaging her aching temples, and remarked, "These murals are invaluable. The events recorded herein can precisely fill historical gaps." I reiterated my previous question. "It seems this mural tells of Hu Zhongyuan. Who was he?" Qin Lang swallowed to moisten her throat and slowly replied, "Hu Sheng, styled Zhongyuan, was a renowned general from Langhuang, Zhejiang, during the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. These murals depict the tragic scenes of Hu Sheng's fierce battle against Cheng Yudin's troops in Fujian, where he was ultimately surrounded and perished while attempting to break through." What Qin-Long described was somewhat beyond my understanding, so I simplistically asked, "Did this Husheng kill many people?" "Indeed," she confirmed. Through Qin-Lan's descriptions, my earlier suspicions grew stronger. The White Tiger embraces the hill, a land of slaughter, had its murals etched with the exploits of fierce warriors, undoubtedly concealing the corpses of slain captives within. Directly west of the White Tiger Hill lies the Grand Commander Mountain we had previously visited. With the White Tiger Hill serving as a seal and the Grand Commander Mountain guarded by spectral soldiers, it would eternally imprison the slain captives, preventing their souls from reincarnating. As we ventured further, we were nearing the place where the remains were buried. I spoke gravely. Ahead lies a realm of extreme darkness. There may be malevolent spirits lurking. You may choose to wait here. No, I wish to go with you, Qin-Long insisted stubbornly. The historical value of this cave is immeasurable. I cannot miss a single corner. I warned, you may accompany me, but you must promise to remain calm no matter what happens, and refrain from shouting. Act solely upon my commands. No problem. Qin-Long readily agreed, yet I remained uneasy. For safety, I gently wrapped my arm around her shoulder as we progressed. Qin-Lan's cheeks flushed slightly, surprised by my considerate gesture. Considerate? I suspected she had misunderstood my intentions. My embrace was merely a precaution, to swiftly restrain her should she scream and attempt to flee upon encountering any apparitions. As we advanced, I increasingly sensed a chilling aura creeping up from the ground, sending shivers down my spine. Qin-Long nestled closer to me, her delicate hand gripping my arm tightly, her expression tense as if facing a formidable foe. At last, the tunnel reached its end, revealing a breathtaking sight. The moment I stepped inside, the massive stone chamber illuminated with a vibrant green glow, the brilliance merging into a magnificent spectacle. The cavern was constructed with a dome-like ceiling, approximately 500 steps in diameter. Its walls exquisitely polished and covered with a fine layer of oil. At the very center, there lay a mound of colorful earth, about 100 meters wide, upon which rested a large ghostly blade over 2 feet long. Qin-Long fanned her nose and remarked, "What a strange smell." I quickly tore a piece from my sleeve to cover her nose and mouth. "It's corpse oil. Do not inhale it," Qin-Long, puzzled, questioned. This passage dates back to the late Yuan and early Ming, and even if there were corpse oil, it should have evaporated by now. How could it still be ignited? I pointed to the small grooves on the walls and said, "Look closely here. It appears oily inside. What is that?" I pinched some of the colorful earth and sniffed it, then replied, "Beneath this colorful earth, there must be thousands of corpses piled together, causing the soil to become oily." Before we entered, the entire cavern was sealed. The stones did not allow water to seep through, so this oil was evaporated by geothermal heat, flowing into the grooves in the ceiling and into the lamps chiseled into the walls, ignited by the breeze we created upon entry. Moreover, the corpse oil possesses slight toxicity. Try to avoid inhaling it. Qin-Lan's face paled slightly as she murmured, "The designer of this tomb is quite deranged." The structure of the cavern seemed bizarre but concealed profound principles of geomancy. The large blade embedded in the colorful earth was the very weapon used by General Husheng, its malevolent energy capable of suppressing restless spirits. The enormous jade seal above confirmed the hypothesis regarding the White Tiger embracing the hill and the Golden Assistance Tiger. The colorful earth also served to suppress the spirits, and the released corpse oil would circulate within the sealed stone chamber before being reabsorbed by the colorful earth. The faint vitality we brought into the cave was entirely consumed by the burning corpse oil. Every element of this chamber was designed for a singular purpose, to subdue the souls of captives. While I contemplated the geomancy of this place, Qin Long was equally busy. She dared not touch the large blade embedded in the massive mound but instead stood back, stretching her neck to observe and diligently recording her observations in her notebook. Suddenly, the colorful earth trembled twice, and a gigantic skeletal hand emerged from within. This startled Qin Long, who had been intensely focused on the colorful earth, causing her face to pale as if sliced in half, her mouth instinctively opening. I hurriedly covered Qin Lan's mouth, managing to stifle her scream, and signaled her to be quiet. With her beautiful eyes glistening, she nodded, her throat constricted. I then released her hand and focused intently on the creature clawing its way out of the grave. A 3-meter-tall skeleton, its entire body glowing white, emerged from the colorful earth. Within mere breaths, dark energy coiled around its form, sprouting black hair, a crimson face, and glistening fangs. Qin Lan's lips parted slightly as she murmured in disbelief, "What? What is that?" I replied, "That is the mountain spirit known as the mountain demon." No wonder it resembled the masked little mountain demon we had encountered earlier. Qin Lan's eyes widened in realization, and she trembled as she pulled out her notebook, her hands shaking as she attempted to sketch the mountain demon. As the mountain demon emerged from the colorful earth, it pounded its chest and let out a roar. Its eerie blue eyes fixated on me. Once she completed her sketch, Qin Long tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "Let us run." I ignored her, instead approaching the old mountain demon. I calmly stated, "The mountain demon is the guardian spirit of this mountain. If you have no interest in the gold above and harbor no greed, it will not harm you." Seeing the mountain demon merely standing still, staring at me, Qin Long cautiously approached. "Is this creature truly harmless? Why not test it and find out? Perhaps it is a woman's innate affinity for furry creatures," for Qin Long, despite her fright, mustered the courage to reach out and touch the mountain demon's leg. Roar! The mountain demon bared its teeth and howled at her, a foul gust blowing, causing her claws to wrestle wildly. Qin Long, frightened, fell to the ground, her expression bewildered, momentarily forgetting to scream. I paid her no mind but instead inquired of the mountain demon, "Who set you to guard this place?" Upon hearing my question, the mountain demon's fierce and bewildered eyes regained a semblance of clarity. It is you. You have come. Can you take me away?" The mountain demon, whose life force had waned, was sustained solely by the surrounding dark energy. Its spirit, trapped within its ghostly form, was frail and its intellect diminished. Unable to articulate clearly, spirits possess consciousness, and those attuned to the Tao can communicate through thought. I rose on tiptoe, pressing my palm against the chest of the mountain spirit, delving into its past memories. I found myself transported to an indeterminate year and month. Within this very cave, where a mountain spirit, no larger than a 7 or 8-year-old child, squatted upon a massive golden seal, baring its teeth at the throng below. The crowd, adorned in the traditional attire of苗疆, gazed up at the mountain spirit with insatiable greed, fixated on the treasures of gold it was sworn to protect. Chapter 41. The Fiery Retribution and Transcendence into Divinity. A middle-aged man grinned at the young mountain spirit and then unfastened a gourd from his waist, releasing 2 pitch-black centipedes with wings. "I happen to be in need of a life-bound beast, so please do not compete with me," he exclaimed. Upon his words, the centipedes soared into the sky, their venomous fangs sinking deep into the mountain spirit's throat. the spirit plummeted from the golden seal. Held by the man's grip on its neck, struggling and screeching in vain. Unfortunately, weakened by the poison, it appeared somewhat comical, provoking laughter from the crowd. At that moment, two imposing figures emerged at the cave entrance. One was clad in coarse linen, carrying a long, ebony staff, while the other wore a Zhongshan suit. His hair disheveled and adorned with a scruffy beard. I recognized the elder in coarse linen as my grandfather, Li Banxiang, and the man in the Zhongshan suit as Lu Hemming. Grandfather drew his dark staff and strode forward, radiating a formidable aura that instilled fear in those present. Li Banxiang, what do you intend to do? Do not forget our cooperation between the two factions. The warning was clear, yet the intent to breach the agreement was palpable. Release the insects. Lu Hemming's expression grew serious as he blew a breath of chilling air towards the centipedes, causing the cave's temperature to plummet and the insects to descend rapidly, littering the ground with their fallen forms. After a series of chaotic strikes, only the young mountain spirit remained standing. I observed the unfolding events through its eyes. Grandfather glanced at the resplendent golden seal before pressing his palm against the spirit's forehead. A surge of pure energy flowed into it, causing its form to visibly enlarge until it transformed into a towering 3-meter-tall mountain spirit. My dear child, this mountain is embraced by the white tiger, fraught with peril. Though you are still young, you are a deity of the mountains. I bestow upon you this opportunity to guard the golden seal for 50 years, and none shall disturb it. After 50 years, I shall aid you in becoming a god. With that, grandfather and Lu Hemming departed the cave. The mountain spirit knelt, bowing respectfully in the direction of their exit. I withdrew my hand from the spirit's chest. My heart stirred by tumultuous waves. 50 years prior, Lu Hemming had indeed visited this cave with my grandfather. From his appearance, he had been even leaner and more austere back then. His breath of chilling air could freeze insects, and alongside my grandfather, his prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet in my recollection, Lu Hemming seemed to possess little more than brute strength and speed. The mountain spirit howled towards the heavens, then lowered its head in anguish towards me. After spending 50 years amidst a cave filled with countless corpses, its physical form had been eroded, and its soul could only find refuge in the tainted soil, enduring relentless torment. A mountain spirit, born from the essence of the earth, was the child of the mountain god. It could perceive the aura of humanity yet could not see the humans themselves. Thus, it discerned that neither I nor Qinlong bore malice. In its eyes, the auras within me and my grandfather were indistinguishable, leading it to mistake me for him. It remembered the promise made 50 years ago and bowed its head in search of assistance. With the time of the promise elapsed, my grandfather had not returned. Yet by some twist of fate, I found myself here. Could it be that grandfather had foreseen the trajectory of my life 50 years hence? His mastery of geomancy was profound, and since he had granted me this opportunity, I was willing to help the mountain spirit attain a favorable outcome. As the deity of the mountains, you have devoted yourself selflessly. Today, I shall aid you in your liberation. I then bit my fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the spirit's forehead. My lifeblood mingled with the purest of dark energies, igniting into a fervent blaze. The mountain spirit clutched its head in agony, kneeling and roaring, yet it remained motionless. Qinlong, recognizing the spirit was not malevolent, cried out in panic. What are you waiting for? Hurry and help this giant extinguish the flames. No, I replied firmly. This is its karmic debt, it must bear it alone. With that declaration, I settled into a meditative posture and began to chant an incantation in the vast realm of Fengdu, amidst the towering peaks of Vajra. The boundless light of spiritual treasures shines, illuminating the fiery abyss of troubles. The 7 ancestral souls, entwined in fragrant clouds, made the lotus of clarity bloom, granting eternal peace to the divine. The accumulated dark energy and the essence of the corpses that had tainted the mountain spirit for years ultimately burned away in the flames of retribution. Its robust form shrank. Its fur transitioned from ebony to golden, and its fearsome fangs vanished, revealing a visage of sanctity and tranquility. Before the mountain spirit stood an ancient bronze door, the very gateway to the underworld. After 50 years of enduring the darkness, safeguarding tranquility, and purifying its karmic burdens, the mountain spirit had finally attained the status of a shadow deity. As the gates to the underworld swung open, the mountain spirit, before departing, raised its claws in a bow towards me, slowly vanishing into the depths of the portal. The events that transpired before us had utterly shattered Qin Lan's worldview. She stared blankly at the direction in which the bronze door had vanished, stammering, "Where did that giant go?" Lin Anka eagerly approached. "Little brother, I couldn't shake off my worries, fearing that you might be harmed by the mountain spirit, so I brought the villagers to assist." Though Lin Anka spoke with concern, his gaze remained fixated on the enormous golden seal suspended above the cave. Qin Lang sensed something amiss. "What are you planning?" Before she could finish, I discreetly squeezed her hand. She shot me a peculiar glance but fell silent. I warned, the gold upon the beam must not be touched, otherwise the 1,000 vengeful souls within the pit will surge forth, bringing calamity not only to Panstone Valley but all of Shu Prefecture. Lin Anka's expression faltered, and the villagers exchanged glances, yet their eyes remained covetous of the solid gold seal. I continued, "This white tiger embraces the hill poses a significant threat to your village. I can help exorcise the thousands of vengeful souls, but I have one condition." Lin Anka's face brightened with hope. "Little brother, as long as you can rid our village of the malevolent spirits, we shall do our utmost to meet any demands. I require your solemn oath not to disturb the gold within the tomb, lest you remain buried within it forever." "Very well, I shall lead everyone in taking the oath." Under Lin Anka's guidance, the villagers swore their allegiance, their eyes filled with longing directed at me. Qin Lang leaned closer, whispering, "I feel these folks harbor ulterior motives." "You mustn't." Before she could finish, I ascended the mound of 5-colored earth, gripping a hefty ghost-headed saber, and with a sudden force, struck down. Chapter 42, The Countenance of a Sage. The hidden dagger revealed with a sudden unsheathing of the great blade, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the dark, tangible aura surged from beneath my feet, accompanied by the faint echoes of countless wailing spirits. If my suspicions were correct, without the suppression of the ghostly blade, thousands of vengeful souls would soon erupt from the 5-colored earth. At that moment, a bronze door materialized within the void, and Lu Hemming, clad in his tattered Zhongshan suit, darted through the door, intent on seizing the blade from my grasp. His abrupt appearance startled the villagers, causing them to retreat in fear. Even Qin Lang was taken aback. "Brother, what madness has seized you?" Lu Hemming exclaimed anxiously. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of thousands of vengeful spirits? If they escape the cavern, chaos would ensue throughout Shu Prefecture." I scrutinized Lu Hemming for a long while, perceiving that aside from his resemblance to the figure I had seen in the memories of the mountain demon, there was little else to connect him to that person. I inquired, 50 years ago, did you not come here with Li Banxiong? 50 years. Brother, are you out of your mind? I was assigned here only a year ago. Liu Hemming replied, bewildered. As for that great demon, hearing his name sends shivers down my spine. I would never dare to confront him in person. A great demon? I pondered, then felt a sense of clarity. Qin Yin had once cautioned me against revealing my lineage, lest I attract the ire of numerous sects. Perhaps my grandfather had offended them, leading to his mischaracterization as a great demon. The timid Liu Hemming was merely a somewhat powerful ghostly envoy, hardly possessing the audacity or qualifications to stand alongside my grandfather in battle. Perhaps you are truly not him, I murmured, shaking my head as I settled into a meditative posture, awaiting the vengeful souls to break free from their earthly restraints. With a mournful countenance, Liu Hemming pleaded, Brother, have mercy. I know you fear not the spirits, but causing such a disturbance within my jurisdiction will be difficult to explain to the underworld. Do not worry. I shall ensure the souls are guided to peace. If it were so simple to guide them, would the grave owner need to orchestrate such a grand display? Liu Hemming retorted, Brother, spare yourself. Unless a sage descends, no one can. At the mention of a sage, Liu Hemming paused, and after a moment of internal struggle, he cautiously inquired, Brother, are you truly capable of guiding the souls of the thousands who perished in battle? Absolutely. Liu Hemming's expression turned solemn. Very well. Even if it costs me my identity as a ghostly envoy and subjects me to pursuit by the underworld, I am willing to trust you. His bravado lasted but 3 seconds before he cautiously added, However, this test may not be worth the trouble. I could not help but smile wryly. Liu Hemming's timid nature was a stark contrast to the cold man I had encountered in the mountain demon's memories. Suddenly, the ground quaked beneath us, as if countless spirits were about to erupt from the earth. The moment the tremors began, Liu Hemming darted to the corner of the exit, calling out to me, Brother, be careful. Understood. After a brief response, I settled atop the mound of earth and began to chant the incantation. Golden light of virtue shines bright, dispelling the darkness of the abyss. Fragrant waters flow with truth, while lotus petals drift with the clouds. Swiftly proclaim the decree of the spiritual treasure, roaming freely in the heavens. If the souls of the damned hear this divine incantation, their troubles will cease. As the vengeful spirits broke free from the earth, they swirled in the cavern, shrieking and sobbing. The villagers fled in terror toward the exit, while the spirits, momentarily subdued by the lingering spiritual power of the golden seal, could not escape. Once I completed the soul-releasing chant, radiant light burst forth from the cavern ceiling, enveloping the spirits in a shimmering glow, gradually alleviating their anguish. One by one, countless souls lifted their gazes toward the heavens, their eyes regaining clarity until thousands of spirits, free from their resentments, bowed in gratitude before slowly drifting upward into the sky. To guide thousands of departed souls must surely be a monumental act of merit. Coupled with my earlier slaying of the malevolent serpent, which saved Zhu Prefecture from disaster, my fortune should have increased accordingly. Fortune is a mysterious and esoteric force. Those favored by it can evade calamity and escape death. My dwelling is situated in a site that conceals the heavenly mechanisms, a perilous reversal of yin and yang. My own fortune is far more treacherous than that of the most malevolent spirits of hell. My grandfather obscured my life force with his burial site, nurturing me to cultivate good relations and accumulate fortune, thus evading divine punishment to ultimately attain enlightenment. Now, despite the trials I have faced, I have made some progress. After my first recitation, guiding over 1,000 souls, I felt an excruciating headache, my body trembling, my physical form as limp as a puddle of mud. Finally, I could no longer withstand it and collapsed to the ground. Professor Lee, Qin Long hurriedly rushed to my side, supporting my fallen form. Upon seeing me down, Lin Anka eyed the massive golden seal with a predatory gaze, yet approached me with concern. Little brother, are you hurt? As Lin Anka stepped closer, a throng of villagers followed suit, advancing cautiously. What do you lot think you're doing? Lu Hemming bellowed, raising the ghostly blade. Its edge pointed directly at Lin Anka's throat, forcing back the approaching villagers. The fierce demeanor of Lu Hemming startled everyone. With hundreds of villagers from Panshurgo, if a conflict broke out, Lu Hemming would be no match for them. I weakly called out to Lu Hemming, do not misunderstand. Village Chief Lin is my savior. They have promised me they harbor no greed for the gold within this mountain. Lu Hemming, sharp-witted, remained reluctant to lower his weapon. Brother, do not be deceived by this old rascal. I can see he is no good. You! Lin Anka's face flushed with rage, his eyes brimming with malice. To prevent the situation from escalating, I struggled to rise, supported by Qin Long, and approached Lu Hemming, whispering, be cautious of those around you. If conflict arises, strike decisively. Then, I adopted a stern expression and reprimanded Lu Hemming before the gathered crowd. Lu Hemming, you have spoken harshly to my benefactor. Apologize at once. Lu Hemming's eyes started, and he forced a smile as he sheathed the ghostly blade. Old man, my apologies. I misunderstood earlier, and I offer my sincere apologies. Lin Anka's face twitched, managing a strained smile. It was merely a misunderstanding, nothing of consequence. As he spoke, 2 villagers stepped forward to assist me. Lu Hemming was quicker. Lifting me onto his back, casting a cold glance at the villagers, no need for your help, I can manage on my own. The villagers parted to create a path, and Lu Hemming carried me forward, with Qin Long closely following. As we walked, I leaned close to Lu Hemming's ear and whispered, watch your surroundings. If any conflict arises, act decisively. Chapter 43, A Twisted Fate. Yet a conscience remains after releasing thousands of malicious spirits. The villagers lost their sense of reverence, and I feared they might turn against me. Lu Hemming proclaimed with unwavering conviction, brother, fear not. I could fell this bunch of little scoundrels with a single stroke of my blade. Whether intentional or not, his voice grew louder, causing the surrounding villagers to eye him warily, instinctively taking a few steps back. Upon exiting the cave, the torrential rain continued to pour. To my surprise, Lin Anka had sent a bullock cart to fetch us. The gaunt old woman clad in a raincoat, who drove the cart, was none other than Lin Anka's wife. A large black tarpaulin on the cart was just ample enough for the 3 of us to squeeze underneath. Go! The old woman called, but the cart remained motionless. I weakly pointed at the knife in Lu Hemming's hand and urged him to discard it. An enormous ghost-headed blade weighing over 80 pounds was hardly suitable for transport. What a fine weapon! It would be a shame to part with it, I thought. Grumbling, Lu Hemming shoved the knife's handle into the pocket of his zhongshan suit. And to our astonishment, the massive blade gradually disappeared into the pocket, vanishing entirely. Qin Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you put the artifact? Does it concern you? Lu Hemming retorted disdainfully. This belongs to my brother. It is temporarily in my possession, and who are you to dictate terms? This is a significant cultural relic that should be protected by the proper authorities due to its immense historical value. Mind your own business, he snapped. If it weren't for my brother, you'd probably be dead by now, yet you have the audacity to demand it. How dare you? How dare I? If it weren't for my brother's sake, I would cast you aside right now. Qin Lan's face flushed with anger, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. I comforted her. This ancient blade harbors a murderous aura that disturbs the mind. It is a harbinger of doom. If no capable wielder can be found, it must be buried deep underground to prevent it from wreaking havoc upon the world. Liu Hemming, as an Yin official, can wield this knife. You need not concern yourself with it. For reasons unknown, Liu Hemming seemed ready to engage in banter with anyone except me. As I closed my weary eyes, he fell silent as well. Amidst the relentless downpour, the bullock cart meandered slowly along the winding mountain path. After what felt like 2 hours, the cart halted before a modest tile-roofed cottage. The old woman secured the bull and, with a somber expression, said, "Please wait in the inner room. I will prepare some food." As Qin Long reached out to assist me, Liu Hemming shot her a glare. "What can you do with those spindly arms? Just stay put." With that, he lifted me onto the bed. Qin Long rubbed her bloodshot eyes and cautiously asked, "May I lie down for a moment?" "Go ahead." Upon receiving my consent, Qin Long shed her outer garments and damp shoes, lying beside me. Liu Hemming once again shouted, "Brother, this woman is plotting something against you." I could no longer contain my irritation and admonished him, "Be quiet." "All right." Liu Hemming obediently sat at the head of the bed, quietly watching over me. The task of exorcising the spirit had drained my strength, and the body of Qin Baogu was nearing its end. My spirit felt particularly weary, yet with Liu Hemming's presence, I could finally rest for a while. When I opened my eyes again, it was already late at night. Qin Long, too anxious to sleep soundly, was poring over her previous notes. A tantalizing aroma of food wafted in from outside, prompting me to instruct Liu Hemming to open the window. There, I glimpsed the gaunt old woman bustling at the stove, surrounded by 4 children aged 7 or 8. Before long, an array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat was laid out on the dining table, causing the children behind to gaze with gleaming eyes. One little boy reached for a chicken leg but was swiftly slapped by the old woman. "No stealing." The child wailed loudly, and the woman quickly covered his mouth. Casting a panicked glance toward the bedroom, meeting my gaze, I quietly relayed a few instructions to Qin Long and Liu Hemming before making my way to the dining table. Soon, the old woman brought all the dishes to the table, saying, "Please enjoy your meal." I signaled to Qin Long, and she promptly retrieved a soiled disposable glove from her pocket, asking, "Could you wash this for me?" "Certainly," the old woman replied, taking the glove and braving the rain to fetch well water for washing. Having endured a day of dry bread, we relished the sumptuous feast, quickly leaving behind a scene of disarray on the table. The old woman was just finishing washing the glove and was about to enter, when I hurriedly whispered a countdown of 3. At the end, I uttered a single word, "Down." As the command fell, the 3 of us instinctively collapsed onto the table, falling into a deep slumber. "Wake up!" I shielded my face with my sleeve, squinting to observe the old woman's every move. She called out a few times from the doorway, and upon receiving no response, she approached the woodshed and retrieved a rusty axe. Her clouded eyes scanned us, tears streaming down her cheeks as she muttered in a hoarse voice, "Do not blame me. May you be reborn into a better life. With that, she raised the axe, poised to strike the back of my head. Liu Hemming suddenly opened his eyes, ready to confront the old woman. In that critical moment, however, the old woman unexpectedly dropped the axe, crouching down and cradling her head in her hands, weeping pitifully. I cannot bring myself to do it. I stood up, gently patting her shoulder. Your life has been fraught with hardship, yet harbor kindness in your heart. The danger has passed, and no one shall harm you henceforth. The old woman wore an expression of panic and confusion. I assisted her to her feet and pointed at the 4 children peering in from the door, asking, "Are they your children?" I continued, "You possess a Z-way destiny. With knowledge, thin lips, and a teardrop mole. Unless you encounter a benefactor, your fate will be one of misfortune. If I am not mistaken, you were meant to be born into a wealthy family, but were sold into Panshurgo. Everyone in the village is connected. If they catch me, they will beat me to death." Seeing the woman weep, the group of children rushed inside, also embracing her and crying loudly. Qin Lang, witnessing this scene, could not help but wipe away her tears in secret. I said, "Having met me, your tribulations have ended. You are free to enjoy wealth and prosperity for the rest of your life. Take your children, gather all of Lin Anka's possessions, and flee for your life." "I cannot." The woman shook her head frantically, fear etched across her face. "If they catch me, they will kill me." Chapter 44, The Reckoning of Good and Evil. Does karma leave its mark in reincarnation? I previously mentioned that after encountering me, the tribulations of your early life would come to an end. Having said that, I gestured to Liu Heping to assist me outside. A throng of people followed me to the entrance, where the rain had lessened somewhat, allowing a faint glimpse of the scene near the cave. A multitude of several hundred men, women, and children carried torches as they advanced toward the mountain cave. Qin Lang ground her teeth in frustration. These rascals were indeed after the gold within the cave. That gold seal holds immense historical significance. Do not prattle on. Liu Heping interrupted impatiently, pulling out the ancient sword weighing over 80 pounds from his pocket. "Brother, just say the word, and I will go and slay them." "The gold is ours," I replied. "The White Tiger's embrace is a part of the imperial tomb. If the gold is removed, the tomb will surely be disturbed, inviting unnecessary calamities. Yet, if we do not take it, that group of rascals will profit from it." "That won't happen," Liu Heping scoffed. Lin Anka swore an oath that they would not touch the gold in the cave, or they would be buried within the tomb. "Sworn oaths," Liu Heping remarked dismissively. "I swear 200 times a day. If it were that effective, I would have perished long ago." Before he could finish, a tremendous rumbling erupted from the distant mountains. The White Tiger Mountain, where the cave is located, seemed to lower several inches, and even the entrance vanished from sight. Qin Lan's fair face suddenly filled with terror. "This is a quicksand collapse." "Indeed," I explained. "This White Tiger Mountain is associated with gold, which nullifies water veins, rendering the area barren. Viewed from afar, it appears as a dark stone mountain. The mountain is devoid of soil, filled only with desiccated quicksand. Once the soil and stone become loose, the entire mountain of quicksand will swiftly bury the cave." Liu Heping was taken aback. "Are those hundreds of villagers buried alive?" Qin Lang questioned, but the arched tiles used in the passage are sealed with blue stone bricks, which show no signs of sand erosion and should be quite solid. "How could they suddenly collapse?" "Because that massive gold seal, wrapped in chains, serves as the ceiling of the passage, with piles of gold bricks beside it. The gold bricks are numerous and heavy, making the structure of the passage robust and difficult to dismantle. Thus, a large workforce is required. When the villagers unite their strength to shift the gold bricks, it will also be their demise. As I finished speaking, silence enveloped us. Qin Long gazed at me. Her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Even Lu Haiping was momentarily stunned before giving me a thumbs up, saying, "Brother, I only draw my sword to intimidate. You, however, have cleverly orchestrated the demise of hundreds with mere words. Men die for riches, and birds perish for food. All arises from the greed within one's heart. And it is of no concern to me." Qin Long moved her lips as if to say something, but ultimately lowered her head in silence, her expression clouded. The woman suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, Savior, for rescuing my life." I inquired, "Did Lin Anka instruct you to put narcotics in the tea and attempt to kill us?" "Yes." She trembled as she continued, "The mountain goblins who kidnapped us were villagers in disguise. They set up a secret path in the old Oxmouth cave, using free-edge spikes to puncture tires and then masquerading as mountain goblins to murder and loot. Old Oxmouth is a renowned natural attraction in Zhuzhou, where many affluent visitors have been swindled and slaughtered by the villagers." Qin Lan's complexion changed. "What about my research team members?" "They were all killed," the woman sobbed quietly. "Before their deaths, Lin Anka extorted information about the gold in the White Tiger Mountain cave from them, knowing that 2 professors would come to investigate. The reason he spared you 2 was to use you to find the gold. I was instructed to put narcotics in the tea to incapacitate you before striking." At this point, the shaken woman crouched on the ground, covering her face as she wept. From the onset, I had noticed the powder she concealed in her sleeve until she sprinkled it into the tea. It was precisely for this reason that I dared to feast at the table, ultimately pouring the tea into the leftover dishes to feign having consumed it. Had the woman truly harbored murderous intent and aimed her axe at my neck, Lu Haiping would have shot her in the preceding moment. After several days of relentless rain, it finally came to a close. The woman drove a bullock cart laden with several boxes of gold and silver, accompanied by her 4 children, as they slowly departed. Following her guidance, we found a drivable off-road vehicle hidden beneath a rain canopy in the village. While assisting me into the vehicle, Qin Long suddenly screamed, pulling her hand away. My hand was flung into the air, landing in the rainwater. Both my arms and legs spasmed, unable to move. Most of my internal organs had already begun to fail. The only reason I could still advance was due to the strength of my spirit. Eventually, I lay flat on the ground, my soul departing as my body became completely rigid. Qin Long stared at the corpse for a long time before suddenly kneeling and crying out, "Professor Li, it's my fault that you perished." Lu Haiping, however, remained calm, producing a palm-sized wooden box from his pocket and handing it to me. "Brother, swallow this pill I procured from below. For ordinary spirits, it will immediately condense their essence. The underworld selects messengers using such pills to form their ethereal bodies. While it may not be the best method, it will suffice for the time being." This pill from Lu Haiping provided a timely remedy. Upon swallowing it, an exceptionally pure essence of yin surged from my abdomen, coursing throughout my body and ultimately solidifying my spirit into a corporeal form. I clenched my fist, feeling the flowing essence within me. It would likely sustain me for a month, which was sufficient. I am not a ghost, it is I. I cast a glance at Qinlong before taking the driver's seat. This place is unsafe. The sooner we leave, the better. From my tone, Qinlong seemed to grasp the situation, cautiously asking, Are you Professor Li? Li Tianxi, at your service. As we entered the vehicle, Qinlong instinctively opened the passenger door, but upon looking at me, her eyes betrayed a hint of fear. Ultimately, she chose to sit in the back seat. Liu Haiping cast a disdainful glance at Qinlong before taking the passenger seat. Brother, I've never seen you drive. How are your driving skills? I don't know. It's my first time. Don't scare me like that. The vehicle skillfully navigated around the landslides and rolling stones, gradually making its way along the mountain road. And both Liu Haiping and Qinlong finally felt at ease. Along the way, Liu Haiping incessantly muttered, Brother. I expended considerable manpower and resources to procure this indem for you, nearly exhausting my entire savings. I disowned the calculations in his mind and inquired, Are you perhaps interested in that ancient sword? Chapter 45, The White Jade Puppet. Bearing a sinister burden, Liu Haiping scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. It's yours now. To me, the ancient sword is merely a burden. It holds great value only in your hands. At least you won't have to pull out a baseball bat every time you face an opponent. Liu Haiping's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as he grasped my hand tightly. Thank you, brother. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Even if it means walking through fire. Let go. The rain, which had just subsided, began to pour heavily once more. I gripped the steering wheel with utmost caution, yet Liu Haiping persisted in causing distractions. Suddenly, Qin Lan's voice rang out from the back, shrill and urgent, brake. On the slick, rain-soaked road, braking felt futile. I sensed the vehicle shudder violently, and a human figure was catapulted from the hood, landing several meters away. You've caused a calamity. Qin Lan's face turned ashen as she hurriedly exited the vehicle, and I quickly followed suit. Liu Haiping wore a pained expression, lamenting. It's all my fault for being too reckless. Brother, this incident. Don't worry about it. I dismissed Liu Haiping's concerns and advanced toward the position of the person we had struck. Since utilizing the alchemical elixir to forge my ethereal body, my spiritual senses had heightened significantly. Even while in motion, I could perceive the energies surrounding me. Every living being emanates a vital energy. Yet when I collided with that individual, there was no such sensation, only the unsettling possibility that they were not human. Stay back. I grasped Qin Lan's delicate hand and pulled her behind me, then moved forward to assess the situation. The off-road vehicle's protective railing was bent, and the hood was dented. Logically, at such a slow speed, the impact should not have resulted in such damage. 5 meters away, a woman lay sprawled in the mud. She possessed a light figure and short hair, and there was not a trace of the energy typical of a living person. Coughing. The woman rose from the mire, and as she turned, I was astonished to recognize her face. It was Zhao Jinwan. From the front, there was little distinction. Yet she exuded an unmistakably feminine aura. What a coincidence, to meet you again in such a manner. Zhao Jinwan smiled alluringly, sending chills down my spine. The reinforced vehicle had crumpled upon impact, yet she appeared entirely unscathed, which defied all logic. Qin Lang let out a relieved breath, her voice trembling as she remarked, Thank goodness, I thought we were going to cause a fatality. I'm as tough as iron, I'm perfectly fine. Zhao Jinwan teased before feigning nonchalance as she approached the vehicle. There was no signal here, and with the torrential rain, we were cut off from any transportation. If it weren't for you, I would have been stranded in the mountains for who knows how long. Zhao Jinwang seemed unconcerned about the collision, deliberately downplaying it, which only heightened my suspicions. She settled into the back seat, and to ensure Qinlan's safety, I exchanged a glance with Lu Hemming, who promptly took the seat beside her. Once they were inside, I leaned closer to Qinlang and whispered, "Zhao Jinwang is suspicious. Be cautious. Compared to her, your situation is far more concerning. I cannot even discern whether you are alive or a specter." Qinlan's delicate brows furrowed, her eyes reflecting fear, confusion, and an inexplicable sentiment. After entering the vehicle, she stared silently out the window. I, meanwhile, monitored Zhao Jinwen's every movement through the rearview mirror. At that moment, she appeared increasingly uncanny, her demeanor excessively delicate, yet devoid of the essence of life like a walking corpse. Lu Hemming, ever the social butterfly, leaned toward Zhao Jinwang, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Hey, you!" Before Lu Hemming could finish, Zhao Jinwen's expression twisted, and she shrieked with a sharp tone, "Get away! You filthy man!" The atmosphere fell silent for several moments, before Zhao Jinwang smiled tightly and said, "I was just joking, trying to lighten the mood." It was not a humorous jest. After a brief pause, she continued, "I was terrified by those mountain demons. After fleeing their lair, I sought refuge in a temple to escape the rain, intending to descend once the downpour eased. I had no idea I would be struck as soon as I came down." As she spoke the word struck, the front wheels of the vehicle suddenly thudded against a rolling stone. Fortunately, I managed to correct the steering and halt just in time. The rain had intensified, rendering visibility to barely a meter ahead. "I say, there's a landslide ahead. We cannot proceed." "Landslide?" Qinlang, holding an umbrella, stepped out first. But a sudden gust of wind snatched the umbrella from her grasp, causing her to stumble and let out a short, frightened cry as she fell backward. "Be careful!" Initially, Qinlang felt no alarm, until she glanced at the spot where she had fallen, her face draining of color as her legs turned to jelly. Below lay a sheer drop of over 100 meters. Falling would be tantamount to certain death. Thank you," Qinlang stammered, seated in the passenger seat, her body trembling uncontrollably. Below us was a steep slope of several hundred meters, while directly ahead loomed the mountain tunnel at ALIN-Nuko, now completely blocked by debris from the landslide. The earlier skidding of the vehicle was due to the rolling stones we had encountered. Lu Hemming scratched his head, exclaiming, "What on earth do we do now?" The downpour continued unabated, and our vehicle was vulnerable to being struck by falling stones at any moment. Yet, the surrounding darkness offered no refuge from the rain. After a moment of silence, Zhao Jinwang suggested, "There's a temple nearby. I sheltered there before." Qinlang instinctively opened her lips to agree, but then hesitated. Casting a glance toward me, I paused briefly before responding, "All right, lead us there." For Lu Hemming and me, the dangers of rain and rolling stones were inconsequential. But for Qinlang, a mere mortal, such trials were arduous. As for Zhao Jinwang, with both Lu Hemming and me present, even if she harbored ulterior motives, she would not pose a significant threat. As we proceeded, Lu Hemming positioned himself deliberately beside Zhao Jinwang, while I assisted Qinlang, carefully navigating the muddy and rocky terrain. I had expected that in such desolate mountains, any temple would be a dilapidated structure merely suitable for sheltering from the rain. However, to my surprise, after walking less than 20 minutes, we encountered a newly constructed temple with gray walls and white tiles nestled into the mountainside. The temple doors stood wide open, and the courtyard was exceptionally tidy, with the main entrance adorned with a couplet. The couplet read, "Delivering sons and passing on the lineage. Thanks to the benevolence of the goddess, favorable winds and timely rains, reverence to the goddess who saves all beings." The horizontal inscription proclaimed, "Heavenly blessings bestowed." The door was secured with a bolt, and upon opening, the interior was remarkably clean, as if it were regularly maintained. In the main hall, at the northern altar, stood a statue carved entirely from jade, holding a pure jade vessel and draped in light silk. It bore a resemblance to Guanyin, yet also appeared somewhat incongruous. Though well-versed in scriptures, I could not identify this deity. Before the altar, offerings of fruit and long-burning candles were arranged. Once the door was closed to shield us from the storm, this small temple provided a profound sense of tranquility. Yet, in such a remote wilderness, it was inconceivable for a temple to be maintained in such pristine condition. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often harbor hidden truths. I circled the building, scrutinizing every corner. And while I sensed no malevolent presence, an air of auspiciousness enveloped the sight. Just as I was deep in thought, Zhao Jinwang approached me with a delicate smile. "Professor Li, the journey has been arduous. You should rest and conserve your strength as we await rescue." I was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "What did you call me?" Earlier, when Zhao Jinwang had encountered me, she had taken on the guise of Qin Bagugu. Now that I had returned to my true form, how had she recognized me? Could it be that she possessed the ability to peer into souls? A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Jinwen's features, but she quickly regained her composure. "My apologies. Your demeanor closely resembles that of a dear friend of mine." With that, Zhao Jinwang removed her outer garment and stepped outside to wring out the excess water. Qin Lang sat on the mat, exhaling deeply, her complexion appearing notably pale. In her hand, she clutched half-eaten apple remnants. As she seemed intent on taking another bite, I swiftly snatched it away, urging her to refrain. Qin Lang looked bewildered, expressing her dizziness from hunger, and I suggested that if she craved sustenance, there was plenty on the offering table. Taking a bite from the apple myself, I gradually sensed an extraordinarily peculiar energy emanating from it. This energy bore no resemblance to poison, and its moral alignment was indistinguishable. I hastily expelled it from my mouth and discarded the apple out of the window. I turned to Lu Hemming and instructed him to procure some food. "Understood." Qin Lang, puzzled, questioned why the provisions here were inedible. The desolate wilderness had endured torrential rains for days on end. Yet this room and courtyard remained impeccably clean. Didn't she find that somewhat astonishing? I suggested her nerves were perhaps frayed. Qin Lang, with a slight furrow in her brow, speculated that perhaps a Taoist residing nearby had tied it up, and moreover, the offerings were all fresh. "Believe it or not, it's your choice." I was disinclined to argue with Qin Lang. Even while seated in meditation, resting and recuperating, I found my awareness of the surroundings remarkably heightened. The moment Zhao Jinwang made any move, I could react instantaneously. Despite Qin Lang's skepticism regarding my words, she ultimately refrained from touching the food on the offering table. Since Lu Hemming's arrival and the destruction of the borrowed body I had been utilizing, Qin Lang had maintained a degree of distrust toward me, bordering on fear. "Lu Hemming," agile and immensely strong, soon returned from the mountains with a bounty of wild walnuts, enough to sate everyone's hunger. As night fell, Qin Yin lay soundly asleep on a haymat, while Lu Hanming dozed against the door. I sat cross-legged with my eyes closed, feigning meditation, yet secretly observing Zhao Jinwang's every movement. However, Zhao Jinwang appeared to be in a deep slumber, and before long, the sound of soft snoring filled the air. In the latter half of the night, as the winds ceased and the rain halted, a bright moon illuminated the sky. I, tense and vigilant, gradually felt a wave of drowsiness. Just as I began to doze off, Qin Long, who had been peacefully sleeping, suddenly bolted upright from the mat. Chapter 46. The Blood Jade Spirit and the Goddess of Childbirth. Qin Lan's gaze was vacant, her expression rigid. She rose to pay 3 bows to the statue of the Goddess of Childbirth and then walked straight out the door. Lu Hanming was sound asleep, while Zhao Jinhua had vanished without a trace. Wake up! This temple harbors mysteries, and Zhao Jinhua's actions are utterly perplexing. To uncover the truth, I must seek answers from Qin Long. Qin Long circled to the back of the temple and walked for about 20 minutes until she arrived at an open stone beach. A radiant moon illuminated the night with its cold light, casting a bright glow on the smooth stone beach, where a blood-colored jade sculpture the size of an infant stood. Zhao Jinhua sat before a large, smooth rock, dressed in a pristine white gown, her hair cascading down to her waist. The androgynous attire appeared particularly awkward. "Child, come here," Zhao Jinhua said with a charming smile, beckoning the jade figure. The blood jade seemed to understand, rolling toward her. Zhao Jinhua took a chisel and hammer in hand, beginning to carve the blood jade, and before long, a head took shape. This process felt interminable. Qin Long quietly sat beside, patiently waiting. Lu Hanming and I stood behind a nearby tree, observing the scene. Suddenly, the newly formed head of the blood jade emitted a giggle, calling out to Qin Long in a childish voice, "Mama." Qin Long affectionately rubbed the jade head, her smile radiating warmth. The sharp sound of the chisel echoed in the tranquil night, as the arms and legs of the infant slowly began to take form. Through the moonlight, I could even see the veins within the jade flowing gently, a bizarre sight that sent shivers down my spine. Lu Hanming murmured, "The seal of the imperial tomb has weakened. All manner of demons and monsters are emerging." I asked, "Do you recognize this thing?" "Not exactly. I've merely heard its name." Lu Hanming pondered before slowly continuing. In the era when the imperial tombs were constructed, there was a being known as the Blood Jade Goddess. Some say she is a deity born from the jade of the earth, while others claim she is a demon. Regardless, she vanished entirely with the completion of the tombs. No need for that. I will find out for myself. With that, I stood up, preparing to step out from our hiding place. Lu Hanming urgently grabbed my arm. "Brother, are you out of your mind? Anything that can be called a deity possesses formidable power. Look at your frail arms and legs." I ignored his protest and walked directly to Zhao Jinhua. "How should I address you?" Zhao Jinhua, with her delicate fingers and sharp voice, replied, "I am the goddess of childbirth." I said, "We mean no offense. Please release the energy that my friend inadvertently swallowed." After consuming the tribute fruit, Qin Long was filled with a strange energy that was gentle and harmless, not belonging to any malevolent force, making it impossible for me to extract it. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. If Zhao Jinhua were willing to assist, it would save me much trouble. "I am the goddess of childbirth," Those who desire children I shall provide for, and it has nothing to do with you. With that, Zhao Jinhua returned to her carving. The blood jade now resembling an infant, with only one tiny foot remaining encased in jade. The infant giggled, playfully moving its little hands and feet. Its blood-red form revealing increasingly distinct traces of flowing veins. Qin Lang appeared entranced. Her face lit up with a doting smile as she reached out to embrace the jade infant. Stop! I grasped Qin Lan's arm, pulling her back from her dazed state. And then turned my vigilant gaze toward Zhao Jinhua. This is your last chance. Will you release her or not? Whether to have a child is her own choice. And I shall not interfere, nor do I grant you the right to meddle. I am the goddess of childbirth, but I am not averse to taking lives. Zhao Jinhua's demeanor shifted as she cast aside her maternal expression, her eyes glowing crimson as she glared fiercely at me, her palms emanating a warm jade light. I am a deity. I wish not to stain my hands with blood. I advise you to leave. I remained unfazed, calmly observing Zhao Jinhua. This time, she did not hold back. Her palms, imbued with the howling wind, struck toward my temples with force. Watch out, brother! Liu Haiming shouted anxiously from behind. Yet, I stood resolute. As her palms made contact with my skin, Zhao Jinhua instantly turned to stone. A spectral figure of jade hue screaming in horror and fleeing as a streak of light. The Zhao Jinhua left behind was merely a petrified shell. I pushed it gently, and it shattered into a pile of rubble. The original Zhao Jinhua likely perished the first time she ventured to the southern slope. What later appeared as Zhao Jinhua was merely the jade pendant that had taken residence within her chest. My constitution can counter all malevolent forces. Though the blood jade goddess possesses some divine essence, she ultimately remains a spirit of darkness. To dare touch my body is to seek death. The blood jade goddess fled swiftly, and I instructed Liu Haiming, pursue her. On it. Liu Haiming dashed away at a terrifying speed towards the direction where the blood jade goddess had vanished. Once the blood jade goddess disappeared, Qin Lang collapsed to the ground, the sculpted jade infant lying atop her belly, slowly merging with her. This is bad. Qin Lang was wearing a one-piece dress, and to assist her, I had no choice but to remove the entire garment. Although it was somewhat indecent, saving her was paramount. Inside her abdomen lay an extraordinarily pure fetal energy. It dawned on me that the energy produced from Qin Lan's consumption of the tribute fruit was intended for nurturing the fetus. Fortunately, the fetal spirit had not been inside her long. I could use my own energy to expel it from her body. As my palms pressed against her abdomen, she suddenly opened her eyes. Before I could explain, Qin Lang looked around in confusion. Upon seeing her discarded dress and me seated atop her face flushed crimson. There was no time for explanations. My energy was already flowing slowly into her body. With one final push, I could expel the jade infant. If I missed this opportunity and the fetal energy stabilized, it would be too late. You beast! Qin Lang, furious and embarrassed, slapped my face, abruptly interrupting the energy I had been cultivating. At that moment, the fetus settled into place, and Qin Lang fully transformed into a pregnant woman. Strangely, the infant sculpted from jade generated an exceptionally pure fetal energy within her. Even when born, the child would be indistinguishable from any other. How did the blood jade goddess achieve this? Is she a deity or a demon? While I pondered, Qin Lang clutched her dress to shield her modesty, glaring at me with a furious expression. Before I could explain, Liu Hemming approached, grumbling, "What a stroke of bad luck. I barely took a few steps before taking a tumble. I can't chase her down now." Upon seeing Qin Lan's disheveled state and my contemplative demeanor, Liu Hemming quickly turned away, covering his eyes. "Brother, I didn't realize you were so efficient." I sighed. "Unfortunately, I couldn't expel the infant. She is already pregnant." Another slap landed on my face as Qin Lang glared at me and Liu Hemming, her voice laced with indignation. "Shameless. You both get out." "In truth, I am." "Leave." I insist on continuing my explanation, yet Liu Hemming pulls me aside. "Brother, at this moment, it is wise to grant them a moment of tranquility. After all, your actions have not been entirely above board. Get lost, do you hear me?" Qin Lan's frantic roar accompanied by the act of picking up a clod of earth and hurling it at Liu Hemming's head. Chapter 47, Observing Qi and Controlling Evil Spirits. Determining the burial site, I had anticipated that Liu Hemming would erupt in anger, but to my surprise, his typically fiery temperament was replaced by a broad smile as he said, "Let's get out of here." With that, he swiftly pulled me aside. We came to a halt in front of a large tree, and Liu Hemming grinned mischievously at me. "Brother, are you planning to find me a sister-in-law? Or is this merely a playful encounter?" "Enough!" I scolded, furrowing my brows, and Liu Hemming promptly fell silent. Since my physical form had been destroyed and I had transformed into a spectral being, Qin Lang had harbored resentment towards me. Now, with this misunderstanding arising and her being pregnant, even if I proclaimed my innocence, she would not believe me. However, there was no need for me to clarify. Qin Lang indeed possessed some abilities, yet even without her assistance, I could still access the Imperial Tomb. We were essentially strangers, and her thoughts were of no concern to me. Suddenly, a rumble of vehicles echoed from afar. The site of the collapse at Laoniukou was swiftly cleared by an engineering team, with 4 rescue vehicles lined up, flashing their signals. With the arrival of the rescue team, I no longer needed to worry about Qin Lang. It was already early morning, and through the overcast sky, I could see the dim sun rising in the east and the moon lingering in the west. The simultaneous illumination of the sun and moon, along with the vibrant energy of the earth, was not an uncommon phenomenon. However, I sensed the ground around me trembling slightly. The seal of the Imperial Tomb was loosening. Historically, Imperial burial sites were sealed using feng shui principles, harnessing the energies of mountains and earth veins, and such seals typically had a time limit. Once a particular formation became depleted, the power of the seal would dissipate rapidly. To unearth an ancient tomb usually required the accompaniment of natural disasters, such as earthquakes or the drying up of water veins, or some celestial anomaly. The disruption of the 5 elements and the unpredictability of heavenly forces could cause the formation seals to collapse. There were indeed adept practitioners of feng shui whose formation seals could endure through the ages. For instance, the Qin Emperor's tomb was constructed using mercury, which does not decay, to shape the earth veins, and gold and silver were used to nurture the earth's energy, guarding the crypt with legions of soldiers positioned strategically. Thus, despite the passage of millennia, none dared to delve deeper into its secrets. Presently, the ancient tomb, having existed for an unknown duration, had its formation seals weakened to an alarming extent. Even a minor celestial event like the simultaneous shining of the sun and moon could temporarily disrupt the formations. However, such phenomena typically would not last more than 10 minutes. I urgently called to Liu Hemming, protect me. What does that entail? Within 10 minutes. No one is to approach me. Understood. After giving my instructions, I sat cross-legged on the ground, centering myself to a state of emptiness, attuning to the flow of energy around me. Feng Shui encompasses two fundamental aspects: observing qi and utilizing evil spirits. Observing the elemental energies in the world allows one to ascertain the major veins of mountains and rivers. Unscrupulous individuals may exploit this knowledge for tomb robbing or to determine burial sites. Utilizing evil spirits involves harnessing objects imbued with spiritual essence to compensate for deficiencies in a dwelling or an individual, thereby enhancing wealth, fortune, and romantic prospects. Among the extreme practitioners are those who nurture malevolent spirits or worship dark deities, seeking immediate gains through unscrupulous means. While this approach may yield short-term results, if balance is not maintained, it can ultimately lead to harm for oneself and others. The location of the imperial tomb likewise aligned with the principles of Feng Shui and the convergence of malevolent energies. With my current exploration of the crypts, I could further narrow my search. The gold of the white tiger embracing the hill, the water of the Qin family villa, and the jagged mountain range of the chief's tomb area all indicated a connection. The sunlight on the western hills represented fire, and the current turmoil of the earth's energy suggested that the seal of the imperial tomb was merely loosening, not vanishing. Among the 5 elements, only the energy of wood remained unexplored. I surmised that the entrance to the tomb lay where the wood element was most concentrated. Suddenly, I opened my eyes wide, gazing towards the northern region, where I faintly discerned a lush greenery, which, within a few breaths, vanished without a trace. With the phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together dissipating, I could only deduce that the imperial tomb lay within a 5-kilometer radius to the north. Moreover, the formation of the tomb could disrupt the balance of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, with the mountains being steep, making the search anything but straightforward. Unless a significant manpower was deployed to conduct a thorough search over time. Just as I was pondering this, Qin Long approached me with 6 fully armed security personnel, her fair face clouded with displeasure. Liu Hemming stepped in front, stating, "My brother has said that he cannot be disturbed for 10 minutes. If you have urgent matters, please wait nearby." 2 of the security personnel attempted to circumvent Liu Hemming to approach me. What the hell? Am I speaking a foreign language? Liu Hemming grabbed each of them by their collars and hurled them 3 meters away as if they were mere chicks. The remaining 4 security personnel drew their batons and knives, warily watching Liu Hemming. He, unfazed, produced an enormous knife weighing over 80 pounds from his inner pocket, declaring, "Let us see who dares to lay a finger on my brother." The security personnel were taken aback. It seemed they were more curious than fearful about how Liu Hemming had managed to draw such a weapon. I patted Liu Hemming on the shoulder, signaling him to step back, then turned to Qin Long, saying, "The child in your womb is of no concern to me." "You coward! Who dares to act without taking responsibility?" Qin Long swung her hand to slap me, but I firmly grasped her delicate wrist. This time, Liu Hemming did not intervene. Instead, he muttered softly, "Brother, it's only right to let someone vent their frustrations over depths of passion." The security personnel, recognizing the depth of my connection with Qin Long, stood by silently, refraining from interference. With a stoic expression, I stated, "We are mere acquaintances. I have saved your life on multiple occasions, and as your benefactor, you should not be so disrespectful. Additionally, The fetus within you has no ties to me. If you persist in this nonsense, I will not be courteous. Having trained in martial arts under my grandfather for over a decade, while my strength may not match Liu Hemming's, dealing with 6 ordinary security personnel posed no challenge. Were it not for the fact that you had saved my life, I would not be here seeking you but rather the authorities. Though Qin Lang gritted her teeth, she offered no rebuttal. Initially taken aback, Qin Lan's lips turned ashen, her beautiful face drained of color, and tears welled in her eyes as she trembled. Are you implying that last night was all for naught? Interpret it as you will. I am too weary to explain, I said, turning to leave. Liu Hemming trailed behind me, murmuring, Brother, what you just said seems a bit too heartless. From behind, Qin Lan's voice rose. Even if you refuse to take responsibility, what about the matter of the imperial tomb? Unwilling to relent, Qin Lang continued. We discovered a cave at the North District Timber Mine and plan to investigate it soon. If you're willing to assist. As I walked further away, her voice faded into the distance, and I could only hear her heart-wrenching cry, Bastard! I walked ahead, with Liu Hemming following silently behind. After 15 minutes, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Brother, where are we headed? I do not know. For reasons unknown. Seeing Qin Lang always stirred a sense of unease within me. During our brief time together, I could not develop romantic feelings for her. The emotions I felt were more closely tied to the puppet from the Qin family villa, as the two of them shared the same face, making it difficult for me to regard Qin Lang with indifference. Liu Hemming pointed to a car left at the foot of the mountain, hesitating for a moment before cautiously stating, Brother, the girl is worried you might get trapped in the mountains, so she left a car behind. You've acted so excessively. Yet she continues to endure. A woman like that. Frustration welled up within me. I share no romantic connection with her. The child she carries is the result of a spirit entering her body, and it has nothing to do with me. Oh, I see. Liu Hemming scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, his expression rather dismissive, and I could not tell how much he truly believed my words. I attempted to calm my restless thoughts and continued, even though the child within her is unrelated to me, I must find a way to clarify this misunderstanding. I recently observed the celestial phenomena and discovered that the location of the passageway lies directly to the north, in a place abundant with the vitality of the wood element. Qin Lang previously mentioned that her team had uncovered a suspicious pit resembling a tomb passage in the northern forest mine. Therefore, I surmised that the passageway discovered by Qin Lang is highly likely to be the entrance to the imperial mausoleum. Liu Hemming, perplexed, exclaimed, But you just spoke so ruthlessly. I responded, rather than laboriously explaining myself and leaving Qin Lang in doubt. It would be far more prudent to find the blood jade goddess and eliminate the monstrous fetus within Qin Lang. This way, all misunderstandings would naturally resolve themselves. Liu Hemming slapped his forehead, declaring, Brother, you are truly a genius. Such a brilliant idea. How could I not have thought of it? Just wait. I shall immediately seek out the whereabouts of the blood jade goddess. With that, Liu Hemming inscribed a formation, etching a bronze door in the void, and ventured to the underworld to gather information. I descended the mountain and took a seat in the car left by Qin Lang, waiting. Upon noticing the various foods and emergency supplies in the back seat, my heart was filled with a myriad of mixed emotions. Approximately 2 hours later, Liu Hemming opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, grumbling, Brother, I just returned from the underworld library where I searched high and low. only to find that all the reference materials concerning the Blood Jade Goddess have been checked out. I suspect that she has bribed the underworld officials to erase the records. I frowned at this revelation. If Liu Hemming's lead had run dry. Finding the Blood Jade Goddess in the vastness of Zhuzhou would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, rest assured, my friend. For I am on good terms with the librarian. He showed me the internal records, indicating that these materials had been borrowed by a ghost from the adjacent district. Once I locate that individual, I shall thoroughly interrogate him on your behalf. Chapter 48 The Mutual Devouring of E-Messengers, a sudden surge of malice after the rain ceased. The mountain road was cleared by the passing Qinglong. I hastened my pace, following Liu Hemming's directions to drive the vehicle to the Pengyu district near Zhuzhou. Brother, turn left into the community. As I gazed at the dilapidated residential buildings of the urban village before me, I couldn't help but question, are you certain? Liu Hemming chuckled awkwardly. Brother, you have no idea. The underworld is currently recruiting civil servants, and resources are tight. It's quite fortunate to reside in a community like this. Many lower-ranking messengers are forced to sleep under bridges, wrapped in mats. The residential building lacked an elevator, and the damp, dimly lit corridor was so narrow that neighbors on different floors could almost shake hands. Upon reaching the 7th floor landing, I could hear the sounds of amorous moans and a man's heavy breathing from above. Liu Hemming lowered his voice and instructed, when we go up, not a word is to be spoken. We'll strike that messenger first. I was puzzled. Aren't you colleagues? You don't understand, brother. Recently, there has been turmoil down below, and messengers meet only to engage in brutal conflicts, fighting for territory and power. It is said that the one entrenched in Pengyu is an old messenger who has lived for centuries. We must catch him off guard, otherwise he will be quite troublesome. Suddenly, I recalled the multitude of items Liu Hemming carried, resembling a treasure chest. From the judge's pen to various talismans, he could produce an array of jewels at will. Was it possible that they were all seized by him? As if reading my thoughts, Liu Hemming grinned. The identity token of a messenger was also taken from that old one. The underworld doesn't regulate this. In fact, they prefer the capable to become messengers. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Liu Hemming drew out an ancient blade and handed me a baseball bat, affixing a talisman to it. Brother, just follow my command. Once we enter, say nothing. Just hold him down and strike. I inquired, why not charge in now? Well, brother, you're still young. You'll understand soon enough. Inside the room, the man's voice fluctuated from low to high, the wooden bed creaking under pressure, with faint sounds of wood cracking. Brother, go. In that instant, Liu Hemming forcefully kicked the door open and charged into the cramped room. On the bed lay a gaunt old man, his face contorted, his body tense. While a stunning woman lay beneath him, her expression blank, eyes wide with terror as she stared at me. In a flash, the woman transformed into a streak of light and darted through the window, leaving us no time to react. From the unique aura emanating from her, I discerned she was none other than the Blood Jade Lady. Strike! Liu Hemming bellowed, swinging the blade down onto the old messenger's nape with great force. While I leaped onto the bed, wildly swinging the baseball bat. The ancient blade was imbued with a malevolent energy, perfectly suited to counter the spirits. The talisman affixed to my baseball bat bore similar efficacy. It was evident that the old messenger possessed considerable strength, even after being struck by Liu Hemming's brute force. He merely let out a pained scream as a portion of his energy dissipated. Had it been an ordinary spirit, it would have surely met its demise with a single blow. As I continued to rain blows upon him, he curled into a corner, wailing, "Two heroes, I was wrong. This is the messenger token, and there are other treasures. You can take them all." The gaunt old man tremblingly lifted the token from around his neck. Raising it above his head, Liu Hemming snorted coldly, snatching the token from him and tossing it to me. "Brother, you wear this first." As I grasped the messenger token, a sensation of comfort washed over me, akin to a fetus immersed in amniotic fluid. The token connected me to the underworld. And given that my body was also shaped by energy, possessing this artifact would significantly enhance my physical prowess. Once the token was relinquished, the old man's vitality diminished drastically, leaving him devoid of any strength to resist. I inquired, "What is your relationship with the Blood Jade Lady?" "She is mine." The old man began to respond, but upon raising his head and seeing Liu Hemming's face, he was struck with sheer terror. "Lord Liu." With a thud, the old man fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. "I did not know how I offended Lord Liu. Please do not hold my transgressions against me. A great minister can tolerate much." Liu Hemming, intrigued, asked, "You recognize me?" 50 years ago, I had the fortune of witnessing Lord Liu's grandeur. Your name has instilled fear in me ever since. No, it resonates in my heart. Seeing the old man groveling, Liu Hemming chuckled and whispered to me, "Brother, this old fool has likely mistaken me for someone else. We might as well wield this power for our benefit. Feel free to ask him anything." I pondered that perhaps the old messenger had not erred in his recognition. Once, I had observed Liu Hemming entering the imperial tomb alongside my grandfather, at which time Liu Hemming was formidable and shrouded in mystery. Perhaps even Liu Hemming himself was unaware. The old man kept his forehead to the ground at my feet, speaking without daring to lift his head. I asked, "What is your connection with the woman from earlier?" "She is a piece of jade essence, said to have committed a transgression that left some records in the underworld, and I was tasked to retrieve them." "And the records?" "They are in my nightstand. The cabinet had been thoroughly destroyed during our confrontation, and among the splintered wood lay an ancient, yellowed tome." I inquired further, "Did she leave anything behind?" "There are some shards of jade, said to be quite valuable." As he spoke, the old man unearthed a greasy cloth bag from beneath the bed, heavy with blood-red jade fragments. I instantly recognized these remnants as the scraps left over when the Blood Jade Lady crafted jade figures of infants. "Very well." I nodded, extracting a small shard to tuck into my pocket. Liu Hemming asked, "Brother, do you have any further questions?" "None." No sooner had I spoken than Liu Hemming's blade fell, severing the old man's head. The ancient blade was exceptionally sharp. The old man didn't have time to utter a cry before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Liu Hemming's malice was rather intense, although I had no further inquiries regarding the Blood Jade Lady. I was more intrigued by the individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu Hemming 50 years prior. Noticing my displeasure, Liu Hemming clarified, "Brother, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I have long desired to eliminate this scoundrel. Panyu is a place rife with chaos, and this man is a notorious lecher, abusing his position as a messenger to prey upon street women. He lured them into his grasp, only to tire of them and murder them, capturing their souls to exchange for commissions in the underworld. With the man dead and the desired items acquired, I chose not to voice any further objections. As for Liu Hemming, I had saved his life, and he was undoubtedly loyal to me. His identity was of lesser significance. I perused the records from the underworld, which clearly documented the exploits of the Blood Jade Lady. The Blood Jade Lady was originally the spirit jade adorning the sword of King Wu, Long Shouchong, stained with blood from countless battles. Her innate jade was flawless, imbued with celestial energy, but after being tainted by blood, she acquired a demonic essence. In her futile quest for immortality, she transformed her essence into a visage resembling Guanyin, seeking a sliver of devotion. However, after Zhang Shichen's defeat, she was sealed within the imperial tomb. After reviewing the scroll, Liu Hemming couldn't help but exclaim, "This woman was a semi-divine being from thousands of years ago. How could she submit herself to such an old wretch for the sake of a mere document?" I explained. "The essence of jade is formless and invisible. The old messenger appears grotesque to us, but to the jade essence, he is merely a shell. Furthermore, she is, after all, a piece of jade. Even if she transforms into a human form, she will never possess human sentiment. What she perceives as submission is simply her recognition of a vessel performing mundane tasks before her." Liu Hemming was perplexed. "Brother, Yulin has already escaped. What significance do these materials hold? She may have fled with her essence, but she cannot evade her true form." As I spoke, I grasped the fragment of pale purple jade in my hand and began to chant the incantation, "Jiaozhen, Yi Li, Bin Xim, Kan, Dang Ri, Shao Yavang, Jiu Shang Men. Ren Ku A, Ku Zai Yang Shang Sun." As the incantation resonated, a beam of pale purple light surged towards the balcony, entwined with wisps of ethereal shadows. Chapter 49. The strong wind topples the phoenix tree. No need for others to discuss lengths and shortcomings, I instructed. Prepare the vehicle and proceed in the direction I indicate. Understood. Liu Hemming slowly retrieved the old wheelchair that once carried both me and Murong Chongqing from the inner pocket of his coat. "Brother, get in." The guiding Yulin could find the Blood Jade Mother with a straight-line distance, making this contraption far more convenient than a car. After a brief moment of hesitation, I settled into the wheelchair. With a sudden burst of speed, Liu Hemming dashed down the staircase from the 8th floor like a wild dog unleashed. Clinging tightly to the armrests of the wheelchair, I managed to avoid being thrown off. The purple shards of jade swirled in the air for 2 hours, and even Liu Hemming was panting heavily by the time we finally halted before a familiar hospital entrance. Zhu County People's Hospital. I recalled that when I possessed Qin Baogu. It was in this very hospital's morgue. Unlike last time, a statue of Guanyin, the goddess of children, now stood prominently in the center of the flower bed directly opposite the hospital's entrance. This statue was the true form of the Blood Jade Mother. What had appeared before us previously was merely one of her fragmented essences. The essence could escape with remarkable speed, but the main body of the jade pendant could not move before me so easily. I asked, "Have you forgotten the sensation of the blade striking the Blood Jade Mother last time?" Liu Hemming held the ancient sword with an awkward expression. "What should I do then?" "Just watch. I have my methods." "Stop. What do you intend to do with that sword?" I came to perform for the patients at the hospital. Demonstrating my sword techniques. Security headquarters. We have a mental patient brandishing a weapon at the entrance of the hospital, requesting backup. Liu Hemming, carrying the sword, took off running, with 2 security guards hot on his heels. fearing that the hospital staff might mistake me for being in cahoots with Lu Heping. I lowered my head and approached the statue in the central flower bed. If I merely applied the blood from my fingertips to any part of the statue, the blood jade mother would undoubtedly perish. With blood in hand, I calmly declared, I grant you one final opportunity to explain yourself, or face death. A gust of cold wind swept past me, gradually transforming into the true form of the blood jade mother. The woman she manifested was extraordinarily beautiful, yet regrettably. Her form was rigid and lifeless, akin to a puppet. The blood jade mother, in a stiff tone, remarked, the aura emanating from you is quite familiar, reminiscent of someone. Who? A person named Li Benxiang. He loosened the seal of the imperial tomb, granting us a chance to see the light of day again. I deliberately shifted the topic, asking, Qin Long bears no grudge against you. Why would you wish her harm? I am the goddess of children. I only deliver children, not harm anyone. You are merely a piece of jade tainted by evil. Why deceive yourself? The blood jade mother continued to stare blankly, repeating, I am the goddess of children. I only deliver children, not harm anyone. With a crisp cracking sound, the immense statue before me suddenly collapsed, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. This is bad. She intends to escape. I laid my hands before me, barely managing to glimpse a translucent piece of egg-colored jade making its way towards the hospital. The blood jade mother, dragging her main body, was not particularly swift and could only manage to flee a few hundred meters. To avoid drawing attention, I quickened my pace to match the blood jade mother's tempo and entered the inpatient building. However, I was taken aback when the jade she had transformed into slipped into a woman's handbag within the outpatient room. The woman emerged from the outpatient room just as I collided with her. It's Qin Long. Upon seeing me, Qin Lan's delicate face darkened. Did you not intend to leave me alone? Why are you here at the hospital? It seemed Qin Long believed I had come to the hospital out of a newfound sense of conscience. With the blood jade mother now trapped, all I needed to do was summon her, and any misunderstandings could be resolved. Hand over the contents of your bag. Qin Long hesitated for a moment before retrieving a medical report and handing it to me. As I accepted it, my eyes instinctively scanned the document, which read, Progesterone Measurement. Serum Human Chorionic Gonadotropin Measurement. Qin Lan's expression was complex, tinged with a hint of relief as she said, I have a congenital condition, making it nearly impossible for me to produce mature eggs. I never expected to have the fortune of becoming a mother in this lifetime. Unfortunately, the child's father is a scoundrel who shirks responsibility. Her words were laced with barbs, and I refrained from defending myself, instead flicking my blood into her eyes. What are you doing? As Qin Long wiped her eyes, I seized the blood jade from her pocket, declaring, If you do not reveal yourself, I shall ensure your soul is scattered. Before Qin Lan's eyes, the blood jade mother materialized into her true form. Having just touched my blood, Qin Long could now perceive the spectral beings. She stared in shock at the blood jade mother for a long time. You are the statue of the goddess of children from the temple. I clarified, she is not a guanyin. She is merely a demon of childbirth. You were ensnared by her after consuming the temple's offerings, leading her to plant a ghostly fetus within you. I was merely assisting you in expelling this ghostly entity. Yet you mistakenly believed I harbored ulterior motives. The blood jade mother, now under my control, nodded mechanically and stiffly acknowledged, the fetus within you was bestowed by me. Qin Lan's expression turned blank as she suddenly grasped the blood-jade mother's arm, asking in a frightened tone, "Will I give birth to a ghostly fetus?" The blood-jade mother replied, "The soul of the fetus I granted is a result of misfortune, an infant unable to be reborn, stored within the jade form, and then given to you. In 10 months, you will bear a healthy child." I concurred with the blood-jade mother's assertion. For Qinlang now harbored pure fetal energy within her. "I refuse." Qinlang clutched her abdomen, looking as though she would devour a person. "The child is not yours. I apologize for the previous misunderstanding, but this matter is none of your concern." I was somewhat taken aback. Yet I finally comprehended the meaning behind the blood-jade mother's words. "I am the goddess of children. Whoever desires a child, I shall deliver, regardless of the parties involved." Qinlang, with her congenital illness, was unable to bear children. In this manner, even if it defied natural order and moral law, it was not my place to intervene. The act of delivering a child was one of mutual consent, requiring no external commentary. Now that the matter was resolved, I casually tossed the blood-jade mother's main body out of the window and said to Qinlang, "Since there are no misunderstandings, we can jointly explore the cave in the North District Lin mine." Qinlang's eyes brightened, yet she inquired in confusion, "Why didn't you explain clearly when we were on the mountain?" In that situation, even if I explained, you would not have believed me. Moreover, you have a cooperative relationship with Qin. If there were any reservations between us, everything I did would merely serve to benefit Qin. No need. The incident occurred suddenly, and the misunderstandings were particularly deep. Qinlang's reactions were entirely normal, and her repeated attempts to retain me, even leaving behind a vehicle, were already quite generous. With all misunderstandings fully resolved, I accompanied Qinlang once more to the research institute in the mountains. Along the way, Qinlang clutched the laboratory report, her expression complex, lost in thought. "Regarding the cave in the North District Lin mine, have you informed Qin?" "I have already messaged her. However, there are many excavation sites recently, so she likely won't pay too much attention." Qinlang detected the underlying meaning and, despite her curiosity, asked, "Is there something unique about the cave in the North District Lin mine?" Chapter 50. Disguise and Infiltration. I did not conceal my thoughts, speaking candidly. At the Panstone Gorge, I had consulted the celestial signs and deduced that the imperial tomb lies directly to the north, in a region rich with the essence of wood. Thus, I speculated that the pits surveyed at your northern district's timber mine are highly likely to be the entrance to the imperial tomb. Qinlang was overjoyed, exclaiming that she would call Qin in to encourage her to invest more resources. But I swiftly interjected, sternly forbidding it. I would assist in the excavation of the tomb, but under one condition: Qin must not learn of it before my initial exploration is complete. With her abundant resources and extensive connections, if she were to discover this early, competing with her for the treasures within the tomb would be akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Only by seizing the initiative could I hope to acquire the imperial treasures and leverage them to negotiate a body exchange with Murong Changqing. Qinlang hesitated, expressing her concerns. While that was manageable, the northern district timber mine belonged to the provincial mining magnate Li Xingling. Li Xingling's family had been in the timber business for generations, and his background was unfathomable, far beyond the sphere of my influence. During our last expedition into the mountains, our research team had barely taken a few photographs before being forcibly ejected. If you wish to join the investigative team without relying on Qin Yin's assistance, it seems you will have to endure some discomfort. I inquired, What do you mean? To investigate the tunnels of the Northern District timber mine, we must capture photographs of artifacts with archaeological value, which must then be reported to the government to obtain excavation permits. I would like you to masquerade as a worker at the Northern District timber mine and delve deep into the investigation, Qin Long said gravely, emphasizing that only you could manage to photograph valuable artifacts without alerting the mine's employees. I will provide you with a GPS device that marks the exact locations of previously excavated tunnels. As for infiltrating the Northern District Timber Company, that will require some sacrifice on your part. That's alright. Back at the mountain studio, Qin Long elaborated on her meticulous plan. After a brief period of preparation, she arranged for a vehicle to take me near the talent market in Longhua. To my astonishment, her plan involved having me pretend to be mentally challenged. As autumn approached, I found myself clad in oversized shorts and worn-out liberation shoes, squatting beside a trash bin at the intersection near the talent market. Many others like me lounged on benches, clutching power banks while engrossed in their phones. I sat quietly, awaiting the arrival of personnel from the Northern District timber mine. Qin Long had discovered through her investigations that the mine had many dark dealings, such as exploiting individuals with intellectual disabilities or new graduates, confining them in the mountains to work. I waited an entire day, yet no one approached. My stomach grumbled with hunger, and the food in the trash bin had been soaked by rain, making it unpalatable. Just then, a warm jianbing, Chinese pancake, was presented before me. Thank you, I reflexively accepted as I turned to see Qin Yin smiling at me. If I were indeed mentally challenged, I should have snatched the food without a glance in her direction. I had never played such a role and was unsure how to proceed. Remember, if someone has food, you go right for it and eat, then run. Qin Yin tossed a bottle of water at my feet, stating that my strength was far inferior to Li Xinling's. In this endeavor, I could not be of assistance. I could only rely on myself. After satisfying my hunger, I stayed up all night reading the book Qin Yin provided. As dawn broke, I sighed in relief. Since Qin Yin was already aware of the situation at the Northern District timber mine, I could not act as previously agreed upon with Qin Long. Once I located the tunnels, I would be the first to enter, excavate the treasures required by Murong Changqing, and negotiate an exchange. At early dawn, as the sky turned a deep blue, a middle-aged man in work attire passed by, carrying a bag of steamed buns. Without hesitation, I snatched the plastic bag and stuffed the buns into my mouth. What a fool! The man in work attire showed no anger. Instead, he observed me with keen interest. After swallowing the last bite, I glanced cautiously at him before bolting away. The man pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. I immediately picked it up and devoured it. He then waved another chocolate bar in front of me, beckoning me to follow him to his vehicle if I wanted more. Numbly, I nodded and followed him into an unmarked silver van, driving deeper into the mountains. The further we traveled, the more treacherous the road became. After approximately 6 hours, the essence of wood in the mountains had reached its zenith. The true entrance to the imperial tomb was likely within this vicinity. I retrieved the GPS device, discovering that the entrance to the tunnel marked by Qin Long was less than 5 kilometers away. However, the heart of the dense forest was heavily guarded. Every 200 meters, sentries stood watch. These men, clad in shiny silver uniforms and armed with tranquilizer guns, were muscular and vigilant, evidently well-trained. The forest was swarming with security personnel, numbering in the hundreds. To infiltrate the tunnels right under their noses would be no simple task. For now, I would have to bide my time and plan carefully. Old Black, take him to the small cabin. Tomorrow, assign him to a dangerous task. After all, he's just a fool. Losing him won't matter. A lean, dark-skinned man dragged me along the mountain path. On either side, various tents and wooden shacks were erected, housing disheveled, despondent workers. In a damp valley, a few narrow wooden cabins stood lonely. As I drew near, I noticed the wood was covered in moss due to moisture, completely sealed without windows. The height barely allowed a person to crouch inside, and the width was insufficient for an adult to lie down. The man called Blackie opened the cabin door and pulled out a crumpled piece of candy, asking, "Fool, want some?" I reached out to feign an attempt to grab it, but Blackie circled around and tossed the candy into the dark cabin. I leaped in after it. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut, and the sound of chains rattled soon followed. My vision adapted to the darkness. Even in the pitch-black cabin, I could see my surroundings clearly. In the corner of the cramped space, a frail young man, pale and seemingly around 17 or 18, curled up. He was dressed in casual clothes, loose jeans, and white sneakers, with coffee-colored wavy hair and a somewhat effeminate appearance. From his backpack, he appeared to be a student. The young man looked at me with terror in his eyes. I asked, "Who are you, and how did you end up here?" He opened his mouth in pain, revealing only half a tongue. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea, rummaging through his backpack for a pen and paper, eager to write. However, after a few strokes, he realized the pen had no ink. Switching to another pen, he still could not write. In a panic, he shook the pen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I sighed and remarked, "The pen and ink are fine, but you cannot write. A soul from the underworld cannot utilize objects from the realm of the living." Seeing the bewilderment in his eyes, I extended a hand and abruptly jabbed it into his forehead. He instinctively recoiled, but upon witnessing my hand effortlessly pass through his form, he froze momentarily, then erupted into a panicked wail, covering his face. Initially, I had questions for him, but now I could only wait for him to calm down. The cabin was thick with a heavy aura of death, indicating many souls had perished here. However, the wood was etched with profound soul-binding talismans, preventing the vengeful spirits from becoming malevolent ghosts. Like this male student, there must be numerous souls who have met their untimely demise in this place. I sit cross-legged in the center of the wooden cabin, patiently awaiting the tasks that tomorrow shall bestow upon me. To investigate the location of the passageways, I will require several days to familiarize myself with the rotation of the nearby sentinels, as well as the terrain and possible hiding spots. For now, all I can do is endure these next few days. In comparison to the 17 years I spent in the stone cave, the trials of confinement in this small room are truly insignificant. As night falls, the door of the wooden cabin is suddenly flung open. Chapter 51. The fragrance of rhinoceros horn. Nightly investigations. Suddenly, a male student seemed to recall something. Frantically waving his hands and straining his throat to barely utter a vague word, ran. But it was already too late for me to escape, as two burly men seized my arms and dragged me to a wheelbarrow. One of them, brandishing a cudgel, shouted menacingly at me, "Fool! If you dare to run, I will kill you right now." I curled up on the cart, trembling and clutching my head. I caught a glimpse of the two men escorting me. Their foreheads were furrowed with malice, their gazes dim, and their faces were pallid and grim, clearly exuding an aura of impending doom. In this ominous atmosphere, it seemed that they merely needed to descend the mountain to find a place imbued with sunlight to escape their grim fate. Even as we passed some security guards, I noticed their energies dwindling rapidly, revealing the same aura of certain death. It was evident that, besides myself, there were others with sinister intentions targeting the Northern District Forest Mine. I had no intention of intervening to save anyone. Rather, their demise might just reveal the hidden puppeteers lurking behind the scenes, coveting the Imperial tomb. After a bumpy ride lasting over half an hour, we halted at a two-story villa constructed from concrete and iron sheaths in the heart of the Northern District. Erecting such a villa deep in the mountains must have required considerable manpower and resources, suggesting that the occupants were significant figures within the Northern District Forest Mine. Upon entering the villa, the two burly men tore off my clothes and shoved me inside, completely exposed. Besides me, there were 10 other young men, similarly herded into the large room. These men, aged between 18 and 20, had delicate skin and pale complexions, their features possessing an air of scholarly refinement. In the steamy room, we were herded towards a pool filled with steaming hot water, where someone doused us with disinfectant. After our baths, we each received a towel and lined up to ascend to the second floor of the villa. The modestly furnished space exuded an antique charm, adorned with pearwood carved chairs, antique paintings, and various exquisite bonsai. Each item alone must have been worth a fortune. It was no wonder Qinlong and the others spoke of Li Xinlin's immense power. As we walked forward, some of the students quietly sobbed. The burly man bellowed menacingly, "If anyone dares to show a mournful face and displeases our sister, I'll be the first to execute him." The sniffling ceased, and we were pushed into one of the rooms on the second floor. Inside the room, on a spacious mattress, lay a woman, approximately 45 years old. She appeared only around 30 due to her meticulous self-care, wrapped in a red carpet, exuding an air of elegance. Yet, beneath her seemingly gentle demeanor lurked a hidden ferocity, her aura tinged with bloodlust, lacking the wood element in her being and situated amidst the forest. She perfectly complemented her fate. If my intuition served me correctly, this woman was none other than Li Xinlin, the owner of the Northern District Forest Mine. Li Xinlin beckoned to the first man in line. "Come here, little brother, let sister take a good look at you." Before he could stammer a response, she delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. With tremendous force, the frail man was propelled over a meter away, spewing blood and losing consciousness. This shocking display terrified everyone. The remaining 8 men, excluding me, immediately fell to their knees. "I didn't mean to come here. Please don't hit me. Spare my life. Sister. My family is wealthy. You can extort as much as you like." The wailing voices only intensified Li Xinlin's expression of disgust. Impatiently, she waved her hand, ordering them to be dragged into a small dark room, threatening, "Anyone who dares to make a noise will have their tongue cut out." In that moment, I finally comprehended how the students had perished in the dark room before. The seemingly alluring woman before me was, in truth, a merciless fiend. Just as the security guards were about to drag me away, Li Xinlin suddenly commanded, "Wait. Leave this one behind, you may go." The guards hesitated. "Sister. This one is simple-minded, he's just a filler. Get out! Do you hear me? Li Xinling's furious roar sent shivers down the spines of the 3 guards present. The leading guard quickly prostrated himself. Sister, please don't be angry. We will leave immediately. The other 2 followed suit, rolling out of the room after lying down. Inside the room, only Li Xinling and I remained. Come here, little brother. Let sister have a good look at you. Li Xinling rested her chin on her hand. Reclining with one leg crossed over the other, exuding an alluring charm. Even with my limited experience, I realized what Li Xinling intended for me. In that moment, I was engulfed in inner turmoil. Cultivators do not engage in such lascivious practices. However, to share a dual cultivation with someone as nefarious as Li Xinling would not only cloud my path but could also adversely affect my fortune. If I resisted, my fate could very well mirror that of the group of university students. Yet, as I was currently in a spectral form, dispersing my ethereal body would render me an intangible soul, free to depart at any moment. Seeing my indifference, Li Xinling stood and tugged at my collar, pulling me to the edge of the bed. Oh, little brother, your foundation is promising. I wonder what will happen next. Li Xinling whispered seductively in my ear, her hands exploring. I remained expressionless, silently reciting a mantra to calm my heart. In such a state, it was likely that no one could withstand the temptation. But having endured solitude in the cave for 17 years, I could effortlessly enter a state of emptiness. After about 10 minutes, Li Xinling's expression darkened, and she suddenly slapped my face. A useless pretty face and physique, just a slug. Wasting my time. A few more slaps weakened the energy within me, yet they caused no substantial harm. I stood there, expressionless, waiting for Li Xinling's fury to subside. After several slaps and kicks, seeing that I remained unfazed, Li Xinling, panting, called to the door, "Come in, take this fool away." 2 guards waiting at the door rushed in, grinning obsequiously as they asked, "Should we take this one to the dark room or find an empty room and take good care of him? Tomorrow, prepare some deer antler, ginseng, and goji berries to nourish him. If anything happens to him or if he escapes, you won't live to see me again." The guards cautiously flanked me, assuring, "Sister, rest assured. We will take care of this young lord meticulously." With that, the 2 guards led me outside to a spacious brick house. Although the house was simple, it was furnished with clean bedding, a vast improvement over the previous wooden shack. As they brought me in, one guard grumbled, "A mere fool, living in this godforsaken place, yet enjoying fine delicacies. It's utterly absurd. SHH, keep your voice down. If sister hears us, we'll both be in trouble." The 2 guards remained at the door, while I assumed the role of a simpleton, comfortably lying on the bed, swiftly drifting into sleep. After playing the fool on the overpass for several days, I was genuinely exhausted. Moreover, these individuals could only harm my ethereal body and not my soul, making this place the safest haven for me. Just as I closed my eyes, I entered a deep slumber. Not long into my sleep, I was jolted awake by a guard calling, "Fool, wake up. It's time for a meal." To my surprise, the table was laden with ginseng, deer antler, shark fin, and bird's nest. Nearly every renowned tonic imaginable adorned the table. Li Xinling had clearly gone to great lengths to prepare for me. I made no effort to resist, swiftly consuming the feast before returning to the bed to feign sleep. The 2 guards clearing the table couldn't help but curse, "Such fine delicacies, all wasted on a fool. We didn't even get a drop of soup. I decided to withhold a portion of his rations tomorrow, enough for us to prepare a modest meal. Once the two had departed, I swiftly turned and set out, discreetly retrieving the concealed deer antler velvet from my sleeve, quietly grinding it into powder against the wall. The deer antler velvet, akin in nature to rhinoceros horn, possesses the ability to absorb negative energy, allowing one to temporarily access the depths of the spirit. After grinding the velvet into a fine powder, I mixed in some wood shavings scraped with a nail, infusing it with my own negative energy before igniting the composite fragments. The deer antler velvet, now saturated with negative energy, burned, releasing tendrils of darkness that wafted towards the nostrils of the two security guards. The substantial intake of this negative energy would render them drowsy, while I feigned slumber, emitting the sounds of deep breathing from my bed. Chapter 52. The mysterious dragon coffin beneath the sky. Before long, the conversations of two security guards drifted in from outside the door. Damn! I slept quite a bit during the day. Why can't I shake off this lethargy? I can't take it anymore. You watch for a while. I need to catch a quick nap. I'm equally exhausted. How about we sneak into the nearby concrete pipe for a quick rest? If we both go out. What if that fool escapes? There are delicacies to savor and a bed to sleep on. A normal person wouldn't dare to run away, let alone a fool. Rest assured. Their footsteps gradually faded, and I climbed out of bed, preparing to slip out quietly. Just as I pushed the door, two muffled grunts suddenly echoed from outside, followed by an eerie presence that slowly wafted through the crack of the door. Peering through the gap, I witnessed a swarm of venomous bees surging toward the nearby forest, targeting the guards. After a series of anguished cries, the surrounding area fell eerily silent. This corroborated my earlier theory that the security personnel were cursed by the woods, marked for death within a day. The only one capable of orchestrating such a spectacle, apart from Qing Yin, was Murong Changqing. As I pondered this, the door was suddenly thrust open with tremendous force, sending me flying 3 meters before crashing back onto the bed. Murong Changqing burst in, carrying a fully grown bear over 3 meters long. Upon seeing my pale face lying on the bed, she exclaimed in shock, "Who has harmed you?" I replied, "You have an accumulation of heavy yin energy within you, and your internal injuries are severe. There is a hint of earthy scent on you, likely from recklessly venturing near the imperial tomb and being wounded by sealed forces. If you do not expel this yin energy in time, you risk leaving behind illness, or worse, meeting your demise." Murong Changqing appeared momentarily stunned, then said, "Then I must rely on you." "Rely on me?" I retorted. "How ungracious of you, Murong Changqing." I spoke firmly. "If you wish for my assistance in expelling the yin energy, you must agree to one condition." Before I could finish, she interjected decisively. "Any condition is acceptable, except returning your physical body. I still need your body for the time being." "For what purpose?" I inquired suspiciously, and she urged. "My body is not meant for your spiritual enhancement." I was taken aback. "Do you simply intend to use it?" "Who would want to use it?" she snapped. "If it serves no purpose, why not return it to me?" Murong Changqing stared at me in disbelief for a moment before coldly stating, "If you desire your body, assist me in opening the imperial tomb and seizing the 9 streets coffin, and I shall return your body." Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. Knowing that Murong Changqing sought the 9 streets coffin, I merely needed to procure it beforehand and leverage it to reclaim my body later. It would be even better if I could retrieve my body before then. I said, I will assist you, but first, return my body. The sound of footsteps approached from outside, and Murong Changqing's expression shifted slightly. Returning your body is out of the question. If you reconsider and decide to help me, sever this rope, and I will find you later. With that, she tossed me a red string that she had used to tie her hair and rode off on the bear. Watching her retreating figure, I fell back into confusion. Initially, I thought Murong Changqing sought to harm me by taking my body. Now it appeared otherwise. Yet, I couldn't fathom what purpose my body served for her. After more than 10 minutes, the area remained eerily quiet, seemingly unnoticed by anyone. Murong Changqing had eliminated all nearby security personnel, presenting me with an opportune moment to investigate the entrance to the imperial tomb. Under the cover of night, I retrieved the GPS locator Qinlang had given me and slowly approached the glowing point. The moonless night cast a veil over the rugged terrain, the howling wind and sporadic raindrops muffling the earlier screams. With dozens of patrolling security guards simultaneously slain, the commotion was minimal, allowing me to remain undetected. My initial trepidation began to fade, emboldening me to dash along the path indicated by the GPS. Suddenly, a gust of chaotic wind swept through, carrying the scent of blood and a heavy aura of energy. The oppressive atmosphere signaled the presence of malevolent spirits nearby. At that moment, the screen of my GPS flickered twice, emitting a series of beeps. The blip on the screen nearly aligned with my location, slightly veering southwest. Dense thickets obscured my view ahead, and as I crouched to navigate through, my foot slipped, and I tumbled into a massive lake. Coughing and sputtering, I managed to claw my way back to the shore, and upon surveying my surroundings, I gasped in astonishment. To the south lay a vast lake, approximately 2,000 square meters in size, with sheer cliffs framing its edges, creating a breathtaking vista of water merging with the sky. Along the shoreline stood walls of rock, smooth and sharp as if carved by a knife. Not far from me, a cave large enough for a person to enter beckoned. The thick aura of malevolence emanated from within the cavern. As I cautiously approached the cave, the GPS trembled more vigorously. Finally, upon halting at the cave's entrance, the device ceased its quaking. This must be the cave discovered by Qinlang. Being so close to the lake, my knees sank deep into the mud, making progress particularly arduous. The unsettling sound of crunching echoed from within the cave, accompanied by a putrid stench that sent chills down my spine. If not for my unique constitution, which naturally repelled malevolence, I would never have dared to venture into such a chilling place at such an hour. The further I delved, the more piercing the chilling sounds became. The cave twisted and turned, and I could only feel my way forward. Suddenly, I kicked something rotten, and greenish fluid splattered onto my pants, the stench nearly overwhelming me. Ahead, the passage opened up straight and wide, about 10 meters across and 3 meters high. Not far from me lay a gaunt figure hunched over, seemingly gnawing on something. Flanking the cave were hundreds of corpses, most dressed as laborers, with several appearing to be students. It seemed that Li Xinling had deliberately discarded the bodies here after his killings. Among them were a few male university students who had been brought to Li Xingling's room with me the previous day. Taking a deep breath, I slowly exhaled and approached the figure devouring the corpse. Even when I was less than 5 steps away, he suddenly turned his head, and his face, smeared with dried blood and flesh, struck me as eerily familiar. Upon reflection, It was the student I had seen in the small dark room. The one who had his tongue cut out. How had he escaped the talisman's binding his spirit and arrived here, transformed into a malevolent ghost? Well, since I had encountered him again, it wouldn't hurt to send him off, just as I was about to recite a chant for his release. A familiar voice rang out from the cave entrance. This little ghost is mine. You shall not exorcise him. I turned to see Qing-yin riding a massive python, swiftly approaching me. Upon seeing her, my heart sank. She, too, had set her sights on the entrance to the imperial tomb, diminishing my chances of monopolizing its treasures. I asked, "What is your intention in allowing these wronged souls to consume each other?" "I have shown great mercy by breaking all the seals that bind the spirits here, granting the tormented souls wrongfully perished due to Li Xingling's tyranny the chance to seek their vengeance," Qing-yin proclaimed with triumphant delight, for this tongueless malevolent spirit, steeped in confusion and resentment, would soon rally as their leader. In no time, they would bring about Li Xingling's demise. When that moment arrives, I shall ensure that Qin Long can justifiably lead the examination team into the site for investigation. Chapter 53, The Guardians of the Gods. Paying off the dead outside the cave, the faint sound of roosters heralded dawn. As the first light began to break, Qin-yin cast a wary glance out the window. This expedition to the imperial tomb was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique talents. But if you intend to sabotage my endeavors, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Qin-yin hastily departed. This mountain was occupied by thousands under Li Xingling's command. Even Qin-yin could only resort to subtle tricks, unwilling to confront them head-on. Moreover, the wronged souls who perished here seeking vengeance against Li Xingling's group would merely be a matter of karmic retribution, a situation I would not interfere with. However, I needed to devise a plan to enter the imperial tomb and seize the 9 dragons' coffin before Qin-yin could deal with Li Xingling. "Wake up, you fool!" I was roused from my stupor after an unknown period. Upon opening my eyes, I found Li Xingling standing by my bedside, flanked by 2 security guards, her expression dark and foreboding. Just then, another guard rushed in, his face pale, reporting, "Sister Li." Not a single one of the 82 brothers patrolling within 5 kilometers has survived. Li Xingling's expression darkened further, as if she might weep. How did they die? Some were stung to death by bees, others bitten by venomous snakes. In short, they all fell victim to the poisonous creatures of the mountain. None were killed by human hands. Now, that was intriguing. Li Xingling's visage turned a ghastly shade of purple as she directed her murderous gaze at me. Her men utterly wiped out, while this fool remained unscathed. One of the security guards fanned the flames, suggesting, "Could it be that this fool knows sorcery and has harmed our brothers?" "Sorcery? I, Li Xingling, under the protection of the gods, fear nothing of evil," Li Xingling replied darkly. 80 or so men are nothing. My northern district mine can afford to lose more. Prepare 2 university students to quell my anger and send a lavish breakfast to my room for this fool. If he remains unwell, then chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Furthermore, should any suspicious individuals appear nearby, do not report it. Just kill them and dispose of the bodies in the cave by Mirror Lake. One guard, puzzled, asked, "Sister Li, what constitutes a suspicious person?" "Anyone whose face is unfamiliar, kill them all." Understood. Watching Li Xingling stride away, I could not help but feel weight in my heart. Judging by her appearance, she was destined for great wealth and power. If she were to cultivate good deeds in this life, she could bless at least 3 generations to come. Unfortunately, Li Xinling was inherently cruel and violent, having committed too many sins, with excessive liver fire and insufficient kidney water. Her life path aligned with the woods, yet her fiery temperament had disturbed her mind, leading to indulgence beyond measure. Such indulgence only added to the burden on her kidney water, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Even without external persecution, she would languish in bed, ultimately exhausting her kidney water and perishing. If I was not mistaken, her next encounter would bring her to the brink of despair. The door swung open once more, and several security guards entered with poultry and fish. "Fool, eat up. Soon, we'll take you to a good place." As I observed Li Xinling's condition, a plan began to form in my mind. After hastily consuming breakfast, I was escorted by 2 guards to Li Xinling's quarters. Before we even entered, I heard a heart-wrenching wail, seemingly emanating from Li Xinling herself. The guards rushed upstairs, and I followed suit. On the spacious bed, 2 young men huddled, wrapped in sheets, their faces stricken with fear. Li Xinling lay curled up, her expression contorted in agony, veins bulging on her forehead, clutching her belly in pain. "Sister Li, what is wrong?" One guard rushed forward, but upon seeing her unable to speak, he grasped one young man's neck and delivered a resounding slap. "Speak! What have you done to Sister Li? Quick, hurry and call a doctor." Li Xinling gritted her teeth, summoning the last of her strength to shout. "That's impossible," the guard lamented. "Last night, all 12 doctors at the mountain clinic met untimely ends. It will take hours to summon someone from the city." "Useless fools!" Li Xinling rolled her eyes, appearing on the verge of fainting. She was merely experiencing temporary kidney water depletion from excessive indulgence, which would likely resolve itself within an hour. However, once restored, her agitation would only lead her to further indulgence. This cycle would bring her closer to death. As everyone stood helpless, I calmly approached, pressing a finger on her byway acupoint and another on her perineum. To cultivate the Tao, familiarity with the human body's meridians is essential. I sealed her acupoints, merely alleviating her pain without addressing the root cause. With the intensity of my intervention, she would not experience abdominal pain again for 3 days. Yet her subsequent indulgence would hasten her demise. "Ah, that feels good." Li Xinling trembled, then sat up, grasping my hand in gratitude. "Little brother, are you a doctor?" I remained impassive, uttering not a word. The 2 guards were also bewildered. "Sister Li, this fool is just an idiot. How could he possibly be a doctor?" "You were merely cramping, and he happened to press the right spot." "Nonsense. Just now, when he pressed, I distinctly felt warmth in my belly." Li Xinling snapped. "What use are you worthless fools? When trouble arises, you only shout in panic." The guards hung their heads in silence. Li Xinling leaned closer to me, her demeanor softening as she asked, "Little brother, how did you cure me?" Her joy was palpable. "Are you sent by the mountain god to save me?" Subsequently, regardless of Li Xinling's inquiries, I remained silent, refraining from writing anything further. Initially, I had ascended the mountain as a fool and a mute. Should I speak or appear too clever, it would undoubtedly raise her suspicions. I chose to write just 2 words, allowing her to speculate, which would lend more credibility to my guise. After a round of questioning, Li Xinling grew bored and instructed the guards, "You two, relay this, from now on. This little brother is our esteemed guest in the mountains. As long as he stays within the forest, no one is allowed to trouble him. And regarding what transpired in bed today, it must not be mentioned, otherwise, the offender will be executed. Understood. The guards retreated, and just as I was about to leave, Li Xinling grasped my chin. Little brother, would you like to play with your sister for a while? I shook off her hand and turned to depart. Now that Li Xinling was unaware of my true identity, believing me to be a divine savior, she dared not lay a hand on me, and thus I felt no need to show her any courtesy. True to form, even as I exited, Li Xinling did not utter a single word. Before I reached the staircase, I heard alluring sounds emanating from the room. I had sealed Li Xingling's pain, inadvertently becoming her harbinger of death. At this rate, within a week, she would perish from kidney water depletion. With Li Xingling's decree of amnesty, I could roam freely in these woods, and with my identity as a fool, no one would harbor suspicions about my presence. Additionally, when I drew blood from Li Xingling, I intentionally left a drop of my soul's blood at her bi-week acupoint. With my soul's blood to protect her, any spirit summoned by Qin Ying would find it impossible to harm Li Xingling within a week. As long as Li Xingling remained alive, she would serve as a balance against Qin Ying and Murong Changqing. Truly, a case of killing two birds with one stone. Thus, I could take the initiative. A week's time would suffice for me to infiltrate the cave and seek the treasures hidden within the imperial tomb. My ethereal form, bolstered by the inn officer's talisman, could generate energy almost ceaselessly unless subjected to severe exertion. Throughout the day, I wandered tirelessly within a 5-kilometer radius of the mountain forest. Rumor had it among the guards that I was a messenger of the mountain god. Seeing me stroll from dawn until dusk, still brimming with vitality, only served to reinforce their belief. Chapter 54. The Night Raid on the Imperial Tomb. Malevolent duels. During my wanderings, I ascertained the positions of all the sentry posts near Mirror Lake, including their rotation intervals. Yet, one aspect eluded my understanding. The peak where the entrance to the Imperial Tomb lies is as smooth as a mirror, and beneath it, a vast expanse of marsh reflects all the ominous energy directly into the tomb's entrance. Would this not invite misfortune upon the tomb? The royal family, known for their superstitions regarding feng shui, would never permit such a flaw. How could they commit such a common blunder? Although I merely existed as a spectral form, the essence of food nourished my spirit, and I indulged in a lavish feast. Nearby, 2 security guards whispered, "Good grief, that must be enough food for 5 people. He really can eat." SHH. Our folks say that anyone with 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings is a half immortal. Haven't you heard people outside calling him the little mountain god? What a sin, what a sin. Seeing the awe in the eyes of the 2 guards, I felt increasingly vindicated in my decision to feign divine powers. Just as I finished my meal, a security guard outside called out, "Sister Li requests the little mountain god to come to her quarters." Understood. The 2 guards serving me approached cautiously, inquiring, "Little mountain god, have you finished eating?" I set down my bowl and chopsticks, turning towards the door, with the 2 guards hurriedly following suit. If my assumptions were correct, Li Xingling was experiencing a resurgence of internal fire, seeking an outlet. She had previously suffered and was now seeking me out. As anticipated, in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Li Xingling sat at the edge of the bed in a sheer garment, her hair disheveled. On the other side of the bed lay a young man with a handsome physique and extraordinary features, though his face was rigid and expressionless, resembling a statue. I immediately recognized that this man was a manifestation of the blood jade goddess, who also acknowledged my presence. However, burdened by our respective thoughts, we exchanged glances without acknowledging one another. Li Xinling gazed at the blood jade goddess's manifestation with flushed cheeks, nearly drooling. She anxiously asked, "Little brother, is my body back to normal now?" I shook my head in silence. Before me, Li Xinling lunged towards the man formed by the blood jade goddess. The latter remained expressionless, while Li Xinling failed to notice the unusual condition of her companion, nor did she realize her own energy was waning, her complexion growing increasingly sallow. I had only intended to alleviate her pain temporarily, but instead, I had unwittingly become her death knell. Furthermore, with the blood jade goddess being an indefatigable entity, it only hastened her demise. I turned to leave the room, and the two guards quietly discussed behind me. Sister Li has certainly caught a fresh young one this time. He looks tender enough to last a few days. He wasn't caught. They say he came up voluntarily to seek Sister Li's protection. I hope the lad is in good health, otherwise, we'll have to keep arranging for the ransom of young college students. From the guard's conversation, it was apparent that the blood jade goddess had ascended the mountain voluntarily. The ethereal essence of the Lin-Yu can take on either gender, thus, her assuming this form was not unexpected. Yet, I pondered what her true intentions were in coming up the mountain. To avoid drawing attention, I feigned rest during the night, waiting until 2 o'clock in the morning, the hour of utmost tranquility, to slip out through the rear window and navigate past the sentries towards Mirror Lake. Under the night sky, some sentries huddled together, sleeping against the trees. The rain had ceased at dusk, leaving the night sky clear, with a bright moon casting dappled shadows through the trees. As a spectral being, my weight was lighter than that of an ordinary person, allowing me to traverse the night in silence. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a branch snapped nearby, awakening a slumbering guard leaning against a tree. I quickly crouched down, remaining motionless among the underbrush. "Who goes there? What do you want?" "A figure." The man transformed by the blood jade goddess was moving with an awkward gait along the mountain path. Being a jade entity, his footfalls disturbed the soft, rain-soaked earth, creating quite a ruckus. The guard shone his flashlight at the blood jade goddess as manifestation, commanding, "You there, halt." With a swift motion, a sharp stone flew up from the ground, slicing through the air to embed itself in the guard's throat. Grasping his bleeding throat, the guard staggered a few steps before collapsing into a pool of blood. Since our last encounter, the blood jade goddess had grown significantly stronger, capable of manipulating the stones of the mountain. Noticing that the blood jade goddess was also heading toward Mirror Lake, I stealthily followed her. Indeed, she entered a cave by the lake's edge, and after waiting a few moments, I trailed behind. The sound of gnawing echoed ominously from within the cave. Likely the little ghost Qing Yin had nurtured, feasting on corpses. As expected, the frail college student spectre I had seen yesterday had now grown considerably. His aura thick with malevolent energy, his expression fierce and savage, his eyes glowing crimson. The blood jade goddess did not even glance at the apparition, proceeding forward. Roar! The apparition opened its mouth, exposing jagged fangs, tensing its body in an uncanny lunge toward the blood jade goddess. Initially, the spirit transformed into a malevolent ghost, driven by a primal instinct to devour all living beings, but it had chosen the wrong opponent. Having fed on several corpses, The little ghost was no match for the blood jade goddess. Residing in the temple, she absorbed the power of worship and belief. Though her essence was that of a demon, she had attained a degree of divinity. With a single bite, cracks appeared along her long neck. After a brief moment of shock, the blood jade goddess turned her head 180 degrees to fixate on the face biting into her nape. Then, with a palm glowing with the hue of jade, she struck fiercely at the ghost's head. The impact sent the ghost's negative energy roiling, nearly causing it to dissipate completely. The ghost let out a mournful wail before transforming into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from the cave. Regrettably, the blood jade goddess refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Should she eliminate this ghost, it would certainly alert Qing-yin. At this moment, I had no time to pursue. I could only continue following the blood jade goddess. After walking about another 120 steps, she finally halted before a smooth stone wall. I had not realized that this cave had an end. Could it be that this was not the true entrance to the imperial tomb? Just as I was pondering this, the blood jade goddess stood before the stone wall, her fingers tracing a dragon-shaped sigil upon its surface. After a breath, the wall trembled slightly and then parted to the sides. The blood jade goddess entered the cave, and the door closed behind her. Approaching the stone wall, I ran my hand over the dense material. The ability to manipulate such a large door with a sigil indicated the creator's extraordinary craftsmanship. Previous records from the netherworld indicated that the blood jade goddess had been interred within the imperial tomb. Seeing her adeptness in deciphering the array confirmed this. The incantations inscribed on the stone wall would take me at least half a day to study. I searched the surroundings. The cave was thick with negative energy, and outside, the marsh teemed with various ferns. However, in the southwest corner, the ground was dry, devoid of any greenery. Where wood ceases to grow, gold emerges. Something capable of breaching the stone wall must be buried beneath. After digging a few times, I unearthed a rock the size of a head, laced with flecks of gold. With great effort, I hoisted the iron ore above my head and brought it crashing down against the thick stone wall. As the saying goes, brute force can break through myriad barriers. With a thunderous crash, the door collapsed, revealing the true passage into the interior of the imperial tomb. Once the door was smashed open, a vast and empty palace lay before me. The palace was oriented in 4 directions, supported by 9 dragon pillars. It appeared to have once housed treasures, but they had been stripped away. In the center of the northern main hall stood a circular altar constructed of crimson jade bricks, upon which rested an ancient, yellowed tome. I squinted and observed closely. The cover of the book bore the inscription Blood Jade Goddess in seal script. At that moment, the Blood Jade Goddess was dismantling a scarlet brick from the altar, rhythmically striking it with a hammer, allowing the faint outline of an infant's head to emerge. In the case of affluent families, it is customary to inter the spirit of the tomb alongside the construction of their mausoleums. The spectral soldiers of Mount Daitang, the mountain goblins, and the enchanting women confined within urns serve as the guardians of imperial tombs, having escaped due to the loosening of their seals. To my astonishment, the Blood Jade Goddess was also one of these tomb spirits. The presence of such spirits in this location signifies that this passageway is indeed the genuine entrance to the imperial mausoleum. Moreover, within the square palace, where one would expect an abundance of energy to accumulate, my discerning gaze revealed that all this energy was surging toward the northern altar. This altar may very well be the key to entering the imperial tomb. Chapter 55. Humanity no longer exists. Heaven's will face. It was already the third watch of the night, yet I had not even discerned the correct entrance to the corridor. There was no time to linger. As I strode purposefully towards the altar, the Blood Jade Empress suddenly lifted her head, a fierce expression etched upon her rigid features, forbidding my advance. I reassured her, stating there was no need for alarm. I intended only to enter the imperial tomb without causing her harm. The Blood Jade Empress ignored my words, her gaze fixed intently upon me. I continued to advance undeterred, and at the moment our bodies were on the cusp of contact, she recoiled in terror. Naturally, I possessed an innate ability to repel all malevolence. A single drop of blood could reduce the Blood Jade Empress to nothingness, and she was utterly powerless against me. Reaching the altar, I retrieved the tome inscribed with the tale of the Blood Jade Empress and began to leaf through its pages with care. The Blood Jade Empress was originally a jade pendant accompanying Zhang Shecheng at birth, later hung upon his sword as he traversed lands, absorbing the essence of bloodshed to attain sentience. As she followed Zhang Shecheng, the jade transformed into a spiritual form, calling herself the Blood Jade Empress, aiding him in his tyranny. She harvested jade remnants, sowing them into the wounds of captives, nurturing them with the essence of blood, thus evolving into a spiritual jade. Zhang Shecheng relied on the abundant high-quality blood jade to fund his military campaigns, repeatedly invading territories. However, after being pursued by the forces of Hu Sheng and others, Zhang Shecheng faced numerous setbacks, ultimately leading to his demise in battle, and the Blood Jade Empress vanished thereafter, upon the passing of the Supreme Emperor. To prevent the defeated soldiers from causing chaos in the underworld, an imperial tomb was constructed to suppress the remnants of former adversaries. Within it, the Blood Jade Empress masqueraded as a goddess of childbirth, only to be discovered and apprehended by the authorities from a temple. Furthermore, several chests of blood jade tainted with malevolent spirits were uncovered. The Blood Jade Empress had used the blood jade to contain the wandering souls of the deceased, integrating them into women as bodies, facilitating the birth of offspring that should never have graced the earth. By the time of her capture, the Blood Jade Empress had transformed into a being that was half immortal, half demon, possessing formidable power. The Supreme Emperor summoned the head of the mountain-moving clan to intervene, severely injuring the Blood Jade Empress until her strength was reduced to a mere fraction, and she, along with the malevolent jade, was sealed within the imperial tomb, never to see the light of day again. The text detailing the suppression of the Blood Jade Empress appeared blurred and unclear, likely due to the passage of time. As I examined the book, I noted the Blood Jade Empress's expression was one of anxiety and fear, which struck me as somewhat perplexing. What had she done in the past? Or what was she now attempting that had no bearing on me? I harbored no murderous intent towards her. Why was she so fearful of me? Moreover, why was there no visible entrance to the imperial tomb within the Stark Palace? I settled cross-legged upon the ground, quietly attuning myself to the waves of energy surrounding me. To my astonishment, the entire palace was suffused with an exceptionally rich wood element energy. In this confined space, the walls were constructed of smooth stone bricks, while the blood jade piled in the corners was metallic. Surely, it should be the metal element that dominated here. Approaching the wall, I gently caressed its polished surface, only to be startled. This seemingly smooth wall was not stone, but rather a block of dense shadow wood, polished over time, acquiring a hardness akin to rock. With the wood element as its foundation and so many blood-colored spiritual jades sealed within, the conflicting properties created a delicate equilibrium within this cavern. I then noticed the Blood Jade Empress's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon the altar. Yet when I first grasped the book, she did not exhibit any signs of distress. What, then, was truly causing her anxiety? I ascended the circular altar, only to discover that the circular tray holding the tome seemed somewhat different. The tray felt warm to the touch, and as I gently wiped away the layer of dust atop it, I suddenly sensed a compelling spiritual energy emanating from within. Indeed, this tray concealed a secret. I attempted to lift the tray, only to find it tethered by a chain that firmly connected it to the altar. At that moment, realization dawned upon me. The entire palace was balanced by the overwhelming wood element energy countering the metallic energy of the tray. And the mechanism to unlock the imperial tomb lay therein. I addressed the Blood Jade Empress slowly, stating that if I was not mistaken, the missing sealing method from the tome involved transforming your true form into a jade disc, which would serve to suppress the wood element energy within this locale. This jade disc is your genuine essence. Your current body is merely a carefully crafted avatar. You ground the shadow wood and scattered it upon your true self to conceal your spiritual power. Even should someone discover this palace one day, they would never suspect that the key to unlocking the mechanism was an unassuming disc. Upon hearing my words, the Blood Jade Empress's expression shifted from terror to malevolence. She murmured incantations, and in an instant, her form transformed into a streak of light, diving into the jade disc. Suddenly, the jade disc was infused with spiritual energy, swelling rapidly, taking on the appearance I first beheld in the Blood Jade Empress. However, this time, she was no longer rigid. Her skin radiated a luster, indistinguishable from that of a normal human. She resembled a celestial being, clad in a pristine white gown untouched by dust, enveloped in a soft, ethereal aura. Her original body, however, had morphed into a mottled and fragmented piece of jade. Witnessing the Blood Jade Empress in this form, I could surmise the sequence of events. For millennia, she had been imprisoned within the tomb, and seizing the opportunity presented by a loosening seal, she had liberated her soul from the jade disc, attaching it to a larger fragment of jade to facilitate her escape from the corridor. The inferior quality of the jade she possessed had rendered her weak and her demeanor peculiar and stiff. Now, the Blood Jade Empress radiated with ethereal energy, her eyes harboring a chilling malice, embodying a fusion of celestial grace and lethal ferocity. "Begone, or I shall slay you." Her desperate shriek reverberated through the palace, and the sheer force of her voice conjured a tempest that sent my garments billowing. She was the most formidable demon I had ever encountered, rivaling even the once mighty dragon. In terms of strength, I was like dust in comparison to the Blood Jade Empress. Yet, I remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "You may attempt to strike at me. This is your sole opportunity to retaliate. You seek your own demise." The Blood Jade Empress's palm glowed with a warm jade radiance, coalescing into a gust of spiritual energy that came crashing down towards my crown. I stood my ground, quietly observing her approach. As her palm came within mere inches of my head, she halted, her fierce gaze replaced by fear. Seeing her hesitation, I bit my fingertip and began to advance toward her slowly. "Do not approach!" The Blood Jade Empress cried out in terror, retreating. But the chains bound her feet, preventing her from moving within the confines of the palace. She could only wait for death unless she confronted me directly. I spoke. "You can likely perceive that my heart is clear as day, imbued with the essence of ancient sages, thus enabling me to slay the dragon and guide countless souls to peace. The aura of the sage commands respect from spirits and deities alike. The divine essence within you cannot harm me. However, the malevolent energy hidden deep within you is something I can subdue. With that, I pressed my fingertip, stained with blood, against her brow. No! The Blood Jade Empress screamed in a frenzy, ultimately striking my forehead with her palm. The divine aura she wielded felt to me like a harmless breeze. In contrast, she staggered back, blood spilling forth, clanking against the chains as she fell helplessly to the ground. You cannot kill me, the Blood Jade Empress murmured in her final, desperate struggle. I have nurtured these blood jades as if they were my own children, granting offspring to those daughters who cannot bear. I am the goddess of childbirth. They revere me as a deity. What wrong have I committed? I replied, your right or wrong bears no significance to me. However, you are the linchpin that sustains the energy balance of this palace. Shatter you, and the entrance to the imperial tomb shall be revealed. Do you not fear the retribution for slaying an immortal? The Blood Jade Empress threatened. Retribution. You tore open the flesh of the captives, embedding jade within their very muscles. And as you nourished the jade with blood, did you ever contemplate the repercussions of your actions? You imprisoned the souls of the deceased without consent, merging them into the blood jade, heedless of the consequences. You placed a fetus within a living being's womb. Did you ever reflect upon the karmic retribution? Should I eradicate such malevolence as yours, would the heavens unleash calamity upon me, rendering the celestial order non-existent? As the words left my lips, I pressed my fingertip upon the brow of the blood jade goddess. She writhed in agony and screamed, her internal spiritual power seemingly ruptured, commencing a frenzied release and weakening. Chapter 56. Breaking through all laws, mountains and rivers reversed at the critical moment. The Blood Jade Empress howled in despair. Anyone in this world can kill me, but you must not. The child that Qinglong carries in her womb is yours. If I die before the child is born, she will not survive. I scoffed, dismissing her words as nonsense. My connection with Qinglong is non-existent. How could she possibly be carrying my child? As her body struggled after my blood touched her forehead, she ultimately transformed into a dim, lifeless jade disk, shattering into dust. With the Blood Jade Empress's soul dissipated, the elemental balance within the palace vanished. The dark wooden bricks in the walls began to sprout tender branches and leaves. The once lifeless palace suddenly burst forth with vibrant greenery. In the position of the altar to the north, two robust vines emerged from the ground, propping up the palace's dome like pillars. These vine pillars intertwined with the dark wooden bricks, forming the shape of a doorway. The intertwining of gold and wood, the collapse of balance, heralded the descent of the imperial tomb's entrance. The Empress's earlier fear stemmed from her dread of me discovering the secrets here and striking against it. The ability of the vines to construct a grand entrance indicated the extraordinary energy contained within, a force not easily unraveled in mere moments. I attempted to place my palm against the vine-formed doorway, only to be met with a powerful repulsion that sent me stumbling several meters back. Such formidable force! The vines are of wood. If one wishes to open this door through the method of elemental conflict, one would need a metallic spirit stronger than the Blood Jade Empress herself. Finding another with such strength is no simple task. As the crowing of roosters echoed outside, signaling the dawn, I found myself at a loss. Just then, a burly old man clad in a hemp robe appeared at the cave entrance. I stared at him in astonishment and suddenly cried out, "Grandfather!" I could hardly believe that my grandfather, Li Banxiong, would materialize here. Without sparing me a glance, he strode forward. upon reaching the green vine door. He drew forth the dark staff from his back and swung it down with tremendous force against the door. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. The wood element is renowned for its endless regenerative and defensive powers, which can only be severed by a weapon forged from the essence of metal. My grandfather's staff, born of the earth's might, could hardly breach the ancient vines. With a thunderous crash, the staff struck the vines, creating a gaping hole in the door. While the remaining sections splintered like a spider's web, raining down wooden shards. Beyond the green vine door lay an unfathomable abyss, both above and below shrouded in darkness. With a wild wind howling, akin to a boundless world unto itself within the cave. At the bottom of the abyss, 9 dazzling golden 5-clawed dragons coiled and ascended into the air, one dragon draping itself over the entrance while another extended into the void. Gradually, the golden hue dimmed, merging into the same darkness as the void. Squinting, I could vaguely discern a bridge formed by the intertwining dragons, spanning the vast chasm. The depths ahead might lead to the heart of the imperial tomb, yet the abyss and the stone bridge instilled a sense of dread. Nervously, I nodded and hurriedly asked, "Grandfather, my physical body has been taken. Can you?" "No," he interrupted firmly. "Your descent from the mountain is not solely about your fate, it also concerns mine. This is a matter of a century-long plan, pertaining to heavenly secrets that I cannot disclose." He continued with a grave tone, "You must remember. The imperial tomb is not to be recklessly entered. The dangers within are sufficient to claim your life. Had my grandfather not intervened, I would have devised a way to breach the array door and risked it all to seize the 9 dragons coffin within." Now, hearing my grandfather's words, I swallowed hard. "Then, when will I be able to enter?" His gaze was piercing as he rasped, "The emergence of the imperial tomb is a grand slaughterhouse. You must remember. You must wait until the mountains turn red and the waters black, until the mountains and waters are reversed before you can enter the tomb." With that, he stepped forward and vanished into the void. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside. Li Xinling, accompanied by over 20 security personnel, stormed into the cave. Upon seeing the entrance to the void behind me, her expression betrayed unrestrained joy. This ancient tomb could indeed be opened by someone. With my identity exposed, I candidly stated, "The imperial tomb harbors infinite peril. If you are merely seeking wealth, you must not enter." My warning was not for Li Xinling's sake. If the tomb were to be unearthed, she would naturally avoid the dangers, leaving the laborers working at the forest mine to face the consequences. Li Xinling's gaze darkened as she scrutinized me, and after a long pause, she slowly said, "You can indeed open the 2 doors, you are no fool. However, seeing as you healed me, I shall spare your life." With a sinister smile, she added, "Help me lead the way into this tomb and bring back the treasures." One of the security personnel standing behind Li Xinling brandished a gleaming machete and stepped forward. "Sister Li, this brat is incredibly arrogant. I'll take care of him right now." "Stop!" Li Xinling waved her hand indifferently. "Regardless, he did treat me. I am a person who repays grudges but also honors debts of gratitude. Are you really letting him go?" "Letting go? What nonsense!" Li Xinling retorted angrily. "Wrap him in a sack and toss him down the mountain. Leaving him intact counts as my consideration." "Yes." With that, 2 security personnel approached with a sack and rope. Seeing that I showed no intention of resisting, they did not bind my hands and feet but merely stuffed me into the sack and secured it. After fastening it, they hoisted the sack and began to carry it towards the cave exit. As they were about to leave, Li Xinling called out to me, "If you regret it now, it's not too late." I coldly replied, "I shall take my leave first. I will await you all at the bridge of helplessness. Your day of reckoning is not far off." Still boasting at death's door. "Toss him out!" With Li Xingling's furious shout, I was carried to the edge of the cliff at the cave's entrance. Below lay a sheer drop of over 100 meters, with sheer cliffs like knife edges. One of the security personnel trembled as he said, "Damn, this is too high. Just looking down makes me dizzy." "It's fine. We can just set him down and give him a kick. That way, he won't drag us down while struggling." The two of them placed me not far from the cliff's edge and kicked me forcefully. I cooperated by rolling forward until I fell off the cliff. This cliff is indeed high. I fell for what felt like an eternity without seeing the bottom. Suddenly, I felt a jolt, and my entire being felt lighter. It seemed that the descent had dispersed the yin energy within me. However, with the yin talisman at my waist, this energy would soon coalesce into a new physical form. Initially, I feared that Li Xinling might toss me into the imperial tomb, for my grandfather had warned that the entities within could cost me my life. As for being thrown off the cliff, I was unafraid. My soul had exited my body, leaving only my yin form behind, akin to a ghostly presence. What ghost in this world has ever perished from a high fall? Fortunately, throughout my descent, I clutched the GPS communicator tightly, and upon landing, I immediately activated the distress signal. Approximately an hour later, my yin form had reformed, and two off-road vehicles came to a halt not far from where I landed. As the vehicles came to rest, Qin Long rushed forward, her expression filled with panic. "Master Li, how did you come down here?" I pointed to the sack beside me and then gestured to the sheer cliff that loomed hundreds of meters high. Just as I was about to explain that I had been thrown down, I suddenly sensed something was amiss. What did you just call me?" "Professor Li. What troubles you? In this world, the only one who calls me Master Li is the Qin Long I encountered at the Qin family villa. Yet the person before me is undoubtedly the very essence of Qin Long, who seems oblivious to the shift in address." Chapter 57. The Dual Souls United. A fragile existence, could this merely be a slip of the tongue? This is still the territory of the North District Lin Mine, and for the sake of safety, I refrained from further engaging with Qin Long, swiftly departing in my vehicle. I discovered the entrance to the imperial tomb. What? The revelation struck like thunder, causing Qin Lan's beautiful eyes to widen in astonishment. "Did you capture it on film?" "There was no time. However, you need not fret excessively. I have calculated that Li Xinling will soon meet an untimely demise, and the North District Lin Mine will inevitably collapse. Moreover, the imperial tomb conceals profound secrets. Now is not the time for exploration. As for the reasons behind it, I am uncertain. Yet, I have never doubted the words of my grandfather." "When will we be able to investigate?" Qin Long spoke without noticing the blood trickling from her nostrils. I vaguely observed two distinct energies swirling within her brow, as if two entirely different souls were contending for dominance within her body. The fierce struggle between these souls had overwhelmed Qin Long, causing her to bleed from her mouth and nose. "Stop the car." By the time I uttered this command, it was already too late. Qin Lan's eyelids fluttered. Her body slumped against the steering wheel, and the vehicle veered sharply, crashing into the mountainside. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, gripping the steering wheel to correct the course and gradually bringing the vehicle to a halt. I laid Qin Long down in the back seat, carefully observing her complexion, only to find that the entangled souls had seemingly vanished, restoring her to normalcy. The only discernible difference was a small red birthmark, the size of a grain of rice, now present on her brow. Without delay, I drove to the courtyard where we had previously resided. Anyone can take my life, except for you. The child in Qin Lan's womb is yours. If I were to die before the child is born, she would not survive either. Why do you assert that the child in Qin Lan's womb is mine? It is merely the disappearance of a fetus. How could that guarantee her demise? These two matters are entirely unrelated, yet somehow, Qin Lang has become so weak that I cannot fathom the reason behind it. Had I known, I would not have acted so hastily against the Blood Jade Empress. Though Qin Lang appeared frail, there was no malevolence in her demeanor, indicating that her life was not in immediate danger. Upon arriving at the studio, two individuals clad in white coats carried Qin Lang into the bedroom. An hour later, a middle-aged doctor opened the door and approached me with concern. Professor Li, can you reach out to Qin Lan's family? I was perplexed. Did no one here know Qin Lan's background? The doctor replied helplessly, we are all hired by Qin Lang, and she has always managed the studio's affairs unilaterally. We merely follow her orders. Indeed, from the moment I met Qin Lang, she has been a workaholic, issuing commands to everyone from her cramped desk. The only person with whom she shares a close connection is Qin Yin. But I was avoiding Qin Yin, and how could I possibly have her contact information? Qin Yin knows where I am, but I cannot easily reach her. Resigned, I stated, I am Qin Lan's family. You can discuss anything regarding her with me. Seeing the doctor's lingering doubts, I added, if any mishap occurs, I will take full responsibility. With Qin Lang in a state of coma, I was the only one with a close connection to her. The doctor reluctantly said, in that case, we will be straightforward. Qin Lan's illness is exceedingly rare. Apart from a high fever and physical weakness, we cannot identify the cause. With our current medical resources, we can only provide a preliminary diagnosis. She must be transferred to a larger hospital immediately. I placed my palm on Qin Lan's brow, sensing that within her soul, there were no signs of weakness. Rather, her spirit had grown exponentially stronger. The reason for Qin Lan's fever and frailty was not due to illness, but rather the overwhelming strength of her soul, which her physical body could not withstand, causing her to weaken. Yet, knowing that her soul was the issue, I had no means to rectify it. I could not allow Qin Lang, like myself, to abandon her corporeal form, leaving only a ghostly shadow behind. At present, any examinations would be futile. Her body urgently required energy and nourishment. I resolutely instructed, immediately administer nutrient solutions to Qin Lang, and procure some nourishing supplements, prepare soup to feed her. The doctor hesitantly replied, that may not be advisable. The patient is extremely weak. Indiscriminate supplementation could worsen her condition. Do as I say. I will assume full responsibility for any consequences. If you make arbitrary decisions and delay her treatment, you will answer for it. After a moment of hesitation, the two doctors ultimately complied with my orders. After the nutrient solution was administered, Qin Lan's complexion noticeably improved, though the urgently ordered supplements would not arrive until the afternoon. During the agonizing wait, I remained by Qin Lan's side, and the peculiarities of her soul began to manifest more distinctly. Originally, within the womb, Qin Lang had been a twin. However, due to her superior development, she had consumed the other fetus, resulting in her dual souls. Yet, one of those souls remained weak and had not affected Qinlong adversely. Now, however, the other soul was rapidly maturing, gaining the capability to stand alongside Qinlan's essence. If the two souls were separate, I could simply expel one of them. But Qinlong and the other soul seemed to be slowly merging, becoming inseparable. Given that Qinlong was merely weak and not in life-threatening danger, I resolved to proceed cautiously. Around 3 in the afternoon, the supplements, such as ginseng and deer antler, arrived. Due to time constraints, I immediately ordered them to be ground into powder for Qinlong. As expected, within half a minute of consuming the supplements, Qinlong slowly opened her eyes. Before I could inquire, she furrowed her brow and weakly beckoned me closer. Leaning in, she struggled to whisper, "Quickly, bring me my laptop." Following her instructions, I retrieved the laptop and was astonished to discover over 200 unread messages. I helped Qinlong sit at the head of the bed. Her arm dangled over the keyboard as she slowly pressed a few keys, swiftly scanning through the messages. Gradually, her expression soured, and she asked, "Professor Lee, when will my body likely return to normal?" I replied bravely, "I am unsure. Your condition is linked to the fetus within you. I can only implore you to preserve your life. The rest depends on your fate. Living as a spirit in this world could lead to complete annihilation, unless absolutely necessary." I will not let Qinlong take that step. Qinlong urged anxiously, "Then let us leave quickly. The faster, the better." I was puzzled. Why? Since 4 days ago, my intelligence team has sent over 400 urgent messages. Countless individuals are investigating your identity. I was even more confused. Logically, the only people connected to me in Zhuzhou were Qing Yin and Murong Changqing. They both knew my whereabouts, so who could be probing into my affairs? Qinlong, now sitting up in bed, dragged her weakened form to the desk and swiftly wrote down an address. "Go to my cousin at this address. He should be able to protect us for a while." Just as I took the note, a loud crash echoed from the door, and a burly, towering man in a monk's robe with a bushy beard barged into the living room. "Li Tianxi, come out at once." Chapter 58, The Golden Light Incantation. Evading all laws, Qinlong was suddenly startled, instinctively pushing herself up from the table, but in her haste, she stumbled and fell, her eyelids fluttering before she fell into an unresponsive state. In her time of leadership, a mere phone call from Qinlong could summon a fleet of off-road vehicles for security. Now, with her unconscious, I had no choice but to resolutely instruct the 2 doctors, "You must guard Qinlong. I shall step outside for a moment." Yet, upon seeing someone forcefully enter, the doctors panicked and fled through a small window, hastily making their way toward the back mountain. From the intelligence provided by Qinlong, it was evident that those who sought to harm me were not a single entity. For the sake of safety, retreat was the only option. In my current state as a spectral being, fleeing through the mountains was extraordinarily swift. I merely needed to find a secluded spot and set up a concealed formation to obscure my presence, no matter how skilled they were. They would find it impossible to locate me. However, Qinlong was merely a mortal, and with her in a comatose state, escaping with her was a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, I unhesitatingly lifted Qinlong and slipped through the back window. Until now, I had enjoyed a tranquil existence, shielded by Qinlan's formidable influence. Just as I managed to exit through the window, a dark, long staff charged towards me, imbued with a forceful energy, striking down like a furious dragon. Luckily, my senses were acute, and I instinctively rolled aside to avoid the blow. The black staff grazed my clothing, shattering the concrete wall and sending the table crashing to pieces. I fixed my gaze upon the towering figure of the fierce monk, realizing that with Qinlong in tow, escape was improbable. I inquired, "I have never encountered you before. Why do you indiscriminately resort to violence? That old demon, Li Banxiong, raised such abominations. Even the innocent must be slain." His words ignited my fury. "You insolent thief! How dare you speak ill of my grandfather? He has been in seclusion for nearly 20 years. When has he ever provoked you?" The fierce monk, angered, retorted, 50 years ago. That old demon slaughtered over 1,000 disciples of our Banxiong lineage, then vanished without a trace. I am Mo Rushu, the elder disciple of the Banxiong sect and a direct disciple of Li Banxiong. 50 years ago, the massacre of 1,000 disciples. The memory of a dying message left by members of the southern border sect within the imperial tomb came to mind, alluding to my grandfather's betrayal. Could it be that he had once allied with them, only to betray them and be labeled a traitor? This enigma might be unraveled by questioning the monk named Mo Rushu before me. Furthermore, the black staff he wielded bore a striking resemblance to my grandfather's weapon, suggesting he was indeed a disciple of my grandfather. Mo Rushu pointed the staff menacingly at my forehead. "Tell me where Li Banxiong is, and I may spare your life." "Of course, I began, but was abruptly cut off as Mo Rushu's expression shifted to one of suspicion. "You do not know about the Divine Mountain's mass grave?" I, feeling exasperated, replied, "I am only 17. How could I possibly know events from 50 years ago?" "That is curious." In the distance, the faint glow of headlights flickered as vehicles approached, drawing nearer along the winding mountain road. As I had surmised, the individuals pursuing me were numerous, and without news of Qinlan's condition being contained, they were all converging. Mo Rushu seemed eager not to lose his advantage, hastily insisting, "If you wish to learn about the Divine Mountain's mass grave, go ask Li Banxiong. If you tell me where he is, perhaps I can spare you. Many of those following are bitter enemies of Li Banxiong. If you fall into their hands, you might be skinned alive." At that moment, my mind raced. Since leaving the cave, my grandfather had departed shortly thereafter, and I was unaware of his current whereabouts. However, given Mo Rushu's demeanor, if I did not provide him with answers today, he would likely resort to lethal force against both me and Qinlang. In a moment of desperation, I countered, "Even if I dared to reveal my grandfather's location, would you dare to listen? What is there to fear?" Mo Rushu began, but his voice trailed off, indicating a flicker of doubt. I continued, "Feng Shui and destiny are interconnected. My grandfather's powers are unfathomable. While you may know his location, he can surely discern yours. When both of you are aware of each other's whereabouts, have you considered who would kill whom?" My relentless questioning left Mo Rushu momentarily befuddled. Just then, a shadow darted past him, and a baseball bat struck Mo Rushu squarely on the forehead. Clang! The bat bent upon impact, and Mo Rushu's eyelids fluttered before he slumped into unconsciousness. Though he was human, his physique was remarkably resilient. Had anyone else taken such a hit, they would have perished instantly. Liu Hemming discarded the nail-bent bat with a sigh of relief. "Brother, we need to get out of here. You've stirred up a considerable mess." Confused, I asked, "In the days I've hidden in the deep mountains, what mess could I have possibly stirred?" "Get in the car. We'll talk as we go." In Qinlan's courtyard, a brand new off-road vehicle awaited. I tossed her into the back seat, fastening her with a seat belt before hastily starting the engine and fleeing. I must admit, Qin Lan's connections were undeniably formidable, placing her at the pinnacle of resources and equipment. Though we had barely 10 minutes head start, our vehicle's superior performance allowed us to gradually increase the distance from our pursuers on the treacherous mountain roads. Once we had distanced ourselves, Liu Hemming lamented, "Last time I was captured and taken to a mental hospital, they immediately subjected me to electroshock therapy. Ghosts fear electricity most. They kept the chair running since I wouldn't lose consciousness, and it took me ages to escape." Well, I was rather bewildered myself. In any case, a mysterious figure has been spreading rumors that you are Li Banxian's grandson and that he has left the treasures of the Divine Mountain's mass grave to you. Consequently, forces near the imperial tomb have become chaotic, shifting from excavating the tomb to searching for you. A significant portion of them is after the treasures, while many others seek vengeance against you and Li Banxian. A mysterious figure spreading rumors. I pondered deeply. The only individuals in Shu Prefecture who knew my secrets were Liu Hemming, Murong Changqing, Qin Yin, and Qin Lang. Liu Hemming and Qin Lang could be dismissed since they had no reason to harm me. Murong Changqing had previously sought my company to explore the imperial tomb, which I had declined. In an attempt to coerce me, she might resort to such tactics. As for Qin Yin, she was an unpredictable lunatic capable of any outrageous act. As we continued onward, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped me. The more one masters the way, the sharper their senses become, for someone of my enlightened disposition. I could sense impending danger moments before it arrived. In the distance, I noticed a faint glimmer of light, seemingly suspended in the air like dust. I shouted, "Get down!" Seeing Liu Hemming still in a daze, I forcefully pushed his head down onto the dashboard. Just as our vehicle passed through a beam of light, the windshield shattered entirely, cleaving the front of the car clean in two. The off-road vehicle had become a convertible, and I hurriedly pressed the accelerator, gripping the severed steering wheel as I swerved to a stop on the mountainside. Fortunately, Qin Lang had been lying sideways when she entered the car. Otherwise, she would have surely faced a grim fate without a moment to react. Liu Hemming's face turned ghostly pale. "Brother, I fear we've encountered a formidable adversary this time." Upon exiting the vehicle, I beheld a courtyard below, encircled by over 20 vehicles. The courtyard was engulfed in roaring flames, and a crowd had gathered, fixated on the inferno, seemingly awaiting someone to emerge from the blaze. Creak! A woman, entirely shrouded in black veils and seated in a wheelchair, emerged from a shaded path. The wooden wheelchair, devoid of any push or power, surprisingly glided towards us with a creaking sound. I observed that countless threads wove an intricate cage around us. A moment's misstep could easily sever us in two. My status as a spirit was inconsequential, yet I cradled Qin Lang in my arms, compelling me to remain still. Liu Hemming scratched his head, then approached with a broad grin, introducing himself. "Esteemed elder of the Mo sect, I am Liu Hemming, the Yin envoy of this region. I was unprepared for your esteemed visit and have brought this small token for your acceptance." As he spoke, he retrieved a wooden box from his pocket, which, upon opening, revealed a ginseng bound in red silk and golden thread. "Elder, I do not mean to boast, but consuming this ginseng will rejuvenate you by at least 20 years. Before he could finish, the masked woman gently pressed on the wheelchair's armrest, and an array of hidden crossbows sprang forth from the backrest, unleashing a torrential barrage of bolts towards us. Logically, such a physical assault should be ineffective against spirits. However, Liu Hemming's expression shifted dramatically. "Brother, quick, take cover. There are soul-piercing charms embedded in this." In such a dense onslaught, evasion seemed impossible. I instructed Liu Hemming, "Stand behind me and remain motionless." Though I was a spirit, my soul was unblemished. Even Taoist talismans could not breach my essence. Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of all energies. I shall cultivate the vast calamity and attest to my divine powers. Chapter 59. The terrifying master of the Mo family. The Taoist golden light spell not only serves to repel myriad evils but also withstands countless laws. However, upon reaching me, the efficacy of these rudimentary talismans dissipated entirely. As a spectral being, the arrows continued to pierce through my form. Prepared as he was, Liu Hemming wielded his ancient blade with the ferocity of a tempest, cleaving through the arrows with ease. I couldn't help but be astonished by his fluid and precise movements. I recalled our first encounter when he had brandished a baseball bat against a ghost, and our second, when he was bitten by a water snake unleashed by Murong Changqing. His most notable achievement had been receiving a hefty blow from Mo Rushu. Witnessing Liu Hemming's true prowess for the first time was indeed a revelation. "Damn it! I offered you ginseng out of respect. If it weren't for your disability, I would have dismantled your wheelchair long ago." Liu Hemming cursed. "Brother, if you could cast that spell again to block the arrows, I'd dismantle her wheelchair in an instant." Wrestling sounds surrounded us as 8 burly middle-aged men, identical in appearance, closed in from all directions. Each bore a repeating crossbow on their shoulders, with meticulously arranged bolts behind them, capable of unleashing 100 arrows within 10 breaths. Liu Hemming stood frozen, and I was equally dumbfounded. Then, he raised his thumb and exclaimed, "The Mo family's puppet mechanism art is truly awe-inspiring. If I were to apologize to my senior, would it still be in time?" At that moment, the pursuing car drew near. Mo Rushu emerged with a distressed expression, clutching her swollen forehead, and knelt before the woman in the wheelchair. "Master Ancestor, look what this brat has done to me. I beseech you to avenge me." The woman in black remained silent, merely twitching her ring finger, prompting the 8 men to draw their crossbows in unison. The sound of cocking echoed ominously. Liu Hemming trembled, tears threatening to spill. My grandfather had expressed disdain for the Mo family's mechanism arts, deeming them trivial and unworthy of mention. Yet, I perceived that these mechanisms subtly corresponded with the Taoist formations. An impressive discipline in its own right. I could sense that the black-clad woman exuded a formidable aura that I could not decipher. The 8 identical men were merely puppets under her control. Before descending the mountain, my grandfather had warned me against assisting individuals with 2 surnames, Murong and Mo. Now, facing a master of the Mo family, I understood that this unforeseen calamity was beyond our capacity to handle. If my suspicions were correct, Murong Changqing, the orchestrator of all this, lay hidden in the shadows, watching everything unfold. Should I sever the red thread binding my wrist, Murong Changqing would reveal herself to offer assistance, and I would be compelled to help her seize the 9-dragon coffin from the imperial tomb. With no other options, I shouted, "I will assist with the imperial tomb matter, but please help us through this crisis." As my words fell, countless serpents, insects, and rodents surged forth from the underbrush. while birds soared skyward to shield us from the arrows. The relentless rain of arrows failed to inflict even a scratch upon us, instead transforming into droplets of blood that soaked our bodies. Simultaneously, venomous snakes lunged at the woman in the wheelchair, but with a mere flick of her finger. An electric arc shield enveloped her, effortlessly repelling the snakes. However, the blood from the slain serpents obscured her vision. Liu Hemming's eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell, brother? Can you summon divine beasts too? Amidst the chaos, a dark brown rock python burst forth from the thicket, seizing me and swiftly darting toward the cliff. Brother, take me with you, Liu Hemming shouted, leaping forward and clinging to the python's tail, narrowly avoiding being thrown off. Behind us, M.O. Rushu's frantic cries echoed. Catch up with me. The rock python's speed through the mountains was almost imperceptible, weaving along the cliffside, narrowly escaping the pursuers. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as I turned to express my gratitude, only to be stunned to discover that my savior was none other than Qin Yin. A flurry of black crossbow bolts locked onto our position. Brother, hold onto my feet, Liu Hemming shouted, wrapping his legs around my waist as he leaned back, swinging his ancient blade with force. The clash of metal rang out as he severed the black arrows, but one, due to its proximity, struck the python, pinning it to the rock. I gasped in horror. How was it possible for 3 crossbow bolts to accurately target us from such a distance while moving at such speed? Indeed, the M.O. family as masters were terrifyingly formidable. Without the python's aid, we plummeted rapidly. Qin Yin screamed, and instinctively, I shielded Qin Long with my body. Falling from dozens of meters high, one would expect that even with my buffer, Qin Long would meet her demise. Yet, the pallor of her face and the milky white aura emanating from her celestial point suggested that this ordeal would end without calamity. True to my intuition, we landed in a deep pool, cushioned by the recent heavy rains. Qin Yin surfaced, sputtering water, and muttered incantations while retrieving a jade vial from her sleeve and shattering it on the ground. Moments later, a python emerged from the depths, licking up the powder scattered on the ground before affectionately nudging Qin Yin. Qin Yin took the drenched Qin Long from my arms and mounted the python, resting Qin Long's head on her lap. She wrung out the girl's hair and tilted her head back to prevent water from flowing down her throat. With a dark expression, Qin Yin snapped, "What are you waiting for? Get up here." The master of the M.O. family would surely pursue us with great haste. I had no choice but to join Liu Hemming on the python, continuing onward with Qin Yin. On the way, Qin Yin cursed vehemently, her tone laced with exasperation. If it weren't for Qin Long, I wouldn't have bothered to save you, troublemaker. First, you consorted with that old fool to deal with me and slew my long-cultivated dragon. Then you attracted the M.O. family as master, killing my precious spirit snake. Meeting you has truly brought me nothing but misfortune. I was taken aback. Weren't these individuals drawn to confront me because of you? Even if they sought to confront you, I wouldn't have involved Qin Long. I countered. Qin Yin scolded, "If you don't believe me, I dare you to roll off this snake's back right now." Upon reflection, I realized Qin Yin had no reason to deceive me. The grief she felt upon the rock python's demise, along with her panic during the fall, were genuine emotions she could not feign. Had Liu Hemming not severed the first 2 arrows, she and the python would likely have been pierced through. I harbor no doubts about you. I appreciate your assistance earlier, I replied calmly. What good is your gratitude? Qin Yin retorted with arrogance. Tell me what you discovered at the entrance of the imperial tomb, or I'll toss you both off this python right now. Little lady, what do you think you are? Liu Hemming interjected, displeased. You're just a bug handler. Do you believe I want to cleave you in half right now and roast your python? Qin Yin, momentarily taken aback, sensed the shift in power dynamics. If we truly sought to betray her, in close quarters, she would not stand a chance. Her tone softened slightly. After all, it was I who saved you. Trading the information regarding the imperial tomb for my assistance is not an unfair bargain. The Taoist philosophy speaks of the cyclical nature of cause and effect, thus, sharing the information with Qin Yin would not be detrimental. Moreover, Qin Long required a place to recuperate, and I could benefit from Qin Yin's influence. Moreover, I harbor no direct conflict of interest with Qin Yin. Revealing the enigma of the imperial tomb disclosed by my grandfather to her, and jointly deciphering it, yields only benefits with no detriment. Upon realizing this, I confidently declared that I had acquired two astonishing and reliable revelations regarding the imperial tomb. Qin Yin, likely approaching with a sense of cautious inquiry, did not anticipate that I would grasp any concrete information within mere days. Upon hearing my words, her face radiated with sheer elation, prompting her to inquire about the news. The first revelation is that the opening of the imperial tomb is merely an illusion. One must await a specific opportunity to gain entry. Those who attempt to breach it recklessly before that moment face certain death. Qin Yin, with a hint of trepidation, asked if the second piece of information pertains to the opportunity for entry into the tomb. Indeed, the riddle is as follows. When the mountains turn red and the waters black, only then, when the mountains and waters are inverted, can one enter the grave. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Qin Yin, seemingly taken aback, questioned with skepticism, "Are you certain you are not fabricating a tale to deceive me? I have always held disdain for falsehoods." It was unclear how much of my assertion Qin Yin chose to believe. Ever since she heard the riddle, she had bowed her head in deep thought, maintaining her contemplative silence until the serpent led us through a mountain and arrived at a desolate roadway. After Qin Yin made a phone call, it was not long before a convoy of several private cars appeared by the roadside. Once we boarded the lead vehicle, Qin Yin waved her hand at us, stating that she had pressing matters to attend to and would depart ahead. These vehicles would escort us to the home of her relative, ensuring our safety as well. Should there be any developments concerning the imperial tomb, do not hesitate to contact me. With that, her vehicle gradually commenced its journey, vanishing into the distance along the road. Chapter 60, displaying one's axe at the master's door, inviting one's own demise as I hurriedly boarded the vehicle. A stately woman adorned in high heels approached me, flanked by two young nurses. "Please allow Mr. Li to hand over Miss Qin Long to us for her change of clothes," she said. I, feeling cautious, inquired, "Who are you?" Lu Ru's clear and honest gaze suggested sincerity, prompting me to entrust Qin Long to them. Qin Long was escorted into a mobile medical unit equipped with an full stretcher, medical personnel, and a variety of apparatus. It appeared that Qin Long's cousin was quite a notable figure. Meanwhile, Liu Hemming and I were ushered into a car station behind. After traversing the expressway for 4 hours, we arrived at the expansive traditional Chinese courtyard of a 3-story building in the Guchong district of the neighboring province. The courtyard was constructed with gray walls and white tiles, featuring a spacious 3-entry courtyard adorned with sycamores and ginkgos, while the loft was exquisitely elegant, complete with a Western-style swimming pool on the top floor. The vehicle entered the underground parking lot through a side entrance, and Qin Long was carried into a room by several medical staff, prompting us to alight from the car. Liu Hemming couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, this family clearly belongs to the affluent elite. With such protection, we need not worry about being pursued anymore." Before he could finish, a stout man emerged, scrutinizing Liu Hemming and me from head to toe, his brow furrowed as he demanded, "Who is Li Tianxi?" Judging by his complexion, the stout man appeared to be 35. Dressed in a silk robe, adorned with yellow rosewood prayer beads, and twirling 2 lion head ornaments in his right hand, resembling a dandy from the late Qing dynasty. His purple-tipped eyebrows and dark red chest indicated a man of great wealth. He was undoubtedly Qin Long's cousin. Stepping forward, I replied, "That would be me." The stout man then inquired, "How much did Qin Long pay you monthly?" I clarified that my relationship with Qin Long was collaborative, hence there was no salary involved. However, before I could respond, Liu Hemming interjected, "Qin Long employed us as 2 professional professors, with a monthly salary starting at 500,000. Very well." The stout man retrieved a check from his wallet, swiftly signing it for 3 million. "This is your severance compensation. You are free to go wherever you please. But do not mention having been to my home." He suppressed his anger. "What amount do you desire?" 5 million at the very least, I interrupted Liu Hemming, quickly stating. "If you fear repercussions, we can leave. However, it is likely that no one else could save Qin Long apart from myself. Rest assured, I will spare no expense to invite experts from both home and abroad for consultations," the stout man said coldly, yet his words unexpectedly eased my worries. His willingness to go to such lengths for Qin Long indicated a deep bond between them, allowing me to feel secure leaving her in his care. "Before I depart, may I express one thing?" I asked. "Speak quickly and leave promptly," he replied, showing no regard for my presence. Yet, given that I was being hunted throughout the city, I needed this man's assistance to find a safe place to investigate the imperial tomb. I continued, "For the past 3 days, you have experienced symptoms of coldness and dream disturbances, entangled with a chillingly beautiful woman in your sleep, losing yourself in her lure. Upon awakening, you felt weak, your muscles sore, and often found yourself dozing off inexplicably. However, once you drift into slumber, you are unable to resist this allure. If this continues, within a month, your vitality will diminish, leading to your demise." The stout man's face turned pale with fear, his astonishment evident as he stammered, "How do you know this?" In the main hall, there was a faint aroma of incense. A rotund monk with a round face, donning a new robe adorned with jade, stumbled out while belching. "Master Qin, I have prepared the altar. The auspicious time is upon us." "Why are you dazed?" "Master, please wait. I shall bathe and change." "No need. Just come in directly." The rotund monk pulled the stout man into the main hall, and Liu Hemming and I followed suit. Inside the hall, a Mithril Buddha was enshrined above, flanked by fierce Vajra guardians. Instead of fruits, 18 gold and silver ingots adorned the offering table, accompanied by agate and jade. Just as we intended to enter, a portly monk blocked our way, exclaiming, "Halt! I am performing a rite for Master Qin. No outsiders may enter." I inquired, "Who is this monk?" "He is a renowned master in the field, known as the Living Buddha Jigong." Upon hearing my earlier remarks, the stout man, Qin Fugui, adopted a noticeably more courteous tone. I invited the living Buddha to remedy the ailment you mentioned, Mr. Li. As he spoke, Qin Fugui pointed at me, introducing, Master. This Mr. Qin discerned my affliction merely by my appearance. He is indeed an extraordinary individual. Fifth, being able to identify ailments is one thing. The true skill lies in curing them. The portly monk scoffed, his nose turned up at me. Does Master Qin trust this young lad more than me? This caused Qin Fugui to hesitate. Liu Hemming, unable to bear it any longer, declared, Brother, you need not intervene. Allow me to deal with this gluttonous fool. As a celestial envoy, Liu Hemming possessed the authority to punish the wicked. However, should he resort to violence here, it would only deepen Qin Fugui's distrust. As expected, Qin Fugui beckoned, and 2 security guards appeared behind Liu Hemming, seemingly ready to act at any moment. I instructed Liu Hemming, you should step outside. I will handle the remaining matters. Very well, I shall await your return, Liu Hemming replied, exiting the room. I fixed my gaze on the portly monk. My Taoist energy shielding me, allowing my mere stare to dispel illusions and ward off evil. The unsavory individual, sensing my penetrating gaze, instinctively averted his eyes. What? Do you wish to act violently before Master Qin? Qin Fugui, astute as he was, remained an impartial mediator until the disparity in strength between the portly monk and myself became evident. Let us all calm down and discuss this matter, he urged. The portly monk, sensing Qin Fugui's skepticism, found himself at a loss. Very well. I shall demonstrate my abilities, allowing you to witness and making this young lad retreat in fear. With that, the monk produced a pitchwood sword from the altar, creating a cacophony as he brandished it, before thrusting it toward my chest with great exertion. The sword did not pierce my chest, rather, blood inexplicably erupted from its tip, staining my garments. The portly monk scoffed, You foolish boy, you do not even realize that you are possessed by a malevolent spirit. Were it not for my divine intervention, you would have been devoured by this spirit within 7 days. Qin Fugui was rendered speechless. Divine monk, are you implying that Mr. Li is also possessed? The portly monk, suddenly struck by an idea, grinned sinisterly at me and declared, Indeed, the spirit residing within him is allied with the female ghost that haunts you. I just slayed the female ghost attached to him, and this young lad has colluded with her to deceive you. His heart is worthy of condemnation. What? Qin Fugui's rage ignited. Where are the security guards? Seize this Li fellow, and do not allow that man in the Zhongshan suit to escape. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? Liu Hemming retorted, dragging 2 unconscious security guards and tossing them at the entrance, ready to confront the portly monk. In front of the master craftsman, you dare to flaunt your ignorance. Fearful, the portly monk stumbled back. You are breaking the law. Do you dare to call the police on me? With that, he pulled out the latest model of a smartphone from his robe. I did not resist. Instead, I closed the door to the room, drew the curtains tightly, and instructed Liu Hemming to light the incense. Liu Hemming chuckled softly, retrieving a stick of incense from his Zhongshan suit pocket and placing it into the incense burner. As the fragrant smoke began to rise, I fixed my cold gaze upon the plump monk and advanced slowly towards him. Do not come any closer. The rotund monk, having committed numerous misdeeds, was plagued by a multitude of thoughts and, coupled with his cowardice, was so frightened that he fell onto the ground. I picked up the pitchwood sword from the floor and casually tossed it to Qin Fuguo, who stood dumbfounded nearby. The tip of the wooden sword had a puncture from which blood could spurt, and the mechanism was located at the handle. If you doubt it, give it a twist. Moreover, what kind of monk would wield a pitchwood sword to subdue demons? Qin Fuguo's eyes were fixed on the tip of the wooden sword as he attempted to twist the handle, only to be splattered in the face with a crimson liquid. Wiping his mouth, he furiously exclaimed, "You bald donkey, dare to trick me with ketchup!" Realizing the ruse had been exposed, the plump monk panicked, insisting that the blood of ghosts had this very taste and there was no ketchup involved. I pressed him further. "You claim to see ghosts. Why not describe the one that haunts Qin Fuguo? She wears a white dress, with long hair cascading down, and her hands are a shade of purplish blue, adorned with crimson nails." Qin Fuguo, his face darkening, asked, "Is her name Sadako?" "Yes, precisely, Sadako." "To hell with Sadako." Enraged, Qin Fuguo lifted a stool, intent on smashing it over the monk's head, but upon taking just 2 steps forward, he froze in terror. Lu Hemming produced a judge's pen, his expression unusually grave as he stepped forward. "I am Lu Hemming, a ghostly official from the neighboring province. You have one last opportunity to repent." The executioner beheads, and the ghostly officials take souls. Regardless of how heinous the crimes, all must listen to their confessions before death. Voluntarily confessing sins may mitigate punishment. Those guilty of the gravest offenses are cast into the 18 layers of hell. At this juncture, the plump monk remained obstinate, declaring, "I am a living Buddha, surnamed Ji and named Gong. What sins do I have to confess? You, a country bumpkin impersonating a ghostly official, and a brash young lad engaging in deception, it is you who should repent." Chapter 61, The Reckoning of Good and Evil. The timing of conflict. I asserted that Ji Gong is merely a title. His true surname is Li, and his given name is Xiu Yuan. You dare impersonate his name without even knowing this. Moreover, with your drunken stupor and meat-laden beard, how can you claim to be a living Buddha? You, a mere youth, understand nothing. The flesh passes through the intestines, yet the Buddha remains in the heart. I asked coldly, "Have you ever heard the latter part of the saying? If the world were to emulate me, they would descend into the ways of demons." Ji Gong, threatened by the rebel forces, consumed meat paste to save the entire city as populace. You, a fraudulent monk, who has caused the death of an innocent girl, dare to mention Ji Gong. Do you even deserve to invoke his name? The rotund monk visibly faltered, stammering, You're talking nonsense. When have I ever caused the death of a girl?" That woman, with her light yellow hair and a slender, pointed face, was round with child. She cried out to you, questioning why, under the guise of blessing her unborn child, you would violate her. Why did you subject her to an abortion without offering aid, instead abandoning her corpse in the wilderness? I did not intend to harm you. Do not seek me out. The fat monk crawled desperately towards the altar, beseeching the statues of the Buddha, "Save me, Buddha." The 2 wrathful guardians, originally meant to suppress the evil spirits, now appeared monstrous in the eyes of the fat monk. Ah! With his final scream, he lost control, his expression becoming vacant and dazed, suddenly breaking into an absurd grin. Qin Fuguo, trembling, inquired, "Masters, what has happened to him?" I replied indifferently. This fat monk's ancestors amassed negative virtue, leading to his current fortune and prosperity. Thus, he has brazenly deceived others and committed countless misdeeds, repeatedly escaping retribution. Yet, He fails to realize that while men fear evil, heaven does not. Such egregious wickedness will surely incur divine retribution. Will he die? No. Rather, he shall live for 100 years. I continue slowly, though he will be reduced to a mere rag, scavenging like a mad dog. Starving and freezing until old age renders him immobile, watching his own decay in desolation. Upon hearing my words, Qin Fugui shivered uncontrollably. But why would Qin Fugui, who is fine, succumb to madness? I explained that his fortune is too overwhelming, with 3 flames of young energy burning brightly upon his shoulders. Even if he causes innocent deaths, specters dare not approach within 10 paces. I first exposed his fraudulent monkhood, instilling panic in his heart, extinguishing the first flame of young. Liu Hemming described the features of the girl he had harmed, increasing his terror, thus extinguishing the second flame. Originally, with the presence of the Vajra Buddha, specters would not dare to approach. Yet, due to his multitude of sins and the absence of divine protection, all 3 flames of yang were extinguished, leaving one of his souls missing. In this life, he shall be foolish, and in the latter half, unable to be human. Qin Fugui's face turned pale as he trembled and asked, "Are you not aiding evil spirits in killing?" Liu Hemming glared at Qin Fugui with a fierce intensity, saying, "What? Do you have an opinion?" No opinion." Qin Fugui forced a smile, having long held disdain for the fraudulent monk. Expressing deep gratitude for the 2 masters' assistance in clearing his path, Liu Hemming scoffed at Qin Fugui's fickle nature, asking, "How grateful? Why not bow 3 times as a gesture?" This Qin Fugui looked embarrassed, and I shot a glance at Liu Hemming, signaling him to cease. "Oh." Liu Hemming obediently stood by, and I solemnly reiterated my earlier condition. "I shall help you rid yourself of the malevolent spirit that haunts you, but under the condition that you ensure my safety while uncovering the source of the rumors about me." Qin Fugui pounded his chest, assuring me, "Master Li, you can rest assured, I will do my utmost. In my Guchong district, invoking the name of the 2nd master of Antique Street, no one would dare to harm you." I ignored Qin Fugui's boasting, instead yanking the blood-red jade pendant from around his neck. "This will be temporarily entrusted to me. If you have any more nightmares, seek me out." Qin Fugui was taken aback. "Is that all?" He hurriedly smiled. No. That's good. If you continue to prattle on, do you believe I will take you to the underworld for chat?" Watching Qin Fugui tremble, nearly on the verge of tears, I admonished, "Do not frighten people." "Oh." Liu Hemming appeared somewhat disheartened, casting a lingering glance at Qin Fugui while remaining obediently by my side. I instructed, "Now, take me to Qin Long's hospital room. I must first assess her condition." "Master Li, this way please." In the hospital room, Qin Long was connected to Anthor, her delicate face pale, her breath nearly imperceptible. Surrounding her were various monitoring devices, and medical staff were engaged in urgent discussions regarding her condition. Upon entering, I declared, "Everyone out." The medical personnel stared at me in bewilderment until Qin Fugui issued a command. "What are you all dawdling for? Listen to Master Li and leave." One by one, the medical staff exited the room, and Qin Fugui, with a sycophantic smile, asked, "Master Li, is there anything else you require of me? You too must leave as well. Close the doors and windows tightly. Not a sliver of light should enter." "Certainly." Liu Hemming promptly drew the curtains and exited, perhaps frightened by the fat monk's fate. Qin Fugui nervously remarked, Master Li, I have a few beautiful girls over 1.8 meters tall, fair-skinned and lovely, from Japan, Korea, and Russia. If you desire, I can ensure they arrive within an hour. Just look at my poor cousin, lying on the bed, barely alive. I interrupted. Leave. Qin Fugui sulkily exited the hospital room, shutting the door behind him. I knew he was eavesdropping outside, but I paid him no mind. I clutched the blood-colored shattered jade tightly in my palm. Though its essence was shattered, I believed you to be dead, only to discover your lingering soul escaped, clinging to the fragments of your being. Using the method of siphoning vital energy to restore your essence, you ultimately revealed your true demonic nature. The blood jade shimmered, gradually revealing the shrunken visage of the blood jade goddess. She glared at me with malice, declaring, I merely wish to live. What concern is it of yours? I replied, Tell me how to save Qinlong, and I may spare your life. Release me first, and I will tell you. The blood jade goddess bartered. What if you deceive me? I can swear upon my soul. For a ghostly being, the most precious possession is undoubtedly the soul. I trust that the blood jade goddess would not deceive me. After she raised 3 fingers, her expression solemn as she promised her oath, I finally released my grip on the blood jade. At that moment, the blood jade goddess abandoned the jade entirely, exposing her soul to the air, grinning maliciously at me, saying, Saving Qinlong is simple. At the midnight hour, her 2 entangled souls will completely merge, and before the merging, there will be a brief moment of separation. Seize the opportunity to extinguish one of the souls, and Qinlong will return to her former self. I could sense that the blood jade goddess was not deceiving me. Yet I also felt her malicious glee. I asked, What are you laughing at? I laugh at you, crawling from the filth, ensnared in a meaningless shell. Abandoned by all the gods, yet you dare to call yourself a sage, seeking to save the suffering. How utterly pathetic and laughable. I advise you not to disturb the imperial tombs, or you will be filled with shame over your current actions, wishing only to take a knife to your own throat. The blood jade goddess's words were laden with meaning, and I solemnly inquired, What do you know? I offer you 8 words, born of sin, abandoned by gods and men. With that, the blood jade goddess transformed into a wisp of green smoke and slipped through the window. Previously, I had trapped the blood jade goddess within the jade, leaving her no chance to escape. Now, pursuing her in her spiritual form was utterly impossible. Moreover, the blood jade capable of containing the soul of the blood jade empress has already been partially distributed. The jade pendant belonging to Zhao Jinhua and the Buddhist amulet currently in the possession of Qin Fugui are not unique. The quest to locate the blood jade empress again is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Furthermore, I find it difficult to comprehend why the blood jade empress displayed a malicious grin while revealing the method to save Qinlong. What explanation can there be for the ominous phrase, born of sin, forsaken by gods and men? At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Qin Fugui, with utmost caution, inquired, Master Li, may we enter? Come in, I replied, shaking my head to dispel the turmoil within me. Regardless of the blood jade empress's sinister intentions, my priority tonight must be to ensure Qinlan's recovery. It is an undeniable truth that her soul will separate at midnight, otherwise, upon the conclusion of the oath, the heavens would immediately cause the blood jade empress's soul to shatter. Seeing that Qinlong remained in a state of unconsciousness, Qin Fugui expressed his growing anxiety. Master Li, as long as you possess the means to save my cousin, money is no object, please do not hesitate. It seemed that Qin Fugui assumed my prolonged stay in the room was merely a ruse to extort a higher price. I had no desire for contention and simply stated, "Go procure some precious tonics, ginseng, deer antler, ratio powder, the older, the better." "All right, I shall do so at once." Before Qin Fugui could exit, he was halted by Lu Hemming, who grasped him by the collar. Qin Fugui appeared particularly fearful of Lu Hemming and stammered, "Esteemed master, do you have any further instructions? I possess ginseng that is over 100 years old, acquired through considerable effort. How does selling it to you for 50,000 sound?" Qin Fugui, with a troubled expression, nodded eagerly as if pecking at grains. "That works." Chapter 62, Born of Sin. Abandoned by gods and men, it appears that Qin Fugui thought Lu Hemming regarded him as a gullible fool. When Lu Hemming retrieved a wooden box containing ginseng from his pocket, Qin Fugui's eyes widened in astonishment. He cautiously caressed the ginseng's roots, exclaiming, "You want 50,000? Look at you being so stingy. Fine, considering the matter of healing, name your price." The complete, vibrant roots of the century-old ginseng were worth at least 500,000. Qin Fugui declared excitedly, "I'll offer you 1,000,000. Whatever else you have, I want it all." Wow, such a delightful surprise. Lu Hemming was taken aback. Yet he gave Qin Fugui a thumbs up, saying, "Boss Qin, I didn't expect you to be such an honest man. When I come across good things in the future, I'll be sure to give you the first appraisal." As they were transferring funds, I took the ginseng to the kitchen, crushed it into powder, dissolved it in warm water, and instructed someone to feed it to Qin Long. After consuming the ratio powder, Qin Long's complexion visibly improved. The remainder would have to wait until midnight to reveal its effects. During the waiting period, Qin Fugui summoned us to the living room and handed over a stack of documents, stating, "Masters, this is what my subordinates have gathered regarding the sources disseminating your information. I have leveraged my connections to silence those organizations searching for your whereabouts. While I cannot guarantee safety elsewhere, I can assure you that in the vicinity of Guchong and throughout Dingguan, your security is guaranteed." "Very well," I nodded slightly. "Have you determined who is behind the dissemination of my information?" "They are well concealed. I have mobilized additional personnel to intensify the investigation. I believe it is only a matter of time before we uncover the puppet master," Qin Fugui replied, and I was particularly satisfied with his efficiency. At that moment, Qin Fugui's attendant inserted a USB drive into a black box beneath the screen, activating a massive projection. The image displayed me riding the rock python with Qin Yin, escaping down the mountainside. Just as we evaded the three crossbows of the Mo family's ancestral master and vanished into the mountains, the recording did not cease. A few seconds later, a shrill cry echoed from the sky. Murong Changqing descended on a white crane, landing amidst a throng of people. Below, there were not only members of the Mo family, but also some unfamiliar forces. Altogether, they formed an organization of no fewer than 100 individuals. Whether any experts like the Mo family's ancestral master were present, I could not ascertain. Upon landing, Murong Changqing picked up a severed red string from the ground and scanned the crowd with cold eyes, asking, "Where is Li Tianzi?" The Mo family's ancestral master, who had remained silent in her wheelchair, retreated a few meters upon seeing Murong Changqing, producing a mechanical, rasping sound. "Who are you? What is your relationship with Li Tianzi?" Murong Changqing showed no respect, coldly retorting, "What I am is not something you can question, whether human or ghost." Mo Rushu erupted in fury. "How dare you insult the ancestral master? I will split you in half." Before Mo Rushu could advance with his black staff, the Mo family's ancestral master ensnared him with countless threats, rendering him immobile. Not far away, an elderly man with a youthful appearance and an ethereal aura chuckled. "In a century, this is the first time I've heard someone dare to insult Taoist Mu Shenju." To address the Mo family as ancestral master by her true name and refer to her as a fellow Taoist demonstrated the extraordinary stature of this ethereal elder. "Old thief! When did this become a place for you to speak?" The elder's smile froze, and the surrounding crowd looked at Murong Changqing with incredulity. Yet, the instigator, Murong Changqing, appeared oblivious to any impropriety, maintaining an air of arrogance. "Hand over Li Tianzi, or reveal his whereabouts, and I might spare you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As I held my breath, fixated on this tense scene, the screen suddenly flickered and went black. "No!" Qin Fugui exclaimed, pulling out the USB drive, seemingly interrupted by a signal disturbance, leaving the remainder of the recording unretrieved. Whether it was the true energy of Taoism, the presence of Yin, or other extraordinary forces in nature, they all dispersed in waveforms. Unless perceived by the human eye, no matter how sophisticated the recording equipment, it could not capture their mysteries. Initially, I believed Murong Changqing to be the mastermind plotting against me, but now it seemed I had overestimated her. In terms of power, Murong Changqing undoubtedly belonged to the elite ranks. However, her strength and intellect stood in stark contrast to each other. This disparity was evident from the exploration of the imperial tomb. Countless forces were fixated on the tomb's seal, eager to partake in its treasures. Yet none dared to act recklessly for fear of being consumed by this ancient behemoth. Only Qin Long, the reckless one, disregarded everything and ventured deep into the tomb, battling against a millennium-old seal single-handedly, and though she was left grievously injured, she was fortunate to survive. Now, dragging her wounded body, she hurried to rescue me. While I felt deeply moved, I also harbored profound concerns. One thing was certain: the one who spread my information and incited countless pursuers against me was not Murong Changqing. In fact, it was Murong Changqing who came to rescue me. That was the greatest victim. Liu Haiming muttered softly, "Brother, could it be that this fierce woman has taken a liking to you? Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths for you?" Matters of romance seemed too juvenile for such formidable experts. After much contemplation, I finally spoke. "It is highly probable that Murong Changqing has something she absolutely needs me to do, which is why she intervened. More likely, she is entirely unaware of the strength of those present, exhibiting a degree of arrogance." Ding! The clock on the wall struck the 11th hour, signaling the approach of midnight. I set aside my thoughts of Murong Changqing. My immediate priority was to hasten Qin Lan's awakening. Upon reaching the bedroom door, I could feel a massive and potent soul energy contained within. Lying on the bed, Qin Lan's face was extraordinarily pale, and her breathing was rapid, as if she were enduring immense suffering. As the Blood Jade Empress had described, the two previously intertwined souls were now showing signs of separation. The slow process of their detachment was an overwhelming strain on Qin Lan's physical form. It was akin to forcibly installing two engines in a standard vehicle, ultimately leading to catastrophic failure. Fortunately, with Liu Haiming bringing the potent old ginseng, Qinlong received timely energy replenishment. Otherwise, she might not endure until midnight and could succumb to weakness and death. Seeing Qinlong in such a state, Qin Fugui was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "Master Li, if you have no effective methods to save her, should I take her to the hospital?" "No need," I responded to Qin Fugui. "You go gather supplements. The more, the better. Personally supervise their preparation until midnight and bring them to me. At that time, I will use the ginseng broth to treat Qinlong." "I'll get right on it." Qin Fugui dashed off, while Lu Hemming, puzzled, remarked, "Brother, though I'm no healer, the efficacy of that ginseng and the limits of what Qinlong can absorb are you intending to?" "I'm merely calming her," I replied calmly. "As they say, concern leads to chaos. When I perform the ritual, if any unpleasant disturbances arise, Qin Fugui will inevitably cause a ruckus, asking questions left and right. Sending him away is also to ensure I can treat her without distraction." Lu Hemming chuckled. During treatment, Qin Fugui shouldn't know. Could it be a somewhat inappropriate process? I cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Hemming. "You should leave as well." "Oh." As Lu Hemming departed in a disheartened manner, my heart remained turbulent, unassuaged by his retreat. The mocking smile of Lady Bloodjade, which I had extracted the healing method of Qinlong from through relentless questioning, lingered in my mind like a haunting nightmare. Her gaze upon me was reminiscent of one directed at a mere jester. Furthermore, the heart-wrenching scream she uttered when I obliterated her true form still echoed in my ears, a warning of regret that she had hurled at me. Regret for what? After enduring 17 long years of solitary cultivation within the cave, no matter how desolate or tedious the days became, I had persevered. Yet today, my heart was in disarray. Ultimately, the clock struck midnight outside, and I forced myself to suppress the turmoil within, fixating my gaze intently upon Qinlan's form. Suddenly, she frowned, her eyes flinging open, and in that instant, the energy of another soul within her dissipated. "Professor Li?" Qinlang sat up, her brow furrowed, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings, and asked, "How did I end up in Qin Fugui's house? What have you brought me here for?" In that moment, she appeared entirely restored to her former self, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Abruptly, her eyes dimmed, and she lay on the bed as if lifeless. Startled, I rushed to her side to offer support, only to have her suddenly open her eyes wide. This time, although her breath remained unchanged, the expression she cast upon me had transformed. Her eyes, imbued with profound sorrow, also radiated a joy for rebirth. "Master Li, we truly meet again." I stood in stunned disbelief, stammering as I questioned, Are you truly Qinlang? You once said that if fate allowed, we would meet again in a future life, yet here we are at this moment." Qinlang, overwhelmed with joy, sat upright, her delicate hand grasping mine tightly. "It is heaven's design that we are brought together, is it not?" Everything was in disarray, utterly chaotic, with a dual soul within one body. I had never anticipated that it would be another essence of Qinlang. My mind raced with thoughts, yet I could not discern where the true quandary lay. Chapter 63, Self-proclaimed sage, both pathetic and ridiculous. The so-called Qinlang is merely a manifestation crafted by Qin in using her close friend, the director of the research institute, Qinlang as image, employing a marionette as the vessel, with lonely spirits as the guides, utilizing dark sorcery and puppet techniques to create a unique automaton. This puppet's realism not only deceived us but even fooled the puppet itself, as the core foundation of the formation. Qin was merely a tool, yet believed in the fabricated memories conjured by Qin, even developing feelings for me. I have always been a person who values cause and effect. To assist another, one must seek recompense. Affections, too, are a form of cause and effect, a cycle of reciprocity. Yet, in the face of Qin, I broke my own code for the first time. Logically, even if we were to meet again by fate, Qin should have manifested as an infant, rather than the soul competing for dominance with her original form. I grasped Qin's shoulders tightly, urgently questioning. Didn't I send you to be reincarnated? How can you be here? Startled by my fervent emotion, Qin's delicate face turned pale as she plaintively replied. I do not comprehend what reincarnation is. I merely sensed a blinding white light above, beckoning me to enter. But I couldn't bear to leave. So I kept gazing in your direction. Gradually, the brilliance faded, and I found myself adrift in a haze. I lost track of time until a woman resembling a bodhisattva approached me, offering to guide me to rebirth. I followed her, taking residence within a piece of jade. Before she could finish, Qin's eyelids fluttered, and she fainted. I observed as two souls cycled through a series of breaths, exchanging essence. To awaken one, the other must be utterly extinguished. In that moment, I finally understood why the Blood Jade Empress had mocked me, calling me a self-proclaimed sage, both pathetic